Apocalypse Anime Summoning System. 01 Waking up 20 years after the end of the world. In a barren land, a white ball of light suddenly appeared, and a huge tornado was rolled up with a huge energy vortex. The ball of light in the center of the tornado gradually dimmed, finally revealing what was inside. A young man with black hair and black eyes, about 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome appearance, he slowly opened his eyes. Shaking his head, the young man slowly stood up and began to digest the memories left in his mind. A year ago, he was an otaku who was fascinated by anime and games. Later, he met a guy called High Dimension Life in the game again. At first, I chatted with him with the mentality of knowing this middle-aged patient, and found that this high-dimensional life is like a vein. He doesn't understand anything very well, so our classmate Xiao Yao took this vein into the world of animation. The two of them chased new episodes and played gal game all day long. This high-dimensional life became a Xiao Yao's good friend. The two have known each other happily for a year. One day, a high-dimensional life sent a very long message, saying that he was originally a researcher in a very high-dimensional world, and the explosion was involved in the turbulence of time and space. When he arrived on Earth, he couldn't go back because he was injured, so he could only wait for the injury to heal. Later, he met Xiao Yao, and now he wants to go back, but if he goes back, it will bring a dimensional storm to the Earth, and human technology will not be available, so he will stay. Magical fighting spirit and other things make up for human beings, and the dimensional storm may bring major disasters to the Earth, leaving two methods like fighting monsters and upgrading in games to improve human beings to cope with disasters. In the end, he said that Xiao Yao is a good person plus he was his only friend, so he gave Xiao Yao a special surprise. When Xiao Yao saw the message, he smiled and said, "Don't be in the second year, buddy." After the message was sent, he fell into a coma. Shaking his head and remembering what happened back then, Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. What else could he say when this kind of thing happened? Welcome to the anime summoning system. Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment when a rigid electronic sound rang out. Could this be the so-called surprise? Dear host, I'm sorry, because some minor mistakes in this system have caused you to sleep for 20 years, so the system provides free body strengthening ×1, and free summon ×1. The strengthening is completed, you can view it through the system panel. What? 20 years of sleep? Hearing this news, Xiao Yao was surprised for a moment, but he quickly accepted it. 20 years is only 20 years. Anyway, he was an orphan, and he had no relatives or friends. As a friend, only Gao Dimension Life was the only one. But everyone has already gone back, and now the more important thing is to see what is special about the surprise left by the high-dimensional life. Call out of the system panel. Host, Xiao Yao. Grade, 0, 0/100. Stamina, 100, 10. Agility, 100, 10. Vitality, 100, 10. Spirit, 150, 10. Skill points, 0. Summoning power, 0. Backpack, free summoning scroll ×1, friends letter ×1. I don't know what the summoning energy is for the time being, but the letter from the friend in the backpack has brought great curiosity to Xiao Yao. With a thought, a letter appeared in Xiao Yao's hand. Xiao Yao opened the letter. And the content now reads, Xiao Yao, when you read this letter, I have probably returned to my original dimension. I am very happy to play with you for a year. This system, it's a surprise I left for you. This is a great system to realize the house I'm waiting for. I will carry forward the great two-dimensional animation in my local dimension. Just the sauce, break it. This tone, this style, is indeed the guy of high-dimensional life. After reading the letter, Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Although he might never see this friend again, he was happy for the high-dimensional life to go back. Looking around, the strong tornado did not stop for the time being. This is the shock of the world caused by the animation summoning system. It is the same as the birth of some treasures of heaven and earth, and the birth of magic weapons. This movement is too loud. Regarding the tornado that surrounded him, Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. He was surrounded by the tornado, and he couldn't get out. Anime summoning system, may I ask you a question? Host, ask, this system will answer for you. Let's talk about your abilities first. Okay, this system has 4 abilities: Upgrade System, Skill Store, Energy Store, and Anime Summoning. Upgrade System: whenever the host kills a creature, it will accumulate energy points and experience points according to the strength of the creature. When the experience value is full, it will be upgraded, gaining all attributes +1, skill points ×1, free attributes ×2, and free points can be used. Added to the property. Skill Store: the host can consume energy in exchange for the skills of anime characters. Skill upgrades require skill points, and the full level of each skill is 3. Energy Store: the host can consume energy to exchange for weapons and props in the anime. From destroying the world to destroying the earth, to making a fire and cooking, all props can be exchanged with energy points. Anime Summoning: the host consumes energy points to summon anime characters. The first order summoning consumes 10 energy points. The second order summoning consumes 100 energy points. The third order summoning consumes 1000 energy points. The fourth order summoning consumes Biang Novel Transfer Station 17059111093 point energy. Fifth order summon, consumption. Point energy, sixth order summon, consumption. Point energy, seventh order summon, consumption. Point energy, eighth order summon, consumption. Point energy, ninth order summon, consumption. Point energy, divine order summon, consumption. Point energy. Killing mutant beasts can get spar. Spar can be exchanged for energy. First order spar, 10 energy. Second order spar, 100 energy. Third order spar, 1000 energy. Fourth order spar, by Yang Novel Transfer Station 17059111093. Point energy, fifth order spar. Point energy, sixth order spar. Point energy, seventh order spar. Point energy, eighth order spar. Point energy, ninth order spar. Point energy, God level spar. Point energy. The above are the basic functions of the system. For more system functions, please go to the setting area to adjust. Hearing that he could summon anime characters, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and his mind began to YY instantly. He really likes characters in anime. Outside the tornado. 20 years have passed since the end of the world, and all living things have evolved their own path. A 100-meter-long cyan giant python with 2 small horns on its head. This is a giant python that has transformed into a dragon. It has the power of the 7th order. In the world where the highest end is only 9th order, it can run unhindered, and now it is outside the tornado. When the tornado appeared, the huge energy shocked it. It believed that if it could get the treasure in the center of the tornado, it would definitely be able to break through the 7th order, reach the 8th order or even 9th order. There are not a few people who hold this mentality. Not far from Qingjiao stood the same 7th order giant gibbon, the 7th order shadow raven, the 7th order storm wolf, and the 7th order devil sickle mantis. These mutant beasts are all nearby overlords. A teenager and a middle-aged man stood opposite the giant beast. The two of them were the strongest in the largest town nearby, the Boulder town. Both of them had powers above level 70, that is, the 7th order powerhouse. The two also came here with the mentality of collecting treasures. Since the end of the world, humans have been threatened by mutant beasts, so this treasure must not be obtained by mutant beasts. Monkey, what do you say about the human on the opposite side? Shadow Raven asked Gibbon in a hoarse voice. The 7th Order mutant beast can already speak human words. Old Crow, of course I'll kill it. As he spoke, a ferocious light flashed in the Gibbon's eyes. Many of his monkey grandchildren died at the hands of humans. After robbing the treasure, let's work together to destroy these 2 humans. The magic sickle mantis suggested. Agreed, the treasures depend on their ability, whoever gets them first will go to whoever gets them first, and then we will destroy the human race together. Stormwolf agreed. The other mutant beasts have no objection to the distribution method of the treasures. Originally, the treasures are obtained according to their abilities, so they immediately said, no problem. Uncle Goo, the mutant beast on the opposite side, doesn't seem to have good intentions. The young man said easily. After grabbing the treasures, we will flash people. We can't stop them if we want to escape. Uncle Goo looked at the 5 huge 7th Order mutant beasts indifferently. Hey, run away after grabbing it, and get mad at this group of mutant beasts, I like it. The young man smiled slyly. Can't this guy be serious? Uncle Goo looked at the teenager and shook his head with a wry smile. If this scene were seen by the fans of this teenager in Jushi Town, I don't know how many people would fall through their glasses. Attack that Shadow Raven hard before escaping. It's best to injure it. The boy suddenly said. Why? Uncle Goo asked. Several teams have already been destroyed by the Shadow Raven. With its night talent, its attack power will increase at night. It is currently the biggest threat to Boulder Town. Uncle Goo, you need to read more reports of this kind, don't every time leave it to me to deal with it. Hearing the young man's last complaint, Uncle Goo touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, those who are capable work hard. Humph. Hearing Uncle Goo's cheeky answer, the boy rolled his eyes. Between the people on both sides, the tornado gradually weakened. Chapter 02 Don't look at brother, brother is not delicious. Xiao Yao, who was in the center of the tornado, had no idea what was going on outside. He called out the system panel and started to set it up. The humanization is adjusted to the maximum, and the sound is sweet, and the cold electronic sound is not good at all. Xiao Yao said while setting the system. It's set. Seeing his perfect setting, Xiao Yao laughed. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the system beeped a series of rapid beeps. System, what's going on? Xiao Yao asked. Master Yao, the energy whirlwind is expected to dissipate completely in 1 minute. There are 7 strands of 7th order energy waiting outside the whirlwind, so the system will issue a warning sound to remind you. With the current strength of Master Yao, it may be more difficult to meet those people outside. The sound of the system whose settings have been changed sounded human, and finally began to worry about Xiao Yao's safety. What? There are 7 in the 7th order. Why is it so unfortunate? 30 seconds left. The system's uneasy reminder was running out of time. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge, the system is not good, brother accepts his fate. Xiao Yao smiled and said, you help me think about how to get through the crisis, I will buy time. Okay, Master Yao. The tornado dissipated, and Xiao Yao, who was in the center of the tornado, was unreservedly exposed to the eyes of 5 mutant beasts and 2 humans. Humans. Qing Jiao shouted, why is there a human being in the center of the whirlwind? Could it be that the treasure was taken away by this human being? The dark night raven narrowed its thin bird's eyes and stared at Xiao Yao very unfriendly. If you eat this human directly, you will get the treasure. The storm giant wolf proposed a very violent plan. Eat human beings. Eat human beings. Gibbons belonged to the kind of character with only one tendon, and decided to adopt the method proposed by the giant storm wolf without much thought. The magic sickle mantis standing beside it stood quietly, but the magic sickle on both arms kept rubbing, making a harsh sharpening sound. Obviously, it also belonged to the party who favored direct action. Looking at the 5 huge mutant beasts grinning at him, Xiao Yao subconsciously took a step back. Don't look at it, it's not delicious. Uncle Gu, how could he be a human? I don't know either, but since we are our fellow human beings, we must save them. Under the suppression of mutant beasts, the situation of human beings is getting worse and worse. Uncle Gu said solemnly. The young man nodded, and he had begun to build up his strength, ready to attack at any time. Roar! The giant arm demon ape roared up to the sky and took the lead in launching an attack, punching Xiao Yao with a fist the size of a small room. Damn it! It's so ruthless. Xiao Yao looked at the approaching big fist and swears. Relying on the strengthening of his physical fitness, he managed to dodge the fist of the giant gibbon. Although he dodged the fist, the impact caused by the fist touching the ground could not be avoided. 10 meters, and still rolled several times on the ground. Damn it! It hurts to death. As an otaku, Xiao Yao has never suffered such a serious injury. His clothes were tattered after rolling on the ground several times, and there were several wounds under the tattered clothes. If it hadn't been strengthened, maybe Xiao Yao would have hung here directly. Little brother, are you okay? Uncle Gu asked Xiao Yao, who was rolling on the ground in pain. I can't die. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth and stood up reluctantly. Death. The shadow raven swooped down from the sky, its sharp beak aimed at Xiao Yao's head. Kang. A spear hit the shadow raven's beak, knocking it away. Dead bird, just now the giant gibbon suddenly attacked me. I didn't guard against it, but now I have vigilance. Do you think you can succeed? It was the young man standing not far away who shot the spear, and now he was wearing a dark armor, staring at the shadow raven fiercely. Magic scythe, don't stand by and watch. The shadow raven touched the bird's beak with its wings, and was hit by the gun just now. I will do it myself. The magic sickle mantis replied indifferently, and then the magic sickle in both arms began to wave. Scythe wind. The magic sickle mantis wielded the magic sickle wind, attacking the boy in jet black armor like a sharp blade. Dark Dochi. The boy shouted loudly, and a pitch black Dochi emitted from around his body, which firmly protected his body. The magic sickle wind and the dark Dochi clashed and rubbed fierce sparks. Finally, the magic sickle wind dissipated in the air. And the dark fighting spirit of the boy also dissipated a little. The sky is calling. Qing Jiao shouted up to the sky, faintly having the might of a dragon's roar. Maybe it won't be long before he can completely fade away from Jiao Qiao. With the long cry of Qing Jiao, clouds began to appear in the sky. It didn't take long for the surrounding area to be covered with dark clouds. From time to time, electric lights flashed in the dark clouds. It didn't take long for it to start pouring rain, and the visual range of a normal person was less than 1 meter in an instant. The heavy rain was enough to make ordinary people lose their ability to recognize, but except for Xiao Yao, they were all 7th-order powerhouses, and the heavy rain could not block their sight. Uncle Gu, why do you think Qing Jiao called for this heavy rain? The young man came to Uncle Gu with a long spear and asked. The dark fighting chi bounced off the rain, and the young man's whole body did not drip. Around Uncle Gu, there was also a blue vindictive aura that bounced off the rain, and by the way also blocked Xiao Yao from the rain. Jiao belongs to water, it's not good. It's good for it in this rainy battlefield. Uncle Gu realized for a moment that it was not good. Bah! This damn stinky snake. It's just such a small trick. The boy pouted in disdain. Little brother, although I don't know why you are in the center of the energy whirlwind, everyone is the hope of the human race now. You should stay away from the next battle. If you have a chance, run away. We will also find a chance to get away. Yes, come to Jushi town when you have time. Uncle Gu said kindly. A huge water polo suddenly and silently appeared on Xiao Yao and the others. Danger! The young man reacted the fastest, and immediately knocked down Uncle Gu and Xiao Yao. avoiding the attack range of the water polo. Hiss. I saw that the floor that had just been hit by the water polo was instantly corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving a huge pothole. This stinky snake. It's so ruthless. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, you would be miserable. The young man muttered with lingering fears. On the body, he didn't even want to think about the consequences. Zai, I'll hold them. You and little brother run away. Uncle Gu hurriedly said. But it's nothing. Lin Hui. You two are both young people and the hope of the human race. Now let me, the old man, hold the group of beasts. Uncle Gu interrupted Lin Hui directly, and urged the two send people away. Uncle Gu. After Lin Hui shouted two words, he gritted his teeth and raised Xiao Yao with one hand and started to run away. He couldn't live up to Uncle Gu's sacrifice. Xiao Yao, who was lifted by Lin Hui, was a little dizzy. It seemed that the human beings in the last days did not survive very well. Why did he encounter such a bird when he woke up? 5 7th order mutant beasts want to eat him. Can we still play happily in this world? Have you forgotten my existence? A gloomy voice sounded behind Lin Hui. The giant storm wolf grinned wickedly. It can also gain strength in heavy rain. As for the magic sickle mantis, the shadow raven and the giant gibbon don't reduce their strength. It and King Jiao's home ground. Damn it! Lin Hui looked at the giant storm wolf that was rising steadily, gritted his teeth, and fought hard. Be good, let me eat it, human beings. The giant storm wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit it. Strength multiplier. Madness. Lin Hui shouted and put Xiao Yao aside, and immediately activated his life-saving skills. Although he would fall into a weak state after using it, he would fight against the storm wolf in the rain unless he had more than first-order strength and fell into a state of weakness. Weakness and death, Lin Hui chose the former. With the activation of the skill, Lin Hui's aura was not weaker than that of the giant storm wolf, the spear pierced, and it was inseparable from the battle with the giant storm wolf. Every time Lin Hui made a shot, he stabbed hundreds of shots. The spears flew all over the sky. The cold metal light revealed a strong murderous intention. Under the gun. In the face of the spear flower in the sky, the giant storm wolf did not show weakness, relying on the bonus to it in the rainy day, relying on the speed to dodge the spear. For a time, the sky was filled with the after-images of the giant storm wolf and the spear, and it was difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. Aoki Dochi. Life-burning technique. On the other side, Uncle Gu, who was holding Qing Xiao, also activated his life-saving skills. At the cost of burning his life, he instantly stimulated his powerful strength, and immediately fought a tie with Qing Xiao, making it impossible to escape and pursue Lin Hui and Xiao Yao. A thick dark green vindictive aura wrapped around Uncle Gu like a flame, and the rain immediately evaporated upon contact. Now Uncle Gu's strength has risen to the peak of the 7th rank, and the Qing Xiao, who is hostile to him, has also begun to look solemn. Even if it has a great advantage in rainy days, it may lose to this burning human being, not to mention this rain is it summoned by constantly consuming energy. Once the energy stops supplying, the dark cloud will dissipate immediately. Quick fight. This is what Qing Jiao and Uncle Gu are thinking now. They collide. The aroused energy shook the surrounding earth and began to shake. There was a fierce battle on both sides, while the demon scythe mantis, shadow raven, and gibbon demon ape, who were affected by the heavy rain, hid aside, preparing to come out to pick up a bargain at the end. The 03RD winged dragon of the sun god, Xiao Yao, who was put aside by Lin Hui, has now completely become a soy saucer. Although it is best to be a soy saucer, but watching two people get into a life and death struggle for their own sake makes Xiao Yao this. The soy sauce is not stable. Is the system really unable to solve the current predicament? Xiao Yao asked irritably. Master Yao, now there is a way, it just depends on luck. The system replied timidly, a little worried that Xiao Yao would be angry. As soon as the system said there was a way, Xiao Yao quickly asked, "What way?" "See luck. Brother's character is not bad. A typical European, the new 6-star characters in the card game are all drawn in one draw. When it comes to fighting for character, Xiao Yao is extremely confident. That is to use the free summoning scroll in the backpack. If you can summon characters above the 8th order, you can easily crush those 7th order mutant beasts." The system answered truthfully. "Then hurry up and start summoning." Xiao Yao was a little anxious, because he saw that Lin Hui could hardly hold on anymore, and the frequency of spear thrusts gradually decreased. Then the lottery starts. Is the free summoning roll used? A row of words appeared in Xiao Yao's mind. Xiao Yao immediately clicked yes. 10 cards appeared in Xiao Yao's mind, and Xiao Yao chose the card on the far right, not for the summoned characters from the first rank to the god rank. "Master Yao, you've won the jackpot," the system said excitedly, his words full of surprises. In reality, a card appeared in Xiao Yao's hand, and a golden dragon was drawn on the card. "His name is the winged dragon of the sun god." Xiao Yao looked at the card in his hand in disbelief. He originally thought that it would be good to be able to draw the 8th rank, but he did not expect to draw this big guy. The winged dragon of the sun god. God rank. Xiao Yao knew how to use the card the moment he got it. Xiao Yao raised the card in his hand and said, "Summon the winged dragon of the sun god." The card gradually became transparent in Xiao Yao's hand, and finally disappeared in Xiao Yao's hand. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, and the winged dragon of the sun god came along with the sun. Spreading its golden wings, the winged dragon perfectly fits the identity of his 3 phantom gods. He looks at mutant beasts and humans with a look of contempt for the world. In his eyes, whether it is 1st order or 9th order, just breathe lightly. Can be easily defeated. An aura belonging to God spreads out in the surrounding space. The power is unpredictable. Under the gods are all ants. With the arrival of the winged dragon of the sun god, the 2 fierce battles stopped in an instant. Everyone, whether they were mutant beasts or humans, was now suppressed by the pressure of this god and could not move. The only one who could move was the owner of the winged dragon. "Wing Shenlong, kill those mutant beasts," Xiao Yao ordered directly. Snort. "Grandmas. I actually wanted to eat my brother just now, treating him as food. Go to hell, you guys, to repent." As for Xiao Yao's order, Wing Shenlong's faithful execution, just relying on the imposing coercion, instantly crushed the hearts of these 5 7th order mutant beasts. Until they died, these 5 7th order mutant beasts still couldn't believe that they died like this. Just an imposing coercion is unbearable. And their eyes are full of unwillingness before they die. Kill level 73 Qing Xiao, get 730 experience points and 730 energy points. Kill level 71 Shadow Raven, gain 710 experience points and 710 energy points. Kill 75 Gibbons, get 750 experience points and 750 energy points. Kill the 70 level Magic Sickle Mantis, and gain 700 experience points and 700 energy points. Kill the 76 level Storm Wolf and gain 760 experience points and 760 energy points. Upgrade the player's level to 5, and reward the energy store lottery ticket ×1. The experience points gained after the Wing Shenlong killed the 7th order mutant beasts made Xiao Yao all the way to the 8th grade. System, why are the experience points and energy points of the 7th order mutant beasts so low? Xiao Yao asked a little unhappily. If the 7th rank only gives so little experience, the rank will never be improved. After all, it is also a 7th order. Master Yao, you can only get 1,000th of the experience points and energy points if you kill them by summoning a character. The system answered with some grievances. So it is. Xiao Yao showed an expression of sudden realization. He originally wanted Wing Shenlong to kill those high-level mutant beasts. Sure enough, the system did not allow loopholes, and there was no way to brush experience points and energy points. Lin Hui, who was still fighting the giant storm wolf just now, looked at the winged dragon standing in the sky with a dull expression. The appearance of this giant dragon was exactly the same as the monster in a card game that his father played for him when he was a child. His father said that before the apocalypse, he was an otaku. He was a fan of anime and chasing new episodes all day long. It was a very happy time, but everything changed after the apocalypse. In the process of killing mutant beasts, he only kept the next thing with commemorative value, just happened to have a pair of Yu-Gi-Oh! His father taught him to play when he was a child, and the strongest card in the deck was a card of the gods named after the three phantom gods, the sun, God's winged dragon. Although Uncle Gu was also frightened by the imposing manner of the winged dragon, he was not as sluggish as Lin Hui. He did not dare to take off, fearing that he would anger the powerful golden dragon in the sky, so he walked to Lin Hui's side with speed. Don't be too fast. Looking at Lin Hui's dull expression, Uncle Gu frowned and asked in a low voice, Xiao Hui, what's wrong with you? Do you know the origin of that golden dragon? Lin Hui replied subconsciously, the winged dragon of the sun god. The winged dragon of the sun god, is that the name of this golden dragon? The strength of this golden dragon is definitely above the 9th rank. I didn't expect that the little brother from the human race that I met this time was so powerful, and could invite such a great god. Thinking of this, Uncle Gu couldn't hide a smile on his face. He seemed to see the human race. A future that no longer has to be suppressed by mutant beasts. Uncle Gu went to Lin Hui and watched Wing Shenlong laugh out. Xiao Yaoquan saw it in his eyes, but Xiao Yao still had a good impression of these two people. For a person who had never met before, he could work hard to that extent. Xiao Yao was very moved. Looking at the two with a smile on his face, Xiao Yao felt that it might be a good thing if he could become a friend. But Xiao Yao really wanted to see his attributes now, and if he rose to level 8 in one go, his strength should be able to be obtained. A small growth. Host, Xiao Yao. Grade, 8, 50/900. Stamina, 108. Agility, 108. Vitality, 108. Spirit, 158. Summoning power, 3650. Skill points, 8. Backpack, energy store lottery scroll ×1, 7th order spar ×7. Xiao Yao took a look at the attribute table. All 16 free attributes are added to his physical strength. As for skill points, he doesn't even have a single skill now. Thinking. The winged dragon in the sky waved his golden wings and landed slowly beside Xiao Yao, staring at Uncle Gu and Lin Hui not far away, silently guarding Xiao Yao to prevent them from attacking. Being stared at by Wing Shenlong like this made Uncle Gu and Lin Hui numb their scalps. Uncle Gu asked in a low voice with some heart palpitations, Zai Wai, since you know the name of the winged dragon, do you know how strong he is? Being stared at by the Wing Shenlong, Lin Hui was also uncomfortable. After thinking about the introduction on the Yu-Gi-Oh card, if this was really the Wing Shenlong of the sun god among the three phantom gods, then the strength would be clear. Lin Hui slowly spat out two words. One word, God rank. Gollum. Uncle Gu took a big mouthful of saliva, my mother. God rank. Now the strongest human being is only the peak of the 8th rank. How could the God rank level that almost exists in legends appear here? How terrible is this little brother who can drive the God rank winged dragon? Thinking of this, Uncle Gu makes his scalp tingle, this little brother is a little monster. After allocating the attributes, Xiao Yao's originally strengthened physical strength became a little stronger, and now his attributes can completely crush 3rd order masters head on. He has the strength of tier 3 in less than tier 1. My brother is considered a master now. Xiao Yao smiled. The expression on his face was as wretched as it was wretched. Looking up to see Uncle Gu and Lin Hui standing in the distance a little scared, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. Brother is not a monstrous beast, is it necessary to be so afraid? Xiao Yao followed Uncle Gu and Lin Hui's line of sight a little puzzled, and happened to see Wing Shenlong's golden eyes staring at Uncle Gu and Lin Hui. Emotionally, what they were afraid of was Wing Shenlong, not brother. You two, don't be afraid, Wing Divine Dragon will not shoot. Xiao Yao shouted loudly. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Uncle Gu was a little resistant at first, but when he thought about it carefully, if he wanted to be detrimental to the two of them, as long as he asked Yi Shenlong to use his aura to crush them, they could die instantly. Thinking of this, Gu, Uncle and Lin Hui carefully came to Xiao Yao's side. Uncle Gu licked his dry mouth and asked, "Little brother, what is the relationship between the winged dragon and you?" No way, even with Xiao Yao's assurance, the aura of Wing Shenlong is still exuding all the time, which makes Uncle Gu's back sweat unstoppable, and Lin Hui's back has long been wet. My name is Xiao Yao, you can call me Xiao Yao, Wing Shenlong is my summoning character. This uncle, what is your name? Xiao Yao asked with a smile. My name is Gu Lai Ameng, and the kid next to me is Lin Hui. Gu Lai Ameng replied earnestly. The Wing Shenlong was actually the character summoned by the little brother in front of him. I thought it was just an invitation. But I didn't expect him to be the master and be able to use the divine rank. What kind of character? Super God class? Or higher? Anyway, Gu Lai Ameng had already made up his mind to have a good relationship with Xiao Yao. 04 Are you sure this is Wing Shenlong and not Mao? At first, Gu Lai Ameng and Lin Hui had been communicating with Xiao Yao in a trembling manner. Xiao Yao spent a lot of hard work and finally established a good relationship with Gu Lai Ameng and Lin Hui, so that they no longer use honorifics. I said, Xiao Ao, can you please let Wing Shenlong restrain its momentum? Uncle Gu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Okay, no problem. Xiao Yao nodded and started to communicate with Wing Shenlong. Wing Shenlong, can you restrain your aura and become smaller? By the way, you are so big, you are too conspicuous. Xiao Yao raised his head and shouted, the proportions between him and Wing Shenlong are too different, only Wing Shenlong's body one calf high. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Wing Shenlong didn't say much, and flew into the sky. His body radiated golden light from the inside out, and the golden light enveloped Wing Shenlong, forming a huge ball of light in the sky. Suddenly, the ball of light in the sky emitted a strong golden light, and then the ball of light began to shrink and shrink until the size of a palm remained, lying so peacefully in Xiao Yao's palm. This scene fell into the eyes of the three present. Xiao Yao, is it normal for the winged divine dragon to be like this? Lin Hui asked with a strange expression. The winged divine dragon, which was so big just now, has now turned into a ball of light the size of a slap, with an indescribable strangeness. I don't know either. Xiao Yao shrugged. The ghost knew that he just wanted winged divine dragon to become smaller, but he didn't expect him to turn into a ball of light. Should he carry a ball of light with him in the future? Clap. Suddenly there was a slight cracking sound. The source of the sound was the light ball in Xiao Yao's palm that was transformed from the winged dragon, and a crack appeared on the light ball. Seeing this scene, the three present held their breaths and looked at the ball of light nervously. Clap. Clap. With the crackling sound, there were more and more cracks on the surface of the photosphere, and finally the objects inside the photosphere were exposed. A size of 5 centimeters and covered with golden fluff appeared. A pair of big eyes on the hair ball lifted up and looked around. Ancient Lai Ameng petrified. Lin Hui was petrified. Xiao Yao was petrified. Is this fluffy spherical creature really a pterosaur? This is the inner thought of Gu Lai Ameng and Lin Hui. Different from Gu Lai Ameng and Lin Hui, Xiao Yao was thinking of another thing. It is spherical, covered with downy hair, and has big eyes. Nima. Isn't this Mao Yu? Mao of the pterosaur species? Thinking of this, Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Wing Shenlong's original mighty and domineering arrogance has been destroyed, and it has become a cute commodity like Mao Yu, thinking about carrying a Mao Yu in the future. Xiao Yao covered his face and walked around with a Mao Yu. Brother didn't come out to be cute. Me woo. This winged dragon in Xiao Yao's palm. Mao Yu made a cute sound, and looked at Xiao Yao with a pair of big eyes. About Wing Shenlong. Mao Yu's cute behavior. Since everything has become like this, just do it casually. Anyway, my brother started to be cute today, and Xiao Yao began to give up on himself. You should be called Xiao Ai from today. Xiao Yao said while touching Xiao Ai with his hand. My woo. Seemingly satisfied with the name, Xiao Ai jumped up and down in Xiao Yao's palm excitedly. And finally he jumped on Xiao Yao's head and sat down peacefully. Xiao Yao felt dumbfounded. Gu Liameng and Lin Hui no longer felt heartbroken when they saw the winged dragon that became Mao Yu's restrained aura. Lin Hui even dared to touch Xiao Ai, but he gave up after his finger was bitten and bleeding. With his 7th order strength, even if his body is cut with a knife, the knife will break, and the heavy machine gun can't even hit a bruise. Now that Xiao Ai bites and bleeds like this, he believes that even if he becomes such a cute creature, the Wing Shenlong will still be a Wing Shenlong. Better not to provoke it casually. Xiao Ao, do you want to come to our Jushi town to sit? Gu Liameng glanced at Xiao Ai and asked, if this great god can sit in Jushi town, the life of the commoners will be much better. Maybe Jushi town can be upgraded to Jushi city. Okay, Uncle Gu, by the way, tell me what happened in the past 20 years. No problem, we'll talk as we walk. After Uncle Gu's detailed explanation, Xiao Yao also understood what had been blank for 20 years for him. The last world was initially a power outage and a big earthquake. All electrical appliances stopped working. After the big earthquake, all the plates of the world gathered together to form a continent, and people found that the small animals such as cats and dogs on the street had become terrifying mutant beasts. The average person will not have any precautions against these small animals at all, and initially, 1/10 of the world's people died at the hands of these small animals. After someone killed the first mutant beast, people all over the world received a message at the same time. Because of the dimensional storm, the original animals on the earth have become terrifying mutant beasts, and even some creatures that do not belong to this world are in the future. It will come to the earth one after another, and the owner who sent this message gives hope to mankind, that is, through training or killing mutant beasts, you can upgrade and obtain world coins, and some ancient halls began to appear out of thin air in various places. And even after reaching a certain level, you can transfer to a different occupation to gain more powerful skills and increase your power. With the skills and training codes acquired in these ancient halls, human beings began to compete with mutant beasts bit by bit. In the first year after the end of the world, mankind established the first safe gathering place. It was established by the strongest at that time, the 4th Order Strong, who reached level 45, and named it Hope City. In the second year of the apocalypse, there are less than 2/10 of human beings left in the world. For the first time, the first 6th Order powerhouse over level 60 appeared, and he began to possess the high-end force against mutant beasts, and that 6th Order powerhouse appeared. An academy was opened in Hope City, which contains various training codes exchanged from the ancient hall. It is said that these are the 6th Order powerhouse and his subordinates in order to cultivate the hope of the future of mankind, and spent hundreds of millions of world coins. After redeeming thousands of training codes, this 6th Order powerhouse is respected as a famous teacher, and the academy he founded is called Hope Academy. In the third year of the apocalypse, the power of humans and mutant beasts is basically divided. Humans only occupy less than 1/10 of the continent, and the rest are occupied by mutant beasts. The most powerful human beings are 5. The cities are the first Hope City, the second Burning Sun City, the third Saxing city, the fourth Tianya city, and the fifth Guangming city. Each city has a sixth order powerhouse. Down below are towns and villages. In the fourth year of the apocalypse, mutant beasts and humans launched the first conflict. The 5 major cities suffered heavy losses. There were only less than 100 towns left, and the villages were almost completely destroyed. However, this war also gave birth to a 7th order powerhouse belonging to human beings. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, after that, humans and mutant beasts did not have any huge conflicts, and both sides began to develop steadily. Above the 7th rank, unless you hunt down the same 7th rank mutant beasts to become stronger, you can only improve slowly by practicing the exercises in the Codex, and I hope that a place like the Academy is a good place for children to learn and practice the Codex, because there are high-level exercises. When a strong person comes to be a teacher, it can save students from taking a lot of crooked roads. He graduated at the age of 15, like Xiaowai, who was the first graduate. When he first came out, he was already at the peak of the 6th order, and after a few years, he also broke through to level 7. Now the guardians of a city have the 8th order strength, while the towns is the 7th order. Xiaowai and I are the 2nd and 3rd of our 3 masters in Jushi town. The first is Xiaowai's father, because we want to protect the town was not attacked by high-level mutant beasts, so I didn't follow. I am a level 73 Aoki Guardian Warrior, Xiaowai is a level 71 Dark Knight, and Xiaowai's father, Lin Yuexing is a level 76 Flame Fighter. The strongest human being is currently the 8th level peak. The exact level is unknown. The generals of the Guilio League told Xiao Yao in detail that if Xiao Yao was going to be unfavorable to them, the Wing Shenlong alone would be able to kill them all, so the Guilio League was not afraid. While touching Mao Yu, Xiao Yao began to think, is he a loner? Or directly rely on a force, basically relying on the winged dragon. Xiao Yao can already walk sideways in the apocalypse, the strongest human being is less than the 9th order, the high-end combat power of the mutant beasts is similar to that of humans, and the death is 9th order. This kind of the level of combat power is scum in front of the power of the winged dragon god rank, and it can be wiped out with a single glance. Little Wing, what do you think? Xiao Yao asked suddenly. He and Wing Shenlong belonged to the relationship between the summoner and the summoned character, and they had to achieve a certain degree of spiritual communication. Mi Wu. Xiao I called out softly, blinked and looked at Xiao Yao, as if he could say more. Xiao Yao thought for a moment and then said, then let's take a look at the human gathering place before thinking about it. Uncle Gu, these 7th order mutant beasts don't have spar in their bodies. Lin Hui ran over with a puzzled look. He spent a long time on those 7th order mutant beasts just now, but he didn't find the spar, only the world coin that exploded next to the corpse. Could this spar still disappear out of thin air? Thinking of this, Lin Hui scratched his head blankly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao laughed, flipped his hand and took out the 7th order spar from his backpack and joked, Xiao Hui, I already took out the spar, how could you still find it? There are 2 spar in the body of the mutant beast. Seeing the crystal appear in Xiao Yao's hands, Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It was a waste of effort to dig out the body like an idiot, but when was the crystal taken out? I don't seem to see Brother Yao go to the corpse of the mutant beast. Compared with Lin Hui's roughness, Gu Lai Ameng was frightened. The 7th order spar appeared out of thin air. Xiao Yao must have storage space on his body. Storage space is a very rare thing, and it is the smallest capacity in the ancient hall. The storage props for him cost nearly 1 million world coins, and the more advanced ones cost tens of millions of jumps. There are only 3 storage rings in the entire Jushi town, and they are on him, Lin Hui, and Lin Yuexing. However, Gu Lai Ameng was only frightened for a while, and then he thought about it, how could a master who can summon a god-level winged dragon have no storage items? Thinking of this, Gu Lai Ameng was relieved. After letting Lin Hui dispose of the bodies of the 7th order mutant beasts, Gu Liameng took Xiao Yao to Zheshi town. No 05 is not Mao Yu, but Wing Shenlong. The 20-meter-high city wall, modeled city wall and broken stone bricks tell the story that he once guarded the humans behind the city wall in battle. Under the leadership of Gu Liameng, Xiao Yao came to Zheshi town. To be honest, this was the first human gathering place that Xiao Yao saw after he woke up in the last days. He looked around curiously. Xiao Yao, let's go to see the mayor first, that is Xiao Hui's father. Gu Liameng dragged Xiao Yao, who was looking around, towards the center of the town. It took Xiao Yao almost half an hour to get from the city wall to the center of the town. From time to time, hawkers could be seen shouting and selling things on the road, as if the end of the world had never happened. The town exudes an air of peace. This feeling made Xiao Yao very satisfied. I came to the so-called mayor's house, that is, Lin Hui's house. The house is not high, only 2 floors, and its appearance is similar to the houses on both sides. If you don't say it, it is hard to believe that the mayor of Zheshi town is also Lin Xinjiao, the #1 expert in Zheshi town, lived there. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. The cabinet beside the living room was full of animation peripherals, which made Xiao Yao doubt, is it really the end of the world? Why do these things still exist? Dad. I'm back. Lin Hui was used to the furnishings in the living room. Zai, what's the catch this time? A somewhat lazy voice came from the second floor, followed by footsteps. What entered Xiao Yao's eyes was an uncle who was about 30 or 40 years old with serious dark circles under his eyes. Wearing a singlet and a pair of patterned boxer pants, his sloppy appearance made it hard to believe that he was a 7th-order powerhouse. Encountered 5 7th-order mutant beasts. Lin Hui gave him an angry look at his father's appearance. This appearance is shameful. What 5 rank 7? You shouldn't have come back, so don't say it's my son. For his father's return, Lin Hui once again gave him a pair of big white eyes. The way you talk while holding your butt is not majestic at all. Gu Liameng, who finally came in, pulled Lin Yuexing and started to introduce Xiao Yao. I said Lao Lin, this little brother is a summoner. Gu Liameng said proudly. What level of summoner is this little brother? Lin Yuexing only noticed Xiao Yao at this time, looked up and down, then saw Xiao Ai sitting on Xiao Yao's head, and then shouted in surprise, Mao Yu. This world Ue horror really has Mao Yu. Hearing Lin Yuexing's shouting, Xiao Yao knew that this was his own kind, and the animation and peripherals in the living room could prove that he was definitely a complete otaku. I have no regrets to enter the East in this life. Xiao Yao said suddenly. I would like to live in Gensikyo in the next life. Lin Yuexing said. Brother. Xiao Yao and Lin Yuexing held each other's hands excitedly. They didn't expect to meet the same kind after the end of the world. Regarding the inexplicable dialogue between the two, Gu Liameng and Lin Hui said that they could not understand. On the other hand, Xiao Yao ignored the two and excitedly pulled Lin Yuexing aside to chat. Lin Yuexing rubbed his hands together and looked at Xiao Ai on Xiao Yao's head and asked, Little brother, do you have any more Mao Yu? Can you give one? This is not Mao Yu, this is Wing Divine Dragon. Lin Yuexing rolled his eyes, stingy. Not to mention pulling it, what kind of pterosaur, do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing Xiao Yao refuse to let go, Lin Yuexing couldn't help it. At this time, Gu Liameng, who was listening on the side, pulled Lin Yuexing with his hand, and his face was a little unnatural. Lao Gu, what's the matter? Don't worry, although I really want to raise a Mao Yu, I won't use force to coerce this little brother. Lin Yuexing laughed and patted Gu Liameng's back. Hearing Lin Yuexing's straightforward words, Gu Liameng was almost scared. Depend on. The master of the Wing Shenlong was coerced by your force, do you know how to write the word death? In order to prevent Lin Yuexing from offending Xiao Yao, Gu Liameng slapped him stunned and dragged him away. Zai, you can take Xiaoao around in Jushi town, I'll take Lao Lin first. Gu Liameng dragged Lin Yuexing, turned around and warned Lin Hui, and then he didn't know where to drag Lin Yuexing to educate him. But, Uncle Gu. Lin Hui just wanted to protest, but unfortunately, Gu Liameng has long since disappeared. Xiao Hui, just take me around. Xiao Yao put his hand on Lin Hui's shoulder carelessly. But Lin Hui's expression was a little unnatural, and he didn't seem to want to go to a crowded place. Don't do it. Xiao Yao directly ignored Lin Hui's unnaturalness and insisted that Lin Hui take him to the largest market in Jushi town. I said, Lao Gu, you are too heavy. Lin Yuexing, who had just been dragged away by the Gulu League, was now eating side dishes at a roadside vendor, complaining from time to time as he touched the swollen back of his head. Gu Liameng rolled his eyes and said, I'm saving your life. How do you say? Lin Yuexing frowned, then took a sip of wine and said, that little brother is definitely no more than level 10. Do you think the ordinary level can hurt me? It's not that little brother, it's that hairy jade on his head. Ha ha ha. How is that possible? Lin Yuexing burst out laughing. Mao Yu hurt him? Mao Yu belongs to the rank of miscellaneous soldiers. If it weren't for his collectible personality, he might not want it if he was a second tier 1. What else could Mao Yu do besides being cute? Don't believe it, Lao Lin, what is the winged divine dragon? Do you know? Lin Yuexing asked suspiciously, why do you ask this all of a sudden? Usually this old friend is not interested in anime at all, why did he suddenly ask this? Don't worry about it so much, I just listened to Xiaowai, and I don't know the details. Oh. Lin Yuexing nodded silently, and began, Wingshenlong, the full name of the Wingshenlong of the Sun God, is the strongest of the 3 phantom gods in Yu-Gi-Oh! The other 3 phantom gods with the same name as him are Obelisk's giant god soldier and Osiris sky dragon, these 3 are legendary gods. After listening to Lin Yuexing's introduction, Gu Liameng believed 100% of the name Lin Hui said at that time. By the way, why did you ask this all of a sudden? Lin Yuexing finally stopped and asked after babbling for nearly 10 minutes. Gu Liameng said, aren't you curious about how we came back after encountering those 5 7th order mutant beasts? Didn't you escape back? Lin Yuexing frowned, didn't he? The 5 7th order mutant beasts are all dead. Gu Liameng said lightly. Impossible. Lin Yuexing shouted excitedly. 5 7th order mutant beasts, that is not Chinese cabbage. Even he can barely fight a Thai at most, and it is more likely to be killed by serious injuries. It was that Mao Yu, who you call a miscellaneous soldier, who was killed. This is impossible. Hearing this, Lin Yuexing was shocked. He would rather believe that Gu Liameng and Lin Hui killed the 5 7th order mutant beasts through shit luck, rather than believe that Mao Yu killed them. In the curtain game, Mao Yu is the kind of miscellaneous soldier who can only act as one side. The world is so crazy. When will Mao Yu be able to kill the 7th order mutant beasts, and there are still 5? Looking at Lin Yuexing's stunned expression, Gu Liameng smiled, hee, who told you to always trick me, now you're scared? Who told you that the creature on Xiao Yao's body belongs to Mao Yu? Gu Liameng is in a good mood now. What is not Mao Yu? Lin Yuexing was puzzled, that appearance and posture were 100% Mao Yu. Didn't Xiaoao say it? Gu Liameng smiled, daring to attack the winged dragon, he really didn't know whether to live or die. Lin Yuexing knew that Gu Liameng wouldn't lie to him, and his voice trembled a little, then, it's really Wing Shenlong? How did it become Mao Yu? Gu Liameng took a sip of wine and said, God rank is not something we can imagine. God rank. Although there have been speculations for a long time, Lin Yuexing was still shocked when he really learned from the mouth of Gu Liameng. The strongest human being is the pinnacle of the 8th order, and it is said that he is about to enter the 9th order, while the strongest mutant beast is the ninth order, and now there is no god order in this world. The god rank is enough to sweep the whole world. If Xiao Yao wants to rule the world, it is not impossible. Lin Yuexing's mind flashed through his mind when he was chatting with Xiao Yao, and he smiled at ease. With Xiao Yao's attitude at that time, he had already guessed his character. After so many years in the last days, he has also changed from the original otaku to the current one. The town lord, he can see Xiao Yao's nature, that is, he can put everything aside when talking about the things he is interested in for the sake of himself before the apocalypse, and he cannot eat or drink in order to play the latest game. A few days. Lin Yuexing can be sure that Xiao Yao has no ambition to rule the world. Seeing Lin Yuexing was only shocked and then smiled, Gu Lai Ameng was very puzzled and asked, "Lao Lin, why are you not nervous?" Lin Yuexing smiled confidently and said, "Xiao Yao is the same type of person as I am. I believe he is in any danger, of course, provided that no one is out of his mind to threaten him." Faced with such a confident Lin Yuexing, Gu Lai Ameng touched his nose. It was not fun. He recovered so quickly, at least panic. Lin Yuexing suddenly clapped the table and stood up and said, "By the way, Saxing City recently used magic technology to create pre-apocalyptic anime. I'll go tell Xiao Ao now, and then go on a pilgrimage with him. That group of technocrats are really not G's. In a few years, maybe anime will be popular all over the world again." After speaking, he ran away in a hurry, leaving Gu Lai Ameng alone. After a while, Gu Lai Ameng responded by clapping the table and shouting, "Damn it! Lao Lin, you won't pay again. 06 Do you have the urge to burn people?" In the most lively market in Jushi Town, nearly 80% of the high-end force in Jushi Town is gathered here. Some people bring their weapons and exercises to auction here, and some people come here to find what they need, creating the prosperity in front of them. Scene. A young man with black hair and black eyes is looking around curiously. Standing next to him is a man wearing a large black trench coat, a black hat, and a pair of sunglasses on his eyes. People of gender, quite a taste of pre-apocalyptic stars hiding from paparazzi. Zia, why do you need to wrap yourself so tightly? Take off your hat and sunglasses. One of them was Xiao Yao, and he looked at the person next to him with a strange expression. The person who wrapped his body tightly was naturally Lin Hui, one of the three masters of Jushi Town. Xiao Yao reached out and wanted to take off the heavy equipment on Lin Hui's body, but Lin Hui dodged left and right, and insisted that Xiao Yao would not take it off. Looking at Lin Hui's attitude of not getting rid of it when he was killed, Xiao Yao didn't hesitate, so he couldn't rely on Xiao Ai to force him. "Brother Yao, see if there is anything you are interested in. You can buy it. The current currency in circulation is world coin, and tens of millions of world coin is already considered a local tyrant. Basically, you can buy everything." Lin Hui continued to read. He glanced at Xiao Yao. The world coins from the 7th order mutant beasts that were killed were all handed over to Xiao Yao. The 5 7th order mutant beasts brought tens of millions of world coins. Now Xiao Yao has more total assets than him. Maybe even his father is not rich as brother Yao, Lin Hui thought so. "Can't you treat a guest? After all, I'm a guest too." Xiao Yao, who is worth over 10 million, said unconsciously. His face was thick and unstoppable. Looking at Xiao Yao's cheeky face, Lin Hui said weakly, "Okay, but I don't have much money on me." "Haha, thank you." After Xiao Yao got Lin Hui's promise, he began to look at the things sold by the street vendors with great interest. "Master Yao, there are good things on the third stall from the front left here." The system's voice rang in Xiao Yao's ears. Following the system's instructions, the owner of the vendor was a young girl who was dressed in shabby clothes and looked a little green. She was about the same age as Lin Hui. Xiao Yao came to the street vendor. There were not many things on the street vendor: a silver long sword, a set of women's light armor, and a few small accessories that looked tattered. In an era when almost everyone has an appraisal technique, the possibility of picking up leaks is very small, but since the system said everything, Xiao Yao began to seriously study the things on the street vendors. Xiao Yao looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see which one was the good thing the system said. System, which is the good thing? Point it? Xiao Yao asked the system in his heart. Just that little glass ball that looks torn. Following the system's instructions, Xiao Yao picked up the small glass ball. This small glass ball is covered with many stains, and there are some black spots inside. It doesn't show any value from the outside, but the system says it's a good thing, so let's buy it. Boss, how do you sell this? Xiao Yao asked the stall owner with a smile. The young girl looked a little flustered. She didn't seem to expect anyone to visit her booth, and she stammered, then, that only needs 100. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. 100, so cheap? Xiao Yao had no idea that this move scared the little girl. The young girl waved her hand in a panic and said, 80. 50 is enough. 100 is also the price, she casually said, and she doesn't know what the price of these things is, but she needs the money urgently now, otherwise I don't even want to sell all my equipment. Xiao Yao smiled, took out the money and said, no, just 100, no need to lower the price. What? Before the young girl could react, Xiao Yao put the money into her hand, picked up the small glass ball, got up and left. After Xiao Yao walked away, the young girl stared blankly at the money in her hand. Is that little glass ball so valuable? Or is he helping me? Holding the 100 world coin in her hand tightly, the young girl looked at Xiao Yao's back with some moving. Naturally, Xiao Yao didn't know that a young girl would make up so much brains, and now he still wanted to find a place to study this little glass ball. Brother Yao, why did you buy such a junk and how much did it cost? Lin Hui leaned over and looked at the small glass ball in Xiao Yao's hand. It took 100. Xiao Yao said lightly. Lin Hui frowned and said, Brother Yao, aren't you being scammed? This thing isn't worth 100, right? Hearing Lin Hui's answer, Xiao Yao felt a black line appear on his face. This ignorant boy. Xiao Yao tapped Lin Hui on the head. Kuangdang. With just such a slap, Lin Hui's sunglasses were covering half of his face. Lin Hui looked at the sunglasses that fell on the ground and subconsciously said, it's over. Before Xiao Yao could figure out the meaning of the sentence, he knew why. It's Lin Hui. Lord Lin actually appeared here. Ah! It's Mr. Lin, so lucky. Sir Lin. There were ups and downs around, and the protagonist was Lin Hui. Sir Lin. Sign me. I don't know who took the lead in speaking first. Xiao Yao only knew that he was pulled away in an instant. Before he could react, Lin Hui had already been submerged in a deep sea of people, and the sea of people was all women. From middle-aged aunts to young girls, a group of women formed a sea of people, drowning Lin Hui. Brother Yao, save me. Lin Hui wailed in the crowd. Depend on. People do not know happiness in happiness. Actually want me to go. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes and planned to stand by. At this time, someone put a hand on Xiao Yao's shoulder. Xiao Yao turned his head reflexively, and what he saw was Lin Hui's father, Lin Yuexing. Aren't you going to save your son? Xiao Yao asked with raised eyebrows. That's enviable. You don't need to worry about the shameless son. Hey, are you saying that your son is really okay? However, Xiao Yao looked at Lin Hui and then at Lin Yuexing, and immediately understood that young people are more popular. Lin Yuexing exuded the resentment of a middle-aged man. He stared at Lin Hui with stern eyes. Why did I have no relationship with women? Although Lin Hui was his son, he was not his own. After raising 3 children, Lin Hui also has an older brother and a younger sister, but they stay in Hope College as teachers, not in Jushi Town. Suddenly Lin Yuexing asked, Xiaoao, do you have the urge to burn people? After speaking, a fire called jealousy flashed in his eyes. There were also some men around, looking at the pile of women with ugly faces, and the eyes of this group of male compatriots also flashed with jealousy. Xiao Yao was silent, but the small wings on his head spurted a small cloud of sunfire, which explained Xiao Yao's inner answer. Even in the end of the world, there is still the existence of the FFF group. After struggling in the sea of women for a long time, Lin Hui escaped in a very embarrassed way. His clothes were torn apart, and there were still some lipstick marks on them. I don't know which bold girl or ant left them enthusiastically. Huh, I finally escaped, so I hate coming to such a crowded place. Lin Hui said while sorting his clothes. Boy, are you joking? Lin Hui didn't notice Xiao Yao and Lin Yuexing, who were already a little dark-faced, and lamented the hard work of being surrounded by a bunch of women. Show off? It's showing off. This is a naked abuse of our group of single dogs, right? Damn life winner. Lin Yuexing finally couldn't stand his son's appearance, and shouted, beat him. In an instant, the surrounding FFF members swarmed up. No matter whether he was the three masters of Jushi Town, he showed off his popularity in broad daylight, and he had to punch him with all his might. This is the voice of the FFF members present. Lin Hui, the protagonist who was beaten by the crowd, showed a wry smile. This was not the first time that the scene had happened. Every time it was his own father who took the lead. Facing such an old man, his son could only accept his fate. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Hui who stayed in the center. Now, almost none of his clothes are intact. Fortunately, the seventh order physique will not be afraid of being beaten casually. Brother Yao, I will never take you out again. Lin Hui said with a bitter face. A lot of anger. Xiao Yao said heartily. That's right, that's right. Lin Yuexing echoed unconscionably on the side. Dad, I am your son. Lin Hui wailed. Facing the unscrupulous father, Lin Hui burst into tears. Don't worry about this, son. Xiao Yao, have you bought anything good? That's it? Xiao Yao boldly took out the small glass ball. It wasn't anything to be seen anyway. This? Xiaoao, you're not being tricked, right? Lin Yuexing's expression was exactly the same as Lin Hui's. Should it be said that they are father and son? Even the expressions are the same. Xiao Yao had black lines all over his head, rolled his eyes and muttered, I don't know the goods. After he finished speaking, he put away the small glass ball and asked the system to clarify it later. Xiao Yao, do you have a place to live now? Xiao Yao thought about it. His original home was probably long gone, so now he is homeless. If not, just stay at my house first. Thank you for saving Lao Gu and my kid. Lin Yuexing said enthusiastically. Seeing that Lin Yuexing was so enthusiastic, Xiao Yao couldn't say anything, so he stayed at Lin Yuexing's house temporarily. Landing is found. 07 Burnett. My character. Xiao Yao was assigned to a room by Lin Yuexing. There was only one bed and a set of table and chairs in the room. The room was simple and clean. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Yao excitedly took out the small glass ball and began to ask the system. System, what exactly is this? Xiao Yao is very curious about this small glass ball. You must know that even Lin Yuexing and his son, who have the 7th order strength, can't see what is special about this small glass ball. Master Yao, this is a rare crystal called crypto crystal. Its function is to hide. The small black dots in this crypto crystal are a kind of embodied dark law, which can be used to comprehend the dark law. Detailed explanation of the system. The law of darkness, sounds awesome. Can this be exchanged for energy points? Xiao Yao has no interest in the dark law at all. he is now more interested in energy points than comprehending the dark law. Master Yao isn't interested in comprehending the law. The system questioned, the dark law is the one that ranks high, and it would be a pity not to comprehend it. I'm not interested in rules now. Xiao Yao said bluntly. From the tone of the system, he can guess that the dark law is a very powerful thing, but he is really not interested in this dark law. The amount of these dark laws can be exchanged. Point energy. Faced with such a master, the system said helplessly. 100 million. Xiao Yao almost jumped up when he heard this number. He didn't expect to be worth more than 100 million so soon. Laozi is now a local tyrant. By the way, don't I still have an energy store lottery ticket? Can I use the system now? Yes, but the lottery tickets are random from the first rank to the god rank. The system reminded me intimately. It's okay, I believe I have a good character. Xiao Yao said confidently. Master Yao, start smoking. Are energy store raffle tickets used? Xiao Yao said nothing more. Just like the dragon with wings, 10 cards appeared in Xiao Yao's mind. Xiao Yao looked at each card carefully and did not see any difference after reading it for a long time. That being the case, burn it. My character. Xiao Yao closed his eyes and randomly drew a card. Master Yao, are you cheating? The system was a little incredulous. What's up? Did you get something awesome? Otherwise, how can the system do this? Xiao Yao opened his eyes and looked at the card in his hand. On the card was a strange fruit covered with purple patterns. What is this? Looking at the fruit with such a strange appearance, Xiao Yao has a headache. Is this edible? Not poisonous, right? After struggling for a long time, Xiao Yao really couldn't understand what this strange fruit was. System, what exactly is this? Xiao Yao asked. This thing was extracted from the system must know. The fruit of thunder. The system gave 4 words. Xiao Yao disapproved and said, oh, it turns out to be the fruit of thunder. Wait, thunder fruit? What? Ringing thunder fruit? System, are you sure you're right? Xiao Yao was surprised. Master Yao, there is indeed nothing wrong with the thunder fruit. Send it. Xiao Yao jumped up and down happily. Thunder fruit, this is a super abnormal devil fruit. After eating it, it can turn the body into a thunder element. It is completely immune to ordinary physical attacks. It can release electric attacks and teleport within a certain range. After being seriously injured, you can still use the ability. Electric shock to itself to resurrect, lightning has energy, basically can be used as a perpetual motion machine. With so many advantages, it fully shows how perverted the thunder fruit is. With curiosity, Xiao Yao looked for the price of the thunder fruit in the energy store. In an instant, the number 6 followed by 10 zeros almost blinded Xiao Yao's eyes. Nima. 60 billion. The corners of Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. This thundering fruit is really expensive. If he wanted to buy it, he would probably have to slaughter the mutant beasts for a long time. Fortunately, he only consumed 1 energy store lottery ticket to get it. This character is good, nothing to say. Proper European. Thinking of this, the corner of Xiao Yao's mouth rose. After admiring the thundering fruit in his hand, Xiao Yao opened his mouth and began to eat it. I have to say that the thunder fruit inherits the characteristics of the devil fruit and is unpalatable. It can be said that Xiao Yao ate the thunder fruit with pain and joy. Pain is naturally the unpleasant taste, and happiness is naturally the perverted ability of the thunder fruit. Even though the thundering fruit has the ability of abnormal level, it is unpalatable. Xiao Yao just ate it for nearly an hour before swallowing the purple thundering fruit. Well, it's not ordinary and unpalatable. Xiao Yao licked his mouth. The taste of the thunder fruit is unforgettable. Of course, the bad kind. Closing his eyes, Xiao Yao felt that his body had changed significantly after eating the thunder fruit. First of all, he can turn his body into a thunder element at will. When he turns into a thunder element, he can instantly increase his movement speed, and becoming a thunder element needs to consume his mental power, and maintaining the state of the thunder element consumes very little, plus the mental power will take a period of time. Automatic recovery: with his current physical fitness, he can turn on the thunder element all day without any problem, but when using teleportation or current, it will consume a lot of mental power. Overall, Xiao Yao is very satisfied with the thunder fruit, which is worthy of it. It's a perverted devil fruit. Xiao Yao was very playful. Mind a move. I saw a flash of electricity in the room, and Xiao Yao disappeared. Me woo. I didn't expect that Xiao Yao would come to teleport this trick, and he couldn't prevent himself from falling to the ground like Mao Yubian, a dignified winged dragon. Me woo. Realizing that Xiao Yao was missing, Little Wing slowly floated up, flew out of the house, and found his unconscionable master by induction. Not to mention the thrown winglet, Xiao Yao is now 3,000 meters above the town of Jushi, relying on the elementalized body of Lei. Xiao Yao is standing in the sky like this. Xiao Yao muttered to himself, I don't know how far a teleport can go. It's better to act immediately, and Xiao Yao immediately put it into practice. Lightning flashed high in the sky. It is about 5 kilometers away from Boulder Town. I can teleport anywhere within a radius of 5 kilometers. The thunder fruit is really powerful. Xiao Yao was very satisfied with the ability of the thunder fruit. The moment he finished eating the thunder fruit, the ability of the thunder fruit was imprinted on Xiao Yao's body instinctively. With the abnormal body of thunder element, maybe Lin Hui and his father might not be able to beat him. With the help of the weather, it would not be difficult to destroy a town. Suddenly, a small ball of hair appeared on Xiao Yao's head silently, which scared Xiao Yao. You must know that thunder element has a radar ability, and what can approach him without his awareness? Me woo. Xiao Yao nervously looked at the thing on his head. It was Wing Shen Long Mao, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai's big eyes looked at Xiao Yao with some dissatisfaction. Facing Xiao Ai's eyes, Xiao Yao laughed dryly. Let's go around the neighborhood. This time Xiao Yao didn't dare to use teleportation, so he flew slowly with little wings on his head, and his body flashed from time to time. I don't know if Xiao Yali's elemental flight is too arrogant. A fifth-order giant bird fell from the sky, a pair of sharp claws grabbed Xiao Yao fiercely, and regarded this human who dared to fly in the air as food. Me woo. Xiao Ai whispered softly, obviously wanting to shoot. Leave it to me. Xiao Yao touched Xiao Ai's head and glanced at the giant bird. Rank 8, that is, Xiao Yao of the ordinary rank, faced the 5th rank giant bird head-on. Basically, there is no suspense for ordinary mortals to go up to the 5th rank, and the victory or defeat can be seen at a glance, but the opponent that giant bird meets is not ordinary mortals, but a pervert like Xiao Yao. Teleport. In an instant, Xiao Yao came to the back of the giant bird. Hey! The giant bird chirped, not realizing that Xiao Yao had unknowingly come to its back, spread its wings and started looking for Xiao Yao. Hey! Stupid bird, I'm here. Xiao Yao provoked on the back of the giant bird. Hey! The giant bird noticed it as soon as Xiao Yao made a sound. The giant bird swirled rapidly in the air in anger, trying to throw Xiao Yao off his back. Xiao Yao muttered on the back of the giant bird, this is more exciting than a roller coaster, stupid bird, I won't play with you anymore. The giant bird now only wants to shake Xiao Yao off his back and eat it, and the speed of the rotation is getting faster and faster. Xiao Yaoxi on the back of the giant bird smiled evilly. Xiao Yao raised a hand, and a dazzling electric spear appeared in Xiao Yao's palm. Feeling the huge energy on his back, his wild instinct made the giant bird uneasy to speed up and scramble to get out of danger, but it was too late when he hit Xiao Yao with his idea. Electric spear. Electric spear fired. In an instant, it penetrated the giant bird's head and electrocuted its entire head. Kill the level 51 giant eagle to gain experience points. Energy point Biang Novel Transfer Station 1705911093. Killing the 5th order mutant beasts personally brought more than 500,000 experience points, which suddenly increased Xiao Yao's level by a large amount. Xiao Yao added all the free attributes he got to his spirit. Every time he used the thunder fruit, he would consume mental energy. The level of his spirit was related to the power that the thunder fruit could exert. Host, Xiao Yao. Level, 30, Biang Novel Transfer Station 1705911093. Slash. Stamina, 124. Agility, 130. Vitality, 130. Spirit, 224. Summoning energy. Skill points, 30. Backpack, 7th order Spar X5, 5th order Spar X1. Xiao Yao is very satisfied with the 9-digit energy point, so many energy points can be exchanged for many things. Little Wing, we're going back. Greeting Xiao Ai and letting him fly to his head and sit down, Xiao Yao flew back to Boulder Town so slowly. The 08th is really cool. It has been a week since Xiao Yao came to Jiaxi Town, and he has roughly figured out the distribution of forces in Jiaxi Town. The highest level of Jiaxi Town considers himself the father and son of the Lin family and Gu Lai Ameng. Lin Yuexing is the mayor, Gili Ameng and Lin Hui are the deputy mayors, and there are 5 other managers under them who manage population, food, planting, trade, and diplomacy. All supervisors Xiao Yao have seen, each supervisor has the strength of the 6th order, but this power is nothing in Xiao Yao's eyes. In addition to the official managers, there are also underground gangsters in Boulder Town. There are 2 major hunting groups, the Red Flame Hunting Group and the Ice Wing Hunting Group. The leaders of these 2 hunting groups also have 6th order strength. The black ones are their subordinates. Anyway, with Xiao Yao's current strength, he can live very well. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Yao had been living as he wanted, and after the apocalypse, Xiao Yao still wanted to continue to maintain his attitude towards life. Now Xiao Yao's favorite thing is to go to the market, but since Lin Hui's charm is too big for women, Xiao Yao is all alone shopping, relying on the system's cheat-like instructions. Xiao Yao is stunned to find a lot good things. After Xiao Yao exchanged some skills, there are still a lot left, and now every day through the good things in the market, the energy points are steadily increasing. While strolling around, the system suddenly prompted, "Master Yao, it's still an old stall, I really don't know why that girl has so many good things." Xiao Yao has long explained that if he finds something good, he will be reminded immediately. As for the old stall, it is the stall of the young girl Xiao Yao visited on the first day in Jiaxi Town. I don't know where she found all her things. So much good stuff. Xiao Lian, I'm here to visit your stall again today. Xiao Yao greeted with a smile. He came to buy 1 or 2 things almost every day, and Xiao Yao got acquainted with the young girl. The young girl's real name is Emozilian, she has only 1st-tier strength, and her profession is a summoner, but the pet she summoned suffered serious injuries in order to protect her, so now she continues to use money to heal the pet's wounds. Xiao Yao is in. I learned from her when I bought something from her for the 4th time. Brother Xiao, you are here too. Emozilian smiled brightly. Thanks to Xiao Yao's patronage in the past few days, her busy financial problems have been greatly helped. Looking at Xiao Yao's face, Emozilian's cheeks turned slightly red. There are not many things sold at the small vendors every time, but there must be good things in it, which is guaranteed by the system. It's still the same. Xiao Yao looked at it for a long time. It's better to ask the system faster. Today is a rusty iron mask, the style is very ordinary, only 2 holes are opened in the eye area, from the appearance it's just a piece of junk, but others can't see it, the system is very clear about the value of this thing, and what can be seen by the system is not an ordinary item, like the original dark law of manifestation, if someone can use it to comprehend it. The law of darkness, that can be used as a trick to press the bottom of the box. Brother Xiao, thank you for your support today. You are the only one who can buy my things. Mozillion smiled. That's because what you sell is all good stuff. That's why I buy it. Xiao Yao said the truth, but Mozillion didn't believe it at all. Hey! It's time to pay the protection fee this month. Just as Xiao Yao was chatting with Mozillion, a vendor who was 4 or 5 stalls away from Mozillion was surrounded by 3 young people with golden hair. The one who took the lead seemed to be the oldest, with a pair of triangular eyes that looked a bit wretched, and there was a rogue temperament all over his body. This kind of creature is really strong, and it can be seen whether it is before or after the apocalypse, but as long as he doesn't provoke him, he doesn't really want to conflict with this kind of force. Xiao Yao thinks so. Looking at the gangster in the distance, Mozillion trembled uncomfortably. Although the movements were subtle, Xiao Yao still noticed. Xiao Lian, what are you afraid of? Xiao Yao stood aside a little, and his figure stood in front of Mozillion, blocking her side of the gangster. Mozillion smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xiao, it's nothing. This kind of obvious lie can be seen by a discerning person, but if Mozillion doesn't say it, Xiao Yao can't force her. As the saying goes, come to whatever you are afraid of. The little gangster tilted his head just to see Mozillion's figure, smiled strangely, put aside the stall owner who was originally surrounded, and led his younger brother over. Isn't this the chick that the boss likes? Haven't decided yet to serve our boss? You must know that you owe a lot of money. The little gangster said arrogantly. With his triangular eyes, it perfectly interprets the image of the villain. Xiao Yao frowned. It sounded like the boss was planning to use force. Mozillion is also one of the few acquaintances of Xiao Yao in Jushi town, and Xiao Yao is a very emotional person. If Mozillion will be wronged, Xiao Yao will never stand by. Brother, won't you get out of our Black Tiger gang's business? A little gangster's younger brother shouted at Xiao Yao, who was beside him, and stretched out his hand as if trying to push Xiao Yao away. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded. The left cheek of the little brother who wanted to reach out and push Xiao Yao became red and swollen. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and said, Don't do anything casually, I hate being touched by people like you. There was a chill in his tone. Seeing his subordinates being slapped in the face, the gangster immediately became furious and shouted, paralyzed. Those who dare to touch Lao Tzu, brothers, come on. Give this boy a lesson, and slap his hands. The gangster and his 2 younger brothers surrounded Xiao Yao in 3 directions, each of them was over 30, 3 were 3rd rank, this was the capital for them to run amok here. Superior. As soon as the voice fell, the gangster and his 2 younger brothers set off at the same time. In the face of the 3 people attacking, Xiao Yao smiled lightly and looked at a skill. Endless Martial Arts LV3. Infinite Martial Arts, in a certain era known as Unparalleled Superb Martial Arts. Make the mind, skills, and body fully integrated into one. No matter what kind of mental control, including madness, it can exert 100% of its combat ability, which is the ability of the heroic spirit Lancelot in Fate. This skill was Xiao Yao yesterday who asked the system to recommend the best melee combat skills. It cost 10-digit energy points. If it weren't for the treasures that he found in Mozillion these days, Xiao Yao would not be able to afford it. However, after the purchase, Xiao Yao's energy points were very few, and he was a pauper. Got it? The little gangster looked at Xiao Yao who was standing in the same place and thought proudly, this kid doesn't look too strong. After the kid is abolished, he threatens the little girl to accompany the boss, then the boss will definitely give something good. A black shadow flashed in front of him, and the little gangster and his 2 younger brothers attacked in the air, and the figure of Xiao Yao who was standing there disappeared. "Where's the people?" the gangster shouted angrily. "Brother, I don't know." "I do not know either." The two little brothers looked at the little gangster innocently, which made the little gangster a little annoyed. Why the good people disappeared? He, a bunch of useless scumbags. Xiao Yao's mocking voice came from behind the gangster. The little gangster turned his head, saw Xiao Yao's contemptuous eyes, and was instantly furious. "Bastard!" The little bastard gritted his teeth. "Humph, scum is scum, you want to teach me a lesson with your three-legged cat skills." Xiao Yao continued to mock. "Boy, you have fully practiced your taunting skills, right?" Snapped. The little gangster seemed to hear the sound of the line of reason breaking in his mind. "Damn, go to hell. Flame fist." The little gangster doesn't care if this is a market where people come and go, he just wants to beat this bastard Xiao Yao to death. This punch is his third-order strongest trick, even his boss would not dare to fight it head-on. "Ha." Xiao Yao smiled lightly as he looked at the fist that was wrapped in flames. His body flickered to the side like flowing water, and he grabbed with his backhand, accurately grabbing the little gangster's arm while avoiding it. "Just now, it seems that someone said to abolish my hand," Xiao Yao whispered to himself. The little gangster's arm was caught, and when he heard Xiao Yao say this, he felt bad. Click. "Ah! My hand!" The little bastard rolled on the ground in pain. His hand was broken at a 180-degree angle, and his small arm was broken in a circle at a strange angle. The two younger brothers on the side were dumbfounded. The elder brother was beaten by a trick? "Why, don't you get out?" Xiao Yao squinted at the two younger brothers. When the two younger brothers looked at them like this, their cold hair stood upright, and they rolled and crawled to carry their elder brother to escape. Looking at the back of the gangster who was carried away by his younger brother, Xiao Yao said, "I didn't expect that gangster's subordinates were quite loyal." After speaking, Xiao Yao snapped his fingers. No one noticed that a tiny blue light had just crept into the punk's clothes. "Little love, what's wrong?" Xiao Yao looked suspiciously at Mozillion with a dull expression. "Brother Xiao killed those gangsters in seconds." Mozillion looked at Xiao Yao sluggishly. The group of gangsters, each with third-order strength, were beaten away so easily. Thinking of this, Mozillion said respectfully, "Brother Xiao, I'm fine." Hearing Mozillion's respectful tone, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. It seemed that the little girl was a little scared seeing his strength, but isn't it easy to change the situation? "Little love." Xiao Yao's tone was a little serious. Mozillion asked nervously, "What's the matter?" Pretending to be so cool. "Isn't he handsome?" Mozillion burst out laughing when she saw Xiao Yao's words that were out of tune. "That's right, don't be too respectful to me, I'm still your big brother Xiao," Xiao Yao said with a smile. Mozillion thought about it, and immediately realized that Xiao Yao didn't want to change the relationship between them, and didn't want her to be too respectful. Thinking of this, Mozillion smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, brother Xiao. If you want to thank me, just sell me some good things when I come to visit tomorrow." The 09th is brushed as a boss. After chatting with Mozillion for a while, Xiao Yao put away the spoils he bought today, left the market, and came to the outside of Jishi town. A group of people has already gathered here, and there are definitely more than 50 at a glance. "Boy, did you hurt Ajin?" a burly man said harshly. Xiao Yao said frankly, "That's right, I was the one who injured him." "Are you his boss?" The burly man stretched out his hand. "What is this for?" Xiao Yao wondered. The burly man smiled and said, "Medical expenses, be wise, or you will waste your hands." "How much?" Xiao Yao asked following the burly man's words. The burly man said, "A fifth-order weapon." Hearing the burly man's answer, Xiao Yao stretched out his hand. "What's this for?" the burly man asked. Xiao Yakin said with a smile, "I didn't mean to give fifth-order weapons." The burly man was stunned for a moment, and immediately wanted to understand that Xiao Yao was playing tricks on him. "Fuck. You're courting death." Seeing this, Xiao Yao just smiled and said, "Is your real boss still out?" As soon as the words came out, the raised fist of the burly man stopped, and the younger brothers beside him also looked like they had seen a ghost. How did this kid know that Abayao was the younger brother that the boss used to test him, and it was perfect to pretend to be the boss with Abayao's appearance and imposing manner? There was even a sixth-order passerby who was in trouble in Jushi town and was pitted. When he tried to teach Abayao, he was severely beaten by the boss. A middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd, wearing a pair of strangely shaped eyes. "But at level 30, you can find me hiding in the crowd. Boy, it seems that you have a trump card." The middle-aged man continued, "If I like Zillion, you should stop interfering, otherwise you will cause a lot of trouble. I left at a sensible point. I won't care about you hitting my subordinates today." Xiao Yao asked, "Uncle, how did you know my level?" The middle-aged man pointed at the glasses on his eyes. Xiao Yao suddenly realized, it turned out to be props. It seems that this guy is very confident in himself. He thinks that the fifth-order strength can crush him. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao can't help but want to laugh. If he dares to do it, let him know what it means not to judge people by their appearance. A small arrow 1 inch long silently shot out of the middle-aged man's sleeve. "Depend on. Come to Yin." Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. If he hadn't been vigilant earlier, he would definitely be overcast if he changed someone else. This uncle is really a smiling tiger, saying one thing and doing another. Facing the small arrows that came quickly, Xiao Yao looked calm. With a flash of his hand, there was a small arrow in his palm. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Is Yin people fun?" Seeing Xiao Yao taking the arrow lightly, the middle-aged man's face darkened slightly. He couldn't be more clear about the power of that small arrow. The speed of that small arrow could not catch even a sixth-order powerhouse. It was with the mini-arrow crossbow in his sleeve that he successfully killed a sixth-order powerhouse, and now this small arrow, which has always been unfavorable, has been easily taken down. The level test mirror has determined that this kid is only level 30, and the level test mirror cannot be wrong, which means that there must be something special about this kid. Maybe he has some top equipment that can improve his strength. Thinking of this, a trace of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Everyone will do their best, and whoever stays, I will kill him." He, does this mean that the conversation has collapsed? Did that voice record make you think I'm easy to bully? Xiao Yao said with a smile. The group of middle-aged men around, you look at me, I look at you, silent for a moment. I don't understand why it's just a third-order kid who wants to shoot with all his strength. Seeing the suspicious look of his subordinates, the middle-aged man immediately became furious and shouted, "Aren't you listening to what I said?" Seeing that the boss was angry, that group of subordinates also knew that the opponent was not easy, although it was only a third order. As soon as they said they did, the men were neatly divided into 3 groups. Among them, the men wearing robes obviously from the legal system stood a little far away, muttering words in their mouths, gathering the magic elements in the air, and preparing to enlarge their moves. And another group of mages is trying to stack buff to another group of war-type men. The end, the group of warriors flashed red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and other colors of light. They were all buffs superimposed by another group of priests. These buffs superimposed on them could enhance their strength by at least 30%. Chi Slash, Whirlwind Stab, Spiral Axe, Death Strike. All kinds of skills were activated, and Xiao Yao stood still as he looked at the overwhelming skills like a tiger. Boom! The skill hit brought up a lot of sand, gravel, and dust, and the dust flew up. Mage team, use your skills. Flame fireball. Tornado. Ice pick. The boulder falls. Colorful magic danced all over the sky, and the momentum was only stronger than the attack of the warrior team just now. The sound of explosions like special effects was incessant, and they were bombarded by magic for 5 minutes. Even if the Sixth Order powerhouse hadn't died, he would have to peel off his skin. Dust, but it didn't hinder his imagination. He seemed to see that the kid who offended him was dead. The middle-aged man seemed to be impatient to see Xiao Yao's tragic death, a breeze blowing away the dust. Seeing the scene under the dust, the confident smile of the middle-aged man froze, and then turned into an unbelievable expression because he saw that the boy who was slashed by the warrior with his skills and bombarded with magic by the mage was in good condition. Standing flawlessly in a big pit. "Yo, is it cool?" Xiao Yaokan said with a smile, but a group of people looked like they had seen a ghost. "It doesn't die? Isn't it only level 30? This Nima is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger." Even the most foolish person understands that this young, always smiling kid is a hidden master, even though he is only level 30. The middle-aged man is already red-eyed. He must not let this kid leave alive. Level 30 has this kind of strength. What about level 40? What about level 50? If he were to leave alive, it would undoubtedly be a serious problem for his confidence. How on earth did Mozillion hook up with such a strong man? Give it to me. Never let him leave alive. Today either we die or he will die. The middle-aged man's anger made his stupefied men come back to their senses. That's right. A strong man with such high strength was attacked by himself and others with all his strength just now. Those who have already offended him can no longer be offended. With the temper of a strong man, he will definitely kill them all. The bloody killer in Tianya City is the kind of person who offends him. The ruthless man who made you die without a corpse. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's subordinates all took out life-saving medicines and weapons. They knew that this moment could not be preserved. Go back to 5 minutes ago. Xiao Yao watched the group divide into 3 groups, a group of mages, a group of warriors, and a group of priests. Melee, long-range attack, plus buff, is this a group to brush boss? Feelings are treated as boss. Chi slash. Whirlwind stab. Spiral axe. Death strike. Let go of the trick. Xiao Yao didn't care about the overwhelming skills. He directly turned on elementalization, his body turned into thunder element, and he was completely immune to these skills. Mage team, use your skills. Flame fireball. Tornado. Ice pick. The boulder falls. As the sand and dust raised by the soldiers' attack blocked Xiao Yao's sight, only the sound of magic being released from the sand and dust was heard, and colorful magic missiles attacked one after another. Yo, these fireworks are really good. Xiao Yao heartlessly watched the magic explode around him, bursting out colorful sparks, green wind blades, orange-red fireballs, and dark blue ice picks, all of which were more beautiful than fireworks. Xiao Yao, who was in the center of the fireworks, had a leisurely time to appreciate it, but he only suffered from the mages outside who were casting spells crazily. The magic bombed indiscriminately for 5 minutes, and Xiao Yao also enjoyed the fireworks for 5 minutes before the mages stopped, which made Xiao Yao a little dissatisfied. Couldn't he hold on for more? This magic firework is pretty good. Not long after the magic stopped, a cool breeze blew through, carrying away the dust. Xiao Yao's sight was no longer blocked by the sand and dust, so he naturally saw the group of people who were attacking him crazily. After scanning around, Xiao Yaokan said with a smile, "Yo, is it cool?" Regardless of whether the group of people were happy or not, Xiao Yao was quite happy to see their stunned expressions. Although he was treated as a boss, it was worth seeing such beautiful fireworks. Give it to me. Never let him leave alive. Either we die or he dies today. Seeing the jealous look of the middle-aged man, Xiao Yao's smile deepened. The warrior team was the first to approach, and a group of people attacked in an orderly manner. Seeing a knife on the left slashing, a spear on the right stabbing, and occasionally an axe or a giant hammer, the corners of Xiao Yao's mouth twitched, and his feelings really regarded him as a boss. Is it necessary to kill your whole family? Xiao Yao's thoughts were still 20 years ago. Naturally, he didn't know how terrible it would be to offend a strong man in this apocalypse, and he was regarded as that strong man. Relying on endless martial arts, Xiao Yao easily dodged in the shadows of swords and swords. These swords, spears, swords and halberds could not even wipe his clothes, and from time to time, Xiao Yao would slash his own body with 4 or 2,000 pounds. The middle-aged man who was watching the battle was a little frightened. Under such a fierce offensive, he was unharmed and could counter-attack in time. Is this really the strength that can be possessed by level 30? The middle-aged man couldn't help but regret coming to teach Xiao Yao a lesson, but unfortunately there is no regret medicine in the world. Chapter 10 Villains are always talking. Seeing that the attacks of his subordinates could not bring harm to Xiao Yao at all, he even saw Xiao Yao's relaxed smile. The middle-aged man could no longer stand idly by. Go away! The middle-aged man shouted, and his subordinates stepped aside wisely. The middle-aged man held a huge sword, the whole sword was much bigger than himself, shouted loudly, raised his sword and slashed towards Xiao Yao. The speed of the giant sword falling is very fast, but can it be faster than lightning? The speed of Xiao Yao, who has been elementalized by lightning, has been equal to that of lightning, and the speed of the giant sword falling is not fast enough in his eyes. The smile was still a relaxed smile, and it couldn't hurt Xiao Yao in the slightest, so he smiled while dodging with ease, even though the middle-aged man's sword swing speed had exceeded 10 swords per second. Some middle-aged people can't believe it. A mere level 30 is so powerful. If everyone was like this when the end of the world happened, would humans still be overwhelmed by mutant beasts? The group of middle-aged men only saw their boss attacking desperately, but just like them, the attack was not effective at all. At this time, the middle-aged man already regretted coming to provoke the boy in front of him for Mozillion's sake. There are as many women as you want, but there is only one life, and this is a evil star in front of you. With his lightning-like speed and endless martial arts, Xiao Yao felt like he was bullying children, so he wanted to end the battle. In a teleport, Xiao Yao appeared directly behind the middle-aged man and said, "It's almost time to end." When the middle-aged man heard the voice behind him, his hair stood on end, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Should he fight? Once done, there is no turning back. Before the middle-aged man could make a decision, Xiao Yao threw a punch wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the dark blue fist slammed out with the thunder and lightning, and the hit would definitely kill him. Xiao Yao can guarantee this. Who told this uncle to want to kill? What about him, so he won't stay? Crack! The middle-aged man was next to the punch, and his body flew out like a cannonball, smashing a deep hole. In the deep pit, the middle-aged man vomited blood painfully, and his limbs were all severed. Now he was in a state of shock. The most precious surrogate talisman on his body was shattered, and if he didn't fight, he would die. There is no time for middle-aged people to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man took out a pitch-black spar with his broken hand. The pitch-black spar exudes a seductive beauty, and after staring at it for a long time, it seems that even the soul will be sucked in. Demon Sealing Stone, a demon head is sealed inside. In just one line of introduction, this magic seal was obtained by a middle-aged man unintentionally. He kept it all the time. Although he didn't know how powerful the devil in it was, he had always regarded it as a killer. Xiao Yao was a little surprised to see the middle-aged man vomiting blood in the deep pit and said, "You didn't die, are you from Xiaoqiang?" Hearing Xiao Yao's insulting words, the middle-aged popularity exploded. The middle-aged man blushed, vomited blood, and said bitterly, "I want to perish with you." After speaking, he crushed the demon sealing stone in his hand. In an instant, a dark aura that was visible to the naked eye dissipated. Xiao Yao's pupils shrank suddenly. Despair, death, extinction. The black air revealed an aura that he didn't want. Xiao Yao had the urge to summon Xiao Ai, but in the end he held back and looked at what it was. Ha ha ha. The deity finally came out of this damn seal. A hoarse voice came from the black air. A skeleton man in a jet black robe came out of the black air. The pale skeleton, with a faint blue-white flame burning in the eye sockets of the skull, seemed to see death at a glance. The middle-aged man knelt down beside the skeleton man with a pale face. He was a little trembling. In fact, he regretted breaking the seal of the magic stone. From his breath, he knew that the skeleton man was kind from time to time. This is also normal. All those sealed by the magic stone are murderous, and they are the great devils whose lives are like mustards. You let me out. The skeleton man looked at the middle-aged man kneeling beside him, with a weird smile on his face, a skeleton grinning, his already terrifying face even more terrifying. With a little concentration, if you almost see it, you will be scared to pee directly. That's right, that's right. The middle-aged man stammered. The middle-aged man at least still had the courage to answer, but his subordinates who were much weaker than him were all scared to pee, and a few of them just rolled their eyes and fainted, and there was an unpleasant smell of urine in the air. Be honored. You will be the food to restore the power of the deity. The skeleton man let out a chilling laughter, and a thick black mist spread out around him. When the thick fog appeared, Xiao Yao's pupils shrank suddenly. The black thick fog gave him a very ominous feeling, so he used teleport to leave the area that the thick fog might cover. The black fog instantly surrounded the middle-aged man and his group of men, but the strange thing was that there was no sound in the thick black fog. Silence. Xiao Yao was suspended in mid-air, looking at the large black fog below, hesitating whether to go down to investigate, but as soon as he felt the breath from the fog, he only dared to stay in mid-air. After floating in the air for a long time, Xiao Yao finally waited until the thick black fog dissipated. To be precise, it did not dissipate. The thick black mist surged over with the skeleton man as the center, forming a vortex, and finally it was absorbed by the skeleton man. In the place originally covered by the thick black fog, there were no grass and skeletons. Don't think that these are the middle-aged and his group of men. The skeleton man looked up at Xiao Yao, who was floating in the air, and said, "Little guy, he's quite capable of escaping." Xiao Yao didn't run away, just quietly landed on the ground, staring straight at the skeleton man. If the situation would threaten the safety of Jushi town, he would obliterate the skeleton man, even if the skeleton man's strength unfathomable. Don't forget that Xiao Yao is the trump card of the god-level winged Shenlong. Xiao Yao stared at the skeleton man and asked, "What are you?" Xiao Yao thought that the skeleton man would disdain to answer. After all, he just killed the middle-aged man and his group without saying a word, but unexpectedly, the flames in the skeleton man's eyes were a little more vigorous, and then he started talking to himself excitedly. This deity is one of the three supreme beings in the demon world, the demon lord of death. He is one of the three most powerful beings in the demon world. In the heyday of this deity, he was able to destroy an ice-bone dragon with a single thought. Holding the divine weapon Death Wand, it can deliver a blow comparable to that of the gods. Wearing the armor of gods and grief and sorrow is invincible, even the gods can't break it. Wearing the cloak of the dead artifact can increase the strength of the deity. Wind boots, the speed is beyond the reach of even the gods. Hundreds of millions of dead skeletons, tens of millions of skeleton knights, millions of phantom leaders, tens of thousands of dark generals, thousands of ghost marshals, hundreds of demon kings of condemnation, dozens of demon emperors, and the three guards directly under the undead emperor. The territory occupies 1/3 of the demon world. Seeing the skeleton man talking more and more excitedly, Xiao Yao interjected, "Then how did you end up being sealed?" Seemingly blocked by Xiao Yao's words, The skeleton man showed a wry smile and said, "This deity was accidentally punched into the sealing stone by two other demon world supreme beings and flowed into the void, and finally came to this world. Young man, although this deity is less than 1/10,000 of the strength of the Hade, he is able to escape the fog of death of this deity. His strength is good. This deity will give you a chance to take refuge in this deity, and this deity will give you glory and wealth in the future." Seeing that the demon lord of death began to talk to himself again, Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. Sure enough, villains have talked a lot since ancient times. If you talk less, you will die. Xiao Yao didn't wait for the death demon lord to finish, and said directly, "Forget it, I'm not interested in what you said." He felt that he would definitely be mentally weakened if he listened to it anymore. "Your sister. Will the villain die if he doesn't talk too much?" "Young man, you gave up the opportunity this deity gave you." The flames in the empty eye sockets of the demon lord of death instantly doubled, as if he was annoyed by Xiao Yao's attitude. This kind of powerful deity could not even look at it before, but now this deity lifts you up and gives you a chance to be loyal to this deity. You little guy dare to refuse. Court death. The demon lord of death was angry, and the first shot was the ultimate move, and a solid black missile waved and shot out at a speed so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Teleport. At the moment when the death demon lord launched the magic missile, Xiao Yao's heart rang the alarm bell. He teleported without thinking, and the black magic missile flashed dangerously. The black magic missile missed Xiao Yao and slammed into a rock behind at a rapid speed. Bump. As soon as the rock touched the black magic missile, it exploded directly. The black magic missile not only brought an explosion, but also had a terrifying corrosive effect. Depend on. So powerful. Xiao Yao's eyelids twitched wildly. If this hit a human being, even the 7th rank would definitely die. Little guy, you should have the ability to teleport, right? The death demon lord didn't know how many years he had lived, but at a glance, he could see how Xiao Yao escaped her corrosive magic bullet. In the face of the death demon, Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. "You can't fight, brother. Brother is still afraid of you." Thinking of his teleportation ability that was almost cheating, Xiao Yao suddenly felt confident. Teleport. Arm thunder. Lightning speed up. In an instant, Xiao Yao's arm turned into a blue light and blasted towards the demon lord of death. This is the greatest power Xiao Yao can exert at this stage. The ability of the thunder fruit cannot be fully exerted due to insufficient physical strength. Basically, it can only be used. If the power does not exceed the limit of the body's load, the ultimate move is completely useless. If it is not for infinite martial arts, it may not be possible to exert this level of power. Facing Xiao Yao's punch with blue lightning, the death demon lord did not dodge or evade. He took it down abruptly, and his body bounced backwards like a cannonball, causing the dust to fly up. Number 11, do you know the railgun? Xiao Yao's eyes were fixed on the flying sand. As for the power of this blow, Xiao Yao didn't know how much damage it could bring to the demon lord of death. Little guy, the strength is good. The death demon lord walked out of the sand and dust unscathed, and the skeleton hand tapped the black robe on his body to knock off the dust on it. That look, a whole relaxed and comfortable Xiao Yao was a little hit. Brother's full blow. Not even a hair was hurt. Woohoo. GM, here is someone opening a plug-in. Who is coming to report? The demon lord of death watched Xiao Yao open her skeleton mouth and said with a smile, "It's my turn next." With a wave of his hand, the corrosive magic bullets appeared behind the death demon lord. The demon lord of death stretched out his hand and said, "Go." In an instant, the corrosive magic bullet shot at Xiao Yao with the power to cover the sky. Depend on. This is the rhythm of playing the barrage. Facing the corrosive magic bullets flying all over the sky, Xiao Yao said that the pressure was not great. I think when I played Dongfang, the perverted barrages of those ghosts and beasts were more and more perverted and denser than each other. In the end, they were not all cleared one by one. This level of barrage is nothing. A barrage of the level of the Death Demon Lord can only be used as a two-sided boss at most. Xiao Yao doesn't even need to teleport. He only relies on the super agility brought by the Thunder Fruit and the absolute control of the body brought by infinite martial arts. Xiao Yao walking through the hail of bullets with ease, his figure was as natural as running clouds and water, until all the corrosive magic bullets were fired, leaving bottomless potholes on the ground, and Xiao Yao didn't even wipe his clothes. A barrage of this magnitude is not powerful. Xiao Yao mocked the Death Demon Lord lightly. I have to say that Xiao Yao's taunt was very powerful. The Demon Lord of Death was directly blown up. Although the skeleton had no hair to explode, it did not prevent the Demon Lord of Death from being full of anger. Century. Millennium. How long has it been since no one dared to mock her face to face? This human being in front of her, a mere human being, is so bold. She just avoided the corrosive magic bullet and thought she was invincible. Can be destroyed. The Death Demon Lord said coldly, "Little guy, you have angered the deity." His body exuded a real black aura. With a wave of his hand, there are millions of corrosive magic bullets. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes and began to resign himself to dodging the barrage of corrosive magic bullets. During this period, a few thunders were fired from time to time, but hitting the Death Demon Lord was like scratching a tick, without much effect. The most powerful trick is to drop tens of thousands of thunders in an instant, killing the enemy in a destructive manner. Unfortunately, with Xiao Yao's current strength, it is already the limit to release 5 thunders at the same time, and 5 thunders are obviously completely useless against the Death Lord. Now Xiao Yao is very depressed. Hit it, the attack is useless at all. Run away, and worry that the Demon Lord of Death will go to Boulder Town to make a fuss, and that will be a big game. Death Lord, 80, 99, seriously wounded. This is the strength of the Demon Lord of Death that Xiao Yao let the system detect just now. If the Death Demon Lord is seriously injured, he has the strength of the 8th rank. The strongest mayor of Zheshi Town, Lin Yuexing, is also on the 7th rank. If he faces the Death Demon Lord, it is proper to die. Not to mention that he lives in Lin Yuexing's house and owes him favors, but that Lin Yuexing has a great appetite for Xiao Yao, and that little girl Mo Zillion makes it impossible for him to sit back and watch Zheshi Town be destroyed. Corruption magic bullets are fired in an endless stream. Looking at the Demon Lord of Death who kept releasing corrosive magic bullets, Xiao Yao felt powerless to start. The ability of the Thunder Fruit is to transform itself into thunder, and to control thunder and lightning at will. Thunder. Electricity. What other attack methods can Thunderbolt have? With Xiao Yao's brain running at full speed, he was desperately thinking of ways to turn the tide of the battle. Although he could easily solve it by releasing the winged dragon, Xiao Yao didn't want to rely on others for everything, he wanted to solve it by himself. Things have returned to the original point. If you don't rely on the winged dragon, you can only rely on your own strength. Infinite martial arts combined with the strongest attack of the arm thunder at this stage can't hurt the Death Demon Lord. Infinite martial arts training is a waste. Now, what other attack methods are there? Xiao Yao desperately thought about how lightning could be used. With a flash of inspiration, Xiao Yao thought of a figure, with brown shoulder-length hair and a domineering heroic figure, Misaka Mikoto, a person with LV5 ability in the Academy City. The ultimate super electromagnetic gun is not the application of thunder and lightning. The power of the railgun is definitely many times stronger than the full-strength strike of the arm lightning. Do it when you think of it. If you don't have any metal items in your hand, then go to the system to exchange them. Anyway, there are more than 500,000 energy points. Xiao Yaoxin used it in 2 ways. While dodging the corrosive magic bullet, he browsed the catalog of the energy store. Gun Sisters game token, Misaka Mikoto's special ammunition for the railgun, used for electromagnetic attacks to gain 100% bonus, energy point, 100. Got it? Xiao Yao immediately exchanged 100 game tokens for Sister Pao. With weapons, there is confidence. Xiao Yao smiled confidently, looking at the overwhelming corrosive magic bullets. He was not afraid. Reaching out, a game token appeared in the palm of his hand. Because of the effect of infinite martial arts, it was like instinct, and lightning flashed all over Xiao Yao. Looking at the demon lord of death, Xiao Yao said, "Hey, do you know the railgun?" Huh. The demon lord of death was slightly stunned and wondered why his aura towards the dodging little guy suddenly increased, and the action of the demon lord of death releasing the corrosive magic bullet stopped for a while. Just this short moment is enough. Thunderclap. Thunderclap. Instant electric light up. A dazzling blue beam of light flashed out, which was the trajectory of the railgun. The dazzling blue beam of light is beautiful and deadly. The railgun shoots at the demon lord of death with astonishing power. The speed of the super electromagnetic gun is very fast. The distance between the death demon and Xiao Yao is less than a few hundred meters without even blinking an eye, before the death demon can react. The super electromagnetic gun has already hit the death demon fiercely host. Boom. Instant dust. In order to prevent the death demon lord from dying a big explosion, Xiao Yao relentlessly sensed the death demon lord's location and desperately shot the railgun. 1, 5, 10, 20. Xiao Yao didn't stop at all until the game tokens he had redeemed at the moment were fired. The seemingly long process actually only took less than 10 seconds. 100 rounds are fired in 10 seconds, and the average rate of fire is 10 rounds per second. I have to say, boy, the hand speed is really fast. If it doesn't die like this, then the demon lord of death is definitely Xiaoqiang. Xiao Yao looked at the sand dust and muttered to himself. Through the terrifying sensory range of the thunder fruit, Xiao Yao could only sense a skeleton lying in a huge pit in the sand. As for whether it would move, Sarah, who knows? All can only wait. Xiao Yao patiently waited for the dust to dissipate by himself. After the sand and dust dissipated, the deep pit shot by the super electromagnetic gun entered Xiao Yao's eyes. The skeleton lying at the bottom of the pit, the black robe was tattered beyond recognition, and the flame in the eye socket had weakened into a flame, as if it would be at any moment off. Xiao Yao jumped out of the pothole and came directly to the demon lord of death. He was so weak that he couldn't believe that you could still violently hurt people. I have to say that Xiao Yao is really a master and bold. Hey, you belong to Xiaoqiang, right? After speaking, Xiao Yao whistled, looking at the miserable appearance of the death demon lord. Boy, don't you forget to mock at this time. Perhaps hearing Xiao Yao's sarcasm, or returning to the light, the flames in the eyes of the demon lord of death instantly burst into flames. Don't deceive people too much. This deity is the demon lord of death. Even if he were to die, he had to die with dignity. The demon lord of death shouted angrily and stumbled to his feet, his eyes fixed on Xiao Yao. Even if you die, you have to stand and face the enemy and die. This is her pride. Belong to the self-respect of the devil of death. Perhaps it was because of the words of the demon lord of death that Xiao Yao suddenly didn't want the demon lord of death to hang up. To be honest, those gangsters died when they died. The world would be much cleaner if those people died, and this death, the personality of the demon lord, doesn't quite resemble that kind of wicked person, just a little too arrogant. System, is there any contract type? Xiao Yao asked the system directly. Master Yao, I have something to do, but I need 100,000 energy points, and I have to rise to LV3 to restrain a person of the level of the Death Demon Lord. Wouldn't it be too wasteful? Do you want to think about it more? The system's conscience suggested Road. It doesn't matter, just exchange it? Xiao Yao said with a smile. He doesn't care whether it will be wasted or not, he just sees the Death Demon Lord very pleasing to the eye, just like seeing Lin Hui and Lin Yuexing at the beginning. That's a feeling. Okay, Master Yao, the exchange is complete. Contract LV1. Familiar contract. After special modification, the familiar can be forced to contract, and the familiar obtains a special ability at random. The familiar cannot harm the master or disobey the master's orders. The success rate of the contract is 20%, which comes from the zero familiar. Xiao Yao spent 2 skill points to upgrade the magic contract to the full level. Although the skill of the magic contract can force the contract, it has a large failure rate, but the failure rate is greatly reduced after reaching the full level. Contract LV3, after special modification, the familiar can be forced to contract, and the familiar obtains a special ability at random. The familiar cannot harm the master or disobey the master's order. The success rate of the contract is 80%, which comes from the familiar of 0. There is a 40% success rate when reaching LV2, and the success rate at full level is as high as 80%. Basically, if you don't have a bad hand, you will not fail the contract, and Xiao Yao's luck has always been good. Seeing the Demon Lord of Death who seemed to want to die standing up, Xiao Yao smiled cheaply. 12 turns out to be a girl. The Demon Lord of Death has her own dignity, and this dignity makes she would rather die standing up than lie on the ground and survive. The flames in the eye sockets gradually dimmed. Unlike being sealed, this gradually disappearing feeling was the power of death she was most familiar with. The funny thing is that she, who often endowed others with death, also began to welcome the arrival of death. Through the flames in his eyes, the Demon Lord of Death once again looked at the little guy who made him look like this. He, the deity is planted in the hands of this little guy. It doesn't feel very bad, at least it is much better than dying in the hands of the other 2 supreme demons. The Death Demon Lord thought so and greeted death calmly. Seeing the fading flame in the eyes of the Demon Lord of Death, Xiao Yao didn't say much, stretched out his hand and said, "Contract." After he finished speaking, a mysterious magic circle appeared in the air, covering the Death Demon Lord. As the magic circle unfolded, a golden light sprinkled on the Death Demon Lord. At the same time, a small magic circle appeared on the back of Xiao Yao's hand. It looks exactly like the magic circle that covers the Death Demon Lord. The magic circle covered the Demon Lord of Death while maintaining her life, which lasted for a minute. Although there is an 80% success rate, Xiao Yao is still a little nervous, but fortunately he succeeded in the end. Contract, done. The Demon Lord of Death officially became Xiao Yao's familiar, and the damage dealt by Xiao Yao also recovered. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "How does it feel to be my familiar?" The Death Demon Lord froze in place. She was not dead, but she became the familiar of the little guy in front of her. Familiar. An existence dominated by low-level creatures. Damn little guy. There was a raging anger in the heart of the Death Demon Lord, and there was a feeling that she couldn't explain herself. The anger in his heart made the Demon Lord of Death subconsciously slap his hand towards the slappy smiling face in front of him. Just when it was about to hit, the Death Demon Lord found that his palm could not move no matter what. This damn familiar contract. In the demon world, I have never heard of a contract that cannot be revoked. As long as the master's power is weaker than that of the demon can retaliate against the master. This little guy in front of me is absolutely impossible to be stronger than himself, but who can tell me? Why can't I fight back? Originally seeing the oncoming skeleton palm, Xiao Yao closed his eyes subconsciously, but after waiting for a few seconds without the expected pain, he opened his eyes. Looking at the anger of the death demon in front of him, Xiao Yao felt very refreshed. Hey, let you be arrogant just now, smashing brother with so many magic missiles, and now you are contracted to be a familiar. Thinking of this, the smile on Xiao Yao's face deepened. It has to be said that Xiao Yao's extremely cheap smile has successfully angered the Death Demon Lord, and he will kill this little guy with all his might. Holding this belief, the Death Demon Lord began to sing an extremely long spell. As soon as the Death Demon Lord began to sing, Xiao Yao realized something was wrong and immediately said, "Shut up." Being so ordered by Xiao Yao, the skeleton-only mouth of the Death Demon Lord closed tightly and couldn't even open it. In fact, even if Xiao Yao didn't order, the Demon Lord of Death could not finish singing the incantation, because the familiar contract also had the ability not to hurt the master, and the Demon Lord of Natural Death could not hurt Xiao Yao. Seemingly aware of this, the flames in the eyes of the Demon Lord of Death were even more exuberant, and he wanted to scold something, but Xiao Yao just gave an order to shut up, preventing her from speaking. Xiao Yao suddenly found out that it was a lot of fun to watch the skeleton frame get angry, and after teasing him a bit, Xiao Yao started to get serious. Called up the information of the Death Demon Lord and came out to see. Soyak Fanny, 80, 99, seriously injured, the Demon Lord of Death in the Demon Realm. Host, Xiao Yao. The level of the Death Demon Lord is close to the God level, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a demigod at level 99, but now it is in a state of serious injury, and I can't see where the injury is. So Xiao Yao could only take the initiative to ask. Death Demon Lord, why are you seriously injured? You can't see any injuries there. Xiao Yao asked, and the Demon Lord of Death, who was a demon, could only answer even if he was unwilling. This deity was injured by two other supreme beings of the demon world, which cannot be seen from the outside. Injured at the source? Well, Xiao Yao said that he doesn't know what the source is, but it sounds like a very high-end thing. Since the injury is in the source, let's see if it can be cured. Immediately Xiao Yao ignored the Death Demon Lord and began to look at the energy store to see if there was anything that could be used. The Demon Lord of Death was very depressed. Just when he asked where his injuries were, he turned his head and completely ignored him. What kind of attitude is this? Respect the familiar's human rights? Obviously, the Death Demon Lord has begun to accept the identity of the familiar, and there is a tendency to develop towards tsundere. Forget about the subtle changes in the heart of the Demon Lord of Death, Xiao Yao really found something. After taking it, clear all negative states of the body, curses, and energy points. That's right, it's the fairy bean in Dragon Ball. In a world where one punch can blow up the earth, the fairy bean can be considered an extremely perverted thing. Don't you see Sun Wukong being beaten and disabled, and a fairy bean will be instantly full of blood and resurrected? However, the energy points required for this kind of perverted thing are not cheap. Xiao Yao can only exchange 4 energy points now, and the energy points are only 4 digits, but it is worthwhile to exchange them. Death Demon Lord, I can't keep calling you like that, what do you think I should call you? Xiao Yao said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Death Demon Lord said, Fanny, that's my name before I became Death Demon Lord. Xiao Yao frowned slightly and said, Fanny? Such a feminine name really doesn't suit your appearance, and it's still a name so appealing to the Demon Lord of Death. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, the Demon Lord of Death was a little unhappy and said, It's up to you whether you like it or not. Seeing a skeleton speak in such a slightly coquettish tone, Xiao Yao instantly got goosebumps, and stopped making trouble with Fanny. Xiao Yao directly threw a fairy bean to her. Fanny tilted her skeleton head and asked, What is this? Healing, eat directly. Xiao Yao didn't give any other explanations, but suddenly thought about how Fanny's skeleton shelf was going to eat, and would it fall out directly? Anyway, they have become Xiao Yao's familiar, and Xiao Yao will not harm her if she wants to come. Fanny will eat the fairy beans directly. The moment I ate it, a miracle happened. Fanny, who was originally just a skeleton frame, grew minced meat out of thin air on the pale bones. It was only a little bit, and the area was not large, but soon the minced meat grew into a large mass of meat, and the meat squirmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth covered all the bones in a blink of an eye, and as the muscles finished growing, the skin appeared. From a skeleton to flesh and blood, the whole process only took 1 minute. Although the process was a bit disgusting, Xiao Yao, who witnessed the whole process, had to say that the effect of Xiandu was really dreadful. The most shocking thing was Fanny, who saw the changes in her body with her own eyes. How many years? The body that has been lost since becoming the demon lord of death has now grown back. How this does not shock her? Not to mention Fanny, who has been completely stunned. Xiao Yao is very embarrassed now. Just now, he only paid attention to the changes in Fanny. Now that he has recovered, Xiao Yao doesn't even know where to turn his eyes. Fanny stood aside, her skin as white as jade, was as pale as a work of art without a skeleton, her waist-length pale silver hair swayed in the wind, her white eyes were like pearls, and she looked smart. Gollum. Xiao Yao swallowed heavily. The tattered black robe obviously couldn't hide Fanny's splendid figure. It was initially estimated that the two groups were also above D. The white legs were full of spring, and the wind that blew from time to time seemed to blow the tattered robe at any time. Disintegration. In short, Xiao Yao was feasting his eyes. Seemingly noticing Xiao Yao's strange gaze, Fanny followed Xiao Yao's gaze and was sluggish for a second. Ah 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 ah. The high decibel screams poured directly into Xiao Yao's ears, almost deafening him. While Fanny tightly protected the sensitive parts, squatted on the ground, and stared at Xiao Yao angrily. Xiao Yao smiled embarrassingly, took out his clothes from the system backpack and gave them to Fanny, then turned his back to her. The sound of changing clothes sounded. Xiao Yao didn't have the guts to turn his head to look. Damn it! When I saw the name of the demon lord of death, I should have thought that the other party was a girl, and now I am embarrassed. In fact, Xiao Yao can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought that the hoarse voice and the appearance of a big boss death demon lord turned out to be a soft girl? You can turn around. Fanny's timid voice came from behind Xiao Yao. Turning his head, Xiao Yao saw that Fanny's small and fair face had 2 more blushes, and a small face was flushed, and he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Fanny raised her eyebrows and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen beautiful women?" Xiao Yao shook his head subconsciously. It's not that he hasn't seen the beauty, like Mozillion is not much worse than Fanny. Seeing Xiao Yao's reaction, Fanny puffed out her cheeks and snorted like a child. After making this move, Fanny regretted it a bit. It looked like a little girl was acting like a spoiled child. However, when Fanny was in the demon world, apart from cultivating, she actually didn't have much time to interact with people. When she became the demon lord of death, she only had no close friends. Therefore, apart from Fanny's insistence that she belonged to the demon lord of death like a little girl. Seeing Fanny making trouble, Xiao Yao stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair lightly. The action, like coaxing a child, made Fanny's face flush even deeper. Humph! Don't think that this will make the deity forgive you. After finishing speaking, Fanny turned her head away, ignoring Xiao Yao's teasing smile. In short, Xiao Yao's abduction to the Death Demon Master this time can be described as fruitful. 13th 10 billion energy points. After perfectly solving the problem of the gangsters entangled with Mozillion and the Demon Lord of Death, Xiao Yao took Fanny back to Boulder Town. Speaking of which, I really have to thank those little bastards. If it wasn't for them, Xiao Yao wouldn't be able to contract a demigod-level familiar. From a distance, Xiao Yao saw that the town of Jushi was covered by a pale golden light, and he was a little puzzled, and the speed under his feet increased a little. A few hundred meters away, they soon came to the gate of Jushi town. Xiao Yao stretched out his hand and touched the pale golden light, only to feel that there was an invisible force resisting, preventing him from entering Boulder Town. While Xiao Yao was worrying about how to enter Jushi Town, a familiar figure appeared on the edge of the city wall. "Brother Xiao, why are you still outside the town? Come in quickly." After speaking, a small hole appeared in the pale golden light that could make people live. Lin Hui watched Xiao Yao enter the town and ran over in a hurry. Xiao Yao asked suspiciously, "Zia, what's wrong? In such a hurry?" Lin Hui scratched his head and said, "Brother Yao, you are covered with small wings, of course you don't know how serious the matter is. Just now, Dad felt a dark aura above the 8th level, and immediately opened the protective light curtain. To protect Stone Town, unless the 9th Order can break the protective light curtain, I really don't know where the monsters come from. The protective light curtain is very expensive." Xiao Yao looked at Lin Hui's painful appearance, turned his eyes away in embarrassment, and unconsciously looked at Fanny, who was standing silently beside him. "That breath is 100% Fanny's. The culprit is here." Silence is best at this time. Xiao Yao just throws away his integrity. "I don't know anything." Silence is golden at this time. Lin Hui didn't think much about it, but noticed that the woman who had been standing beside Xiao Yao, even though she was wearing a male shirt and jeans that were bigger than him, but she couldn't stop her body, and the 2 weapons on her chest seemed to be ready at any time. It will pop open the buttons and match the woman's dusty appearance. At this time, Lin Hui found that he seemed a little reluctant to open his eyes. Seeing Lin Hui staring at Fanny's stunned expression, Xiao Yao stretched out his hand towards his head and said, "I used to see that you were submerged by a woman with no expression, so why are you still looking at me now?" After being slapped by Xiao Yao, Lin Hui also noticed that it was rude to do so. Although he was often surrounded by women, how could he compare to the one in front of him? Embarrassingly smiled, Lin Hui asked Xiao Yao in an embarrassed low voice, "Brother Yao, where did you kidnap the beautiful woman?" Faced with Lin Hui's question, Xiao Yao didn't know how to answer, so he couldn't say that this was the culprit that cost you money. Xiao Yao just found a reason to fool the simple Lin Hui. "How long will this protective light curtain be on? If this guardian light curtain is open for too long, Xiao Yao will not be able to go out and kill mutant beasts to earn energy points and world coins. Xiao Yao has no shortage of world coins at all. What he lacks is energy points. Thinking about the energy points of hundreds of millions at the beginning, there are only a pitiful 4 digits left. Thinking about it, there is a faint sadness. And spending money is like flowing water. I don't know, it depends on Dad. He is using the props to perceive it. As long as the danger is lifted, he will definitely lift the guarding light curtain as soon as possible." Not long after Lin Hui finished speaking, the pale golden light in the sky shattered and dissipated, and the little golden light fell like snowflakes. The picture was extremely beautiful. "Brother Yao, the crisis is over, the guardian light curtain is closed." Xiao Yao smiled. "This is normal, the culprit is now beside him, and he also instructed Fanny to hide her breath. The crisis will be resolved naturally when Fanny's breath disappears." After returning to the residence with Lin Hui, Xiao Yao asked, "Xiao Hui, do you know where you can buy a house?" Lin Hui said in surprise, "Brother Yao, why do you suddenly want to buy a house? It's not good to always rely on others, so I want to find a house to buy and live in." Xiao Yao answered truthfully, "Of course, this is only one of the reasons. As for the other," Xiao Yao glanced at Fanny, who was standing beside him. Lin Hui glanced at Fanny, who was on the side, and showed an expression I understood. "No problem, wrap it on me." Lin Hui patted his chest to assure, and looked at Fanny and Xiao Yao with a look of adultery, which made Xiao Yao shudder and kick him out of the house. I have to say that Lin Hui, the mayor's son, is very well connected, and he came back in less than an hour. Brother Yao got it done. After saying that, Lin Hui took Xiao Yao to him to find the house. The house Lin Hui was looking for was a 3-sided courtyard. The layout was very good. Some flowers and plants were planted in the garden, which looked very comfortable. Xiao Yao said with satisfaction, "This house is nice, how much is it?" Hearing Xiao Yao's question, Lin Hui hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Yao, I'll pay for this money as a new house for you and your sister-in-law." He smiled cheaply after speaking. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. It would be better to say less about Fanny. If Lin Hui knew that Fanny was a demigod, he might be scared to death. However, this verbal advantage is not so easy to take. Xiao Yao stretched his hand behind his back and used the ability of the thunder fruit to summon a thunder with the thickness of his little finger. Ah! Lin Hui screamed. The little finger-thick thunder smashed onto Lin Hui's head impartially, instantly blowing him into an explosive head. Seeing Lin Hui's funny appearance, Fanny, who was standing by the side, couldn't help laughing out loud, and Lin Hui's face turned red, and she wanted to find a hole to drill. Inadvertently, Lin Hui saw Xiao Yao's look, "You deserve it," the expression on his face. He still didn't understand why he was struck by lightning suddenly. This is definitely the ghost of Yao Ji. Xiao Yao patted Lin Hui on the shoulder with a smile on his face and said, "You can't talk nonsense, even God can't stand it anymore." Lin Hui muttered in a low voice with an exploding head, "Is there anything wrong with calling my sister-in-law? Brother Yao is too thin." Even though Lin Hui spoke in a low voice, Xiao Yao's hearing enhanced by the thunder fruit was not a vegetarian, so another thunder struck. What? After being struck by lightning twice in a row, Lin Hui was honest and didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but what he said in his heart was not enough. In order to prevent Lin Hui from talking nonsense and gossip, Xiao Yao kicked him out of his new home. After arranging Fanny's room casually, Xiao Yao went directly to the master bedroom. Because he had to deal with those gangsters, he hadn't seen the loot he bought from Mozillion today. The rusty iron mask was held in Xiao Yao's hands. If it weren't for the system, Xiao Yao would probably have regarded this iron mask as scrap iron, but the system guaranteed that it was definitely a treasure. Anyway, no matter how long you look, you can't see why, so let the system identify the fastest. Master Yao, today is the best thing you've bought recently. The system said excitedly after the identification. The iron surface of the world, broken, irreparable, condenses the power of a world, which can be used to build a low-level world, which can be exchanged for energy point. 1 2 3 4, 10 zeros. 10 billion. Xiao Yao swallowed heavily. Oh my god. This thing called the iron surface of the world is still so valuable when it is broken. Xiao Yao immediately exchanged it to the urge, but he didn't know if the world iron would be of any use to him. He resisted the impulse and asked Xiao Yao, "System, what is the use of this world iron to me? If the iron surface of the world is complete, it will be very useful to Master Yao, and it can help you directly enter the god level, but the iron surface of this world is very damaged, and if you use it, you may be completely wiped from the world, so it is best to replace it with energy points," the system suggested after analyzing the effects and pros and cons. As soon as he heard that it would kill him if he used it, Xiao Yao directly accepted the system's suggestion without thinking, and exchanged it for energy points. What? Brother has become a rich man again. Looking at the 11 digits on the energy point, Xiao Yao almost cried out in excitement. Ding! The detection energy point exceeds 10 billion. Turn on mission mode. A sudden beep sounded. Xiao Yao asked in confusion, "System, what's going on?" The system said, "Master Yao, your energy points exceed 10 billion, the system maker High Dimension Life has made a setting, that is, when there are enough energy points, the mission mode will be activated, and you will be sent to the animation world to experience. Every time opening the world will consume energy points, and every 10 days, you must enter the anime world to accept the quest, or pay 1 billion energy points to reduce the quest mode. If you do not pay the energy points and enter the anime world, the system will give Master Yao a level 10 punishment. According to the size of the power to open the world, it consumes different energy points. The low-level world consumes 100 million energy points each time it is opened, the middle-level world 500 million energy points, and the high-level world 1 billion energy points. Every time you enter the world, a task will be issued. you can leave after completing the task, and there will be penalties for failure of the task. And you can spend energy points to return to that world, return to the low-level world every 10,000 energy points, return to the middle-level world every time 50,000 energy points, 100,000 energy points each time to return to the high-level world. The passage of time in the anime world and the main world is different. No matter how long you stay in the anime world, the main world will only pass one day. After listening to the system explanation, Xiao Yao asked, "Can you choose the world then?" "No, quest worlds are random, and only worlds that have completed quests can be selected." "Is there any penalty for dying in the anime world?" "All attributes are permanently reduced by 10%. "How strong is the punishment at level 10? "It's almost painful to endure the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty 100 times with the quality of ordinary people. Depend on. So cruel." Xiao Yao began to complain about the high-dimensional life spoofs, which will lead to people's lives. "I know what I should know, and I also ask what I should ask." Xiao Yao only missed the high-dimensional life to greet the ancestors of the 18th generation. Since it was designed by the high-dimensional life, Xiao Yao had to accept his fate. Except for the terrifying level 10 punishment, there was nothing to worry about. Anyway, the high-dimensional life would not harm him. The selection of the world is complete. The system suddenly prompted, which caught Xiao Yao by surprise. Low-level world, Sword Art Online. With a flash of white light, Xiao Yao has disappeared from the room. The 14th is coming, Sword Art Online. Ah 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 ah. A tragic scream sounded, and a black figure fell from the sky like a meteor. The figure rolled on the ground several times in an embarrassed manner to slow down the impact when it landed. System. Why am I appearing in mid-air? Why can't the thunder fruit be used? This embarrassed figure is Xiao Yao, who came to the sword world. The system rebuked himself. "Sorry, Master Yao, there was a deviation in the introduction space, so I accidentally opened the exit in mid-air." In the low-level world of Sword Art Online, in order to avoid exceeding the balance of the world, the Fruit of Thunder was sealed. This is a high-dimensional life setting. Yes, I can't stop it. In the face of the system, in the midst of self-blame, Xiao Yao didn't say much. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, so he didn't attract onlookers. After patting the dust on his clothes, Xiao Yao called out the system task. Sword Art Online. Boss on the 25th floor of Sao alone. After looking at the main quest, Xiao Yao was speechless. He attacked the 25th floor alone, and Kirito couldn't be so fierce. System, you play with me. Seemingly aware of Xiao Yao's grief, the system said, "Master Yao, in this low-level world, you are basically invincible in close combat by relying on infinite martial arts, so it is not impossible to attack the 25th floor alone." Well, Xiao Yao obviously forgot that he still has the melee cheating tool called infinite martial arts. By perfectly mastering the infinite martial arts of the mind, skills, and body, it is indeed possible to abuse the boss without blood. Xiao Yao pouted and said, "Well, what you said makes sense. If you want to enter Sao, you naturally need a game helmet." Xiao Yao walked aimlessly and came to the lively street. The huge TV wall on the building was playing an introduction advertisement about Sao. There is still a day left before the game helmet goes on sale. Enter Sao, you can't log out unless you have a game guide, so Xiao Yao has to prepare before entering the game. Fortunately, the system is very conscientious. There is a full 100 million yen in the backpack, which is enough for Xiao Yao's extravagance. It's a waste of money, and ID cards are all ready. As for the game helmets, they are all pre-ordered like cheating, so there is no need to go to the hypermarket to grab them. Xiao Yao first went to a housing agency to buy a suite adjacent to a hospital, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and luxurious bathroom facilities. After solving the problem of living, Now it is time to wait for the game helmet to start selling and buy it back, and log in to sell. The next day, Xiao Yao received the game helmet. Looking at the bright silver game helmet in his hand, Xiao Yao lay directly on the bed and put it on. A light curtain flashed in front of him, and Xiao Yao entered cell. Now Xiao Yao is facing the most common problem in playing games, which is to choose a name. Looking at the blank name column in front of him, Xiao Yao enters two words. Building characters, thunder. Sex, male. He opened his eyes and looked at himself. He was wearing novice equipment and the only weapon was a small sword. Xiao Yao smiled and went out to hunt wild boars. Xiao Yao easily killed wild boars near the starting town to level up, and also saw Kirito who was teaching Klein the skills of killing monsters, but Xiao Yao didn't plan to go up to say hello for the time being. Get to know again. Tink, tink. The bell-like sound suddenly sounded. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and it seemed that Jinjian Moba was about to come out. Although surrounded by the blue beam of light, Xiao Yao was not nervous when he was in the beam of light, he was just transferred to the starting town anyway. The beam of light dissipated, Xiao Yao appeared in the starting town, surrounded by players who were transferred back, 10,000 players gathered in the same place. The scene was quite spectacular, this may be the only chance to see all the players in cell. At first, all the players felt inexplicable, frowned and looked around, and soon voices began to appear in the crowd. Fuck. Why did you come to the starting town? The GM is out? It's okay, why did you let me move to the starting town? Why can't I log out? What a joke. The GM comes out. Roars and curses came one after another. Suddenly, someone's voice suppressed everyone's voice. Ah! Look at the sky. Hearing this cry, all the players raised their heads in unison. 100 meters above, that is, the top of the first layer, is dyed with a bright red checkerboard pattern, a red pattern covering the entire sky. The central part is like a thick red blood drop, dripping slowly, but no touch the ground. The huge drop of blood in the air turned into a giant 20 meters tall, wearing a crimson cloak, where the face was not visible, there was only a dark space. That's the GM. Shit. The GM explains it. The packaging and testing players recognized the true identity of the red giant in the sky and began to curse. As if to stop the noise, the sleeves on both sides of the cloak moved, and then the white gloves of both hands opened to the left and right, and a low and clear man's voice came from the air. Players, welcome to my world. My name is Akihiko Masaba, the only person who can control the entire world right now. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings were quiet, and all the players looked at the giant in mid-air, and everyone looked puzzled. Seemingly satisfied with the quiet environment, Akihiko Moba continued. I think all players have noticed that the log out button disappears from the main menu. This is not a problem with the game. I repeat, this is not a problem with the game, but the original version of Sword Art Online. From now on, unless players complete the game, they will not be able to log out of this game on their own. There is no way to stop it from the outside. If you do, the game helmet will send out microwaves and destroy everyone's brains, and the result will be the death of the player. Some players' friends or family ignored this warning, and the sad result was that 213 players left the real world and Incrad for good. Plain tone, but telling the cruel reality. At this moment, what Akihiko Masaba said was like a whisper of a demon to the player. There were many players with poor psychological quality who fell to the ground with pale faces and trembled violently. One more thing. SAO is no longer a simple game. In the future, the game will cancel the resurrection mechanism. When the player's HP returns to 0 and the game character disappears, the game helmet will release microwaves to destroy everyone's brains. Finally, let the players realize that this place is the only reality for you. There are gifts prepared by me in the item column. Please take a look for yourself. Xiao Yao looked at the item column, and there was a small handheld mirror in it, but he didn't take it out. Xiao Yao didn't make any adjustments when he created the character. However, there were a lot of panicked people on the side, especially those internet she-males, men wearing women's clothes. The picture was so beautiful, the beautiful Xiao Yao couldn't bear to look straight, his pale face looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Depend on. Brother is about to vomit. Finally, after Akihiko Moba had finished speaking, the players who remained silent disappeared. Heathcliff, where are you hiding now? Xiao Yao looked at the group of panicked players with interest. Sarah, let me have some fun. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, clenched his sword tightly, left the starting town without hesitation, went to the most dangerous labyrinth area alone, and started the road of hunting and upgrading. Death Game Sao, 2,000 players died as a whole, which is completely in line with the novel and anime. While most of the players were still struggling to level up near the starting town, Xiao Yao had already entered the labyrinth area. When most of the players came to the labyrinth area, Xiao Yao had already found the door to the boss room on the first floor. Looking at the door of the room in front of him, Xiao Yao just recorded the location and then left. He planned to wait until later to participate in the strategy with Kirito and Asuna, the two male and female protagonists. Anyway, there are only 9 bosses on the first floor. On the 19th floor, the subsequent floors will be completed by themselves to complete the main task. After this month's battle, Xiao Yao had to sigh at the pervertedness and power of infinite martial arts. It can only be said that its ability is worthy of the billion energy points it consumes. There are only some eliminated equipment in Xiao Yao's personal backpack, and there is not a single bottle of medicine to return HP and MP. This is not to say that Xiao Yao was careless and forgot to add it, but that he did not need to use it at all. When the game started for a week, Xiao Yao found that the potion originally placed in his personal backpack was completely useless. The monsters in the wild in the game that were terrifying in the eyes of ordinary players were no better than a rabbit in front of Xiao Yao. Whenever Xiao Yao starts to fight, the infinite martial arts will be launched. It is not so much that Xiao Yao is fighting, it is more that he is performing. When the monster is about to hit Xiao Yao can always dodge the attack with minimal consumption. That movement is called a smooth and natural. If the monster can't hit Xiao Yao, the blood will not be deducted. Since the blood will not be deducted, then there is no need to buy the HP recovery potion. As for MP, Xiao Yao said that I have only used normal attacks until now. This kind of scum monster with skills or something is not qualified for me to use. 15. We observe a second of silence for the poor kobold. In Krad, the deepest part of the labyrinth area on the first floor. A black-haired boy held a long black sword, and the sword stood alone in front of dozens of kobolds, exuding a calm aura, as if he was not facing some ferocious beast but a group of tame little sheep. Roar! The largest of the group of kobolds, the blood-red beast pupils widened, roared loudly, like an order, and dozens of kobolds waving maces all around him. I saw the black-haired boy in the center of the attack raised his hand and waved the black long sword. The whole body was instantly protected by the black long sword, and the mace that came in the face was bounced off by the black long sword's edge. The black-haired boy was unharmed, but the kobold who came forward to besiege it was crying in pain. The other group of kobolds, who were a little further away and were not affected by the sword's edge, looked at the wailing of the same kind, their eyes were red, they opened their bloody mouths, and they all rushed towards the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy smiled slightly, the black long sword shot, and the light reflected from the sword edge was like a beautiful sword dance. Accompanied by the sword light, the kobolds shattered and disappeared with the light fragments, and finally turned into batches of experience points. The leader of the kobolds standing at the back looked at his subordinates disappearing one by one, and got angry. He held a mace that was twice the size of an ordinary kobold. The black-haired boy was not afraid at all, waving the black longsword to face him, suddenly showing a very strange scene, the kobold leader 5 times bigger than the black-haired boy, wielding a huge mace, but the black longsword always the mace is picked apart by 4 or 2 strokes, and the black longsword will stab, chop from time to cause a lot of damage to the kobold leader. After some battles, the kobold leader was finally killed by the black-haired boy. Like his subordinates, he turned into fragments of light and became the experience points of the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy was Xiao Yao, who was upgraded in the Labyrinth area. Clicking on the item bar, Xiao Yao checked the items dropped by killing the kobold and the kobold leader just now. Xiao Yao looked at 2 of the falling objects. One of them is a white egg, about the size of a fist. Why would an egg fall from the kobold leader? Could it be that all kobolds lay eggs? Xiao Yao thought strangely. The second drop is a piece of parchment with a white egg drawn on it, which appears to be how the egg was hatched. Looking at the white egg and parchment in his hand, Xiao Yao guessed that this was a hidden mission, probably only after killing a certain number of kobolds could they drop them. After all, Xiao Yao has killed thousands of kobolds these days, many of them the leader of the kobolds. At present, I just don't know what this white egg will hatch. It should belong to the category of the demon. Maybe it's good to have a familiar with you. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao suddenly became interested and began to seriously study the parchment in his hand. There are only a few sentences in the whole parchment, which say what materials are needed to hatch white eggs, and the approximate locations of these materials, but there is no description of the species of white eggs. This can't help but make Xiao Yao secretly slander Heathcliff. He has nothing to do with this kind of hidden quest. You say the species will die. Is it necessary to be so stingy? Flaming leopard blood times 100. Frozen honey times 100. Iron giant ant egg times 100. Green star sap times 100. Mountain fruit times 100. Looking at the list made Xiao Yao feel overwhelmed. Although there are only 5 kinds of materials for hatching white eggs, each material is in the most dangerous place in the Labyrinth area, and each requires 100 copies, and the danger of collecting them can make ordinary players stay away. Looking at Biden, thinking that he could bring a wind-pulling familiar when he goes out, Xiao Yao gritted his teeth and did it. According to the location of the first item on the parchment, the location of the flaming leopard, Xiao Yao found a grass to squat, and waited for the flaming leopard to appear. Refresh 1. It didn't take long for a flaming leopard that was red all over, emitting a flame from time to time, sprang out from the grass not far away. The target appeared. Xiao Yao didn't say a word, he raised his sword and slashed. The flaming leopard was attacked, angrily roared, the leopard's tail flicked, and slammed into Xiao Yao's face. Looking at the attacking leopard's tail, his body was short. Xiao Yao flashed dangerously, and successfully avoided the counter-attack of the flaming leopard. With a grin, Xiao Yao continued to swing his sword, wiping away the blood of the flaming leopard little by little. Overall, the flaming leopard's blood was not thick, but it was superior in its agility, and it was more difficult to fight than the kobold leader. However, the disadvantage of agility, high health, and thin health is obvious, that is, it would be a complete tragedy to encounter a player like Xiao Yao who can dodge successfully every time, and can also cut you with a sword incidentally. Although the flaming leopard is more difficult to deal with than the kobold leader, the speed of killing one is faster than that of the kobold leader. In less than 5 minutes, because of the thin skin and thin blood, Xiao Yao successfully killed the first flaming leopard, but unfortunately he did not drop the flame. Leopard blood can only continue to stay and refresh. Xiao Yao squatted in the grass for 2 whole days, and finally collected the blood of the flaming leopard times 100, and was tired of killing the flaming leopard. The second ingredient, frost honey, comes from the frozen bee's nest. The level of the frost bee is not high. It is similar to the wild boar near the starting town, but it is better than the terrifying number. It does not matter if you kill one. 10,000 ice bees are dispatched at the same time. Just watching that scene can scare people with intensive phobia to death, and if they are entangled, they will die. Therefore, it takes a certain amount of skill to collect honey. After Xiao Yao found the honeycomb again, he began to search nearby. Soon he saw a lonely kobold, carefully hiding under the grass and leaning over. The lonely kobold. The kobold had no idea that disaster was coming. Xiao Yao looked at the kobold who was approaching. The thief laughed, jumped up, and cut off the black long sword, causing some damage to the kobold. This move successfully aroused the hatred of the kobold, and the kobold raised the wolf tooth in his hand. Stick back. After successfully attracting the kobold, Xiao Yao led the kobold to the honeycomb bit by flying a kite. Throw. A flying knife shot out from Xiao Yao's hand, turned into a small silver light, and hit a honeycomb not far away. Sneak. After Xiao Yao entered the dead end of the kobold, he sneaked and hid aside. Ding. The flying knife was inserted into the honeycomb, and soon swarms of icy bees flew out of the honeycomb and began to look for the enemy who attacked the honeycomb. The kobold who was attracted by Xiao Yao not far away became the best scapegoat. This poor kobold has become the object of hatred of the frost bee. We'll take a second of silence for the poor kobold. Amen, and good luck on your way. Soon the kobold used by Xiao Yao perfectly fulfilled its mission and successfully attracted a large number of frost bees, leaving only a few dozen remaining near the beehive. Xiao Yao managed to deal with this number. Nature is relaxed and comfortable. Before the ice bees who went out chasing the kobolds came back, Xiao Yao began to collect ice honey. The amount of honey stored in a huge honeycomb was astonishingly large. Xiao Yao collected 178 copies, far exceeding the demand. Can be traded or sold to NPCs. Compared with the blood of the flaming leopard, the ice honey is much easier to collect. As long as the dead ghost can be successfully found, basically the honey can be collected 100%. Standing in front of a small hole in the ground, Xiao Yao looked at the dark hole and began to hesitate whether to go in or not. This hole was the nest of the third material, giant ants. Compared with the frost bee and the flaming leopard, the strength of the iron armor giant ant is between the two. In an ant nest where the ant eggs are placed, there will be an iron armored queen, 10 elite iron armored soldier ants, and 100 ordinary iron armored ants. Giant ants, there will be iron armor giant ants patrolling the ant nest. If you want to collect 100 ant eggs, it is estimated that one ant nest is enough. After looking at the entrance of the cave for a while, Xiao Yao jumped down and slowly climbed down with his hands and feet against the uneven stone wall at the edge of the cave. The ant nest was not deep. Xiao Yao quickly climbed to the end, and began to observe the environment of the ant nest. The ant nest was full of spar stones emitting a faint light, but there was no need to worry about the light problem. The ant nest was very large. There are many caves connected around, probably because the iron armor giant ants are usually useless. They have already come to the old nest, so naturally they have to explore everywhere. The target is the giant ironclad ant eggs. With high fighting spirit, Xiao Yao found one of the caves and entered. I have to say that the structure of the ant nest is really intricate. If it is not possible to record the map, I am afraid that Xiao Yao will be trapped in it until he dies. Hiss. After turning a corner, Xiao Yao encountered the first giant ant with iron armor. A half-human high iron armor giant ant appeared, with a pair of huge black mandibles, exuding a hard metallic luster, and the blood-red ant eyes looked shocking. Hiss. When the intruder was found, the iron armor ant would naturally not let it go. With a low cry, it pounced on Xiao Yao's waist, with its sharp iron jaws pinching down on Xiao Yao's waist. Seeing the fierceness of the iron armor ant, Xiao Yao didn't care and fought back with a sword. Compared to the flame leopard, the iron armor ant was much slower, and was hacked to death by Xiao Yao within 2 or 3 strokes. Taking advantage of the momentum of killing the first giant ant, Xiao Yao entered the ants' nest like a broken bamboo. All the giant ants encountered on the road were killed. After killing nearly 100 of them, the level rose to 16, which is definitely at the moment is the player's first highest. Looking at the dark blue gate that appeared in the deepest part of the ant nest in front of him, Xiao Yao secretly slandered that you are the final boss of the first floor. Even though he was full of complaints, Xiao Yao still pushed open the dark blue door. A 3-meter-high iron-armored giant ant, the tail accounts for 2/3 of the entire body, and there are a pair of blood-red mandibles on the head. 100% is the Iron Queen. Roar. Seeing the intruder, the iron-armored ants roared up to the sky, and countless iron-armored giant ants crawled out of the caves on the nearby walls. Among them, 10 of them with particularly huge and sharp jaws should be elite iron-armored soldier ants. Xiao Yao was not afraid of dozens of giant ants appearing in iron armor, but now there are 100, plus 10 elites, which makes Xiao Yao feel a little tricky. Xiao Yao was waving the black longsword in his hand and did not dare to stop. As soon as he stopped, he was afraid that he would be torn to shreds by these iron-armored giant ants. What was even more hateful was that the iron-armored queen seemed to be watching a play. The ant-eye playfully watched Xiao Yao being chased and killed by her subordinates. Fuck. Xiao Yao cursed in a low voice. Isn't it just a bunch of stinky ants? Brother fight? 16th Heathcliff, I greet 18 generations of your ancestors. After much effort, Xiao Yao finally killed the 100 iron-armored giant ants and 10 elite iron-armored soldier ants. Hiss. The iron-armored ant queen, who had been sitting beside her, stood up slowly, her 3 HPs were full, and her ruby-like ant eyes were open and neighing in the sky. Hiss. A dark green light spurted out from the mouth of the iron-armored queen, and it seemed that it was not a simple thing. Xiao Yao did not dare to hold onto it, so he dodged sideways. The dark green light hit the side of the rock wall, and bursts of white smoke came out. It was initially estimated that it should be corrosive formic acid, Xiao Yao thought silently. Judging from the appearance of the iron-armored queen, it should be a long-range attack boss. After all, that body type is not suitable for melee combat. Except for the threat to the big jaws, the melee combat ability of the iron-armored queen is just scum. After wandering and fighting beside the iron-armored ant queen for a while, Xiao Yao has roughly mastered the attack frequency and move pattern of the iron-armored queen. Knocking down 2 HP, Xiao Yao stepped forward, the black longsword in his hand danced quickly, only the afterimage of the sword light could be seen, and the only remaining HP of the iron-armored ant queen was reduced by half. At this moment, a mutation occurred. A red light burst out from the whole body of the iron-armored ant, and the fat tail disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, only half of the HP remaining quickly climbed up, and all 3 HPs were fully recovered in an instant, and the appearance of the iron-armored queen also appeared a great change. The whole body turned blood red, and the body size was similar to that of the iron-armored soldier ant, but the pair of blood-red mandibles looked much more dangerous than the iron-armored soldier ant. The slimmed-down iron-armored queen instantly changed from a mage to an assassin. With Xiao Yao's current attributes, she couldn't keep up with the iron-armored queen's speed, and she reluctantly evaded, only relying on the intuition brought by infinite martial arts. This was the first hard battle Xiao Yao faced after waking up from the apocalypse. Even with endless martial arts training, he was still powerless in the face of this disparity. Seeing that the HP bar was decreasing little by little, Xiao Yao couldn't tell how bitter he was, so he could only move his body desperately to minimize the damage of the iron-armored queen. Just when the HP was about to lose its strength, the speed of the iron-armored ant slowed down, and the blood-red body faded a bit. Seeing the abnormality on the iron-armored queen's body, Xiao Yao was overjoyed. The speed of the iron-armored queen ant whose body has faded is only a little faster than Xiao Yao. This speed is not a problem for Xiao Yao at all. Swinging the black longsword in his hand, Xiao Yao said while attacking, "Let you fight so hard. Feng Shui turns, you will become experience points obediently. Because I don't know how long the state of the iron-armored queen will last, Xiao Yao tried his best to output frantically. Roar. After the unwilling cry, the iron-armored ant turned into fragments of light, which became Xiao Yao's experience points. After the iron-armored ants were completely eliminated, Xiao Yao fell to the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. The quick and outrageous attack of the iron-armored queen just now gave Xiao Yao the illusion of facing death. Is this how most Sao players feel every day? Since waking up at the end of the world, Xiao Yao has been living with the mentality of watching a movie. After facing death this time, his mentality has changed a little. After calming down, Xiao Yao stood up. In terms of difficulty, Xiao Yao dares to guarantee that this iron-armored ant queen is definitely not inferior to the first-tier boss of Ron Kobold King. If it wasn't for the time limit of the second type, it would definitely be stronger than weak. With the speed just now, the difficulty of the iron-armored queen has surpassed that of the floor master, so the drops are very good. Clicking on the item bar, the iron-armored queen dropped a dark red longsword and a white windbreaker. The dark red longsword is called Hunter, and the white windbreaker is called Beizheng Windbreaker. The attributes of the two pieces of equipment are very good. Both pieces of equipment have no attack power and defense power, but they can increase the existing attack power and defense of the equipment player respectively. The power is 50%, and the Hunter comes with an ability to absorb 1% of the target's blood volume. This effect does not add up in the early stage, but when the basic attributes of the player are improved in the later stage of the game, it will reach an amazing value. Without further ado, Xiao Yao immediately put on the new equipment he had just knocked down. He was wearing a white trench coat and carrying a dark red longsword on his back. After taking a look at this look, Xiao Yao had to say that it had a strong sense of presence. There were piles of iron-armored ant eggs in the back of the room where the iron-armored ant queen was located. Xiao Yao rudely collected 100 eggs to make up what he needed, then left the iron-armored giant ant nest and went to the next material location. Kuising sap and mountain fruit are a symbiotic plant. The flowers of the Kuising tree will attract nearby monsters to approach, and the mountain vines will entangle the approaching monsters and turn them into the nutrients of the Kuising tree, and the mountain vines will absorb the Kuising. The green star sap secreted by the tree grows, so where there is a green star tree, there will be mountain vines. The biggest difficulty in collecting these two materials is the wild monsters attracted by the pair of symbiotic plants. These wild monsters are all level 25 and above, and those below level 25 have long been torn to shreds by those higher than them. Fortunately, the attracted wild monsters will not counterattack as long as they do not actively provoke them, except that they instinctively do not let other creatures approach. These two materials are the best for Xiao Yao to collect, at least without using force. I saw Xiao Yao's figure was like a swallow, shuttling through the group of wild monsters. Each time he stood in the tolerance range of wild monsters, neither causing wild monsters nor actively fighting, he soon came to Kui. Under the star tree. Apart from the entanglement of mountain vines, it took Xiao Yao some effort to get rid of them, and he successfully collected Kuising sap and mountain fruit. So far, all 5 materials for hatching white eggs have been collected. After taking out all the 5 ingredients and following the steps on the parchment, Xiao Yao finally got a large bucket of emerald green potion. Xiao Yao took out the white egg and soaked it in the emerald green potion. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds ________. A row of countdowns appeared, 6 hours before the white eggs hatched. Put the potion bucket together with the white egg in the item bar. 6 hours can't be wasted casually. Time flies like this, and 6 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yao took the potion bucket out of the item bar, and the potion in it had been absorbed by the albumin. Click. A crack appeared in the white egg, and the crack got bigger and bigger, and finally the white egg shattered, revealing the small creatures inside. A blue drop-shaped creature emerged from the broken white egg, with big watery eyes and a drop-shaped body, looking at the familiar hatched from the white egg in front of him. Depend on. Isn't that a slime? Xiao Yao suddenly felt that thousands of grass and mud horses were galloping on the mare Gobi. You have worked hard to collect 5 kinds of materials that are almost impossible for ordinary players to collect, and finally hatched a slime. Xiao Yao now just wants to find out Heathcliff and greet the 18th generation of his ancestors. Seeing the slime with big eyes blinking in front of him, Xiao Yao burst into tears. Forget it, they've hatched anyway, so let's raise a mascot. As soon as his mind changed, Xiao Yao suddenly felt much better. Slime jumped on the ground a little silly, making mum noises from time to time. This thing is really cute. There is already a cute winged dragon Mao at home, and now there is another cute slime. Do you want to open a cute zoo in the future? When he thought of going out to fight monsters, he could only summon cute creatures to help out. The picture was too beautiful, and Xiao Yao couldn't imagine it. Looking at the slime in front of him, Xiao Yao turned his eyes and said, I hear you keep calling me Mum, so let's call it Xiaomu. Mum. Xiaomu jumped twice after hearing the name, and cried even more cheerfully. Seeing that slime was very satisfied with the name he had chosen, he happily said, Go. Take you to level up. Mum. In this way, Xiao Yao took Xiaomu to the depths of the labyrinth area to level up. One person and one slime will start the upgrade road in high spirits. Huh? How could someone trigger the hatching quest for slimes? A man whispered while looking at the main menu in front of him. A closer look at this man's main menu is different from that of ordinary players, with one more GM authority. The conditions for the slime incubation quest are very harsh. Only if you kill hundreds of kobold leaders and thousands of kobolds before opening the passage to the second floor without crusading the first level boss, there is a certain chance that you will be defeated by the kobold leader. Drops of quest-related items and slime eggs. If you want to hatch a slime, you need at least a level 30 player to complete it. At this stage, even a level 29 player has not yet appeared. This player who relies on skills is not small. It seems that he needs to pay more attention in the future. Already. Thunder? This is an interesting player. The man muttered to himself while looking at the main menu. After looking at the main menu for a while, the man turned off the main menu, looked around the red buildings and said, It's almost time to join the players. After all, it's boring to watch all the time. The name is set to Heathcliff, plus a unique skill Holy Sword, and when the player's level reaches a certain level, a guild is established, which is called the Knights of the Blood Alliance. When the players get through the 99th floor and find out that the final boss is the guild leader who leads them, I don't know what kind of expression they will have. Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. The man smiled and muttered to himself in the empty red building before disappearing into this bright red world. 17 Jumping Clowns. In Crad, Level 1, Tubana. In a place resembling an ancient Roman arena, a group of players gathered today. The purpose of this group of players today is to hold a boss strategy meeting. Most of the players who come are active characters in the labyrinth area on the first floor. A young man wearing a white trench coat with a dark red longsword on his back turned his head and looked around. A lot of players had gathered, and soon he saw the person he was looking for. Kirito, who also came to the strategy meeting, and Asuna, who was sitting beside Kirito, wore a cloak to cover her face. Kirito. Xiao Yao waved his hand to say hello. Ray, you're here too. When Kirito heard the voice, he waved his hand. You're also here for today's strategy meeting. Anyway, my level is at the top of the front line, how could I not come? Xiao Yao replied with a smile. To talk about how Xiao Yao and Kirito met, it would be about the labyrinth area. Not long after the game started, Kirito also entered the labyrinth area and tried his best to level up. He was besieged by a lot of kobolds once, and just happened to be seen by Xiao Yao, who was passing by. With just a sword, Xiao Yao and Kirito would besiege Kaiba. The kobold was killed, and later added friends to each other. It didn't take long for the players to come. The sponsor of the strategy meeting was wearing a knight's armor, and a blue-haired man with a long sword on his waist stood in the center of the meeting room. Everyone who has been invited is almost here. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Diabel. If I am a professional, I will call myself a knight. The sound of sneering and the voices of discourse came from the conference hall. The door to the boss's room in the labyrinth area on the first floor. As soon as the words fell, the noise in the audience disappeared instantly, and the smiles of those who were still laughing just now froze. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, Diabelu smiled slightly and planned to speak again. A man with an orange spiky head jumped out, interrupting Diabelu. The orange spiky-haired man looked around and said loudly, "Before the strategy meeting, there are still people here who need to come out and apologize. Those bastard beta testers who did not release information and caused the death of 2,000 players should come out and kneel and apologize and pay compensation." The man with the orange spiky head raised his head proudly after speaking, as if he had done something great. Kirito, who was sitting next to Xiao Yao, heard the words of the orange spiky-headed man. His face turned pale and his fists clenched. Xiao Yao saw the scene in his eyes and sighed. This orange spiky-headed man made him very unpleasant when he appeared in the anime. Isn't he courting death when he appears in front of him now? Da. Step by step, Xiao Yao walked slowly to the center of the conference hall, standing in front of the orange spiky-headed man, his eyes indifferent. "What's your name?" Perhaps frightened by Xiao Yao's indifference to see everything as nothing, he subconsciously took a step back and said, "King Ya." Sure enough, it was him. "Is Cao?" "Very well, I remember. Do you want the beta tester to come forward to compensate?" After hearing this, Yawang remembered that he was on the side of reason, raised his chest and said loudly, "That's right. Let those bastard testers come out and compensate." Tooth King looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao was wearing a white trench coat with a dark red longsword on his back, and his shape looked very cool. These equipments were all created by Xiao Yao in the labyrinth area. Regarding the current equipment level, unless Heathcliff opened the GM plugin, otherwise no one can compare. Looking at you wearing such good equipment, I know that you must be a beta tester. Hurry up and hand over compensation." Yawang said loudly, and looked at Xiao Yao with pride. Hearing what King Ya said, Xiao Yao almost laughed. This annoying clown jumping on the beam. Existence is purely for disgusting people. Looking at Yawang's smug expression, Xiao Yao drew out the dark red longsword behind his back in disgust and said, "The intelligence manual that everyone has now is distributed free of charge by the beta tester in your mouth. You dare to say that you haven't used it before? Intelligence manual? As for the dead people, they can only say that they went to dangerous areas beyond their ability, and now it is the beta testers who are fighting on the front line. Why do you ask them to pay compensation? Clown. In the future, you'd better not leave the town, leave the safe area. If I meet you in the wild, then I will let you log out of the game." After speaking, the dark red longsword danced a sword flower and put it back into the scabbard. The tone of voice was a bit angry, and the meaning was very cruel. Other players present had no doubts. What Xiao Yao said just now, the so-called logout of the game, means to kill directly, and he really will do it. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Yawang was sluggish for a few seconds, then took a few steps back tremblingly, and finally fell to the ground, saying intermittently, "Su Xing. Demon." When Xiao Yao was talking just now, he deliberately used infinite martial arts to control the part of his heart in his aura. He had a monstrous murderous intent in his heart. This murderous intent that could almost scare ordinary people to death completely covered Yawang. In an instant, Cao saw death. Seeing King Ya, who was sitting on the ground, Xiao Yao said softly, "Trash." He turned and left with disdain. The back of the white windbreaker looked so lonely that no one dared to go up to chat with him, except for a black-haired boy. "Ray, thank you." Xiao Yao looked at Kirito who was following, and said with a smile, "I am now seen by others as a murderer who made a murder declaration. Are you afraid of being misunderstood when you talk to me?" Kirito looked directly at Xiao Yao and said resolutely, "I believe you are a person, my vision will not be wrong, and your actions just now are also an injustice for the beta testers." Looking at Kirito's confident gaze, Xiao Yao touched his nose and muttered in his heart that he didn't know how he was. "Lei, will you come to participate in the boss strategy? Or do you play solo?" Kirito asked worriedly. With Lei's strength, maybe he would go solo. Boss that all players are afraid of, Kirito is actually worried that Xiao Yao will play solo by himself. Saying it out will probably make other players sneer. The floor boss is not an existence that a player can play alone, but that is for ordinary people. Obviously Xiao Yao is not within the scope of ordinary people. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "I won't play alone. When you gather good people and come to me again, I'll go to level up by myself during this time." Hearing Xiao Yao's answer, Kirito's eyes lit up. Originally, because of the Tooth King, he was worried that Lei would go solo after their defeat of the strategy, or he would go alone now, but Lei said that he would go to the raid together, so he would definitely not. Will break his promise. If Lei shows his strength, the boss will definitely only be killed obediently. Thinking of the battle he saw in the labyrinth, Kirito was confident in this time to conquer the boss. "Well then, I'll go back and continue to participate in the strategy meeting." Looking at the back of Kirito leaving happily, the corner of Xiao Yao's mouth was slightly raised. Kirito is very happy that he can participate in the boss raiders, because it is basically a sure thing for him to join the boss raiders, and Kirito almost put his heart on raiding in Crad, or else in the late Sword Art Online he will not be the top few solo players in the raiding group, and even later the protagonists might exploded, killing the blue-eyed demon of the 74th floor boss, so being able to successfully raid the boss is one of his happiest things. "Mum." Xiaomu jumped out from under Xiao Yao's windbreaker, looking a little dissatisfied, because Xiao Yao didn't allow her to come out on the occasion just now. It was too bad. Abusive familiars bad master. Xiaomu decided to ignore the master for a day. A day is too long, an hour is better. Xiaomu decided to ignore the master for an hour. If Xiao Yao knew what Xiaomu was thinking, he would definitely shout that he was wronged. Think about the scene just now. If you had a slime on your body, what would others think? To be funny? This is the reason why Xiao Yao did not dare to let Xiaomu out just now. Xiao Yao looked at Xiaomu's dissatisfied expression, and was a little surprised. This is just too humanized. The familiar in Sao is basically just a set of programs, and it acts according to the settings of the program, but since Xiaomu was hatched, it does not feel like a set of programs but like a child to Xiao Yao, and now he is twisting his body. Doesn't the frown look like a child who is arguing with his parents? After a moment's thought, Xiaomu is a reward for hidden quests. Could that level of hidden quest reward be a rubbish demon like slime? Impossible. Contribution and gain are proportional. Following this logic, Xiao Yao came to the conclusion that Heathcliff must have left some foreshadowing when he set up this familiar. Never mind. Forget about it. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know what Heathcliff will do to Xiaomu. Anyway, as long as he completes the tasks of the system, Heathcliff can do whatever he wants, and let him be at ease. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao didn't focus on thinking about the origin of Xiaomu. Time flies. The boss strategy meeting, Xiao Yao received a message from Kirito, and he was about to start a boss strategy soon. Boss gate on the first floor. Diabelu stood in front of the gate, looked at the gathered players and said, "This is the first step in our attack on Inkrad. I hope that no player will sacrifice, so everyone, let us unite, let us work together to defeat this boss." "Oh. Under the watchful eyes of many players, the boss door on the first floor opened. 18th, I wish you an early hatchet. In the public eye. The door is open. The scarlet fur is far bigger than the kobold leader's body, and a pair of blood-red beast pupils opened. Gahoo-hoo! The king of Ivran kobolds roared and raised his huge axe to stand up. The players present instantly felt a bloody smell. It was clear that this was a game, but it felt so realistic that a few participated in the strategy. The player stood still and was frightened. Diabello shouted, "Don't be in a daze. Follow the plan at the meeting. Team A and B will go first. Everyone else pay attention to the boss's hatred. Pay attention to the boss's attack. Attack." With such a shout, the players raised their weapons and started to fight with the boss. Boss's HP according to the pre-assigned tasks. Among them, the duo of Kirito and Asuna performed the best. There is no mistake in the connection. It was as smooth as flowing water, and almost an entire line of HP was shot down by the two of them. Thanks. Gratitude. Thank you. It's too risky for you to arrive. Xiao Yao walks beside the king of Ivran kobolds, does not perform any active output, but acts as the strongest rescue. Once a player's HP drops to red and cannot escape the boss attack, Xiao Yao will take action to help the player escape. Fighting state, the players who were rescued for this thanked them. Due to Xiao Yao's rescue in normal battles, no player was killed, but the general HP dropped to yellow. In the audience, only Xiao Yao's HP was still green, not even a single drop. Soon Irfan Kobold King only had the last HP left. Roar. The king of Ivran kobolds roars in the sky, and when 1 HP is left, it will change the attack mode. Attention everyone. The boss is going to change his attack mode. Diabello shouted from the front, but he didn't rush forward alone in order to grab the dropped items like in the anime. Gahoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Ivran Kobold King threw down his axe and pulled out his wild sword, and instantly a stench came upon him. At the same time as changing the mode, the speed of the king of Ivran Kobold suddenly increased, and the huge body jumped onto the wall responsively, constantly jumping and changing positions at an extremely fast speed. The wild sword in his hand was chopped from time to time, and there were dozens of them all at once. The player's HP dropped to red. If Xiao Yao hadn't blocked a lot of attacks immediately, some people would have died unfortunately. Facing the swift attack of the king of Ivran kobolds, only Kirito and Asuna were able to counter-attack a little. Seeing this, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. The king of Irvan kobolds seemed to be stronger than in the anime. Quite a lot, otherwise the combined strength of Yaitong and Asuna would have been wiped out long ago. Is Heathcliff able to move his hands and feet? Xiao Yao touched his chin and thought. Ray. Come and help. Kirito took the time to shout to Xiao Yao who was helping the player. The situation is very dangerous now. He only has less than 1/3 of his HP left, and Asuna is even worse, with 4 points in a row. Not one of them. Come on. Xiao Yao calmly saved the next human again. Xiao Yao raised the hunter in his hand and shouted loudly while rushing to the king of Ivran kobolds, "Everyone step back." In the face of Xiao Yao's shouting, the players present all stopped their attacks and quickly retreated to the rear. After all, almost everyone present was rescued by Xiao Yao. Seeing the players retreat, the king of Ivran kobolds is not a good kind, wielding a wild sword and chasing at an astonishing speed. Seeing that a player will be killed by the knife. Keng. A huge metal crash sounded. The dark red hunter blocked the deadly knife, and the two weapons intersected and a violent spark erupted, so a strange scene was staged in the boss room. The huge body of the king of the kobolds of Ivran attacked a small white figure with a wild sword that was much larger than a human being. Compared with the frantic attack of the king of Ivran kobolds, the white figure was very small, like a small boat in the raging waves, but this boat was floating and sinking in the raging waves, and would not sink no matter what. This is the scene in the eyes of the players. As for the white figure, Xiao Yao, the protagonist of this battle, yawned and waved the hunter to block the attack. If other players can clearly see the expression of this guy, they will definitely not worry about him. To be honest, compared with the iron-armored Ant Queen, the King of Ifron Kobolds is simply too weak. After the iron-armored Queen entered the second mode, with her abnormal speed, she almost drove Xiao Yao to death, but the King of Ifron Kobold just changed his weapon from an axe to a wild sword, plus some agility, and in general, it was only 50% stronger than the original one. This improvement was really not too stressful for Xiao Yao. Whenever the King of Ifron Kobolds chops off the wild sword in his hand, Xiao Yao can always dodge with his infinite martial arts. After all, he adds almost all attributes to his agility, so it is difficult for the boss's attack to hit him. As for the attack that cannot be avoided, use the hunter to block, although the block will deduct a little HP, but because of the additional effect of the hunter, bloody killing, the abnormal ability to absorb 1% of the target's blood volume, and the agility high, the attack speed is naturally fast, which causes Xiao Yao's HP to remain at full capacity. So a miraculous scene appeared in front of many players. Only one person competed with the second mode of the floor boss, maintaining a state of HP lossless in an invincible manner. Hanging up, the players present couldn't think of a second word to describe Xiao Yao. It seems that the infinite martial arts is really a plug-in. Boom. HP of the King of Ifron Kobolds cleared, the gate to the second floor appeared, Xiao Yao played a sword flower and put the hunter back into the scabbard behind him. That look, full of pretense. The players present looked at the white figure with admiration. This person is a well-deserved hero. Xiao Yao looked at the item column. After the Ifron Kobold King was killed, he did not drop the midnight coat that Kirito wore in the anime, but instead dropped an item of unknown purpose. Xiao Yao said that it is a pity, but even if you get it, you will not be able to equip it. The attributes of Bashan's Windbreaker are very high quality. At least at this stage, Xiao Yao can't find clothes and equipment that can compare with Bashan's Windbreaker. After closing the item bar, Xiao Yao looked up and found that he had become the focus of the players participating in the strategy. After scratching his head, Xiao Yao said a little embarrassedly, "Then what? The boss has been killed, everyone can go to the second floor." In one sentence. The pretentious aura that had just occurred dissipated in an instant, and the corners of the players' mouths twitched. Why did we think this guy was a hero just now? Kirito covered his face. I don't know this guy. Asuna, who was standing beside Kirito, turned her head away and pretended not to hear. I'm going to the second floor first. Facing the gazes of the players present, Xiao Yao didn't practice his face like an iron wall. He entered the door leading to the second floor in a bit of embarrassment and quickly disappeared from the boss's room. The remaining players look at me, I look at you, and the scene suddenly froze. Cough cough, everyone, let's go back to the town for supplies first, and we'll go later on the second floor. Diabellus spoke first, breaking the stiff atmosphere. When the players left, two figures were left in the empty boss room, a boy with short black hair and a girl with long orange hair. Asuna, don't you go back to the town to supply supplies? Kirito asked. Asuna replied directly, no, I want to go directly to the second floor, but you, why stay? Kirito said directly, I also plan to go directly to the second floor and find the leveling area first. The second floor, the wild. There was a figure here long ago, far earlier than Kirito and Asuna. This person is naturally Xiao Yao, who came to the second floor just now in embarrassment. Recalling the picture just now, Black History. This can't help but make Xiao Yao have the determination to exercise the thickness of his skin. As the saying goes, people are shameless and the world is invincible. Gold will definitely shine, silver will definitely be spent, skirts will definitely disappear, and integrity will definitely fall out. So Xiao Yao is now walking hard on this road. But now let's vent the shame that I just lost face, so the wild monsters are unfortunate. The wild monsters in this leveling area are all killed by Xiao Yao and then refreshed. After refreshing, they are killed. Repeatedly several times, Xiao Yao feeling that the sense of shame seems to be almost gone, I simply let this group of wild monsters just refreshed. Taking the hunter back into the scabbard and turning around, Xiao Yao noticed a man and a woman standing in the distance, and the two stared at him dumbfounded. Xiao Yao waved his hands in front of the two of them and said, "Return to God. Lei, you are too fierce." Kirito, who recovered, looked at Xiao Yao with the eyes of a monster. He watched Xiao Yao alone kill the elite monsters that required the cooperation of at least 5 players to kill them several times. Asuna on the side also looked at Xiao Yao with the same eyes as Kirito, and the movements were completely synchronized. Well, being treated as a monster by this couple, Xiao Yao complained angrily, "Are you husband and wife? Why are you looking at me with the same eyes?" Hearing Xiao Yao's complaints, Kirito quickly waved his hand and explained, "How is it possible for a husband and wife? I only teamed up with Asuna today, it's just a friendship." Xiao Yao looked at Kirito with a suspicious look, like saying, "Boy, are you sure you weren't very happy when I said that?" Facing the conversation between Xiao Yao and Kirito, Asuna gave them an angry look and turned to leave with a blushing face. I saw Kirito say goodbye in a hurry, and hurriedly chased after him, not knowing what to say to Asuna. Only that the two of them went to other places to find a suitable training area. Standing in the back, Xiao Yao had to sigh, Kirito really deserves to be a winner in life. She hooked up with Asuna so early. Xiao Yao looked at the backs of the two leaving. "Kirito, I wish you an early hatchet. I wouldn't say I'm jealous. The 19th boss is dead." By the way, Xiao Yao started playing Lone Ranger since he attacked the first floor. When the players just explored the second floor, they found that the boss of the second floor had been quietly killed. This news made many players excited. Several days, after all, it took more than a month to attack the first floor, which made most players think that a strong team has emerged that is capable of attacking the boss. As everyone knows, the second floor boss is our Lone Ranger's own strategy. After leaving the crowd, Xiao Yao began to show his perverted scene. Within 2 months, he used the speed of riding a rocket to push the progress of the strategy to the terrifying 26th floor, and raised the level to LV42, completely ruling the land and all players. On top, in just 3 months, we reached the 26th floor, of which 15 floors were conquered by Xiao Yao alone, and the remaining 10 floors were conquered by other players in the raiding group. It was only conquered with a lot of human lives, and the Knights of the Blood Alliance in the anime has been initially established. At present, almost all guild affairs are led by Heathcliff alone. Other large-scale guilds in the later period are like the Holy Dragon United and Fenglin Volcano, are also established. When Xiao Yao kills the 10th floor boss, the system unlocks the title mode, which can be obtained by meeting certain conditions, which can increase special abilities. Title: Boss Killer. 10% increased damage to large creatures. Kill 10 more floor bosses to advance. This is the first title Xiao Yao got, and it can be advanced in the future. He has such a good ability in the first stage alone, which makes Xiao Yao even more looking forward to the ability that will be enhanced after the title is advanced. 3/5 of the main quests released by the system were completed, which made Xiao Yao relax a lot. If he continued on this progress, he would not have to face the punishment of level 10. And Xiao Yao recently received a hidden mission, so he started a long mission journey. I have nothing to do, so cheaply to take this quest. In the labyrinth area, Xiao Yao wailed, and the hunter swung down in his hand to deal with the shadow wolf. Obtain the shadow wolf tooth. This is already the 99th shadow wolf tooth collected by Xiao Yao, which means that he has to go back to hand in the task again. Xiao Yao's hidden quest is very special. It is a chain quest, How many links there are, it is currently unknown, but Xiao Yao boldly predicts that there may be 99 links in this stupid chain quest, and the collection of Shadow Wolf teeth is the 46th ring. Uncle Mill, here are the 99 Shadow Wolves you want. Xiao Yao Tai handed over a large bag of Shadow Wolves with this face. Thunder, thank you, the Shadow Wolf can just help me make a mace, but recently I want to make a feather pillow, and I need some jade bird feathers. Can you help me collect it? Uncle Mill cheerfully asked with a smile. Uncle Mill's mission, 47. Uncle Mill wants to make a feather pillow, he needs jade bird feather times 99. Xiao Yao looked at Uncle Mill's face and clicked to accept it with hatred. Go to your feather pillow, if it weren't for the rich rewards of the final quest and the side quests of the system, I would have cut you off long ago. Xiao Yao growled inwardly and turned to collect jade bird feathers. Starting from the first ring. The task is to collect materials. Every time I collect materials, there are 99 scumbags. Rao is a very patient person like Xiao Yao who also wants to press Uncle Mill's head into the shithole. He is drowning. When Xiao Yao spent a whole week giving the 98th ring quest items to Uncle Mir, the strong black aura behind it was shocking. Imagine running around and collecting items for a whole week, and every time it's a dam of the 99, everyone will be played to the point of sanity collapse. If not for a trace of sanity, Xiao Yao would want to blacken and kill the damn NPC, Uncle Mill. Thunder, I want to build a dragon blood weapon recently, can you help me collect some dragon blood? Uncle Mill still smiled heartily. Xiao Yao has seen this smile 98 times. Uncle Mill's mission, 99. Uncle Mill needs some dragon blood to make dragon blood weapons, dragon blood X99. Xiao Yao accepted it without a smile, got the map to Longgu from Uncle Mill, and went immediately without looking back. The dragon species monsters are basically the types of wild monsters that only appear after the 50th floor, but Uncle Mill's mission actually made the setting appear on the 26th floor ahead of schedule. Obviously there is such a big loophole, but it is almost half black. Xiao Yao didn't think much about it, he just wanted to complete this damn chain of quests as soon as possible, and then beat Uncle Mill hard. Thinking about running around this week, there are tasks that test people's patience from time to time. Xiao Yao showed a somewhat broken smile. Obviously the black gas emanating from the back is invisible to ordinary people, but it makes the players on the street unconsciously chill. Stand upright and make way. 26th floor, Lilangjai. According to the map given by Uncle Mill, Xiao Yao came to Lilongye, and the number of Lilongs is kept at 99 every time, which means that just brushing Lilongye once can complete Uncle Mir's mission, 99. Completely free from this damn chain of missions. The area of Lilong Wild is about 5 football fields. The terrain is a plain in the middle of a basin. There is only a single wild monster like Lilong. The advantage of fighting monsters here is that the location of the target is clear at a glance. The dragon will provoke 98 other lizard dragons to encircle it. But would Xiao Yao care about this? The answer is obvious. This guy completely ignored the risk of being surrounded and suppressed, and swung the hunter to chop down the nearest lizard dragon. The lizards are like enlarged versions of lizards, each over 5 meters in size. When dozens of lizards riot at the same time, the scene can be imagined. In the face of the riots and the dragons that came to encircle and suppress them, Xiao Yao waved the hunters and fought with his sword alone. The half-blackened Xiao Yao is murderous and has no mercy for the lizard dragon. Although the lizard dragon is not a complete dragon family, it has inherited a small amount of dragon blood, so its defense is very high. Dragon hunting is much more difficult. Of course, this is for ordinary players. Xiao Yao is obviously not in this list. See if he kills one lizard dragon almost every minute, can this group of lizard dragons last for 2 hours? It's hard to say that in the face of almost one-sided slaughter, the number of lizard dragons is getting smaller and smaller. After each lizard dragon was killed, Xiao Yao received a piece of dragon blood, but the strange thing was that the lizard dragon's corpse, which should have disappeared as a fragment of light, remained the same as before death and stayed in place. This scene made Xiao Yao slightly frowning. There shouldn't be any hidden settings. I know that the damn Uncle Mill has no good intentions. The massacre lasted for more than an hour. When the 98th lizard dragon was cut down, a mutation suddenly occurred. The only remaining lizard dragon roared up to the sky, and its body began to change. Coming. Hide settings. Xiao Yao's brows were furrowed, the strange sense of disobedience when he killed the lizard dragon just now, and the corpse that would not disappear. 9 times out of 10, the last lizard dragon is about to explode. Xiao Yao quickly pulled back and lost a disposable throwing knife before pushing away, but he was blocked by a screen of immortal existence. Sure enough, he was invincible during the transformation, and this attribute will probably be maintained until the transformation is complete. The corpses of the lizard dragons that remained in place and did not disappear were instantly turned into fragments of light when the last lizard dragon transformed, and converged on the transformed lizard dragon. The lizard dragon, which was originally 5 meters in size, suddenly doubled in size. The scales on the back extended outward after a while of squirming, and finally grew into a pair of wings the same size as the body. The color is the same as blood. The original lizard has 2 long red dragon horns on its head, and a structure similar to a meteor hammer on its tail. A pair of blood-red dragon eyes. The overall appearance looks murderous. As if he and Xiao Yao have something incompatible with each other. But that's right, after all, Xiao Yao killed all 98 of its kin, and seeing the entire Lilongya empty, only it was left alone. Go! Bloodwing Dragon LV60. Depend on. Did this lizard eat Jinkra? So fierce. The lizard dragon level generally falls between LV40-45, which is why Xiao Yao can kill it so easily, but this lizard dragon that Yukimura finally turned into a bloodwinged dragon, the level has increased by at least 15 in an instant. The explosion is so ruthless. This boss is dead. Xiao Yao once again scolded the game producer Heathcliff. The class that has nothing to do with such a boss comes out, and let no one live. Facing the bloodwinged dragon, Xiao Yao felt a little pressure. The attributes of LV42, facing LV60, are almost equal to death in the eyes of senior players, but Xiao Yao will not give up. This is the 99th ring quest, although the quest did not say, but the blood of this bloodwinged dragon may be the what Uncle Mill really wants, so he must not let it go. I just killed the lizard dragon quickly, and I didn't vent the grievances of taking the 99th ring quest from Uncle Mir. It just happened that this bloodwinged dragon could be a good sandbag. Thinking of this, the original little pressure disappeared. Xiao Yao looked at the bloodwinged dragon who was roaring after his transformation with full of fighting intent. The hunter is out. The fight begins. The 20th tyrant skill. For the bloodwinged dragon, it has a bloody feud with Xiao Yao, and for Xiao Yao, the bloodwinged dragon is a necessity for his 99th ring mission, so both sides have reasons for war. Almost at the same time, both sides attacked. The bloodwinged dragon opened the dragon's mouth and spewed out the dragon's representative attack, the dragon's breath. The bloodwinged dragon spewed out a blood-red dragon breath, which was a bit like a liquid. Xiao Yao's intuition was not good. Sizzle. White smoke floated up from the ground hit by the blood-red dragon's blood, and the entire ground was corroded. Corrosive dragon breath? It's a little troublesome. Xiao Yao looked at the ground with white smoke and analyzed it. Holding the hunter tightly, Xiao Yao used a set of swordsmanship that he had recently sorted out. With the mind and body of infinite martial arts, and the experience of fighting wild monsters in Sao, Xiao Yao currently deduces the 5-style swordsmanship, which can be dealt with according to different situations. The first style. This move is specially used to deal with huge opponents. It emphasizes large-scale killing, and aims to crippling opponents at the fastest speed. I saw that the hunters turned into light and shadows in the sky, like a violent storm, and greeted the blood-winged dragon directly. Roar! The blood-winged dragon is not something to mess with. After the mutation, it has reached LV60, and it is a relatively powerful one. Facing the successive attacks of Xiao Yao, who is less than LV50, it is very annoyed. The biggest feature of the dragon family is it is a strong physical body. In the face of hunters, the blood-winged dragon does not say a word, and fights meleeally. The dragon claw and the hunter intersected, and violent sparks erupted. One was the LV60 elite monster, and the other was the strongest player. The two sides were evenly matched for the time being. The blood-winged dragon's long HP only dropped by 1/10. Xiao Yao is better, the blood-sucking effect attached to the hunter keeps his HP between full and 1/5. After cutting for a long time, Xiao Yao was a little unhappy when he saw that the blood-winged dragon only lost a little blood. Although he was a leapfrog, and the blood-winged dragon's wings were cut off, he should lose a little more. With a click, the attack of the hunter in Xiao Yao's hands changed. The second style. Different from the first style, the second style gives up a wide range of offensive and defensive, and replaces it with an inhuman attack speed and a slashing frequency of 30 times per second. This is also Xiao Yao's way of adding points to focus on agility. When the level is higher, the attack speed can also increase. Although he gave up his defense, Xiao Yao's HP was always at full capacity. Even if it dropped occasionally, it quickly returned to full capacity. This was all due to the high attack speed, which made the hunter's skills more frequent. To an outrageous point, the blood can be recovered once every 3 seconds, and the amount is quite large, which makes Xiao Yao completely ignore the attack of the blood-winged dragon. Except for the dragon's breath with the corrosive attribute, the basic each attack was directly resisted. After using the second style to completely give up defense and increase the attack speed, the blood-winged dragon's HP bar dropped rapidly, and the remaining half of it quickly disappeared. Ho 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 ho. Seeing the blood-winged dragon suddenly yelling, Xiao Yao guessed that it is about to enter the second mode. After all, the blood-winged dragon is also the final boss of a small dungeon. After the blood-winged dragon roared, a scarlet light hood doubled in size as a whole, and its size was frightening. It was even bigger before it was damaged, and scales grew out of the original flesh membrane. Obviously, the pair of wings were not for decoration. When the crimson light faded, the blood-winged dragon officially entered the second mode, and the attack frequency and damage made it difficult for Xiao Yao to deal with it. The blood-winged dragon is in a very good mood now. Watching Xiao Yao dodging under the dragon's claws, although he occasionally seizes the opportunity to fight back, his HP is really reduced. At this speed, he can definitely kill this damn human. Xiao Yao waved the hunter, but he didn't dare to slow down the speed in his hand. After entering the second mode, this blood-winged dragon would be so strong and abnormal. It is estimated that he was able to deal with and counter-attack. After all, the blood-winged dragon's pair of blood wings and dragon's breath are not vegetarians. Seeing that the HP is getting less and less, Xiao Yao gritted his teeth. Although he deduced the 5-style swordsmanship, the level was too low to use the second style. There is still some distance from the third style. Let's face it, as long as there is enough will in Sao, it is possible to break through the restrictions of the program. HP dropped to 1/3, can't wait any longer. The third style. I saw Xiao Yafei quickly open the item bar, and instantly took out dozens of long swords of different grades. The third style was a rather special style, which required super fast reaction ability in addition to inhuman speed. Reaching out and throwing all the long swords into the air, Xiao Yao jumped up. He grabbed a green longsword and an orange longsword with both hands, and after cutting down one sword, Xiao Yao immediately let go and opened his hands to hold the other 2 long swords, doing the same action again. It seemed very simple movements, but require amazing reflexes, because it requires extremely fast speed, so that each sword is cut off before it hits the ground, and it keeps changing. The second release, which caused many long swords to stay in mid-air and not fall to the ground. The long swords needed to use the third style are not ordinary, each one is carefully selected by Xiao Yao, and all have special effects, so one by one, the negative effects such as burns, slowness, poisoning, etc. are all blessed to the Bloodwing. On the dragon, the attack speed of the Bloodwing dragon slowed down, and the HP bar dropped rapidly. When the third move came to the 10th round, Xiao Yao already felt a little powerless. He didn't know that changing swords required extremely high agility, and he also needed to be quick-witted. Both of them consume both stamina and energy. No doubt, when the move stops, is when he collapsed to the ground, so he must kill the Bloodwing dragon now. The battle situation was very bad for the Bloodwing dragon, but Xiao Yao kept changing positions to use his long sword to attack, which made the Bloodwing dragon keep attacking in the air, plus the negative effects. The bonus brought by the second mode of the Bloodwing dragon was almost after disappearing. The huge body became a life reminder. It often couldn't see Xiao Yao hiding in the blind spot of the huge body, and often looked in that direction after being hit, but at this time Xiao Yao had already changed to another place. The Bloodwing dragon's HP is less than 1,000, but Xiao Yao has also entered the brink of collapse, and now the battle is whether Xiao Yao's willpower can keep him going. Hold me up. Xiao Yao's expression is firm. If he can't hold on, he has to hold on for me. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, and dozens of swords fell in the blink of an eye. The Bloodwing dragon really only had a trace of HP left, and it could be killed with just one more blow. Holding the sword tightly, Xiao Yao knew that he was really dying, but after gritting his teeth, he seemed to have improved his spirits. The system beeps. Breakthrough of willpower, permanent spiritual power plus 10. Get down. With the last roar, the sword in Xiao Yao's hand fell. In the end, the Bloodwing dragon turned into pieces of light and dissipated. Get Dragon's Blood ×1. Uncle Mill's mission, 99, is complete. Please ask NPC Uncle Mill to collect the reward. The side quests are completed, and the rewards will be distributed. Karma card ×1, Golden Rule, 12 trials, free summoning scroll ×1. The Golden Rule. Looking at the 3 words, Xiao Yao's eyes straightened. The Golden Rule is a passive skill, so it does not need to consume skill points like the Thunder Fruit. The original owner of the Golden Rule is the hero King Gilgamesh. This ability has only one effect. The fate of a lifetime is entangled in wealth, and he is not trapped by money all his life. He lives the life of a rich man. You can totally ignore the money. This ability to attract wealth is so powerful that it is almost comparable to or even beyond the curse. Even if you want to be poor, it is a real local tyrant skill. As for the other 12 trials, this is something stronger than the Golden Rule. Although it is only a B rank ability, in terms of metamorphosis, it cannot even match the infinite martial arts of A+. The 12 trials can strengthen the body, completely immune to physical and magical attacks below grade B, and have the ability to resurrect 12 times with full blood after death. When resurrected after being attacked, it will be immune to that method of death. The metamorphosis ability that the attack no longer works, is more powerful than the 5 heroes of the Saint Seiya. These 3 abilities make the 12 trials worthy of the title of metamorphosis. Of course, it can only be unlocked after reaching LV3. The 12 trials of LV1 can only be resurrected after death. Function, so Xiao Yao did not hesitate to spend 2 skill points to raise the 12 trials to LV3. Killing the Bloodwing dragon actually had such a generous reward, which made Xiao Yao feel that the hard work just now was worth it. Although he almost died, he was still in a state of collapse, and his whole body was lying on the ground like a pool of mud. Anyway, it will take a while to recover. I will first look at the system panel. Since I came to Sword Art Online, I have only focused on fighting monsters, not the system. Although I will chat with the system when fighting monsters, I have not seen the attributes once. Host, Xiao Yao. Level, 30, Biang Novel Transfer Station 17059111093. Slash. Stamina, 124. Agility, 130. Vitality, 130. Spirit, 234. Summoning Energy. Skill Points, 24. Abilities, Thunderfruit, Inseal, Golden Rule. Skills, Infinite Martial Arts LV3, Familiar Contract LV3, 12 Trials LV3. Title, Boss Killer. Familiar, Soak Finny, Unsummonable. Backpack, 7th Order Spar X5, 5th Order Spar X1, Karma Card X1, Free Summon Scroll X1. Spiritual Strength plus 10 permanently is Xiao Yao's first attribute without upgrading. From this logic, physical strength, agility, and vitality should also be improved, but it should be very difficult. Thinking about the fight with the blood-winged dragon just now, it was almost 9 deaths. Although it seemed that there was not much danger in the process, but my family knew about their own affairs. If there was no breakthrough in spirit just now, they would definitely not be able to cut the last sword, and the result was Xiao Yao was killed by the blood-winged dragon, the main mission failed, and he obediently returned to the real world to accept the punishment of that perverted level 10. However, the harvest is also huge. Just looking at the 2 awesome skills of the Golden Rule and the 12 Trials is worth it, but what is a Karma card? I don't seem to have heard of it, nor can I find it in stores. If you don't understand, just ask directly. Without further ado, Xiao Yao directly asks the system will definitely know. System, what is a Karma card? Master Yao, the Karma card is a special item and cannot be exchanged from the store. It has only one effect, that is, no matter when it is used when the difficulty cannot be solved, it will randomly summon a summoned character who can solve the problem, but it will appear after the summoning. Cause and effect, it needs to be repaid. Xiao Yao had some doubts and said, how can this cause and effect be returned? Well, I don't know. The Karma card will be activated at a specific time, and then Master Yao will be arrested to pay off the karma. How to pay it off is unknown. In simple terms, it is a thing, but it may be very tricky when it comes to karma, so I decisively decided to hide it in the snow, and never use it unless it is a last resort. After all, this kind of thing is very mysterious. Chapter 21, The Luck of the Protagonist. In Crad, the 22nd floor. 2 black-haired teenagers were lying on the grass taking a nap comfortably, while a brown-haired girl sat helplessly watching. Kirito, brother Lei, how can you be so graceful? The brunette girl yelled at the 2 lying on the ground. Asuna, it's no big deal to take a nap. Xiao Yao stretched his waist and got up. As for Kirito on the other side, he didn't mean to get up at all, he still lay on the turf and fell asleep leisurely. Asuna put one hand on her hips and pointed at Kirito with the other, and said with a slight anger, look, Kirito, who had been serious about attacking the labyrinth area, was damaged by you, and now he is always sleeping like this. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, do you blame me? A whole rascal. Just as Asuna was about to continue lecturing, Kirito, who was lying on the ground, stood up, patted his clothes, and said helplessly, it's no big deal to take a nap. Asuna raised her eyebrows, you also said that every time I ask you to form a team, I have an excuse to shirk. It's not for taking a nap or doing a task, so am I just making you dislike it? In the face of Asuna's questioning, Kirito looked at Xiao Yao with a bitter face and begging for help. I saw Xiao Yao calmly took out a pair of sunglasses, with an extra bucket of popcorn in his hand, sat on the ground without rushing, waved his hand and said, don't worry about me, I'm just a soy sauce maker. Leaving aside the only savior, Kirito had no choice but to sit around and listen to Asuna's long lecture. The two of them looked like a wife preaching to her husband. Fortunately, she took out her sunglasses beforehand, otherwise they would definitely be blinded by the couple. Finally, after nearly an hour of preaching, Asuna let go of Kirito. This preaching skill is comparable to that of Lord Shiki. However, Xiao Yao felt a little uncomfortable about the flashbangs that Kirito and Asuna released from time to time. Sunglasses don't seem to be enough. As a single dog, Xiao Yao felt a little bit unbearable after watching other people's love for an hour. Although it was cool to see Kirito's bitter face, but look at that flashbang, it really hurts. I can't afford it. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "Let's go, brother is in a good mood today, I'll take you to training." Hearing this, Kirito and Asuna were stunned for a moment, and then their faces showed joy. The first player in the game, Lei Ting, who is known as the Sword Emperor, will take them to level up. This is a rare opportunity. You must know that Thunder is even more alone than Kirito, a solo player. Basically, the number of temporary team formations with others is very limited. At most, I occasionally bring Kirito or Asuna to level up. The only few times are Kirito worshipped Lei Ting as the boss before he agreed. In Crad, the 34th floor. "Kirito, can you pinch my face?" Asuna said dully. In response to Asuna's request, Kirito pinched Asuna's little face hard, but the pain was blocked in Sao, and Asuna could only feel her face being pinched. "Kirito, do you think Brother Lei is a bug?" Seeing that Xiao Yao just chopped down a scum lizard monster less than level 20 and dropped a handful of equipment and thousands of core coins, Asuna was full of disbelief. Kirito said with a not too strange expression, "No, according to my guess, the luck value of the eldest brother may be dozens of times that of the average player. So the drop rate is so amazing, otherwise you think that player can afford to buy a house at this stage. I think when I was first brought to level by my eldest brother, I was as stunned as Asuna, almost thinking that there was a bug in the system. It seems that I am not the only one who thinks so. Hey! Are you here to watch the show? Come and help find the door of the boss's room." Xiao Yao said this, but his movements did not stop at all. He continued to kill monsters and level up. His eyes searched around for the door of the boss room. After all, the strategy team has been stuck on the 34th floor for almost a month. The reason why the strategy has not been successful is that the door to the boss room cannot be found. By the way, Xiao Yao has almost completed the main task of the system. 20 floors have been conquered alone, and the task can be completed with 5 more floors. To find the door of the boss's room for a long time. Although the passive effect of the golden rule made his drop rate of killing monsters to be extremely high, the door to the boss's room was obviously not within the scope. So we can only explore the labyrinth area step by step, but the door to the damn boss room doesn't seem to exist at all. Xiao Yao has walked almost 90% of the labyrinth area, but he still can't find a root hair. Now he can only hope to bring Tong Tong people and Asuna, the hero and heroine of Sword Art Online, come to explore and see if they can be found by the unscientific luck of the protagonist's halo. The three of them stopped and walked, knocking down the passing monsters from time to time, and focused on finding the door of the boss's room. "Big brother, I found the door of the boss's room." Kirito pointed at a huge cave not far away and said excitedly, "Worthy of being the protagonist, this luck is too good, Xiao Yao might as well bring Kirito out to look for it after so long." Xiao Yao and Kirito, Asuna came to the door of the boss's room, pulled out the hunter and said, "Sa. Are you ready to kill the boss?" Asuna and Kirito said in unison, "It's ready." As the words fell, Xiao Yao reached out and pushed open the door of boss's room. As soon as you enter, the scene is a huge coliseum. In the center of the coliseum, a red lion with flames around its neck is sitting and lying there. The crimson flame-like beast eyes opened and looked at the three uninvited intruders. It is the master of this arena and has only one word in the face of intruders: kill. The king of beasts stood up, and a faint fishy wind blew through, causing Kirito and Asuna's expressions to change slightly. The next second, they clenched their weapons and entered a state of preparation with a serious look. This is a boss strategy, and you must bet on it. Life is no joke. It is estimated that only Xiao Yao was not worried, and looked at the huge lion with a condescending look. Hoo oh oh. King of beasts, red flame giant lion. With the huge roar of the giant lion of red flames, the boss battle begins. Looking at the red flame giant lion attacking, Xiao Yao casually dropped a sentence, "I'm sitting next to me, you can fight with peace of mind, practice your skills, there are not many opportunities to practice your skills with boss." On the ground, he crossed Erlang's legs while teasing, and even took out snacks and drinks while eating and drinking. Watching Kirito and Asuna fight, he was heartless to the extreme. However, Kirito and Asuna are not in the mood to care what Xiao Yao is doing now. Although the two have a tacit understanding together, they are still a little reluctant to face the big boss of the giant red lion. The HP bar slowly drops, and when it reaches the yellow only when he succeeded in eradicating the HP of a giant red-flamed lion, he would lose without a doubt. Horizontal slash. Asuna. Change hands. Coming. Xiao Yao, who was on the side, looked at the tacit understanding of Kirito and Asuna. I was afraid that they could be comparable to those twins with telepathy. Why didn't these two get married? After complaining, Xiao Yao still picked up the hunter. Even if Kirito and Asuna had a good understanding, they were not the opponents of this giant red lion for the time being. Okay, it's time for me, the big brother, to take action, so you can watch from the side. The words were not loud, but they were clearly heard in Kirito and Asuna's ears. Seizing the space, Kirito and Asuna stepped back without any hesitation, and at the same time Xiao Yao grabbed his hands without hesitation, pulling the hatred of the red flame giant lion onto himself. Facing the giant lion of red flames, Xiao Yao was not afraid, and even teased, "Little cat, let brother come and meet you well." After he finished speaking, he swung his sword and slashed at the scarlet flame giant lion. Roar. Unlike Kirito and Asuna, who need to have a tacit understanding of taking turns attacking and changing hands to defend against the damage caused by the red flame giant lion, Xiao Yao directly chops at close range, relying on the combination of high speed and high speed. Infinite martial arts practice, completely dodging all the attacks of the Xian giant lion. Simply put, all the attacks of the red flame giant lion were dropped by Xiao Yao miss. After fighting for a long time, not even a trace of blood was knocked out, but Xiao Yao missed all the attacks. Yao cut off 1.5 of his HP. Xiao looked at Xiao Yao's unrestrained fighting style. Kirito and Asuna looked at each other, their eyes were full of bitterness. Just now the two of them were like dogs. The desperation of being counter-killed. On the other hand, eldest brother, there is still leisurely teasing the red flame giant lion. The hair on the side is bald, and the scar on that side is a bit ugly. Haven't been exercising recently, it looks like a fat cat instead of lions. When compared between the two, the strength is immediately clear. Is the red flame giant lion weak? Not weak, strong. It was so strong that Kirito and Asuna couldn't defeat them together, but when they encountered Xiao Yao, a guy with a cheating device, he could only be sad. Soon, the Xian giant lion was beaten by Xiao Yao to the point where he had only 1 HP left, and it was time to enter the second mode. Roar. The red flame giant lion roared in the sky, and then began to change, and soon entered the second mode. The flames on the body continued to burn the whole body, and it was like a fire lion. When the boss enters the second mode, the real battle begins. 22 orthodox slimes are scary. In addition to being covered in fire, the red flame giant lion that entered the second mode has greatly improved agility and attack, and is slightly faster than Xiao Yao, but Xiao Yao has infinite martial arts by his side, and it is very relaxing to dodge. A pounce, a bite, a claw. a slash, a slash, a stab. The red flame giant lion and Xiao Yao went back and forth, and the battle situation gradually became a stalemate. The red flame giant lion could not hit Xiao Yao and could not cause damage. Xiao Yao did not dare to get too close to the red flame giant lion to avoid being caught by it. As fire burns are in a negative state. As time passed, the Xian giant lion actually recovered blood and recovered nearly half of its HP. This was still the amount of blood recovered from Xiao Yao's harassment and attacks from time to time. It was not difficult to imagine how strong its blood recovery ability was. Seeing the slowly recovering blood bar of the Xian giant lion, Xiao Yao was not interested in continuing to consume it. Kirito, Asuna, look good, it's up to you to learn how much you can learn. Xiao Yao turned his head and said, then the sword in his hand changed. The first style. In an instant, the hunter radiated red sword light, covering the giant lion with red flames like a violent storm. Kirito looked at the hunter who turned into a sword light in the sky and said in shock, Big Brother is really hidden. The sword light that fills the sky alone is definitely not something that I can stop myself. Is it the only professional skill? I must ask Big Brother after the battle is over. Under the sword light that filled the sky in the first style, the exuberant flames on the Xian giant lion gradually withered away, and in the end, only a faint trace of sparks remained, no longer the original bravery. The second style. Seeing that the flames were no longer able to cause burns, Xiao Yao did not hesitate to use the second form, which was a violent blow against the red flame giant lion. After the level was improved, the frequency of slashing also increased a lot, more than 50 times per second. The slashing is not a joke. The poor red flame giant lion has not yet reacted, and the last blood bar has been hit to the last trace, and it is almost dead after one more hit. Mum. Suddenly, Xiaomu, who had been hiding under Xiao Yao's white windbreaker, jumped out and blocked between Xiao Yao and the Xian giant lion. I saw Xiaomu's body suddenly grow bigger, and the water drop-shaped body swallowed the dying red flame giant lion with a hum. That's right. That is, with a whimper, he swallowed the giant red flame lion as if he wanted to eat a snack. Xiao Yao rubbed his eyes and looked at Xiaomu, who swallowed the giant lion of red flames. Kirito and Asuna, who were watching from the sidelines, seemed somewhat unable to accept this bizarre scene. Kirito, do you think I'm dreaming? It must be a dream, this dream is really bizarre, but you have to wake up quickly, but the big brother is also in a dream, this dream is really strange. The two said some evasive words. But this is also normal. In the general opinion, slime is the weakest kind of miscellaneous mobs, specializing in providing experience points. This is the case in every RPG. Today, this slime is actually counterattack and kill the boss, no matter how weak the boss is, it cannot be solved by a mere soldier slime. If you say it, others will say that they are dazzled. Compared to Kirito and Asuna, who thought he was dreaming, Xiao suddenly remembered seeing a description of slime while browsing the forum. Slime is a liquid monster that is almost completely immune to physical attacks. Because it is liquid, it can recover quickly even if it is broken, and has a terrifying phagocytic ability. It is a terrifying monster comparable to the devil, but because of the setting of a certain game, slime has become the bottom-level scum monster, and it has also become the general impression of the public on slime, and will often appear as a miscellaneous soldier in the future. If Xiaomu is really that kind of real slime, not the kind of miscellaneous slime in RPG, it can explain why a hatching task is so high. If it wasn't for good luck, I am afraid that I would have logged out of SAO long ago. Returned to reality to accept the punishment of that level 10. After thinking about this, Xiao Yao was not surprised by Xiaomu's performance. After all, Mu is a monster comparable to the Demon King. It is normal for a boss to be swallowed, but after being with him for so long, this is the first time that Mu has seen it use the swallowing skill. I didn't see the skill. Confused, Xiao Yao clicked to view Xiaomu's attribute column. Race, slime. Name, Xiaomu. Skills, devour, physical immunity, liquid, passive. Devour, when the HP of the boss is less than 1/10,000, there is a certain chance to actively swallow it, and there is a certain chance to obtain the boss ability. Physical immunity, immune to 90% physical attack. Liquid, when fatally damaged, it scatters into liquid, and the recovery state is proportional to the collected liquid. Faced with the sudden addition of the three skills, Xiao Yao was slightly taken aback, not to say that the three skills are not good, but that they are too good. Except for the harsh conditions required for swallowing, the other two are undoubtedly very useful. Skills. Physical immunity alone is a perfect tank. After confirming Xiaomu's state, Xiao Yao noticed that Xiaomu had changed back to the original size, jumped on his head and called Moo non-stop. He looked very excited. It was probably after he devoured the red flame giant lion. Xiao Yao silently mourned for the Xian giant lion who was devoured by Xiaomu as if he wanted to eat a snack while Xiaomu's stupid and cute actions, the Xian giant lion never thought that he would be sold by a main role. Lime eat it? Although I still don't understand why Xiaomu suddenly became so powerful. Xiao Yao stood in the ears of Kirito and Asuna and shouted, "You two, come back to your senses." Looking at the two people with the same expressions, Xiao Yao said that a single dog can't afford to hurt, and he regretted accepting this little brother Kirito. He flashes every day, even in a daze, he can be so tacit. Xiao Yao seems to understand Klein's Good's idea. After regaining his senses, Kirito asks suspiciously, "Brother, why is your slime so fierce that you swallowed the boss in one bite?" Asuna echoed, "That's right, this slime is amazing. Mum." Hearing the praise of the two, Xiaomu jumped up and down proudly on Xiao Yao's head, and finally Xiao Yao couldn't take it anymore and grabbed it from his head. "This is an orthodox slime." Xiao Yao just left a sentence, and Kirito, a senior game nerd, immediately thought of the so-called orthodox slime information. And then he stopped being suspicious. Yao didn't explain much, then he grabbed Kirito's ear fiercely and asked clearly. Seeing Asuna's agile actions is indeed worthy of her name as a violent tutor in the future. Seeing Kirito's eyes as if asking for help, Xiao Yao was very cool to watch from the side, making you keep firing flashbangs. Facing the cold blood of the unscrupulous elder brother, Kirito obediently explained to Asuna what kind of existence the so-called orthodox slime was. After Asuna let go of Kirito with satisfaction, Xiao Yao clapped his hands and said, "Now let's go to the 35th floor." Just like that, Xiao Yao, Kirito, and Asuna started their exploration on the 35th floor. I actually conquered the 34th floor. The speed is faster than I thought, Lei Ting Kun, the amazing item drop rate and the almost invincible fighting consciousness. Let me give you and all the players a surprise. In a room, Heathcliff looked at the images of Xiao Yao and his party and started to use his GM authority. Unlock the GM authority, open the intelligence system to high-level NPCs and bosses, change the data of the floor boss during the beta test, and replace it with my newly designed shapes and skills, adding a player's unique skills. Bosses on the 50th and 75th floors, reduces the drop rate of players' thunder, increases the defense of the sacred sword, increases the agility of the two swords, and increases the number of chain tasks. Adding these things should make my Incrad a lot more interesting. Heathcliff said with satisfaction, looking at his arrangement. What interests him the most now is Thunder and Kirito. Kirito perfectly meets the conditions of the second sword style, while Thunder is full of mystery, and the newly added unique skills it is also specially made for the Thunder. I hope that the two of them will bring more fun to my enhanced holy sword and make this Incrad even more exciting. Thinking of this, the smile on Heathcliff's face grew even stronger. Knock knock. Please come in. Heathcliff turned off the GM panel and was sitting in a chair, handling the official business of the Knights of the Blood. President. What's up? Boss's room on the 34th floor, and would like to ask you what to do next. Heathcliff smiled slightly and said, there is no need to attack the 34th floor now. I received news just now that Leiting June has already been attacked. Gather the people in the guild and prepare to explore the 35th floor. The person who reported recently said with surprise, Lord Sword Emperor has come down. This way, we don't have to sacrifice the players in the guild. I'll convene people to explore the 35th floor immediately. After a salute, the people who came to report rushed out to convene the people. This time, they had to enter the 35th floor to explore before Shenlong United and Fenglin Volcano knew the news. Being able to find a good leveling area one step earlier is of great help in improving the overall strength of the guild. The 23rd Kirito, the hatchery is waiting for you in the Shura field. The wind is sunny and the breeze is gentle. This is the 47th floor, which, like the 22nd floor, is one of the few floors where the weather is comfortable in Inkrad. Xiao Yao was lying on the turf, basking lazily in the sun. Although he knew that this was just a virtual reality, the comfortable feeling still made Xiao Yao fascinated. Except for the strategy, he spent almost all the time basking in the sun. Xiaomu was lying on Xiao Yao's belly. This person and beast just dozed off so comfortably, ignoring the surprised glances of players who occasionally passed by. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt that his hands seemed to be lifted. His eyes suddenly opened, and he saw a wretched-looking dwarf carefully grasping his hand to operate the SAO panel. Sleep PK. This is not the first time Xiao Yao has encountered this kind of thing. There will always be such scumbag players who want to get something for nothing. Facing such players, there is only one way to deal with it. Killing them will bring peace to the world. The wretched dwarf didn't seem to notice the fact that Xiao Yao had woken up, and was still fiddling with Xiao Yao's hand. Xiao Yao said coldly, "Dare to play sleep PK with me, do you want to die?" The wretched dwarf was taken aback. The players who would have done this kind of sleep PK were the kind of people who were not strong enough and wanted to get something for nothing, so he reacted instantly. His body immediately moved, oiled the soles of his feet, and slipped. I have to say that the speed of the wretched dwarf is very fast. I don't know if it is because of the frequent escapes. The speed of this escape is almost comparable to that of the poor players in the strategy group, but this speed is still not enough in Xiao Yao's eyes. Damn it! This man is so sensitive. The wretched dwarf cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to slow down his feet. It's not that he was caught on the spot like this, but none of them could catch him. Using sleep PK, he has already killed a lot of players. Recently the red name has just disappeared, and I am going to vote. I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. It seems that I have to find other players who are careless. Suddenly, the wretched dwarf felt an inexplicable chill behind him, and subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see the target he had just attacked, a pair of eyes staring at him coldly, not far or near, just like this, chasing from a distance of more than 1 meter. Following him, the white trench coat swayed behind him with the speed of movement. Seeing the wretched dwarf looking back, Xiao Yao smiled coldly. He has already dealt with a lot of this kind of scum who harmed others for himself. Xiao Yao's speed suddenly increased, and in a blink of an eye, he narrowed the distance to within the attack range of the hunter, and with a wave of the dark red hunter in his hand, he accurately hit the wretched dwarf's feet. Murderers are always killed, especially in the face of such shameless and vulgar people. Xiao Yao's hands are ruthless. After a few swords, the word thunder on his body was dyed bright red, and he became a famous player. Solving the wretched dwarf was just a small episode. Xiao Yao put away the hunter and went back to take his nap. As a result, not long after closing his eyes, he heard someone calling him. "Brother, you are really relaxing." When I opened my eyes, I saw Kirito. And behind Kirito was a girl with short flaxen hair and tied ponytails. Xiao Yao combined the number of floors he was on and the fact that Kirito rarely brought people around for no reason. It was easy to guess. The girl should be Silica, and now it should be Kirito who is going to bring Silica to the Hill of Memories to revive Pina. Xiao Yao stood up, walked to Kirito's side and put his hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, start in 3 years, the highest death penalty." "Ah? What do you mean?" Kirito looked at Xiao Yao with a bewildered expression. Seeing Kirito's appearance, Xiao Yao kicked him fiercely and said, "I haven't seen you for a long time, and then I learned to abduct little Lolita. I'm going to talk to your family, Asuna, and you can think of how to explain it." After saying that, regardless of Kirito's face that suddenly turned pale, he sent a text message directly to Asuna. Asuna would definitely be very interested, and maybe she would kill him directly. "Kirito, if you can't handle it well, you'll have to wait for the hatchet. After that, there's Elizabeth waiting for you. Hatter, Good Boat, Shurofield, these 3 are estimated that Kirito cannot escape." Thinking of this, Xiao Yao's mood becomes very good, and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Seeing the information Xiao Yao had already sent, Kirito said with a bitter face, "Big brother, I will be killed by Asuna." Xiao Yao said with no conscience, "Don't worry, I'll go back and incense for you. And Asuna just sent a message that she'll be here soon, tell me to keep you." Xiao Yao did not hesitate to give Kirito another shot, and Kirito sat on the ground with a pale body, his eyes completely dead. Silica stood beside Kirito a little uneasy. Xiao Yao didn't talk to him, just killed a person. The red-named player should have brought fear to the little girl. It is better not to take the initiative to contact. Asuna's speed was very fast. Just after she sent a message saying she was coming, she was killed from the upper floor in less than an hour. I guess it was really popular. Xiao Yao crossed Erlang's legs and looked at Asuna with one hand on her hips and the other holding Kirito's ear to question. With his intentional or unintentional matchmaking, Kirito and Asuna's progress was obviously much faster than in the anime. It's just that he was not married, and Kirito admitted that he had already reached third base under a forced questioning. Under Asuna's blackened smile, Kirito explained everything clearly. Looking at the blackened Asuna, although she was not facing her directly, Xiao Yao's hairs stood on end, and the blackening was really scary. Knowing that Kirito's goal was the Titan's Hand of the Orange Guild, Asuna decided to act together to get the soul flower for Silica to lure out the Titan's Hand. Although Kirito of 78 can handle it alone, Asuna still coerced Kirito into agreeing with a look of death if you don't agree, and Xiao Yao was just here to join in the fun. "Brother Lei, you have become a famous player again." Asuna looked at Xiao Yao helplessly. "There was a wretched dwarf who didn't have long eyes who wanted to sleep PK me, so I solved it." Xiao Yao shrugged and didn't care about killing a player himself. Xiao Yao is very attentive to the concept of Kirito and Asuna. Killers are always killed. You must not be soft on red-named or scum players. As more green-named players die, there is no need to feel the slightest burden on this matter of doing things for the heavens. Although killing people is not good, you are exercising justice and you are standing on the commanding heights of morality. Under this kind of education, even if Xiao Yao occasionally turns into famous players Kirito and Asuna, he won't mind too much, because Xiao Yao will not act without a reason, and there must be a reason for each act. If it was Kirito who had been educated by Xiao Yao, he probably wouldn't blame himself as in the anime if he killed the stalker and pervert of Kradir and called him a murderer. On the way to the Hill of Memories, a special monster, Tentacle Vines, appeared very ignorantly. Kirito obviously doesn't dare to let Silica be abused by Tentacle Vines like in the anime. Asuna immediately slashed. In order not to be caught by the hatchet, Kirito had to mention the interpreter and rushed to the front line, neatly removing the tentacle vines and the occasional slime sea anemone. Because of Kirito's efforts, he soon got the seduction of the Titan. The flower of the soul emerges from the hand. Xiao Yao, Kirito, and Asuna stopped at the same time as they walked to a small bridge that must be passed back to the town. What? Silica looked at the three people who stopped with some doubts. Although she didn't understand what was going on, but brother Kirito, sister Asuna, and brother Lei all stopped, there must be some reason. Knowing the three people on the road, Silica also stopped in front of the bridge without hesitation. Xiao Yao was the first to speak. The scumbags hiding over there, aren't you ready to come out? I saw that the leaves of the bushes opposite the bridge suddenly moved, and the arrow showing the player jumped out, green, not the perpetrator. One with flaming red hair, holding a thin cross gun in one hand and wearing leather armor, stood up calmly, glanced at the red named Xiao Yao, but soon recovered. Down. Miss Rosalia, why are you here? Without answering Silica's question, Rosalia raised her mouth slightly and said, you can actually see through my invisibility, the handsome guy with the red name is quite powerful. Are you interested in joining my sister's guild? He threw out a solicitation without caring about other people's expressions. Xiao Yao looked at Rosalia with the eyes of an idiot and said, are you an idiot? In a word, ruin the atmosphere. Seeing Xiao Yao's words regardless of the occasion, Kirito and Asuna laughed on the spot. You. Rosalia frowned, it was the first time someone had spoken to her like that. The chairman of the Titan's hand, I won't say more polite words, you have attacked the Guild of the Silver Banner, right? Except for the chairman, the rest of the members were killed, right? Rosalia's expression didn't move, she nodded, as if it was just a common thing. The surviving president ran to the front line of the transfer gate square from morning to night, day and night, crying to find someone else to avenge him. So what? Rosalia raised her eyebrows slightly. Xiao Yao said with a smile, unfortunately, my younger brother decided to avenge him. I, the eldest brother, can't be left alone, so I came forward. He, it turns out to be an idiot. Don't you know the strength of our Titan hand? How dare you help that waste guild? Rosalia laughed. This is Sao, and no one really knows if killing people will actually kill them. And there is no evidence of killing people, why are you being serious like an idiot, and it's not clear whether you can really go back, like you this kind of personality that helps you out will get you into a lot of trouble, and maybe you will die inexplicably in the labyrinth that day. After speaking, Rosalia's eyes had a brutal light. Rosalia hit the air with a crisp finger, and soon 10 thieves appeared beside her, dressed in accessories and equipment, and very gorgeously dressed male players appeared. Every thief looked at Xiao Yao and his group with greedy eyes, only one of the thieves frowned, searching for his memory, and seemed to have seen the people inside. He quickly remembered why he looked so familiar. The white-clothed Red Sword raised his hand tremblingly and stammered, Jian. Sword Emperor, why is he here? As soon as these words came out, Rosalia's expression, who was full of mockery, suddenly changed, and her face was very frightened. What an international joke. The strongest player, Sword Emperor, is actually the man in front of him. Bosses on more than 40 floors, and even killed dozens of famous players who were afraid of many players, and solved countless crime guilds, even Smiling Coffin, a well-known crime guild, would be afraid to take a detour when they heard the name of the Sword Emperor. It can be said that the name of the Sword Emperor was forged by the blood of the boss and the famous players. Rosalia reluctantly put on a smile and said, Sir Sword Emperor, I'm sorry, we don't know Mount Tai, please forgive us, we'll leave now. After speaking, she was about to turn around and escape from this terrifying place of right and wrong. Wait, turn around. Xiao Yao's voice sounded coldly from behind the players of the Hand of Titan Guild. Everyone who planned to run away immediately stopped, turned around, and dared not run away rashly. If they were killed by Lord Sword Emperor because of some bad behavior, there would be no place to cry. Go to jail or be killed by me, choose one. Xiao Yao simply put out a multiple choice question. The players in the Hand of Titan exchanged glances, considered Lord Sword Emperor's behavior, and gritted their teeth. There was no need to make more choices. Rosalia's face was pale, she gritted her teeth and said, "Lord Sword Emperor, we choose to go to jail." Wise choice. Xiao Yao used the transfer crystal he got from Kirito to transfer the player of the Hand of Titan, and someone would naturally take over there. Little sister Silica, hurry up and revive Bina. Xiao Yao's face was kind, and he couldn't connect the cold performance just now. Oh. Silica nodded and looked at Xiao Yao with some admiration. Lord Sword Emperor is really handsome. So without knowing it, Xiao Yao gained a small fan. The 24th Ancient Spearman Lucky E. Xiao Yao, who was wandering in the Labyrinth area on the 73rd floor today, received a message from Kirito, which was to find the door of the boss's room on the 74th floor. When he heard the news, Xiao Yao suddenly became excited. The 74th floor boss is the Cyan Demon who has appeared in the anime. His single strength is very strong. Xiao Yao is very interested in this demon that Kirito exploded, especially after the difficulty of Sao was increased by Heathcliff. After a series of high-intensity battles, Xiao Yao's own strength has improved a lot. If he returns to the Apocalypse to deduct the ability to deduct the Thunder Fruit, it is not a problem to overturn a 5th order powerhouse head-on just by melee combat. Wait for me. After throwing 2 words back, Xiao Yao cut down the 2 giant crocodile lizards that were entangled in him, and quickly moved towards the 74th floor. At the entrance of the labyrinth area on the 74th floor, Xiao Yao heard a quarrel and frowned slightly. Immediately after seeing the protagonist of the dispute, I understood. One of the 2 groups of people in the dispute is Kirito and Asuna, and the other is dressed in neat and uniform equipment. It should be a player from the army. It is estimated that the reason for the dispute is that they want to forcibly take Kirito. Let's explore the map. Xiao Yao is very disgusted with this kind of people who take something for nothing as a matter of course. Kirito, give him what they want. Xiao Yao stood behind his back and said without a trace of emotion. Boy, count your acquaintances. The leading player looked at Xiao Yao very proudly. But, big brother, they. It's okay, give it to them. Without waiting for Kirito to finish speaking, Xiao Yao said directly. Okay. Kirito glanced at the army angrily and passed the map over. After checking the map, the army player swaggered into the labyrinth area. After seeing the soldiers enter, Kirito asked suspiciously, "Brother, why did you give the map to those guys?" Xiao Yao smiled coldly and said, "This kind of self-righteous guy who thinks that everyone should serve him, how can he not teach him a lesson, and do you think their equipment can beat the boss?" At the end, there was a hint of ridicule. The taste of. After thinking about it, Kirito understood the big brother's plan. The current army has deviated from the essence when it was originally created. It is a fact that almost everyone knows how to avoid fighting with bosses and squeeze low-level players. It is self-evident how much strength the line has for so long. If it was Kirito in the anime, he would never have the mentality of watching the army go wrong, but after becoming Xiao Yao's younger brother, Kirito has also become a decisive leader. Xiao Yao has completely turned the innocent and kind Kirito into a crooked way. Because the army was in front, Xiao Yao was not in a hurry, so he let Kirito lead the way and slowly walked towards the door of the boss's room. On the way, he also met Klein and went together. In their thinking, as long as there was thunder, playing a boss is not the same as playing. Any boss has only one way to go under thunder's inhuman combat power. Klein didn't know that the players in the army had already headed for the boss attack, so along the way, the group chatted and laughed like a picnic. Arriving at the door of the boss's room, Xiao Yao stretched out his hand to open it. The scenery on the other side of the door was a huge cyan sheep-headed demon and an army that was almost completely destroyed. Facing the terrifying combat power of the cyan sheep-headed demon, it was completely destroyed. The army was slaughtered one-sidedly. seconds, it is estimated that even the last few players will die. Help! When they saw someone coming in, the remaining army players hurriedly called for help. In the process of escaping, 2 more players were killed by the blue sheep-headed demon. In the end, only 3 army players managed to escape behind Xiao Yao and others. Why didn't you use the transfer crystal? Kirito frowned and asked the 3 surviving army players. There is no way to use crystals here, if we could use them we would have escaped, explained one of the army players. Kirito, this room should be a void space for crystals, any crystals cannot be used in this space, and you will encounter them in some trapped rooms. Usually those trapped rooms are very dangerous. We'll die. Xiao Yao explained in detail. Xiao Yao is very interested in this strategy, because the system has released a side quest on the way. Side quest, Attack the Devil. Quest rewards, quest system intelligently enabled, random props ×1. Although I don't know what the intelligent opening of the mission system is, but for the random props, I must kill the Shining Demon Eye. Looked at the HP bar of Shining Demon Eye, and I have to say that the combat power of the army is really scum. Down the mess. Xiao Yao reluctantly took out the hunter and was ready to fight with Shining Demon Eye. You stand back. Following Xiao Yao's order, everyone present retreated collectively, leaving a very large area for Shining Demon Eye and Xiao Yao. Come on, big brother. Brother Lei, be careful. Thunder, kill that sheep-headed demon. Kirito, Asuna, and Klein cheered from behind. The Shining Demon Eye is about the same size as the King of Ivran Kobolds, but at first glance, the imposing manner is much worse. The difference between the two is like a diamond and a stone. Blue flame breath. Shining Demon Eye raised his head, and then spewed a cyan flame from his mouth, rushing straight towards Xiao Yao. What the hell? Fire as soon as it comes up? Xiao Yao dodged and left the range of Qinjian's breath. Seeing that Qinjian couldn't hurt Xiao Yao, Shining Demon Eye also changed his attack method, and the big knife in his hand struck fiercely. Gee! Why are the IQs of the bosses I met recently so high? If you don't tell it, you can't tell it's AI wisdom? It's probably a good thing that Heathcliff did with GM authority. Boss who can already think and counter-attack on his own. He once fell into the strategy of a supergiant wild boar boss when he was attacking the 65th floor, and was almost killed. Since then he has encountered this type of bosses will be 100% vigilant. The majesty of the big sword looked amazing, but Xiao Yao, who was fighting head-on, wielded the dark red hunter to dodge and counter-attack with ease, and did not take the violent big saber in his eyes at all. Soon the glittering magic eye was emptied of 2 HP. At this time, the mutation suddenly occurred, and the second mode that should have appeared when there was only 1 HP left appeared ahead of schedule. I saw Shining Demon Eye threw the big sword aside. And the snake's tail opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black spear. Depend on. You are Orochimaru. Take something out of the snake's mouth. The aura of the shining magic eye holding the jet-black spear suddenly increased, and the HP bar even increased slowly. Weapons with blood recovery skills. Xiao Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. The skill of this weapon is not very good, his subordinates keep moving, the second mode directly greets you, it doesn't matter if you are in the second mode or not, watch Laozi beat you to the ground. In the face of Xiao Yao's stormy attack, the shining demon eye holding a pitch-black spear was not a vegetarian. The pitch-black spear danced and could actually compete with the second style's almost invisible attack speed. Encountered an opponent. Seeing Shining Demon Eye's counter-attack, Xiao Yao knew that it was not good. It was the first time he had seen a boss that could compete with the second type. Basically, the second type of boss would only be harvested obediently. Kirito and the others, who were watching the battle, were stunned by the battle where the two sides were so close to seeing no attack. Is this the strength of the Sword Emperor? This is no longer a human strength. Sword God. Only the title of Sword God is worthy of the man in front of him. This is the real thought of the players who were watching the battle. Soon Xiao Yao's title of Sword Emperor also became the Sword God with the help of a group of players. Xiao Yao, who was in the battle, looked at the glittering demon eye with some unwillingness. He originally thought that his strength was already very strong, but he didn't expect to have an existence that could rival him. As a human being, he really couldn't sit and watch the sky. Hone. Glittering magic eye is stuck. Xiao Yao and the glittering magic eye are going back and forth. The two sides are evenly matched. The player's skill HP bar has never dropped to red, and has been hovering between yellow and green. This stalemate was something Xiao Yao didn't want to see, and it seemed that he was going to use one of the treasure chests. Fourth form. As soon as this move came out, the players present felt a strange sense of disobedience. It was clearly shining with magic eyes and wielding a pitch-black spear, but it felt like only one person was performing, and the opponent could not be seen at all. Xiao Yao seemed to disappear out of thin air. Did Xiao Yao really disappear in the battle? Of course not. The fourth style is a strange move, reducing one's own breath, supplemented by the perfect control of infinite martial arts, reaching the level of infinitely close to zero sense of existence. In the eyes of players, people seem to disappear out of thin air. It can even hide from the boss's awareness. Shining Demon Eye was wielding a pitch-black spear and felt very strange. The human being in front of him seemed to exist and seemed to not exist. He would suddenly disappear and then appear suddenly when he hit it. This felt very bad. After another battle, Shining Magic Eye found that he could no longer find Xiao Yao's figure, but the strange thing was that it could feel that a sword was constantly being attacked from various positions, and the HP bar kept sliding down. At this moment, the Shining Demon Eye is terrified. It was timid and wanted to escape, but as the boss of the floor, it couldn't leave the boss's room, and it seemed that it could only wait to die. Discovering such a sad fact, Shining Demon Eye went crazy. Regardless of whether Xiao Yao's figure was seen or not, the pitch-black spear in his hand swung wildly and swept all around. The lucky E. Naturally, the Shining Demon Eye, whose main weapon is a jet-black spear, cannot escape this curse. After a flurry of swings, the pitch-black spear was slashed to one side by Xiao Yao, and the tip of the pitch-black spear stabbed to the ground. Coincidentally, there was a dent on the ground. The magic eye wanted to lift the pitch-black spear, but with an unstable center of gravity, it fell to the ground. Under the curse of Lucky E, there was a sharp and raised stone where it fell, so the shining magic eye was stabbed like this. Go! The heart-piercing screams made people couldn't bear to look directly, but how could Xiao Yao let go of such a thing as beating the reserved dogs, and in an instant the second style came again like a violent storm. The remaining HP bars are cleared. The Shining Demon Eye died, and the death was very aggrieved, so the spearman is really not a good career. The main task is completed, the rewards will be distributed. The task system is intelligently activated, the treasure of the King X1. What the hell? King's treasure. Big money this time. Xiao Yao happily took out the Wang Cai he just got, and a small key-shaped sword appeared in his hand. When he released his mental power and looked into Wang Cai, it was completely empty, except for the huge golden capital, which made Xiao Yao feel like he had been poured a basin of cold water. The king's wealth level without weapons is only C, which is almost the lowest level of noble phantasm. There is nothing in it except gold and silver. Although Wang Kongru also dealt a certain blow to Xiao Yao, he recovered quickly, and he collected and put them in without a weapon. In time, he would be able to rise to X rank, and he would be able to shoot out a weapon with a snap of his fingers. However, the empty Wang Cai looked sad enough. Xiao Yao threw hundreds of weapons that had been collected in the item column into Wang Cai, and instantly raised Wang Cai's level to AB level noble phantasm. Satisfied, he looked at Wang Cai, who had been promoted. Xiao Yao put it away. Now it's time to deal with the army. He didn't forget how arrogant these people were just now. You guys are probably assigned by that kid from King Yat. Help me get dressed. Remember to say it exactly. Now that the army has been away from the front line for so long, it is no longer suitable for you to join the strategy team. If you don't know each other, I'll kill you at the bottom. After saying that, he motioned to the three of them. The three surviving army players fled with a scrambling and crawling like amnesty. Lei Ting, do we want to explore the 75th floor now? Klein looked at Xiao Yao expectantly. Xiao Yao thought about it for a while, because there are other people on the 74th floor, so it is not considered to be a solo raid, but because of the relationship between Kirito and Asuna leveling, only the 4th floor has been raided alone for so long, which is far from the main line. The task is still one level away. It seems that I have been working too hard recently. It is better to take a proper rest. Anyway, Xiao Yao will not admit that he wants to be lazy. After thinking about it, Xiao Yao directly said to Klein, "No. You can go by yourself. I want to take a little vacation recently, it won't be too long. I bought a house on the 22nd floor, I want to find I'll go where. By the way, I remember Kirito and Asuna also recently bought a house there, why?" Although he already knew the reason for buying the house, in order to see the embarrassed expressions of the two of them, Xiao Yao took advantage of Klein and the others to ask them in a wicked way. After Xiao Yao's inadvertent question, Klein and his friends squinted at Kirito and Asuna, making them very uncomfortable. In the end, Kirito surrendered himself to marry Asuna under the pressure of his eyes. Even the FFF group stake was moved out, but Xiao Yao stopped him and looked at Klein's betrayed expression. Xiao Yao thought it was quite interesting. Anyway, it turned out that Kirito and Asuna were also going on their honeymoon and temporarily quit the strategy group, so they didn't go to the 75th floor to explore. 25 Hello. What about the hatchet? Kirito, when will you be hit with the hatchet? Xiao Yao was lying on the fence in all kinds of boredom, watching his neighbors show affection in broad daylight, and he was immune to it every day. Kirito carefully glanced at Asuna's face and said, "Brother, don't say such terrifying words, okay? But those two little girls, Silica and Lisbeth, come to you every 3 days, more often than Klein. Are you sure this is not a rhythm that will force Asuna to cut you?" Xiao Yao spread his hands and said, what he said was the truth. After Xiao Yao's reminder, Kirito instantly woke up. As a result of his new marriage with Asuna, girls often came to him. This is not a good phenomenon. If you accidentally make Asuna black, that's a rhythm of being hit by a hatchet. I understand, bro. Kirito looked at Xiao Yao with a grateful look on his face, and it was very risky that the elder brother would remind him, otherwise he would die properly. It seems that Kirito has finally woken up. Asuna, who was standing aside, had a gentle smile on her face and looked at Kirito's performance with great satisfaction. Brother Kirito. Just as Kirito made up his mind to clear up the relationship with the girls, there was a clear female voice not far away, and the person who came was Silica. I saw Silica greeted with a smile, hugging Kirito's hand very naturally, and the relationship seemed very intimate. Well, Kirito, you kill yourself, big brother can't help. Xiao Yao put one hand on his forehead. Kirito is really not afraid of hatchets, so let's add a fire. After making up his mind, Xiao Yao quietly operated the game panel. Ding. Player Thunder sends a weapon, do you accept it? Asuna raised her head suspiciously and looked at Lei Ting, who was lying on the fence with one hand and smiling. What did Brother Lei give? Curious, Asuna checked the weapon that Brother Lei had just given her. Hatchet, this is an artifact specially used to deal with the heartless man. The damage is constant at one knife at a time, slowly give the heartless man a deep fear. Xiao Yao. It's enough. Asuna looked at the hatchet, then smiled knowingly at Xiao Yao. Everything was silent. Poor Kirito didn't know that he had been sold by his elder brother, and greeted Silica stupidly. I saw a pleasant incident happened. Asuna had a faint black air behind her. After talking to Silica, she put a hand on Kirito's ear and dragged him into the bedroom. As to what happened is of course self-evident. Anyway, Xiao Yao and Silica waited for 10 minutes before they saw Asuna come out refreshed and go to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Kirito looked as if burnt out and appeared grey-white, swaying. Akira sat on the sofa in the living room, and then it was the same as usual, except that he kept a fixed distance from Silica. It seems that Asuna is well disciplined. Sure enough, Kirito is a strict wife. I don't know what happened today, but Klein and Agil came to Kirito's house together, and Lisbeth also came shortly after, making the scene lively. In order to prepare lunch for so many people, Asuna was almost too busy, and hurried to Xiao Yao for help. Why are you looking for Xiao Yao? As a foodie, Xiao Yao is the same as Asuna in Sao. He is one of the few players who have mastered cooking skills to the full level, and is even better than Asuna in terms of proficiency. Silica helped Xiao Yao and Asuna fight in the kitchen. With the busyness of the three, a sumptuous lunch was served soon. During the meal, Silica and Lisbeth were very enthusiastic and tried their best to serve Kirito. Kirito did not stop it, but after Asuna smiled, Kirito immediately said that Silica and Lisbeth were no need to pick up vegetables. I have to say, Asuna is a good husband. After the meal, Klein expressed his intention and invited Kirito and Xiao Yao to participate in the 75th floor boss strategy. After all, according to past experience, every 25th floor will have a powerful boss. In order to reduce casualties, it is hoped that the top players in the raiding group and non-raiders group in the game can go together, and Kirito and Xiao Yao are the top priorities. It's no exaggeration, now Xiao Yao's game name Leiting can almost be used as a synonym for invincibility. With the addition of Sword God, isn't the 75th floor boss still in hand? As Xiao Yao's younger brother, Kirito's reputation is only slightly inferior to Xiao Yao's, and the name of the Black Swordsman is comparable to that of the presidents of major guilds. 75th floor boss is set in half a month, when the scene will focus on all the high-end combat power in the current Sao, in order to defeat the boss with the lowest damage. With the addition of Thunder Sword God, more top players will be invited to join. Klein and Agil left with smiles on their faces. Agreeing to participate in the 75th floor boss raiders, Xiao Yao entered the vacation mode again, and the whole thing was about to become a waste. Occasionally, I saw Asuna the trainer, and Kirito facing the Shiro field. So unhappy. After more than a week leisurely. That day, Kirito went out to fish by the lake as always, but when he came back, he was holding a sleeping black long straight little loli in his arms. Asuna was a little surprised when she saw it, and the old god Xiao Yao was watching. If the black long straight little loli remembers correctly, it should be Yui. The plot seems to be a ghost event. The plot has been changed beyond recognition since Xiao Yao's entry, but Kirito still picked up Yui. I don't know if it should be said that the plot revision is powerful. Some plots still can't be changed. You must know that Xiao Yao in that forest is 3 days old. I visited both ends once, and I didn't see Yui appearing, but Kirito picked it up when he went out, and he really deserved to be the protagonist. Xiao Yao joined the fun and ran to Kirito's house, waiting for Yui to wake up. Not long after she put it on the sofa, Yui woke up rubbing her eyes, her little head looking around. Dad. When Yui woke up, the first sentence was to call her father Kirito. As soon as those words came out, Asuna immediately turned black, and a strong black air wafted from her back. The usual Asuna is gentle and lovely, a typical perfect wife, but once it turns black. Anyway, looking at Kirito's gray-white ending, he knew that blackening was really scary. Tisk tisk, looking at that terrifying black gas, I asked if you were afraid. Xiao Yao even took out a bucket of popcorn to watch the comedy about his wife, Hatchet, and husband. Mother. Yui's words dissipated the black energy behind Asuna's back, and her mother's love erupted immediately. Faced with this divine turning point, Xiao Yao was suddenly dumbfounded, the popcorn in his hand hanging over his mouth. Hello. Well said, Hatchet. Then Asuna began to ask about Yui's origins. As an AI, Yui still hasn't remembered her true identity, so naturally she doesn't know. In order to find out Yui's identity, Kirito and Asuna decided to go to the bottom to ask for information. After all, a child of Yui would never have the ability to fight monsters all the way up. A family member must have brought her up. They made up their minds, husband and wife. The two immediately dragged Yui down to the bottom in a hurry. Inkrad, first floor, starting town. Kirito and Asuna took Yui and started looking for her family, and Xiao Yao was also caught by Asuna as a strong man to help. The three of them acted quickly and asked the remaining players in the starting town for it all over. Returning to the transfer gate square, Xiao Yao and others saw a group of army players in heavily armed uniforms surrounded a woman who looked to be in her 20s and a group of children between 12 and 14 years old, while the women tried to break through surrounded and sent the child to a large house on the side. What are those people in the army doing? They actually bully a group of children. Asuna's eyes widened, she said angrily, she drew her rapier in her hand and walked straight over. Hey! What are you doing? Asuna asked loudly, holding the rapier in her hand. We're collecting taxes. Little girl, don't you dare to leave, or do you want to accompany us? A man teased. Why do you levy it? Asuna's anger was on the verge of breaking through. This group of soldiers said without knowing it when they were dying, with our army to protect this group of players, it is the duty of the citizens to pay taxes. Of course, you can pay for them, little girl, as long as you stay with me and my brothers. All right. After saying that, she scrutinized Asuna's figure slyly. This sentence directly broke Asuna's tolerance, and the rapier was about to swing, but Kirito reached out to stop Asuna, and said coldly, are you sure? Yo, protect your girlfriend. This little brother just turn a blind eye, let this little girl make my brothers happy. The leading army player made a complete death and continued arrogantly, dare to interfere with our army, be careful that something will happen outside the circle. You don't have to go outside the circle, I'll let you all enjoy the fun of fighting inside the circle. Before Kirito could break out, Xiao Yao spoke first, and then the sword light appeared in the sky, covering the army players and his group. Fighting in the circle, if you attack the player with a weapon, even if you hit, a transparent barrier will appear to resist the damage and protect the player, but at the same time, the attacker will not be called an orange player. At the same time, with the attack power and sword skills, there is a chance of hitting retreat phenomenon. This situation will cause a large degree of psychic damage to players who are not good at fighting. The army players, who were still arrogant just now, completely collapsed to the ground and murmured, "Devil." Compared with the tragic state of the army players, the children cheered loudly, ran over happily, surrounded Xiao Yao with a left sentence and a right sentence, surrounded Xiao Yao and chatted, looking very excited. The woman looked at the smiling faces of the children and asked, would you like to go in and sit? Then she opened the door of the big house on the side. 26th Shinka Rescue Operation. My name is Saxia. In reality, I have completed the education credits, and I am a prospective teacher, so the children call me Teacher Saxia. You can just call me Saxia. Sasha sat on the other end of the table and smiled. Teacher, Yas took my bread. Nar, concentrate on the soup, don't spill it. The noisy behavior of the children on the side made the dining table cluttered like a battlefield, but they could feel the vitality of the children. Sorry, I made you laugh. Sasha smiled awkwardly. These puppies. I'll teach you table manners later. Sasha made up her mind in her heart. Then Kirito began to ask if he had seen Yui and the general situation of the current army. Xiao Yao stood by and didn't say anything, just playing with the group of bear children. Halfway through the game, Xiao Yao suddenly raised his head and said, "There are guests here." Kirito, Asuna, and Sayaka all looked towards the door of the house at the same time. Knock knock. Sure enough, someone. Just don't know what to do. Having just had a negative experience in the army, the bear children immediately shrunk to the back of Xiao Yao, who had just had a good time with them. A large group of bear children lined up like eagles and chickens. As the master, Sasha carefully opened the door. Standing outside the door was a slender female player with a smart face and long silver hair tied into a ponytail. The most impressive thing was her smart sky blue eyes. "Sorry to interrupt." The female player greeted politely first. "Okay, let's go and play first." Xiao Yao asked after dispersing the bear children hiding behind, "Miss, what are you doing here?" Female, silver-haired, blue-eyed, there is probably only that person in the entire Sword Art Online who meets these conditions. Xiao Yao, who is familiar with the plot, has already guessed the identity of this person in front of him. "Hello, I'm Uriel from the Alf Guild." "Alf?" Asuna turned her head to look at Kirito with a puzzled look, as if asking through her eyes. The colleague explained in a low voice, "Alf's full name is Incrad Liberation Army, the number of players in the guild is close to 1/3 of the total number of players, and the president of the guild is Zinka, a very friendly player, but recently it has been reported that the guild's player the boss has changed to Cow, and Shinka hasn't appeared for a long time." Xiao Yao looked at Yuli for a while and then said, "Silver-haired and blue-eyed female player, you are the ostentatious girlfriend of that fellow Shinka, right?" "You, how did you know?" Uriel's face quickly flushed red, and her tone became a little stuttered. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. Zinka was one of the few Xiao Yao's friends in Sao. After all, the personality of the old man was hard to disgust, plus the experience of fighting bosses together a few times, they became familiar with each other. "I'm Leiting, what do you say?" Xiao Yao spread his hands. "It turns out that you are the sword god Sama that the president often mentions." Uriel's eyes widened in surprise. The white-clothed player in front of him is the only player who often mentions that the president can attack Incrad, and he is the strongest player above all players by force. This time, the action to rescue the president is even better. Thinking of this, Yuli's mood immediately became active, and her eyes were a little frantic when she looked at Leiting. "Sword God Sama." "Stop, don't say it yet, let me guess your purpose." Xiao Yao interrupted Uriel's words. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "It can make you so excited, I guess it has something to do with Zinka, plus the recent rumors at the bottom, it is probably that Zinka was trapped in a dangerous area by that idiot of Yawang. Do you hope we're going to help get people out?" Listening to Xiao Yao's analysis of her purpose in a few words, Yuli's eyes flashed with shock, but Xiao Yao was completely fooling people by being familiar with the plot. After Xiao Yao finished speaking, there was silence around for a while before Yuli said, "Lord Sword God's guess is right, Zinka is now trapped in the high-rise labyrinth area, and our army's current strength is completely unable to rescue people. So now we are looking for capable players to help." Xiao Yao, who pretended to be a wise man, smiled slightly. It felt really good to fool people, especially when he was hiding and overheard the bear children, and the little stars in his eyes were full of admiration. "Uriel, now that every extra minute of time delays, Shinka is a little more dangerous. Hurry up and lead the way, Kirito, Asuna, let's save people now." "Okay." Kirito and Asuna said in unison. Considering that there might be danger on the way to save people, Asuna planned to leave Yui to Sasha's care temporarily, but within 5 seconds of Yui's tearful eyes and pleading, Asuna died. Surrender was announced, and Kirito also retreated, so Yui was added to the rescue list. Under the leadership of Xiao Yao and his party came to the huge labyrinth area that trapped Zinka, located in the center of the starting town. It looks dangerous here. Kirito looked at the labyrinth area, and initially estimated that each wild monster reached the level of the 60th floor, and a few wandering alone reached the level of the 70th floor. It would be difficult to break through. Probably only the elder brother could just ignore these monsters. I'm on my way. As the strongest player on the scene, Xiao Yao did his part to lead the way, killing all the frog-shaped monsters that came in front of him. Asuna, this is for you. Xiao Yao casually passed on the special ingredients dropped by killing the frog just now. Out of trust in Thunder, Asuna checked the ingredients she received. It was a pile of red and black meat pieces. The strange appearance of the meat pieces made Asuna ask subconsciously, "What is this?" Xiao Yao shrugged and said casually, "Frog meat is a special food. I heard it's delicious. I'm too lazy to cook, so I have to ask you to deal with it." What a joke. When she heard that it was an ingredient like frog meat, Asuna instantly fried and threw all the carrion toad meat times 99 into the trash without hesitation. Xiao Yao glanced at Asuna's move and said, "Kirito, your wife is such a waste. I don't cook this kind of ghost food." Asuna said angrily with fire in her eyes. "I will never touch this disgusting food." Kirito felt very sorry for the frog meat that was thrown away. The special ingredients were delicious. He looked at Asuna with some resentment in his eyes, but he didn't have the guts to protest. A proper wife was strict. Ignoring this little episode on the road, under Xiao Yao's open road, the advance speed was very fast, and soon came to the safety zone. "There's a green player inside," the sharp-eyed Kirito said loudly. "The first to find out. It should be Zinka. That guy is right, get ready to save people." Xiao Yao also saw the green player and was sure that it was Zinka. "Don't come here." Zinka, who was hiding inside, noticed Xiao Yao and the others, and quickly gave a loud warning. Although it was an immediate warning, it was obviously too late. A broken black robe figure appeared in the air, nearly 2 meters high, with a pale skull on its face, and 2 faint blue flames floating in the eye sockets. A huge black sickle, it looks like the legendary death Scythe of Destiny. It looks like a boss-level monster. "Brother, I can't see the boss clearly." "I know, this boss is very strong." Xiao Yao responded. When he saw the Scythe of Destiny, Xiao Yao knew that this boss was definitely stronger than the one that appeared in the anime. Just in time to practice. Looking at the Scythe of Destiny, the actual strength is about the 7th rank. If you can use the ability of the Thunder Fruit, you can kill it without too much effort, but in Sao, in addition to the 2 passives of Infinite Martial Arts and Golden Law except for skills, other abilities are completely sealed. Xiao Yao recently discovered that a skill is not a skill that has been upgraded to the full level, but requires constant use to be able to control it freely. Even passive skills are the same. Except for the fate-based skills such as Golden Rule, such as Infinite Martial Arts, LV1 it's a B-level skill. At LV2, it can be upgraded to A level, and at LV3, it is comparable to X level. What is the concept of X level? That's a map artillery level skill. It is no exaggeration to say that it is an exaggeration to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, relying on skill points to upgrade the Infinite Martial Arts to LV3. Xiao Yao can only use this passive skill to A level at most. There is still a long distance from X level, so now he needs a lot of actual combat experience to thoroughly practice the Infinite Martial Arts. Now the Sickle of Destiny is Xiao Yao's training object. Wait a minute, when I fight the Scythe of Destiny, you can take Zinka out at the right time. Xiao Yao took out the hunter, and at the same time ordered the next action. "Leave it to me, big brother." Kirito patted his chest and assured. It stands to reason that Xiao Yao and others have not yet entered the attack range, and the Scythe of Destiny should not do anything, but the Sao of the Scythe of Destiny, which has been adjusted by the behind-the-scenes mastermind of Heathcliff, has already been much worse than the original, and I saw the skeleton head clicked. Clap moved. Human, leave, away. The Scythe of Destiny, which had been given AI by Heathcliff, warned with a trembling voice. Interesting. The Scythe of Destiny can actually speak. It seems that the mastermind behind Heathcliff has made a lot of adjustments to sell. It seems that the bosses on the floors that were obviously stronger before have also been adjusted. Xiao Yao can speak when he sees it. The Scythe of Destiny analyzed calmly. You must know that the Scythe of Destiny can't speak in the original work. He was a ferocious guy who fought with Kirito as soon as they met. Now he can speak and he is obviously wise. It is 100% Heathcliff's handwriting. At this point, Xiao Yao Heathcliff was not wronged. 27 Xiao Yao vs Sickle of Destiny. Feeling the strong warning message from the Scythe of Destiny, Xiao Yao grinned with high fighting spirit. Since waking up at the end of the world, his personality seems to have changed a lot, and he can no longer see the character of the dead house that used to be a little lonely. Xiao Yao himself felt good. Preemptive strike. Destiny could react. Xiao Yao took the lead, reaching 97 and so on. Xiao Yao's speed was extremely fast. He basically only saw a flash of white shadows. It has already been cut to the Scythe of Fate. Damn, the human beings. The Scythe of Destiny shouted angrily, with a blue flame in its eyes, holding a black scythe to fight back, not much slower than Xiao Yao. Ken. There was a loud noise when the hunter and the black scythe clashed, and sparks flew all over for a while, and the two sides were deadlocked. Boss, the Scythe of Destiny. The stalemate lasted for less than a second and ended with Xiao Yao flying backwards. In the first confrontation, Xiao Yao suffered a slight disadvantage and suffered a small loss in terms of strength. He retreated a distance to offset the momentum of the attack. After standing firm, the hunter stepped forward again. Seeing the opportunity, Kirito immediately found the gap and rushed, and soon ran to Zinka's side, reached out and grabbed Zinka from the inside. There was no way, although Zinka was the president of a guild, but the level was too low. If he were to recognize it by himself, it might be affected by Xiao Yao and the Sickle of Fate, and there would be no place to cry when he died. Clank on Kong. The black giant scythe and the hunter fought fiercely, and there were bursts of frightening crashing sounds, but Xiao Yao was not strong enough, and the second round of battle was defeated again. The Scythe of Fate could not hurt Xiao Yao, nor could Xiao Yao. The Scythe of Destiny, the battle between the two sides fell into a strange stalemate. Xiao Yao's mind turned frantically, thinking about how to get rid of the deadlock. If the strength is insufficient, then change to a weapon that specializes in strength. Xiao Yao flipped his hand and replaced the hunter, holding a broad sky blue sword in his hand. The sword was covered with small red light spots, and it looked very beautiful. Kanglan Scarlet Star is the name of this broadsword. If someone mistakenly thinks it is a decorative weapon because of its appearance, then prepare to suffer a big loss. This sword is Xiao Yao's 70th kill. The only feature of the weapon dropped during the tier boss Sky Knight is its high attack power. The attack power of nearly 10,000 exceeds 99% of Xiao's existing weapons. The disadvantage is that every 10 minutes of use, the use of the weapon will be deducted. 5% HP, it is a magic sword that sucks the owner's blood. If the blood is dangerous and still used, it is purely life-threatening, and Xiao Yao, who is full of blood, obviously has no plans to take his life. Xiao Yao, who had changed his weapon, suddenly felt like he was fighting chicken blood. The originally evenly matched battle situation instantly turned into a one-sided situation. When, after dozens of confrontations, Xiao Yao seized an opportunity and the sky blue blade hit the black scythe in the hands of the Scythe of Destiny. The black scythe let go from the hand of the Scythe of Fate, and after a few laps in the air, the black scythe blade was inserted into the ground. The Scythe of Destiny. which had lost its weapon in his hand, was as powerless as a lamb to be slaughtered. Xiao Yao unceremoniously exchanged Kanglin's scarlet star back to the hunter. The second style. An invisible sword shadow fell, the thick and long blood strip of the sickle of fate landed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sickle of fate was blinded. Obviously, I never thought that the black scythe in my hand would be knocked into the air. The situation happened. After losing 2/3 of the health bar, he regained his senses. He desperately wanted to retrieve the black scythe. Xiao Yao was not so kind and would give the scythe of destiny a chance to turn around. Between the scythe and the black scythe. Humans. Go away. The blue flame in the eyes of the scythe of destiny weakened a little, and made a hoarse voice in anger, but unfortunately this can only be regarded as a dying struggle. Perhaps because of the unwillingness to face death, the scythe of destiny erupted with several times its original strength. Xiao Yao was unmoved, and the hunter in his hands accelerated again, ignoring the attack, purely using the method of injury for wound, fighting to see who would die first. It's a pity that the scythe of destiny, who has a small amount of health, and Xiao Yao, who is basically full of blood and sucks blood from time to time, are very different from each other. Soon the scythe of destiny was killed. Skill, Xiao Yao's blood is still full after the battle. It's done. Xiao Yao put away the hunter and returned with a relaxed expression. Apart from being a little difficult at first, the scythe of destiny hardly caused him any damage. This battle made the people present deeply understand the strength of the sword god while fighting and sucking blood. That boss did it. Boss scythe of destiny, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Xiao Yao walked up to Zinka with a smile, and then kicked him severely, making Zinka fall into a shit. Are you an idiot? You dare to believe what that villain Yawang says? Do you know how worried Yuli is about you? How worried your friends are about you? Xiao Yao scolded again for nearly 10 minutes. Just took out a bottle of fruit to moisten the throat. Zinka looked at everyone with a guilty face and said, sorry. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes at him and said, okay, let's go back, take care of that guy Yawang, and, Yuli, take care of your boyfriend. Xiao Yao's last words angered Yuli and Zinkaman flushed. Others also knew that Xiao Yao said this to eliminate Zinka's guilt. Zinka immediately looked at Xiao Yao gratefully. Don't look at me so enthusiastically, I don't do it. This sentence suddenly made everyone laugh, and completely made the last trace of guilt in Zinka's heart invisible. On the way, Shinka explained the process of being framed by the King of Fang. I have to say, King Ya is still very attentive in order to gain power. From attracting Zinka out to trapping him, the process is very perfect. If it weren't for Xiao Yao and others, I am afraid that few people would be able to rescue Zinka. It is a scythe of fate that can stumbling many players there, and in the end Zinka may not be able to come out until he dies. It's a pity that Xiao Yao and others came, and the plan of King Ya to usurp the throne completely failed. As long as Zinka returns, King Ya is almost finished. He murdered the guild leader and put the guild leader in a desperate situation of almost death. This is very serious thing. Although Xiao Yao really wanted to cut off the Tooth King directly, Xian Kanian pleaded for him because he was a veteran of the army, and finally sent him to jail with the group of orange and red players. After dealing with the King of Ya, Xiao Yao took the time to go to the management device guarded by the Scythe of Destiny. Xiao Yao is no stranger to this kind of device. There is also a very hidden place in the 50th floor labyrinth, but the guardian boss there is more. The Scythe of Destiny was a little weaker, and that device could not do much. It only doubled Xiao Yao's assets, and then disappeared, and there was obviously more that could be done in front of him. Xiao Yao looked at the virtual keyboard floating in mid-air, and tapped with his 10 fingers quickly. After entering a few commands, the management device made of black rock exploded with bluish-white light and bounced Xiao Yao away. Xiao Yao was already prepared for this. Yao flipped a few times in the air to offset the momentum and landed on the ground. Xiao Yao patted his clothes and said, It's done. What Xiao Yao did was very simple. It was to restore Yui's memory, and roughly typed the matter into a document and sent it to her mind. Then she cut her program body from the entire device and transferred it to Kirito's game helmet. So you don't have to worry about Yui disappearing after clearing Sao. After finishing everything, Xiao Yao returned to the cabin on the 22nd floor. Kirito and Asuna had already returned with Yui. Yui was the first to find out that Xiao Yao was back, and ran to play with Xiao Yao. Regarding their AI intelligence, the two decided to keep it a secret from Kirito and Asuna for the time being until Sao cleared the customs quickly. Announce again. Kirito was envious of the little secret shared by his daughter and his eldest brother. He hoped that he could also share a little secret between father and daughter with Yui. Yui just smiled mischievously. As a result, Yui has a godfather, and Xiao Yao has a goddaughter. Every day, Xiao Yao, aside from watching the couple next door show off, he is just teasing his goddaughter. He has a good life. Now he is waiting for Heathcliff to convene to attack the 75th floor Void Hunter. The Void Hunter in the original plot, the player is very strong, and after being strengthened by Heathcliff, I don't know how strong it is. Up to now, there are so many bosses that have been attacked, only the Iron-Armored Ant Queen and the Blood-Winged Dragon have put Xiao Yao in a small crisis. I wonder if the Void Hunter can also put him in a crisis? Anyway, even if you die in the game, it is impossible for your body to burn out your brain and die in reality. Although the ability of the Thunder Fruit is blocked, the basic elementalization will still unfold when it is in danger. To be honest, I have never heard of it. The Regiment Thunderbolt will be burned to death. Now Xiao Yao is very eager to fight evenly, so as to improve the use of infinite martial arts. While Xiao Yao was waiting for Heathcliff to prepare for the call, he did not know that Yui's special identity had already been seen by Heathcliff. Oh, it seems that Lei Tingkun has a certain understanding of the device. This AI will not be taken back and erased in Lei Tingkun's face. Heathcliff looked at his exclusive GM interface and smiled. The 28th mission system that makes people's blood pressure soar. Boss room on the 75th floor of the Sao Guild, spread among the high-level leaders of the Sao Guild. The person who discovered it was discovered by Heathcliff, the president of the Knights of the Blood. Based on the fact that every 25th floor will appear a powerful floor boss. As a rule, no one dared to underestimate this floor boss on the 75th floor. In order to reduce the casualties of players, Heathcliff launched a summoning order to summon all the current top players to go to attack together. Sword God Thunder, Black Swordsman Kirito, Shining Asuna, these three Heathcliff naturally would not miss it, and he personally invited them to go to the raid as soon as the summoning order was issued. So you want us to go too? Xiao Yao said, looking at Heathcliff sitting on the other side of the table, Kirito and Asuna sitting on both sides. Every mistake, Thunder-kun, I wonder if it can be done. Heathcliff always said with a smile. Just call me again before the strategy gathering. So Lei Tingkun agreed. That's right, how can you miss out on the boss fight? After negotiating some simple conditions, Heathcliff returned to the Knights of the Blood clan with satisfaction. Not long after Heathcliff returned, Xiao Yao's expression was stiff, but it quickly returned to normal, all because of the new function of the system. Master Yao, a side quest is about to be released. The system suddenly prompted. What's wrong? Xiao Yao's tone was puzzled. The distribution of side quests was not a big deal. He had taken it once before, so why was he suddenly reminded this time? Please prepare more headache medicine. The system fell silent after saying these words uneasy. With doubts in mind, Xiao Yao pointed out the line quest. Side quest, kill the final boss. Quest description, kill Heathcliff with your own hands. Reward, protagonist substitute roll ×1, character substitute roll ×1. Friendly remarks, this task system can finally talk, so the first time this system will not talk nonsense, thank this system well, dear. The last friendship note is for that one. Does it mean that there will be something that will make your blood pressure soar in the future? Xiao Yao immediately understood what the system said to prepare headache medicine for, and some regretted that he had nothing to do to make the task system wise. This was purely because he felt uncomfortable for himself. From the tone of the friendly note at the end of the mission system, you can tell that this product is definitely not a serious product. It is definitely the kind of talk that can make people short-lived, and most importantly, the main body of the animation summoning system can't manage this product. Xiao Yao supported his forehead, feeling a faint headache about the future. Maybe it's time for some headache medicine? After watching the side quest again, Xiao Yao was curious about the reward system. What is the actual function of this protagonist replacement volume and character replacement volume? The protagonist's replacement scroll can replace the main character of the original anime after being used, and the character replacement scroll is a random replacement for an anime character, which may be the protagonist or a passerby. The actual use is much worse than the protagonist's replacement. It is special, so it is a non-exchangeable item. The system explained in great detail. Artifact. After listening to the function, Xiao Yao did not hesitate to give an evaluation of the artifact level. If this thing is used well, it can be completely profitable in some anime worlds. When you become an admiral, you will immediately gain a lot of powerful girls. Working hard to complete this mission. Xiao Yao made a decision in his heart silently. Heathcliff had no idea that he had just left with his 4-foot, and someone was already trying to kill him. As the president of the Knights of the Blood Alliance, Heathcliff is very efficient in his work. He completed the call for top players 3 days after he personally notified Xiao Yao. The number of players participating in the strategy reached 200, which is much more than the original plot. But all of this is unwilling to Xiao Yao's things. Anyway, as long as Heathcliff can be killed in the future, other things don't matter. Heathcliff stood in front of the door of the boss room and said, "The players who were invited to attack are the top players in Sao. Don't underestimate the enemy because of your own strength. After our investigation, the boss room is very likely to be the Crystal Void area, so please be careful and minimize casualties. Now let's start the strategy." Heathcliff took the lead in opening the door of the boss's room, entered first, and then a large number of players entered with him. Boss Raiders, start. After entering, the players are faced with a large expanse of wasteland, and there is not even a small monster. Where's the boss? Why is there nothing? Look for the boss to hide there. Why didn't I see the boss? The players were puzzled one after another. Xiao Yao had expected this for a long time, and when he raised his head, he saw that the boss began to look at it. Void Hunter, a centipede made of bones, with a human skull on its head, red light in the eye sockets, and a mantis-like arm made of pale bones. The appearance is chilling. Void Hunter slowly crawled on the ceiling, watching the players below with great interest in panic, but one of the players seemed to be a little special, and he was able to find himself at the first time, and he had a leisurely interest to look at it. This feeling is very accurate. This small player should be taught a lesson. Boom! A huge stone pillar fell from the sky, and the impact on the ground sent many players flying, and the main target of the stone pillar, Xiao Yao, flashed out of the attack range long before the stone pillar fell. This move angered the Void Hunter. Very flashy. I see how bright you are. The bone blades on both arms quickly chopped off the stone pillars hanging from the ceiling, and the stone pillars rained for a while, and the falling stone pillars caused a lot of trouble for the players. The rain of stone pillars caused by the Void Hunter caused most of the players' blood to turn yellow, and a few of them even fell into the red warning zone. After drinking several bottles of blood, they returned to yellow. The Void Hunter happily looked at the panicked players below. Looking at the Void Hunter who was wandering on the ceiling, cutting down stone pillars from time to time, Xiao Yao glanced at his mouth impatiently. How could he keep nesting on top of it for me to fight? After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Yao decided to make a decisive move. The fifth form. I saw the dark red hunter in Xiao Yao's hand swinging into the air, and a blood-red half-moon-shaped sword chi flew towards the void hunter above. Boom! Under everyone's attention, the void hunter was slashed from the ceiling by this blood-red sword energy, and fell heavily to the ground, his blood volume dropped by a quarter. Gah ha 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 ha! The void hunter let out a harsh roar, looked at the surrounding players angrily, and launched an attack. A player who was closer to the void hunter was the first to be hit directly by the bone blade. Ah! I don't want to die. HP bar was emptied with just one hit. You must know that this player was a top player, and he died with one hit. This incident shocked other players who were preparing to besiege. No one dared to step forward. Suddenly a white shadow flashed past, and the dark red longsword fiercely attacked the void hunter. The longsword and bone blade sparked dazzling sparks. I'll block the attack of the void hunter. Everyone immediately attacked both sides. The person who stepped forward was naturally Xiao Yao, and he didn't forget to order the action while attacking. Oh! Destroy the boss. Because of Xiao Yao's leadership, the players also reacted. This was originally a game of life and death, and the fighting spirit was reactivated, waving the weapon in his hand to attack the void hunter who was restrained by Xiao Yao. The void hunter is very annoyed. His body is constantly being attacked by those damn players. He wants to fight back and is restrained by the bastard who knocked him down. Every time the bone blade is about to hit, he is like a prophet, and he can always move very little. The range is dodged, and in the face of an unavoidable attack, it can also unload or even rebound the attack in a strange way. Soon, under Xiao Yao's restraint and besieged by many players, the void hunter had the last blood left. Gah! A purple ray of light popped out of the void hunter's body and bounced off all the players, including Xiao Yao, and then split into skeleton warriors from its skeletal centipede-like body, until nearly 100 skeleton warriors were split. Stop continuing to split, and after the split ends, a hook like a scorpion's tail grows out of the tail. I wipe. Summon mobs. Xiao Yao glanced fiercely at Heathcliff standing among the players. It must be a good thing for this guy. There are no such skeleton warriors in the anime. And the hook on the tail doesn't look like it's decorative, and the brutal appearance shows that it's powerful. Side quest, kill the boss. Quest description, kill the void hunter alone, second mode. Reward, all attributes plus 10. Boss carefully adjusted by Heathcliff is very powerful. Come on, don't die, I will help you recite the scriptures when you die, winky face. As soon as the void hunter finishes changing the mode, the system directly gives a side quest. Looking at the friendship note, you know that void hunter is definitely not easy to deal with. Hello. What the hell is that kanji at the end? Xiao Yao is no longer able to complain about the quest system, and now he regrets it. He always feels that it was a mistake to make it intelligent. In the face of the crowd of skeleton warriors, the players have no time to attack the void hunter, and the void hunter does not seem to want to let go of the players who deal with the mobs. Their lives. When the void hunter was about to kill the sixth player, a dark red longsword slashed straight at its skeleton face. Without being able to prevent it, the void hunter took the sword abruptly. Gah! The void hunter angrily looked at the owner of the longsword, wearing a white trench coat, standing in front of Xiao Yao. This damn bastard, who has been holding himself just now, has chopped off its noble face. Damn it, damn it. The red light in the eyes of the void hunter shone fiercely, and his anger and killing intent had reached a peak. Xiao Yao looked at the void hunter. I rub it? Did this guy eat Viagra? Why is it so violent all of a sudden? Xiao Yao didn't know what the void hunter was thinking. Now, the void hunter was attacking Xiao Yao frantically with 20 hits per second on one side and 40 hits on both sides together, and the bone hook at the end stabbed from time to time. After a while, even if there is a plug-in of infinite martial arts, it will be a bit overwhelming for a while. Big Brother. Kirito, who was fighting with the 3 skeleton warriors on the side, saw Xiao Yao struggling under the attack of the Void Hunter, and shouted anxiously for a while, wanting to step forward to help, but there were still 3 skeleton warriors in front of him. Sina stabbed the 2 skeleton warriors with a rapier left and right, and was also unable to help Xiao Yao. Heathcliff was the only one who could watch Xiao Yao with the kind of leisurely leisure. Although he was besieged by 5 skeleton warriors, he could be said to be the easiest player in the audience after a little bit of hacking. Lei Tingkun is really strong, he really deserves to be a sword god, even if a black swordsman hangs up under that kind of attack for about 20 seconds, the unexpectedly, Lei Tingkun can actually counter-attack a little bit, which is really impressive look forward to. After Heathcliff smiled with satisfaction, he pulled another skeleton warrior over, while facing the 6 skeleton warriors with ease. 29 UE sister? Compared with the fierce and fast attack of the Void Hunter, Xiao Yao's resisting speed gradually slowed down. Although it slowed down, the number of hits was also significantly reduced. There were only a trace of HP left several times, and the HP was brought back by the hunter's skills. Under the pressure of life and death, the infinite martial arts gradually improved, and the original A proficiency was promoted to A. When the infinite martial arts was promoted to A, Xiao Yao suddenly felt that the Void Hunter's attack did not seem to be as scary as before. Although the speed did not decrease, the A-level endless martial arts was not a vegetarian. I saw Xiao Yao's block with 1 sword and 1 sword, and quickly adapted to the attack speed and rhythm of the Void Hunter. A flash of joy flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes, and a single Void Hunter helped him promote the infinite martial arts from A to A. What if he met Heathcliff? Is it possible to get promoted to A+ or even X? After playing against the Void Hunter for a few rounds, Xiao Yao was thoroughly familiar with the Void Hunter's attack speed and mode. Now it's my turn to fight back. The hunters in Xiao Yao's hands suddenly erupted, suppressing the fierce attacks of the Void Hunters for a while, and this situation is not a short time. Xiao Yao is so stable to kill the Void Hunters little by little. There was only 1 blood bar left. Xiao Yao is very patient, and he is not in a hurry to kill the Void Hunter immediately. He can just use it to improve the infinite martial arts. Although the improvement is not much, the mosquito legs are still meat when they are small, and they will focus on it soon. If the Void Hunter knew what Xiao Yao was thinking now, he would probably be directly pissed off. You must know that he was attacking with all his life, but the blood bar was still decreasing little by little. The original yellow is now back to green. The original anger of the Void Hunter gradually turned into fear. What happened to this strange player? Without further ado, the Void Hunter turned around and ran away. Xiao Yao, who was slashing with enthusiasm, was dumbfounded. Damn it! This boss will run away. How can the fat sheep get it to run away? What if another player interferes with the system and counts me as a mission failure? Xiao Yao chased after the hunter desperately. OMG! How did this weird player catch up? The centipede-like feet of the Void Hunter moved quickly, and now it just wants to stay away from this weird player who is getting more and more blood. A strange scene of you running and chasing was staged in this kind of boss room, which is easy to kill, but the boss escaped and the player was chasing. Seeing this bizarre scene in front of them, many players were dumbfounded, and their movements slowed down, until they were chopped by the skeleton warrior several times before they recovered and continued to fight with the skeleton warrior. I'm going. You're the boss. Run a shit. Xiao Yao chased behind the Void Hunter and cursed, and a dignified big boss actually ran away. Because of the Void Hunter's escape, Xiao Yao took several times more time to kill it successfully. On the way to kill, he also encountered some players who were fighting with the skeleton warriors, but those players saw the Void Hunter from a distance. After running over, he immediately left the battle with the skeleton warriors, and would rather lose some HP and run away. But let Xiao Yao successfully complete the side quest. Big brother, you are so powerful that you can actually let such a powerful boss escape. Kirito came to Xiao Yao with a look of admiration after finishing his and Asuna's skeleton warriors. Big brother Lei deserves to be called the strongest player. Asuna said with admiration. Okay, let's get rid of the rest of the skeleton warriors before continuing the conversation. After Xiao Yao finished speaking, he joined the ranks of slashing and killing the skeleton warriors. With the addition of Xiao Yao, Kirito, and Asuna, the remaining skeleton warriors were quickly cleared away, and the gate to the 76th floor appeared. Many of the top players in this group are members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance, so Heathcliff, the president of the group, started to prepare the remaining members. Do you want to explore the 76th floor together? No need, I'll just go by myself later. Xiao Yao refused directly. I see. Seeing that Xiao Yao did not plan to go together, Heathcliff did not insist much, but there was some disappointment in his tone, and then he took his guild members to the 76th floor. Xiao Yao currently does not plan to go to the 76th floor. It is more important to sell the loot first. After killing the boss, it is easy to drop good things. Coupled with Xiao Yao's passive skill Golden Rule, this Void Hunter is a big explosion. It's extremely explosive. There are millions of core coins alone. There are as many as 48 special items dropped, and there is even a special weapon. Void Skeleton Sword, the attack power is the owner's own attack power x10. This is a weapon with no fixed attack power. The attack power depends entirely on the strength of the holder. The attack power on Xiao Yao reached an appalling level, so Xiao Yao put it away without hesitation as a collection. Because the 75th floor was opened, Asuna extorted several S-grade ingredients from Xiao Yao, and she wanted to celebrate it. But what Asuna didn't know was that there were so many S-grade ingredients in Xiao Yao's inventory that he could throw them away. It would be profitable for Xiao Yao to find a free chef with just a few copies of S-grade ingredients. Things can't be said. If there's anything bad about it, it's that a few uninvited guests come to scramble for the meal. Klein, Agil, can't you go back and eat by yourself? Xiao Yao frowned, watching the food on the table disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't dare to say anything else, maybe he would eat after saying a word. When the food is not over, the chopsticks in his hand are flying to join the scramble for the meal. After some scramble, all the meals were quickly eaten. Klein patted his stomach and said, I'm full, I'm full. A tic-tac-toe shaped blue vein appeared on Xiao Yao's head. This guy was a good guy even if he got cheap. So Klein was brutally abused by Xiao Yao, euphemistically calling it a special training, and Agil, who was on the side, observed a second of silence for Klein. A pig's head. This is a small episode after passing through the 75th floor. In the next month, Xiao Yao took Kirito and Asuna to the 95th floor in one breath. After reaching the 95th floor, Xiao Yao did not dare to continue with Kirito and Asuna. After the 95th floor, the huge number of wild monsters can kill more than 99% of the players. Even Xiao Yao can only protect himself, and he has no extra energy to protect others. In front of dozens or even hundreds of wild monsters that appear every time, even Heathcliff, who is known as the strongest defensive player, dare not enter alone unless he hangs up. Boss room in the pile of monsters in the labyrinth area. It is obviously very difficult to find the door while moving forward in the dense pile of monsters, which also leads to Xiao Yao the search speed has dropped a lot. Mum. The only one who dares to accompany Xiao Yao in this kind of place is Xiaomu. With the two perverted skills of physical immunity and liquid, Xiaomu can help Xiao Yao kill some monsters to some extent. I saw Xiaomu turned into a large pool of liquid and slowly moved on the ground. The wild monsters wherever he went were stuck to the liquid and couldn't move, and then slowly sank, and was finally engulfed by Xiaomu. Looking at Xiaomu's record, Xiao Yao smiled slightly, This is a big killer in group battles. As a pet, Xiao Mu has killed so many monsters, and Xiao Yao as the owner is naturally not behind. With his sword in his hand, the monsters around him have turned into experience points and core coins. Thanks to his efforts, hundreds of wild monsters were wiped out within an hour. Touching Xiaomu's head as a reward, Xiao Yao began to search this area. The labyrinth area on the 95th floor is not ordinary, and the area Xiao Yao has explored so far is already larger than the labyrinth on the 94th floor. The area is big, and this is only a little more than half of the exploration. I have to say that Heathcliff is really crazy, the difficulty is high and the range is large. I don't want anyone to break the level, right? After greeting the female family members of Heathcliff in his heart, Xiao Yao resigned and continued to search. After searching, unfortunately, I didn't find the door of the boss's room. It seems that there is no place here. Xiao Yao sighed and said that he was really not good at finding this kind of thing. Mum. Mum. Not far away, Xiao Mu shouted in the grass, as if he had found something. Mum, what did you find? Xiao Yao walked over, pushed aside the grass, and was stunned. Beside Xiao Mu, there was a little loli with the same length as Yi but with blue hair lying on the side. Xiao Yao suddenly felt that there were 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping over. I go. What's the situation now? Xiao Yao was stunned. The first thing that can be confirmed is that this little loli who is exactly the same as Yui except for her hair color is not a player. At this stage, apart from Xiao Yao and the open Heathcliff, it is impossible for any player to come to this place. After ruling out other possibilities, the conclusion is that this little loli should be as AI intelligent as Yui, but I don't know why it appeared here. In the end, Xiao Yao made Xiaomu bigger with a helpless expression on his face, and then put this little loli on it and took it back. I can't just leave it alone. Godfather. Back at the house on the 22nd floor, the first person Xiao Yao met was Yui. The little girl had been waiting in the room for a long time. As soon as she saw Xiao Yao, she ran over. Xiao Yao touched Yui's head and said, "Why are you here? Where are Kirito and Asuna?" I saw that Yui didn't listen to Xiao Yao's question, her big eyes stared at the little loli on Xiaomu's back. Looking at Yui's appearance, Xiao Yao knew that his guess was right, this little loli was 100% AI intelligent. Yui, is she the same as you? Xiao Yao pointed to the little loli on Xiaomu's back and asked. She's my assist system. Yui nodded. Then why do you think I met her? Yui tilted her head and thought for a while, just like me wanting to approach my father and mother, she should have the same reason as me. Xiao Yao was instantly relieved, since Yui has the idea of getting close to Kirito and Asuna, it is not surprising that this little loli, who is the auxiliary system of Yui, has the same idea. Is there something about yourself that arouses her curiosity? After thinking about it for a long time, Xiao Yao still doesn't know whether it is his charm that can attract a little loli, and he is not the protagonist of Kirito. This matter can only be known when the little loli wakes up. Number 30. My daughter has a plug-in. While waiting for little loli to wake up, Xiao Yao was not idle, he brought some S-grade ingredients to cook, and it was a good choice to enjoy the food while waiting. Yui sat at the dining table and waited for Xiao Yao's cooking. Soon there were many delicacies on the table, but fortunately no Kirito came out to grab it. Xiao Yao and Yui ate leisurely. Ha ha dot. A weak voice came from the sofa. Xiao Yao looked up and saw little loli rubbing her eyes with one hand and yawning sleepily. Xiao Yao put down the half-drinking rabbit soup in his hand and walked over. Yui also put down the half-eaten roast meat and followed. The blue-haired little loli opened her eyes and Xiao Yao started to stare. Lord, people. The blue-haired little loli said timidly. Xiao Yao. Yui. A crow flew over the heads of Xiao Yao and others. Xiao Yao turned his head stiffly and looked at Yui with a stunned face and asked, Dear daughter, are you sure your sister is all right? As Yui's auxiliary system, it's not wrong to call the little blue-haired loli Yui's sister. Yui looked at the blue-haired little loli for a while and said, "This should be the way of speaking that is easier for her to approach you based on her own judgment. I go." Xiao Yao was speechless for a while, feeling like he was someone. Is he the kind of dead house who likes to hear little loli call the master? Am I that kind of person? Well, this seems like a good feeling, and it feels good, but morally. After thinking about it for 3 years and starting with the highest death penalty, Xiao Yao decided not to continue thinking about it. This question ends here. Xiao Yao looked at the blue-haired little loli, and asked in a negotiating tone, "Can I change it to another name? Master's name is not very good, it will make people misunderstood." The blue-haired little loli put her index finger on her lower lip, and Nyanyo said with tears in her eyes, "Can't call Master." Xiao Yao was tangled in his heart. After experiencing a battle between heaven and man, he was defeated in the battle between the devil and the angel, and the devil could not rise again. Xiao Yao reluctantly said, "No way." The blue-haired little loli lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head and said, "Dad. Dad. This can be at least 3 years away from the start, the highest death penalty. Anyway, Yi already has a goddaughter, and one more is not bad, so Xiao Yao logically accepted the title of father. Now that he has become someone's father, it is not good to know his name. Xiao Yao touched the blue-haired little loli's head and asked, "What's your name?" The blue-haired little loli raised her head and looked at Xiao Yao and said, "Jiayu." After knowing that the blue-haired little loli was called Jiayu, Xiao Yao took her to the dining table and continued to eat the meal that had not been finished just now. "It seems that this is the first time I have eaten such a delicacy, and Yu is like a greedy squirrel, with a bulging cheek and a look of enjoyment." Not Xiao Yao's boasting. Now that people who have fully acquired all Sao cooking skills can count them out on one hand, plus a lot of S-level ingredients, the food on the table is the most delicious meal in all Sao. A family of 3 enjoyed the food happily. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. He was picking up the tableware, raised his head and shouted, "Yi. Go open the door." "Brother, I'm sorry to disturb you." It was Kirito who came back from the labyrinth area, but Yu who was sitting on the sofa was stunned for a moment. Kirito pointed at Yu, and Xiao Yao laughed when he wanted to say something but was speechless. Xiao Yao laughed happily and said, "Just treat you as Yui's younger sister. So this child is also AI intelligent." Kirito looked at Yu with an expression of sudden realization. Xiao Yao had already told them about Yui's true identity not long ago, and he even dealt with Yui's whereabouts after the Sao raid, which made Kirito and Asuna very grateful. After all, they really regarded Yui as a real person. Own child. The addition of Jiyu made Xiao Yao's family a lot more lively, and also delayed Xiao Yao's progress in the strategy. At least Xiao Yao himself decided to take a week off. Anyway, at this stage, it is impossible for anyone to attack the 95th floor. This is also the same as finding a boss. He vomited blood at the door of the room and didn't even see anything about it, and finding the door of the boss's room was completely difficult for him. I don't know if Heathcliff said it on purpose. Xiao Yao was looking for the door of the boss's room. It's almost as difficult as going to the sky. If you don't explore all the labyrinth area, you can hardly see the door of the boss's room. Xiao Yao felt very sad about this. So Xiao Yao started a holiday to go fishing by the lake, and was not in a hurry to complete the main task. In the real world, after having slept for 20 years, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. As for the so-called apocalypse when he woke up after sleeping, if there was no system, maybe Xiao Yao would enter a period of panic, but accompanied by the system, the post-apocalyptic real world has become like a different world. After 20 years of running in, human beings have also established a new set of survival modes, and relying on the system Xiao Yao can say in the real world it's a very pleasant life. To say that the fly in the ointment is that the animation peripherals and some treasures that he has collected so hard are all wiped out due to the end of the world, but fortunately, Lin Yuexing told him that there will be a group of technical housekeepers after the end of the world. He has rebuilt the two-dimensional culture, and even established a city with the theme of two-dimensional. After completing the task and returning to the real world, he must ask Lin Yuexing to take him there. Forget about what Xiao Yao was thinking about, the fish he lost for a long time. Xiao Yao's current record is 0, I have to say. Xiao Yao's luck in fishing has a lot to do with his chances of finding the door to the boss's room. On the other hand, looking at Qiyu, who was also fishing not far from Xiao Yao, I saw Qiyu swinging the fishing rod. The hook turned into a parabola, and fell steadily into the lake. In less than 5 minutes, the hook flicked and instantly submerged in the water. The fish is hooked. Then, the knot is very easy to catch a big fat fish, and the luck and skill of the two sides will judge. Xiao Yao looked at his empty bucket, and then looked at the loot that came out of the knot, and put away the fishing rod very simply. Come on. I'm not fishing anymore. Looking at his daughter's fishing luck, Xiao Yao doubted his skills. Although his proficiency was already high, he still didn't catch many fish. And his record in 4 days was less than 10. Dad, fish. I saw the knot cheered, and another fish was hoisted. In the end, Yu was satisfied and let Xiao Yao go home with a bucket full of fish. On the way home, Xiao Yao looked at the bucket full of fish, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his heart. Xiao Yao looked at Jiu and suddenly asked, Jiu, how did you catch so many fish? Because I can see a lot of fish in those places in the lake, just throw the bait there and it will fall. Yu raised her head proudly and said, my sister can observe the player's emotions, and I can see the maps of all unexplored areas and all the objects in them. Yu added, proud of his abilities. Xiao Yao's eyes widened. The ability to see the map of the unexplored area is simply a plug-in. Now what Xiao Yao is most worried about is not that the boss is too strong to beat, but that he can't find the boss at all. Look at the huge area in the labyrinth area. If you want to find a gate, the difficulty is not 1.5 stars. If you have the help of Yu, Xiao Yao is now confident that he will reach the 100th floor within a week and fight against Heathcliff. Xiao Yao smiled and patted Jiyu's head. My daughter has a plug-in. Jiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying it with a look on her face. Sure enough, the effect of touching the head to kill the loli is good. Decided. Passing Krad as quickly as possible. Xiao Yao didn't intend to drag it on. The longer he stayed in Sao, the greater the harm to his body in reality. Even if he lay still for a few decades, it would be fine for him. The strength of Tier 3 was already much stronger than that of ordinary people. Too many, but Kirito and Asuna and other Sao players can't. The longer they are in Sao, the weaker their bodies will be. The boring trip to find the gate is the main reason for Xiao Yao's slack. Now there is a plug-in. Xiao Yao seems to see the bosses waiting for him to kill. I believe that the day to reach the 100th floor is just around the corner. On the second day of knowing about the ability of the knot, Xiao Yao couldn't wait to bring the knot to the 95th floor. In addition to the ability to explore the unknown map, the knot also has a special ability, that is, as long as he does not take the initiative to attack, all wild monsters will not take her as an attack target, which is also the biggest reliance Xiao Yao dares to bring her here, otherwise Xiao Yao would be reluctant to let her precious daughter be threatened by wild monsters. Father, 50 meters ahead, there is a small group of giant hammer lizards, and there are still about 300 meters away from the gate. Thank you, Yu. Xiao Yao touched the head of Jiyu, and then mentioned that the hunter attracted the attention of all the monsters and entered a new round of fighting, while Jiyu was sitting on the back of the enlarged Xiaomu. Xiaomu was almost not afraid of wild monsters attacking, but Yu would not be actively attacked by wild monsters. One person and one pet just followed Xiao Yao leisurely, as if walking on the street. The closer you get to the door of the boss's room, the denser the number of wild monsters. If you walk in this direction, you should be able to find it soon, and the main quest is about to be completed. Chapter 31. This is not called death. What is death? You, how far is it from the door of the boss's room? Xiao Yao raised his head and asked after finishing the new batch of wild monsters. Is this monster a cockroach? The refresh rate is so frequent, and a batch is refreshed in place within 5 minutes after killing. Is this a rhythm to kill softly? Xiao Yao felt that it was necessary to find the door of the boss's room earlier, and the monsters had already become too soft. Dad, it's not far ahead, you can see it when you pass through it. After Yu finished speaking, her little finger pointed to a bush in front of her. Xiao Yao suddenly had black lines all over his head. Heathcliff, can you go too far? Who will climb the bushes when it's okay? You hide the door of the boss's room in that kind of place, who can find it? Boss on the 95th floor was inside. Jiayu, you and Xiaomu are waiting for Dad outside the door. Xiao Yao touched the head of Jiayu. Yeah. You nodded and waited with Xiaomu. Xiao Yao pushed open the door of the boss's room and walked in. Sword. The entire room was full of swords, ceilings, walls, thousands of swords stuck on it, and a large, overly large golden sword was stuck on the floor in the center of the room. Xiao Yao looked around a lot and didn't see anything that might be a boss. Keng. Suddenly a cracking sound rang out. Xiao Yao instinctively used the hunter to block, the sword body touched the attack, and it bounced out immediately and bounced back more than 10 meters. At the same time, Xiao Yao also saw the attacker. The one who launched the attack was the golden giant sword originally inserted in the center of the room. Sword Spirit Emperor. That's the name of this boss. 3 dark red characters appeared above the giant sword, and under the name were 4 long blood bars. His nickname is Sword God. Could it be that the Sword Spirit Emperor was created by Heathcliff's bad taste? Although this idea is a bit absurd, Xiao Yao thinks that this is probably the truth. Shaking his head with a smile, Xiao Yao confronted Sword Spirit Emperor with hunter in hand. The Sword Spirit Emperor floated quietly in the air, waiting for Xiao Yao to release a fatal blow at the moment when he relaxed. This attack mode seems to have autonomous intelligence and has never appeared in the front 94th floor. Yes, so the bosses after the 95th floor are likely to be AI intelligence, just like Yui and Yu, Xiao Yao quickly analyzed. Whoosh! The Sword Spirit Emperor took the lead in launching an attack and stabbed Xiao Yao straight. So tender. Xiao Yao flashed sideways, and reached out his hand to grab the hilt of the sword. At the same time, the hunter attacked instantly, and immediately knocked out a small piece of blood from the Sword Spirit Emperor. With AI intelligence is like a child holding a pistol with huge lethality. He has no power but will not use it. The threat level is much weaker than that of the boss who reacts to the attack mode after calculating by electricity. At least there will be no such thing. This is a situation where the attack is not counterproductive and is caught and counterattacked. Buzz. Seemingly angry at Xiao Yao grabbing the hilt, the Sword Spirit Emperor's blade vibrated and buzzed, and the hilt shook Xiao Yao's hand. The Sword Spirit Emperor seemed to be ashamed and angry about what he was caught just now. The sword body kept buzzing and slashing down. Xiao Yao waved the hunter to counterattack. And the sword light flashed everywhere, the frequency of both sides' attacks. Faster and faster, until finally the swords of the Sword Spirit Emperor and the hunter could hardly be seen, only a vague after-image. Xiao Yao felt like he was bullying the children. Although Sword Spirit Emperor has a huge attack power and a very fast attack frequency, he has no other characteristics. As for the attack, Xiao Yao easily divided the lethality into 7, 7, 8, or 8. The Emperor's blood bar keeps dropping, and the faster the attack frequency, the more it drops. This is the unfortunate encounter of the Sword Spirit Emperor when he met a freak like Xiao Yao who almost turned fighting and counterattack into instincts. If he changed the player, maybe Heathcliff would have to kneel even if he didn't hang up. Therefore, the unfortunate Sword Spirit Emperor is serving the street. The whole battle was over in just half an hour due to Sword Spirit Emperor's death, except that at the end, Sword Spirit Emperor suddenly broke out after leaving a blood, summoning the sword in the whole room to attack and causing some trouble to Xiao Yao. The whole process felt like he was hanging and beating a child. Xiao Yao felt a little embarrassed when he fought. If the next 4 bosses are like this, I believe he will soon be able to play the final boss in front of Heathcliff. The main task is completed, the rewards will be distributed. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang in my ears, not the voice originally set by Xiao Yao, but a female voice of 3 no ones. Is the system and the task system are 2 parts? And these 3 silent voices are really hard to associate with that cheap-looking mission system? Core of the World ×1, Energy Point times by Yang Novel Transfer Station 1705911093. 100 million energy points is almost the amount that needs to be paid to enter a low-level world. I just don't know if completing the main quest in a high-level world will give you the energy points you need to pay for entering a high-level world. The core of the world, I don't know what it does, but I don't know the name when I hear it. He took out the core of the world and put it in the palm of his hand. It looked like a small light blue marble. Just as Xiao Yao was watching intently, a mutation suddenly occurred. The core of the world lit up instantly, emitting a dazzling blue light, and then with a swoosh, it crashed directly into Xiao Yao's mind. I wipe? What's going on now? Xiao Yao was stunned, the core of the world actually ran into his mind. System. What's going on? Why did the core of the world enter my brain? Xiao Yao asked quickly. There is a problem to find the system. Master Yao, this is a normal phenomenon. When you complete the main quest, the core of the world will enter your body. This is equivalent to a pass. With this pass, you can freely enter and leave this world by spending a small amount of energy points. The system is detailed. Explained. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said, so that's how it is. Coward, I'm afraid, you are still our master. The quest system suddenly interjected, and Xiao Yao felt that he was too timid. In other words, the anime summoning system and the quest system should be named separately, otherwise it will always be a system, and I don't know what it is called. Think of it and do it, Xiao Yao immediately said, system. I will call you Xiao Department in the future, and the task system will not be named. Thank you, Master Yao. The system said happily. Eccentric. The quest system was still a 3-tone silence, but there seemed to be a trace of resentment in it, but Xiao Yao didn't hear it. After confirming the 2 rewards and distinguishing between the anime summoning system and the quest system, Xiao Yao set his sights on the reward for defeating the Sword Spirit Emperor, who only dropped 1 item after his death. Sword Embryo ×1. In other words, the appearance is obviously a white egg. Why is it called a sword embryo? Xiao Yao was speechless at Heathcliff's bad taste. Take out the sword embryo in situ. It is said that the incubation of the sword embryo is very strange, and the strength completely depends on the incubation conditions. The only incubation condition for the sword embryo is to sacrifice weapons, and determine the aptitude for future growth according to the number and quality of the sacrificed weapons, and this sacrifice can only be made once, so if you want to make the sword embryo strong, you need to pay the price is high, unless he wants to hatch a waste. It is obviously impossible for Xiao Yao to make the pet hatched by the sword embryo be a waste. In order to make the sword embryo strong enough, Xiao Yao snapped his fingers, and thousands of swords, spears, swords, halberds and other weapons were dumped out of the king's treasure, forming a pile of hills. Except for weapons with peculiar abilities, they are almost taken out at one time. Sacrifice. As Xiao Yao shouted loudly, the pile of weapons on the ground shattered and turned into a golden liquid. The swords that originally spread all over the boss's room also turned into a golden liquid. It turned out to be a weapon without a master. Earn this time. Looking at the weapons all turned into golden liquid, Xiao Yao thought beautifully. The amount of golden liquid that the huge weapon turned into is amazing. I saw that the sword embryo refused to come, and took all the golden liquid according to the order and sucked it all into the egg. Click. Clap clap. After absorbing all the golden liquid sword embryos, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the eggshell. In the end, the creature in the egg appeared. To be precise, it was not a creature, but a small silver sword, about the size of the treasure of the king, with beautiful runes engraved on the sword. Hum hum hum. The silver sword vibrated and then flew beside Xiao Yao. Because the sword spirit emperor is a sword, the egg it explodes is also the egg of a sword, so the sword spirit emperor is an egg-born creature? Without thinking about such a strange question, Xiao Yao took a look at the silver sword and decided to choose a name first. Since you were hatched from the egg that the sword spirit emperor exploded, you should be called sword spirit. Xiao Yao, you can be lazy. Because the sword spirit was just born, he didn't notice Xiao Yao's lazy way of naming names at all. He was happy to have a name for himself. Boss room with the sword spirit, while Yu and Xiaomu were still outside. Dad, why is it so fast this time? Juyu looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. He had only been in for more than half an hour, but he came out so quickly. Didn't the strategy take more than an hour before? Xiao Yao glanced at the sword spirit and said, this boss is AI intelligent. And his personality is not yet mature, so some unreasonable actions to kill him. This is not Xiao Yao in the Black Sword Spirit Emperor, but to tell the truth, every time you fight, you will lose blood, and you are trying to speed up the attack frequency. This is not called death. What is death? Sword Spirit Emperor explains what it means to die. The 32nd 100th floor, the Red Jade Palace. Because the speed of attacking the 95th floor was faster than Xiao Yao expected, Xiao Yao took Jiu to the 96th floor. It has to be said that the map has been hung up too much. In just 3 hours, Xiao Yao found the door of the boss's room and killed the boss inside by the way. As Xiao Yao guessed, the boss on the 96th floor is also an AI intelligent, a huge black dragon called the Black Destroyer Dragon. When he was about to die, he actually surrendered. He wanted to lower Xiao Yao's vigilance, but unfortunately it was a sneak attack. At that time, he was directly hung up by Xiao Yao's reflex action counterattack, and a set of magic dragon suits exploded, which was thrown into the treasure of the king by Xiao Yao. In a rush, he hung up on the map of the knot, and he got through the 99th floor in one breath, but he still hadn't stepped into the 100th floor, because it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go home and make dinner for the knot, so Xiao Yao was very excited. Simply take the knot and go home. There is still one more side quest to complete before returning to reality. Xiao Yao asks Xiao Department about what happened after completing the quest. After the main quest and side quests are completed, you can stay in the anime world until you want to go back, so Xiao Yao is not in a hurry to complete the side quest. Go back immediately after the quest, and the aloe after that may also trigger side quests. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao left the sleeping knot behind and went to the door on the 99th floor to the 100th floor alone, accompanied by Xiaomu and Jianling, who were on the 95th floor. With a large number of wild monsters on the 99th floor and the huge experience value of the boss, the level of the two pets can be said to be faster than the rocket. Sword Spirit also has AI intelligence like Xiaomu, forming an independent personality. With the help, it was bound to his game helmet together with Yuyu's data, and even if he passed Sao, he didn't have to worry about disappearing. Pushing open the door, the 100th floor is entirely made of red. The entire 100th floor seems to be composed of towns. There is no labyrinth area, only a luxurious and huge palace in the center of the town. Heathcliff must be there. Xiao Yao stepped forward to the palace in the center of the Red Town. The Red Town was not big, similar to the starting town. Soon Xiao Yao came to the palace and pushed open the palace gate to enter. Sitting on the throne in the palace was a knight who was wearing full body armor and could not see his appearance. Heathcliff or Akihiko Spearfield, I guessed right. Xiao Yao looked at the knight on the throne and said, "Oh. How did Mr. Thunder come to be mine?" Heathcliff, who was sitting on the throne, was a little surprised. He should have shown no flaws. Xiao Yao replied with a smile, "There is nothing more boring than standing by and watching people play role-playing. This is a very simple reason, so Akihiko Spearba should also come to be a player. In Incrad you and me are the ones who are strong enough to commit fouls, and I am definitely not Akihiko Maba, so the fact that Heathcliff is Akihiko Maba comes out." Clap clap. "Lord Thunder, your reasoning is very reasonable." After Heathcliff finished speaking, he took off the knight's helmet on his head, revealing his true face below. "Actually, it's a bit beyond my expectations that Lei Ting-kun can come to the Red Jade Palace so quickly. Can you tell me how you came up so quickly?" Xiao Yao gave a thumbs up and said, "Because I have a good daughter." After being stunned for a moment, Heathcliff showed an expression of sudden realization. It turns out that it is those AI smart programs I left behind. It is indeed possible for them to do it. It should be a full screen map or something. Obviously Heathcliff was concerned about UE and UU, and guessed it at once. Yes, UE has a map plug-in. Xiao Yao readily admitted that Heathcliff could not threaten the safety of UE and UE anyway. Heathcliff picked up the cross shield and said with a smile, "Then, let's fight. I hope Thunder-kun can bring me more fun. I go." How to say this is the same as that of the villain. Usually, the villain will only be killed after saying this kind of thing. Is it okay for you to set up a flag like this? Xiao Yao complained in his heart, but still picked up the hunter in his hand. The sword spirit floated quietly aside. Xiaomu also turned into a liquid mode, turned into a puddle of water and covered the battlefield, ready to be gloomy at any time Heathcliff won. Seeing this, Heathcliff smiled and said, "Since Lei Ting-kun has foreign aid, then I'll cheat a little too." After he finished speaking, the 4 blood bars suspended on Heathcliff's head increased, tripled, and became a full 12 bars. Xiao Yao was a little speechless about this. "You should be ashamed." Heathcliff's figure moved, and the attack belonging to the unique skill Holy Sword fell. Xiao Yao is not a Kirito. In the face of Heathcliff's attack, he just used the hunter to make a fortune. The 5-style swordsmanship that was originally developed by himself had some practical value except for the 5th-style swordsmanship. Xiao Yao simplified the complex and condensed it into 3 moves: attacking, defending and transforming. 4 or 2,000 pounds is the way of belonging, to resolve all attacks. The attack is very simple, it is a pure attack. It is because of its simplicity that it is difficult to defend, because this move can be attacked in any posture, and it is not restricted to the form at all. This also makes Heathcliff face Xiao Yao's attack somewhat. The embarrassment, coupled with the sword spirit staring at the side, suddenly stabbed from time to time, and Xiaomu's liquid body stumbled, making his situation even worse. In a moment, Heathcliff was emptied of a blood bar. "Thunder-kun is really amazing," Heathcliff said embarrassedly, and at the same time blocked a sneak attack from Sword Spirit with his cross shield. The battle continues. To be honest, if Heathcliff hadn't had a strong blood and defense, and had the attributes of being a boss, he would have been killed by Xiao Yao long ago. After all, he had been fighting in Sao for a while, and he was still a scientist at heart. At most, he is a little proficient in fighting. In the face of Xiao Yao, who has turned his fighting instinct into an instinct, he is basically one-sided. Xiao Yao has been deducted by less than 5% of the blood in the fight, and the blood lost. The quantity is also quickly replied. The final boss battle between Xiao Yao and Heathcliff is not an exaggeration to say that it was a one-sided fight, and Xiao Yao unilaterally beat Heathcliff. When Heathcliff had 3 blood left, he also turned on the second mode. The reaction, speed, and attack were greatly improved. Gradually, he was evenly matched with Xiao Yao. At the same time, Xiao Yao also let the sword spirit and Xiaomu stop the sneak attack. He wants to use Heathcliff to improve his control over the infinite martial arts. X does not dare to hope, he is satisfied if he can reach A+, X can only take it slowly. In the attack and defense of the two sides, Heathcliff lost 2 more blood, while Xiao Yao relied on the skills triggered by the hunter to keep the blood bar in the yellow area. Heathcliff, who had only 1 blood left, broke out again, and his reaction, speed, and attack doubled in an instant. This is hanging up. In the face of Heathcliff, who had improved in all directions again, Xiao Yao felt a little difficult. He had to ask Sword Spirit and Xiaomu to join the battle several times. The battle of life and death is worthy of being the best sharpening stone. Xiao Yao gradually felt that the infinite martial arts training that had not been improved for a long time was gradually improving. After blocking the Heathcliff Holy Sword skill once, the endless martial arts training was successfully upgraded to A+. The 3 aspects of mind, skill, and body have ushered in a sublimation. The attack that was difficult to deal with has become full of flaws in Xiao Yao's eyes. I think this is also the benefit brought by the improvement of infinite martial arts. Well, it's time to fight back. Xiao Yao grinned. The hunter's attack immediately became sharp and cunning, the attack method was unpredictable, and every time he was attacked, the hunter could always resolve it in the most ingenious way, which immediately made Heathcliff depressed. Stand up. Did I make a mistake? I still can't win. Who is it? Heathcliff roared inwardly. If he hadn't had the GM authority to investigate, he would have wondered if Thunder had added any cheats to his body. Seeing that Heathcliff could no longer improve his infinite martial arts, Xiao Yao simply called Sword Spirit and Xiaomu to join the battle and solve Heathcliff as soon as possible. Under the siege of Xiao Yao, Sword Spirit, and Xiaomu, Heathcliff was quickly defeated. When the last trace of blood was cleared, it was easy to pass the cell, and this 100-level battle journey came. End. The side quests are completed, and the rewards will be distributed. Protagonist Replacement Volume ×1, Character Replacement Volume ×1. As soon as the mission System 3 silently ended, the scene in front of him suddenly changed instantly. Xiao Yao stood on a crystal disc, and the surrounding sky was dyed red by the fiery sunset. Far ahead, a giant steel city is suspended in the sky, but it is gradually collapsing. Great view, right? Suddenly a voice sounded behind Xiao Yao. Looking in the direction of the voice, Heathcliff, or Akihiko Sparrow, wearing a white shirt and a white robe, was standing there. It's really good. Xiao Yao nodded. The scenery in front of him was indeed very beautiful. Leiting-kun, what do you think of Incrad? Akihiko Kaba suddenly asked. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. An interesting place. Spearba Akihiko also smiled, and the two of them stood there, watching Incrad collapse bit by bit until it completely fell from the sky. Hope to meet again. Xiao Yao suddenly smiled. Looking at Xiao Yao's smile, Akihiko Moba's expression paused for a while, and then he said, Lord Leiting already knows my plan. But do you think I can succeed? It's definitely possible. You can send me a message as soon as possible. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find my message information. Leiting-kun, finally let me send you out of the game myself. After Spearfield Jinjian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Xiao Yao immediately plunged into darkness. 33 Return to reality. Xiao Yao opened his eyes and found that he was lying on a bed, surrounded by white walls, and there were machines and IVs on the side. It seemed that he was in the ward. He raised his hand a little, and there was no discomfort. After completing the main task, the seal on the body of the small department was lifted. Even if the third order master lay still, it would not be a problem to leave it for a few years, so Xiao Yao immediately unplugged it and plugged it in. The needle on the arm, stand up and put the game helmet into the backpack, Yu, Sword Spirit, and Xiaomu are all in it now. After moving a little bit, Xiao Yao left the ward and went through the discharge procedures. The nurses who had taken care of him were a little surprised to see that he had no discomfort at all. Because of Xiao Yao's accelerated strategy of Sao, Alo also came out earlier than the original. Like the original, some Sao players still couldn't take off their game helmets to wake up for unknown reasons, including Asuna. When he saw the news, it was already half a month after he was discharged from the hospital. After reading the news, Xiao Yao rode the motorcycle he bought from the hospital and came to Kirito's real home. After leaving Sao, Xiao Yao used the contact information left in Sao to find the real addresses of his friends in Sao, and also stopped by to visit. Ding dong. Jingle. Coming. It was Sugiha, Kirito's younger sister, who came to open the door when he heard the doorbell. Because Kirito had introduced him to Sugiha, the two were quite familiar. Sugiha, is your brother here? My brother went to the hospital. Oh. Knowing that Kirito went to the hospital to see Asuna again, Xiao Yao got on the motorcycle and rode to the hospital. It has been half a month since the end of Sao, and no side quests have been triggered. Xiao Yao does not plan to wait any longer. After Asuna got out of Alo, he was ready to return to reality. Entering the ward, a black-haired teenager sat beside the hospital bed, quietly looking at the girl lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Kirito. Xiao Yao greeted and walked aside. Big brother, you also came to see Asuna. Kirito responded with a reluctant smile. Asuna's delay in waking up was a big stone pressing on his heart. Do you want Asuna to wake up? Xiao Yao suddenly asked. Kirito looked up at Xiao Yao and said, Brother, don't be joking, this game helmet can't be taken off. Once you take it off, Asuna's brain will be roasted. Your eldest brother is a superpower. He just came out of the game and has not recovered his superpowers. Now that he has recovered, he can definitely wake Asuna. Xiao Yao lied without blinking his eyes. Kirito stretched out his hand and touched Xiao Yao's forehead and muttered, I don't have a fever, why is eldest brother ill? Xiao Yao rolled his eyes, opened his palms, and flicked this blue-violet arc between his fingers. Kirito rubbed his eyes when he saw the constantly moving arc on Xiao Yao's center, and then said in shock, Brother, you really are a superpower. Xiao Yao slapped Kirito on the head and said angrily, You kid. Why am I lying to you? That's what it is. Kirito touched the place where he was beaten, and said with a dog-legged smile, Then how do you plan to wake Asuna up, eldest brother? Kirito was very curious about how Xiao Yao would deal with it. His eldest brother was very mysterious. Except for his name and address. He didn't know all the other information, and he didn't know what occupation he was engaged in. Just watch. As for how to wake up Asuna, Xiao Yao had a plan for a long time. The reason why he couldn't forcefully take off the game helmet was because he was afraid that his brain would be burned out by the battery inside the game helmet. The structure can directly force the game helmet off. Xiao Yao put his hand on top of Asuna's game helmet, the palm of his body became elemental, and he began to feel the current flow pattern in the game helmet. Found it? With an instant sizzle, white smoke came out of Asuna's gaming helmet. Kirito hurriedly stepped forward to observe it, and Asuna beside her was a little surprised. Asuna's eyelashes twitched with her eyes closed on the bed, then she opened her eyes, looking at the concerned expression of a young man. Kirito. Asuna couldn't believe it. She was locked in Alo by Nobuyuki Shugo for half a month. She wanted to go back to reality and see Kirito all the time. Now when she wakes up, she sees Kirito in front of her. How can she let her not excited? Asuna. Seeing that Asuna was really fine, Kirito breathed a sigh of relief, and the two looked at each other affectionately. Xiao Yao put on his sunglasses silently. Damn it! There is a feeling of being forcibly stuffed with dog food. After a while, the young couple recovered from the atmosphere. Kirito pulled Asuna excitedly and said, Asuna, this time thanks to the help of Big Brother, you can wake up. Asuna turned her head and saw Xiao Yao wearing sunglasses. Although this was the first time she saw it in reality, she recognized it and said with a smile on her face, Thank you, Brother Lei. Thinking of something, he hurriedly said, Kirito, after I left Sao, I was trapped in another game by one of my dad's employees, and there are many people like me. I have to announce this matter as soon as possible. When Kirito heard this, he immediately expressed that he would also help, and Kirito and Asuna took care of it. I believe that after what Nobuyuki Shugo did was announced, he would get the punishment he deserved. Kirito, maybe there is someone you can't imagine who will help you. Xiao Yao smiled mysteriously. He was referring to the Spearfield Jinjian. After leaving Sao, he once met Jinjian Moba once on the internet. After the collapse of Sao, Jinjian Moba uploaded all his personality and memory to the internet, although the success rate was less than 1 in 10,000, but still let the Spearfield Akiyako succeed. I thought that Akiyako Moba would be happy to help after knowing what Nobuyuki Shugo had done. Xiao Yao, who had done everything in the sword world, chose to return to the real world. With a flash of white light, Xiao Yao left the sword world. Xiao Yao only felt that a white light flashed in front of him, and after the white light flashed, he had returned to the master bedroom of his newly purchased house in reality. Mi Wu. Feeling Xiao Yao's return, Xiao Ai was the first to rush over to act like a spoiled child. The majesty of the winged dragon seemed to have never appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Touching Xiao Ai's furry body, Xiao Yao took out 3 cards, and now he has to release the knot from them first. During the half-month of Sword World, Xiao Yao had already summoned Jiyu and others through the small department and spent energy points. Race, Slime. Name, Xiaomu. Level, 74. Skills, Devour. Physical immunity, Liquid, Passive. Devour, when the HP of the boss is less than 1/10,000, there is a certain chance to actively swallow it, and there is a certain chance to obtain the boss ability. Physical immunity, immune to 90% physical attack. Liquid, when fatally damaged, it scatters into liquid, and the recovery state is proportional to the collected liquid. Name, Sword Spirit. Race, Spirit Sword. Level, 60. Skills, Critical Strike, Self-Healing. Fatal Blow, 0.1%. Ignore any level gap to release a critical blow. The smaller the level gap, the higher the chance. Self-Healing, after taking damage, recover 1% of total HP every second. The attributes of the 2 pets are very powerful, but one Tier 7 and Tier 6 immediately costs Xiao Yao 134 million energy points, and Jiyu, like Wing Shenlong, is a summoning character, not a pet, but Yu also has Tier 3 strength and some special abilities. It inherits the ability to deal with wild monsters in Sao, and it will emit a special aura that can dispel any hostility to her from any creature, and her sense of presence can be adjusted up or down at will. You won't notice even if you stand in front of you when the presence is 0. I have to say that this is a good skill to be an assassin. Xiao Yao's own energy points also fell below 10 billion, leaving more than 9.9 billion, and he was still an energy point tyrant. Dad. As soon as Yui came out, he looked at the new environment excitedly. The sword spirit hangs beside Xiao Yao, while Xiaomu and Xiao Ai stare at Xiao Yan, and Slime and Mao Yu are quite happy to stare at each other. Under the coquettishness of Yu, Xiao Yao took her out to go shopping on the street. To be honest, there is nowhere to shop in Jushi town except for the market, so of course Xiao Yao took Yu to the market. The sword spirit was placed in a scabbard and carried on his back. As for Xiaomu and Xiaoai, they had already played together, so they did not go out with them. When he came out of the door, Yu became very playful and lowered his sense of existence. Except for Xiao Yao, no one noticed that he was holding a cute little girl, and Yu just looked at her as someone else who was heir. As soon as he came to the market, Xiao Yao came to Mozillian's street vendor with familiarity. There would always be one or two valuable treasures in this girl's street vendor, and I never seemed to know how precious the things he was selling were. Every time Xiao Yao was asked to buy it at a very low price, it was not because Xiao Yao didn't want to pay more, but because Mozillian didn't think the things she bought were valuable, and she didn't charge a cent for the extra money. "Brother Xiao, why didn't you come yesterday?" For Mozillian, being able to meet Xiao Yao at the stall every day is already a part of daily life. In addition, the hero saving the beauty has gained a lot of favorability. She didn't see Xiao Yao yesterday, but it worried her. For a long time, I was worrying about what happened to Xiao Yao in my mind, and I was in a state of restlessness all day. It was only when I saw Xiao Yao today that I felt relieved. I had something to do yesterday, so I didn't go out. Xiao Yao touched his head a little embarrassedly, worrying about such a beautiful girl. His conscience was really a little troubled. "Oh." Mozillian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After picking for a while, Xiao Yao bought a black scrap iron under the guidance of Xiao Department. "I'll buy this today." After she finished speaking, she didn't give Mozillian a chance to bid, and directly put 5,000 world coins into her hands. "Brother Xiao, this is too much. This scrap iron is at most 10 world coins, and 5,000 is too much." Mozillian was a little panicked. 5,000 world coins is not a small amount, enough to go to the ancient hall to exchange for some practical ones. Small skills. Don't put it off, we are friends after all. I don't care about a small amount of money. Although I don't know the reason, but I know you are short of money, you should treat more money as my friend's help. Or do you think I'm not qualified to be your friend? When Mozillian heard this, should this money be collected? In a dilemma for a while. It's settled, I used this money to help my friend, don't think about it, I'll go first. Xiao Yao didn't give Mozillian too much time to think, he hurried away with the nod, leaving behind Mozillian with a stunned face. "Brother Xiao, thank you." Mozillian looked at Xiao Yao's back, who had been covered by the crowd, and whispered. 34th World Integration. Between time and space. A group of human-shaped light was suspended here, and the faces were blurred, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Suddenly, the light and shadow of the human figure trembled, and the face turned in one direction. "Wake up, then the plan should be implemented, it's time for a change." After the human-shaped light and shadow finished talking to himself, he waved his hand and released 3 small light spots. After the human-shaped light and shadow circled a few times, the 3 small light spots flew in one direction at the same time. "I have to delay as much as possible." The human-shaped light and shadow stopped to watch the small light spot fly away and then flew in the other direction. The 3 small light spots flew and flew. I don't know how long they had been flying. They suddenly stopped at the same time. Then a black hole appeared in front of the 3 small light spots. The 3 small light spots flew in without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a black hole suddenly twisted out of the sky in the last days, and something flew out of the black hole. It was 3 small spots of light. After 3 small spots of light stopped in the air for a while, they spread out in an instant and flew in 3 different directions. One of the small spots of light flew over the boulder town, and then came to the place where Xiao Yao was beaten by a group of underworld last time. Because of Fanny, the place was filled with death and dark elements. Very satisfied, then the small light spot gradually became larger, and then the light spot dissipated, leaving only a huge door in place. In addition to Boulder Town, huge doors appeared in 2 other places in the world at the same time. When the door appeared, people all over the world received a message, just like the sudden end of the world 20 years ago, it suddenly sounded in their minds. Announcement to the world. World announcement. This world is officially connected to another world. At present, the world is in line with the world of demons, and beasts. Open the Bloodline Hall. A Bloodline Hall will appear in the gathering place above the town level. For details, please go to the Bloodline Hall to check. Xiao Yao, who was holding the knot while shopping, frowned slightly. What happened to this different world? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yao decided to ask Xiao Department directly. Maybe Xiao Department knew what the inside story was. After all, the last world was created by the guy from the high-dimensional life. Little Department, do you know that the world is connected? Xiao Yao asked tentatively. You know, Master Yao needs me to explain. Need, because just now, an inexplicable voice suddenly said that the world has been connected. Is the Bloodline Hall opened? Xiao Shi asked in a hurried voice. It's on. Xiao Yao answered truthfully. Then please go to the Bloodline Hall as soon as possible, Master Yao. Xiao Shi urged. You explain it to me first. Xiao Yao felt that he was being urged inexplicably. Sorry, Master Yao, I was too impatient. Xiao Shi felt a little guilt, and continued, now let me explain for Master Yao. The connection of the world is to connect this world with other worlds floating between time and space, usually in the form of a door, through which you can travel between the 2 worlds. And the Bloodline Hall can spend world coins or some precious treasures. I can exchange different bloodlines to strengthen myself. I can negotiate with the control system after entering the Bloodline Hall, and spend energy points to exchange for advanced or even unique bloodlines. The sooner I enter, the more bloodlines I can choose. After Xiao Shi finished speaking, Xiao Yao also understood why she was so anxious all of a sudden. It turned out that she wanted to help him change to a higher bloodline. After sending Jiayu home, Xiao Yao spread the electric current through the ground under his feet, covering the entire Jiaxi town. Now Xiao Yao can clearly detect all the terrain and buildings in Jiaxi town, and soon he found the Jiaxi town square. There is one more building. Teleport. In an instant, Xiao Yao came to this building. This should be the Bloodline Hall. Outside the hall stood 2 lifelike carved dragons, exuding a certain degree of coercion. Maybe these 2 stone-carved dragons are Bloodline Halls. Xiao Yao guessed right. If someone wanted to destroy the Bloodline Hall, the 2 stone-carved dragons would be activated instantly, and could exert at least god-level power to attack the attacker. Not long after Xiao Yao walked into the Bloodline Hall, a group of people came outside the Bloodline Hall. The people who came were Lin Hui, Lin Yuexing, and Gu Lai Ameng. Besides the 3 of them, there were 6 men and 1 woman, 5 of whom stood behind Lin Yuexing. I didn't expect Lord Mayor to come too. The strong man who was different from Lin Yuexing was the first to speak. Lin Yuexing glanced at the back of the Bloodline Hall and said, how could I not come for such a big event? That's right, so people from our faction can enter first, the strong man asked. What do you think? Chief Hongtao of Qiyan. Lin Yuexing said with a smile. The 7th order breath was released from his body, and the result was self-evident. Hongtao glanced at his mouth. Yes. You have big fists, you go first. Mr. Mayor is trying to force people down. Another woman said. Captain Benji thinks too much. This time, Lin Yuexing didn't have to. He dared to attack Qiyan's Hongtao, but he did not dare to attack Benji's Han Yuer. To talk about the relationship between Lin Yuexing and Han Yuer, we have to say that at the beginning of the establishment of the Icewing hunting group, the history of the 2 major hunting groups, Benji and Qian, is almost the same as that of Boulder Town. At first, the Icewing hunting group was still very weak. Once, in order to hunt a rare mutant beast, he fell into a group of mutant wolves and almost died. Lin Yuexing, who had just become the mayor at that time, happened to pass by. Although he had only 5th order strength at the beginning, he only had 4 to kill a group of wolf kings. It's still easy for the mutant wolves of the 1st order, so the old-fashioned hero saves the beauty. Han Yuer fell in love with Lin Yuexing, who rescued her at first sight. Yunyan took it out and laughed. Looking at Han Yuer's green eyes, Lin Yuexing flinched a little. Maybe he shouldn't grab the priority entry. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of people in the Bloodline Hall. The probable result is that Miss Han Yuer has another excuse to run to his house all day. Lin Yuexing understood very well that Miss Han Yuer was very much the stepmother of his child. Leaving aside Lin Yuexing, who was tangled outside the Bloodline Hall, when Xiao Yao entered the Bloodline Hall, a thick beam of light came over, and Xiao Yao's reflection flashed by teleportation. Suddenly Xiao Shi shouted, "Master Yao, don't dodge." Then Xiao Yao was covered by a beam of light, and was teleported to an empty square. There was a stone slab about a person's height erected in the center of the square. "Master Yao, please go to the stone slab and let go. I will negotiate with the control system of the Bloodline Hall, please wait patiently." Xiao Yao followed Xiao Department's instructions, put his hand on the stone slab honestly, and then waited for Xiao Department to negotiate back. While waiting for the small department, Xiao Yao found that he could check the bloodlines in the Bloodline Hall through the slate. A white bloodline list appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Ice Dragon Bloodline. World Currency. Angel Blood, by Yang Novel Transfer Station 1705911093. World Currency. Bloodline, Yang Novel Transfer Station number 1705911093. World Currency. The Gluttonous Bloodline. World Currency. Phoenix Bloodline. World Currency. Flaming Bird Bloodline. World Currency. Behemoth Bloodline. World Currency. Shadow Cheetah Bloodline. World Currency. Swift Falcon Bloodline. World Currency. Bloodline of Giants. World Currency. Bloodline of the Different Wolf King. World Currency. Lineage. World Currency. Liger Bloodline, 4,500 World Coins. Blood Servant Bloodline, 1,000 World Coins. Goblin Bloodlines, 220 World Coins. Miscellaneous Bloodline, 1 World Coin. All kinds of bloodlines are displayed on a list, ranging from high-level to angel bloodlines that require tens of millions of world coins to miscellaneous bloodlines that only require 1 world currency, and some of them require special conditions. The hidden list opened. I have to say that the bloodline of the Bloodline Hall is very complete. What you want? When Xiao Yao had almost finished reading the first 10 pages of Bloodlines, Xiao Shi said, "Master Yao, it has been said, please drop a drop of blood on the stone tablet, and the control system of the Bloodline Hall will select it for you. Best for your bloodline." Xiao Yao didn't think much, took out a small sword from Wang Zhi's treasure, opened his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the slate. When the blood dripped onto the slate, a golden list appeared in front of Xiao Yao, displaying 2 bloodlines. World Tree Lineage. Energy Point. Realm Lineage. Energy Point. Xiao Yao sighed inwardly and said that a 5 billion energy point and a 600 million energy point are too expensive to pay for their lives. The price of the bloodlines that I just saw is directly compared with these 2, and the 2 add up to 5.6 billion. Just ask if you are rich. Although it hurts to spend so many energy points, Xiao Yao still decided to spend it. Ding. Infusion of blood. Detected as 2 bloodlines. Automatically start the perfect fusion, consume. PowerPoint. I go. It would cost 400 million to fuse the 2 bloodlines. Are you planning to round up the whole number to come to 6 billion? But Xiao Yao soon stopped thinking about it, and now he began to feel something more in his body, especially in the brain. At the moment when the bloodline injection was completed, Xiao Yao's brain was instantly stuffed into the heritage memory of the bloodline. A lot of memories poured in frantically, all kinds of bloodline-related abilities and secrets were inserted one by one. Xiao Yao suddenly feeling dizzy. After shaking my body for a while, I decided to lie back in a large font. Xiao Yao felt that he lay down for at least a day, but in fact it took less than 5 minutes to accept the inheritance, mainly because the memory of the inheritance was too huge, which gave him the illusion of living like a year. The 35th girl, I don't need to thank you for my assists. Xiao Yao looked at the palm of his hand and then waved it casually. As Xiao Yao's hand swiped, a crack opened. The main body of the crack was black, and the surrounding was full of big eyes, which were densely covered. If there is a lot of fear, those who are sick might be scared to death if they go in, but Xiao Yao feels very comfortable staying inside, as if he is back home. Nima. Isn't this a gap for Zi Mom? No wonder I think this realm looks a little familiar. It turns out to be a realm demon. So I'm now half a realm demon? Xiao Yao murmured inwardly. Now that the level is low, there are not many realm powers that can be used. After closing the gap, Xiao Yao began to feel the power of another bloodline in his body. Unlimited vitality. Boundless. This is Xiao Yao's evaluation of the bloodline of the world tree. Just a little observation, Xiao Yao can feel the almost infinite vitality in his body. Even if Xiao Yao's head is cut off, he can grow back in the next second, even if it is broken into powder, as long as there is a trace of it left. Being able to be resurrected immediately, this bloodline is as perverted as the immortal body. To a certain extent, it is even worse. Because Xiao Yao faintly felt that this bloodline is a bit difficult, because this bloodline also has cultivation techniques attached, and it is still the kind of automatic cultivation. Now Xiao Yao will slowly increase his experience even if he does nothing. Xiao Yao called up the system panel. Host, Xiao Yao. Level, 30, Biang Novel Transfer Station 17059111093. / Physical Strength. Agility, 130. Vitality. Spirit. Summoning Energy. Skill Points, 24. Abilities, Thunderfruit, Golden Rule. Skills, Infinite Martial Arts LV3, Familiar Contract LV3, 12 Trials LV3. Weapon, King's Treasure. Lineage, World Tree, Realm. Summoned Characters, Wing Shenlong, Not Bai. Pets, Xiaomu, Sword Spirit. Familiar, Soak Finny. Title, Boss Killer. Backpack, 7th Order Spar X5, 5th Order Spar X1, Karma Card X1, Free Summon Scroll X1, Protagonist Replacement Scroll X1, Character Replacement Scroll X1, Fairy Beans X50. There is more lineage on the system panel. Both bloodlines have improved Xiao Yao's basic attributes, and the realm bloodline has brought Xiao Yao. The Spirit of the Point, and the World Tree brings Biang Novel Transfer Station 17059111093. The physical strength and vitality of the point. This moment makes Xiao Yao feel that the improvement in the previous upgrade is basically scum. Although the small department has said that after a certain level, the rate of each level up will increase, but Xiao Yao feels that the rate is not necessarily better than the bloodline. The blessings he brings are quicker, because the higher his application and integration of bloodlines, the more attributes he will improve, and Guang Guang will give 3 attributes at the most preliminary stage. Point bonus, there will only be more and more in the future. Although seeing the shrinking energy points made Xiao Yao feel a little sick, the effects of these 2 bloodlines made him feel that 6 billion energy points were worth it. And according to the small department, these 2 are the only bloodlines, and it is worth the money for spending so much. When Xiao Yao was still immersed in acquiring these 2 bloodlines that were comparable to plug-ins, the voice of the mission system sounded just right. Realistic mission, explore the demon world. Quest description, the gate that connects with the demon realm is outside the stone town, please go to explore the demon realm. Rewards, issued according to the degree of exploration. Friendly note, Saunian. Be the brave. Go to the demon realm and defeat the demon king. Save the princess, / I don't know if there is a princess, laughs. Xiao Yao has decided to give up complaining after watching the side quest. If he cares too much, it will become 9. As for exploring the demon world, Xiao Yao decided to take Fanny with him. After all, he was one of the 3 major demon masters in the demon world. Although he was beaten to death by the other 2, the territory was estimated to be almost divided by those 2, but now he eats Fanny, who had completely recovered from the fairy beans, might be able to take back the demon territory that once belonged to her after returning to the demon world, and then the resources of the demon world could be exchanged for Xiao Yao for a lot of energy points. The more he thought about it, the more his heart moved. Xiao Yao couldn't wait to go to the devil world. As soon as he walked out of the bloodline hall, Xiao Yao saw the people standing outside, and Lin Yuexing with an embarrassed face. How did you get out of it? A strong man spoke first. Obviously, when the bloodline hall came out, he had already sent his subordinates to monitor the place. Why would there be a person inside? This strong man is the head of the Red Flame hunting group, Hong Tao. Regardless of Hong Tao's inner doubts, Lin Yuexing saw the savior's expression on his face. Stepped forward and put his shoulders on him enthusiastically, and said with the expression of a good buddy, Xiaoao, why did you come out of the bloodline hall? Action. It's really fast, let me know beforehand if you want to go in. Xiao Yao looked at the enthusiastic and somewhat abnormal Lin Yuexing with an inexplicable look on his face. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Convinced of this, Xiao Yao carefully observed the other people present, and then saw that one of the women with long snow-white hair had eyes like a grudge, staring straight at Lin Yuexing. Could it be that Lao Lin pulled his dick ruthlessly after engaging in others outside, and they came to him? The more you think about it, the more likely it is. In an instant, Xiao Yao overlapped Lin Yuexing's figure with Kirito, the winner of his life. Just after exchanging the bloodline, Xiao Yao couldn't help but want to find someone to open the brush, and Lin Yuexing was the experimental product that hit the muzzle of the gun. A moment of silence for Comrade Lin Yuexing, thank him for his sacrifice, and start the experiment. Xiao Yao quietly opened a gap to transmit Lin Yuexing's palm to another place. The other end of the gap was located in a very interesting place. Thinking of what might happen, Xiao Yao said that I would watch the show quietly. Why is there a soft feeling? Lin Yuexing felt a little strange about the feeling on his palm, but now he should get rid of that girl Han Yuer first, so Lin Yuexing completely missed the opportunity to get rid of Han Yuer. Han Yuer looked at Lin Yuexing's face and sighed in her heart. This time, he escaped again. She had a chance and was slipped away in a blink of an eye. She blamed the stinky boy who didn't know how to sneak into the bloodline hall. Be sure to send your subordinates a good lesson. So decided. When Han Yuer made up her mind and immediately ordered a lesson to the stinky boy who suddenly appeared, she suddenly felt that there was something on her chest. She looked down, and the clothes on her left chest were bulging and shaped like a person's hand. Han Yuer calmly opened the collar and saw a palm appear out of thin air, just covering the white rabbit on the left chest. In an instant, Han Yuer's face turned as red as an apple, and then immediately turned green. How dare someone touch my chest? Damn guy! Han Yuer was furious and directly used one of her trump cards. Extreme Ice Technique. A light blue magic covered the palm, and the palm instantly turned into a ball of ice. Just when Han Yuer was about to smash the palm into ice slag, the palm disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yuexing let out a strange cry. His arm no longer rested on Xiao Yao's shoulder. He swung his hand, and the part of his palm turned into a piece of ice. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? Lin Yuexing shook his hand and shattered the ice in his palm. looking at Xiao Yao with a sick expression on his face. Xiao Yao shrugged and looked at the white-haired girl beside him. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Girl, I don't need to thank me for my assist." Han Yuer immediately understood, thinking of the palm that appeared out of thin air just now. There is no one who can think of the ghost, and the owner of the palm is naturally Lin Yuexing. Of course, Han Yuer would not miss such a good opportunity. She asked, "Did you feel good just now?" "Soft, although I don't know what it is, it's not bad." Lin Yuexing replied subconsciously, and he knew something was wrong in the next second. The reason why the hand could touch the thing just now must have been caused by Xiao Yao. Although I don't know how to do it, it should be inseparable from the bloodline hall, and Han Yuer suddenly asked a question and touched it softly. Everything pointed to the answer. He, Lin Yuexing, just hit his chest. Lin Yuexing is very smart. After just reasoning, he can almost analyze the whole story, but no matter how smart he seems, he can't get rid of this dead end. Lin Hui asked in confusion, "Dad, what did you touch just now?" "My chest." Han Yuer said, not ashamed at all. It should be said that she wished everyone knew. "Do you have such a foolish son?" Lin Yuexing glared at Lin Hui fiercely. "Okay, now it's completely doomed." Lin Yuexing's face was lifeless. "Ha ha ha. Lord Mayor is so bold, he actually said that he would attack the lady's chest with small tricks." Hong Tao laughed. "The other 5 should be high-level people in Jushi Town. You look at me, I look at you, and they have a tacit understanding that this matter is the boss's housework, so let's just watch the fun." This group of high-level executives, like Gu Liameng, is more appropriate to say that they are buddies rather than Lin Yuexing's subordinates. Obviously, they have done this kind of joke about selling the boss more than once. Even the Gileo League coaxed, "Be responsible. Be responsible. Be responsible." Lin Yuexing rolled his eyes at him and said helplessly to Han Yuer, "Let's go back and talk, Zai, have a good talk with Hong Tao." Lin Yuexing left the matter of the bloodline hall to Lin Hui. I believe he can negotiate a good result with Hong Tao. Xiao Yao, who was the initiator of this farce, also followed, but he was just peeping in the gaps. How could he miss such a good show? Xiao Yao now understands why Zima likes to use gaps to peep so much. 36. Is this a strong buy or strong sell? Lin Yuexing's home. I saw Lin Yuexing looked helpless, while Han Yuer looked at him with great interest, all of which were seen by Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao went home in a split second, never brought the popcorn from there, sitting on his own sofa, peeping through the gap as if watching a play, and Yu was also pulled aside by Xiao Yao to sit and peep together. Lin Yuexing explained with a wry smile, "Miss He, you have to listen to my explanation. This is actually... that boy did it, right?" Han Yuer interrupted Lin Yuexing and continued, "He even gave me a thumbs up secretly. He probably misunderstood our relationship." "That's right, that's it, so can you forgive me? It's all a misunderstanding." "But you touched my breast." "But this is... do you want to admit it?" "No." "So you will be responsible." "Well," Lin Yuexing said, "that I have nothing to do with this woman. I don't want you to take responsibility immediately. After all, it's just touching your breasts, but at least try dating. You're not the kind of scum who touches them and pretends nothing happened, right?" "Right? I really wanted to be that kind of scumbag," Lin Yuexing shouted inwardly, but he didn't have the guts to say it, so what he said became, "Okay, let's try to date." "Oh yeah? I've been chasing for 3 years, and I finally got it? From today onwards, please give me some advice," order Han Yuer smiled proudly. "Is this the end?" Xiao Yao, who was looking forward to watching a big play, suddenly felt disappointed, and Lao Lin was too simple. "Shouldn't it be time to play someone I like, so I can't accept you or something? Prepared popcorn is wasted." "Dad, what's the good show you said?" Yu asked with wide eyes, She already had a girly heart of gossip at a young age. Dad didn't know that this uncle was so straightforward. Xiao Yao spread his hands. It wasn't my fault. Suddenly Lin Yuexing seemed to notice something, stood up and looked around, and finally shouted to the air uncertainly, Xiaoao, are you there? Han Yuer, who was at the side of this move, is inexplicable. There is absolutely no one else in this house. The perception ability of a 6th order master is not a vegetarian, but Lin Yuexing is a 7th order. Maybe he really feels something, which makes Han Yu for a while. It was uncertain whether there was someone else. Xiao Yao saw that he could no longer play, so he widened the gap and passed through the gap. So it's really convenient to talk about gaps, and a must-have skill for peeping and running. Xiao Yao thought so. Looking at Xiao Yao who suddenly appeared, Lin Yuexing was silent for a while, then looked at him sadly and said, Xiao Yao, are you such a fool? Xiao Yao glanced at Han Yuer who was sitting in the living room and said proudly, I found a wife for you, you still don't thank me. Lin Yuexing rolled his eyes and decided not to worry about this matter anymore. It was done, he couldn't get rid of Han Yuer completely. By the way, how did you do it? Is it related to the bloodline hall? Facing Lin Yuexing's question, Xiao Yao opened a gap. I'm going. Realm Demon. Lin Yuexing, the otaku mayor, instantly recognized this dark passage and dense eyes. There's even a bloodline like this. Lin Yuexing has no doubts about Xiao Yao's spending power. Maybe Xiao Yao alone is richer than the entire Jushi town. After all, he has a god-level winged dragon. Xiao Yao briefly described the bloodline hall. Now Lin Yuexing is thinking about whether his savings is enough to exchange for the bloodline he wants, such as some kind of Saint Seiya, such as Sharnian, Supersian, and the like, all kinds of bloodlines. Ah, by the way, I'll be going out recently, so I'll ask you to take care of my daughter. How can you have a daughter after just one day? Lin Yuexing said in surprise, the speed of giving birth is too fast, shouldn't the mother be the girl who set up a street stall? Xiao Yao explained, I'm a summoner, and it's not surprising that the person I summoned recognizes me as a godfather. Lin Yuexing suddenly realized, I see, just leave it to me. Seeing Lin Yuexing's appearance, Xiao Yao suddenly felt uneasy, opened a gap and said, then I'll go home first. After speaking, he entered the gap. It's better to summon a maid from the anime, Lao Lin's appearance is too uneasy. Little department, I want to summon an anime, can I choose a specific occupation? No problem, how many levels do you want to summon? Xiao Yao thought about it for a while, although the current energy points can be used for 9th order summons, but considering that there are still enough energy points for emergencies, the 8th order is enough to walk sideways in the human world. 8th order summons, professional maid. Okay. The energy points were deducted by 100 million points and 10 cards appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao chose the second card from the left. The selected summons are different from the free summoning roles. The free summoning roles range from the first rank to the god rank. A white-haired girl, dressed in a classic black dress, appeared quietly with her eyes closed, and lay in the gap like this, as if she was asleep. Xiao Yao recognized who the girl was at first sight. Lu Zi, the first machine of the initial Y series in the Star of the Clock mechanism, an automatic doll made by the great clock technician Y who built the entire planet, has an imaginary number movement mechanism, which can be called a plug-in gear, and can enter the imaginary number time to fight. In some respects, this ability is almost unsolvable, and only the younger sister Anchor in the animation has used the perpetual motion mechanism to break it violently once. But why is she falling asleep? Little department, why is Lu Zi in this state? Master Yao, at present this summoned character is still in a state that has not yet appeared in the anime. Does that mean Lu Zi is still in a state of broken gear? Do you want me to fix it? The devil knows how to fix it. He also didn't see Naoto Yura's plug-in ears or Mary's defiant maintenance skills. Can't it just be seen and not used? Master Yao, you can buy skills. The small department reminded aloud. Right? There is also a skill store. Xiao Yao called out the skill store and began to look for any useful skills. Xiao Yao found a very suitable skill. Institutional knowledge. The description of the skill is very simple in one line. Proficient in any magical, technological mechanism. And the price is a bit outrageous. The asking price is 30 million energy points, which is enough for a 7th order summon. What hurts is that I can't stop buying it. If I don't buy it, Lu Zi won't be able to wake up. Is this a strong buy and strong sell? Glancing at the sleeping Lu Zi, Xiao Yao still spent the 30 million, and by the way spent 2 skill points to upgrade his skill to LV3. In an instant, Xiao Yao had a lot of knowledge about organs in his mind, whether it was magic, technology, or even black technology. Now Xiao Yao is confident that as long as he gives me the materials, I can build a Gundam with my bare hands. Because of the infinite martial arts, Xiao Yao can 100% control every part of the body to perform the desired movements. Now, with the skills in his head, Xiao Yao can confidently say that his skills can definitely beat Naoto Yura and 10 Marys. Street doesn't stop. Xiao Yao went to the energy store to exchange for a bunch of different screwdrivers and various tools, then took off Lu Zi's clothes, exposing her smooth and beautiful back, and then opened Lu Zi's back to reveal the precise gears inside. I saw Xiao Yao's hands flying, and all kinds of tools were scattered in the air. Before they could land, they were used by Xiao Yao, and then they were put back in place. Suddenly, the tools seemed to be fixed in the air. After dismantling thousands of gears, the imaginary number motion mechanism hidden in the depths appeared. Xiao Yao skillfully placed it in the correct position. After adjusting, he installed the newly dismantled gears back one by one. Lu Zi opened her green eyes and said, just because one of the gears in the 4,2007,680,643 has a problem and fell asleep, no one can repair it, as expected. The intelligence of humans has not surpassed that of ants, yet I have to use an unknown existence in a different world to wake me up again, and sure enough, that world is not as good as ants except for the maker. Lu Zi, who had just woken up, directly viciously attacked the world of the Clockwork Star. So you repaired me? An unknown existence in another world. Lu Zi got up and asked gracefully. Yes, and my name is Xiao Yao, don't call me an unknown existence in another world, it's too long. Okay, Your Excellency Xiao Yao, are you the one who repaired me? Well, just put the gear back and take care of it, my skills are definitely better than Y. It's no joke that the technology is better than Y. Although Y is a genius who built a whole Clockwork Star with his own power, Xiao Yao is also proficient in magic and technology in addition to black technology. The result of the integration of the three is not 1 plus 1 is as simple as 1, and if the material is appropriate, it can even create a weapon that is enough to threaten the gods. Really, it seems that I have met an incredible person. Lu Zi smiled lightly, then are you willing to be my master? Of course I would. Xiao Yao answered without hesitation. Then please stretch out your right hand. Xiao Yao already had a premonition of what would happen, and extended his right hand in anticipation. Lu Zi held Xiao Yao's palm with both hands. I'm sorry. Then she opened her small mouth and gently held Xiao Yao's ring finger, her warm tongue squirming back and forth, exploring the ring finger, and making a frothing sound. Xiao Yao always felt that the nosebleed was about to stay when he looked at this picture. Initial code named Y Series Number 1 Machine, servant Lu Zi vowed to serve Xiao Yao by his side, and to offer absolute obedience and loyalty until the moment when the gears on his body were damaged and stopped running. This scene that appeared on Miura Naoto in the anime was transferred to Xiao Yao. Even in a place with a special aura like the gap, Lu Zi's master servant certification showed a sense of sacredness like a wedding vow, which instantly affected the weird aura of the gap. 37 Can I come to your house for a meal? Lu Zi, I have something to trouble you. Please speak, Your Excellency Xiao Yao. Help me take care of my daughter. In the next second, steam appeared from Lu Zi's head. Your Excellency Xiao Yao. Wouldn't your speed be too fast? And I'm an automatic doll, a daughter, or something. It's impossible to give birth. Lu Zi stammered, apparently completely distorting the interpretation of the words. What? I want to say that I will go out soon, so please help me take care of my goddaughter. Xiao Yao obviously did not notice Lu Zi's abnormal self-care and continued, Don't worry, my goddaughter is very good, you'll definitely like it. After listening to Xiao Yao's explanation, Lu Zi also calmed down, No problem, please leave it to me. Well, leave it to you, I'm very relieved. Xiao Yao took Lu Zi away from the gap, and when he got home, he saw Yu and Xiao Mu playing beside. Yu, Dad will go out recently, this sister will take care of you, be good. Xiao Yao warned carefully, like a silly dad. Hello, big sister, my name is Yu, what's your name? Yu asked very politely. Lu Zi, hello miss. Lu Zi pulled up the skirt of her black dress and saluted. Wow. Big sister has such a temperament. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Zi smiled, and the smile was full of maternal brilliance, which made Xiao Yao stunned for a while. Your Excellency Xiao Yao, is there something on my face? No, no. Xiao Yao retracted his gaze and explained the matter before opening a gap. Lu Zi takes care of the daily life of the family, Fanny and Xiao are in the military, one god rank and one demigod, they can hang and beat the whole apocalypse, so there is no need to worry about safety and daily life, anyway, they will be back tomorrow. Now Xiao Yao intends that if he wants to enter the animation world, he will wait until he reaches the gap before entering. There is no place in the world that is safer than the gap. For ordinary people, he may be scared to death in the gap, but for the half-hearted Xiao Yao, who is a monster in the realm, has a very comfortable environment in the gap. In the gap, Xiao Yao called out Xiao Xie, I want to open the world. What level do you want? A low-level world is fine, preferably an ancient one with a low level of civilization. Xiao Yao said a little about the requirements for entering the world independently, and this can still be done. After returning from Sword Art Online, Xiao Yao already knew the complete experience mode from Xiao Department. After completing the main quest in the experience world, Xiao Yao could find the core of the world. After integrating the core of the world, Xiao Yao you can spend less energy points to freely enter and leave the world, and to enter the world independently is to spend energy points to violently find the core of the world, and then fuse the core of the world to freely enter and leave the world. To use the game as an analogy, one relies on doing tasks to pass, and the other relies on throwing money to pass the customs. And each world has a limit on the characters that can be summoned. Low-level worlds such as Sword Art Online can summon characters up to 4th tier, mid-level worlds can summon characters up to 8th tier, and high-level worlds have no limit. So it's basically impossible to crush the world with the god level, like Xiao, if she wants to enter the low-level world. She can only enter those worlds where Xiao Yao has integrated the core of the world. The reason why Xiao Yao spends energy points to enter the world independently is to adapt to the bloodline of the realm demon in his body. It stands to reason that he should give priority to adapting to the higher bloodlines of the world tree, but Xiao Yao, from the memory inherited from the bloodlines of the world tree, there are only two ways for a tree to become stronger. One is to practice the cultivation method attached to the world tree lineage, but that method can only allow it to run autonomously, and there is no way to forcefully improve the cultivation efficiency, and the other method is to sleep, and there is no mistake, sleep. The longer the world tree lives, the stronger it will become. After sleeping for thousands of years, it will automatically be promoted to the god rank. This is a bit like a monster. The longer the monster lives, the stronger it will be. So if Xiao Yao wants to become stronger, he can only explore the realm demon bloodline. Now Xiao Yao can only use the gaps instinctively, and there is no way to use realm or anything. Originally, the world of Sword Art Online was a good choice, but that place was too modern, and it was easy to attract onlookers when something went wrong, so Xiao Yao could only find a slightly ancient world. In those times, people were more superstitious and people were better at fooling. Maybe it can be installed as a magic stick or something. The choice of the world, the low-level world, the girl, and the shadow. With a flash of white light, Xiao Yao entered the world of animation. Xiao Yao descended into a forest. By the way, is there any anime called Girls and Shadows? Master Yao, this is an anime world derived from songs. Xiao Shi couldn't help reminding Xiao Yao after seeing that Xiao Yao didn't think about it for a long time. Song. Xiao Yao quickly thought of it as soon as the little department reminded him. Girl and the Shadow is a song by Luo Tianyi, the singer of the V family. The melody is still light, but it is mixed with black elements. The theme of the whole song is the kind-hearted Luo Tianyi and her shadow life. The shadow is her patron saint, but the method is a bit extreme. Basically, anyone who wants to hurt Luo Tianyi will be brutally killed by her shadow. Luo Tianyi suffers. Can't understand the bloody brutality of the shadow, and asked the shadow to leave, but the shadow said that he only wanted to protect the purity of Luo Tianyi. After hearing Luo Tianyi's request, he thought that his existence would hurt Luo Tianyi, so he agreed to leave, leaving only a spell to let him go. Luo Tianyi recites when she is in danger so that she will appear. After the shadow left, Luo Tianyi originally thought that he could live an ordinary life, but he didn't expect it to backfire. He was considered to be the rumored demon who likes to kill, and was arrested, and received a series of inhuman treatment. In the end, he was to be killed by people. She chanted a spell and summoned her shadow. Then all those who had persecuted her were tortured and killed, and Luo Tianyi was completely blackened. From Xiao Yao's point of view, the whole song is basically about those people who are trying to kill, but this group of people who love to kill meets a girl who will be blackened, and being tortured and killed is basically the only end. But since Xiao Yao was here, of course he didn't want Luo Tianyi to be treated inhumanly, so Xiao Yao opened a gap and started looking for people all over the world. The first place to look was the remote mountain forest, because the lyrics said that she lived in a dilapidated house in a secluded mountain forest, so look for remote places. So Xiao Yao started looking for people all over the world, and it took him about half a day to finally find them. I have to say that the gap is really suitable for peeping to find people. The girl with grey hair and green eyes lived in the remote mountains and forests in the remote countryside. In this world, apart from Luo Tianyi, it is estimated that there is no other person to be found. Xiao Yao opened the gap to peep openly. Luo Tianyi jumped out of the house with a basket in hand. It seemed that she was going out to buy daily necessities and food. It was just right. Luo Tianyi met a group of thugs who wanted to treat her badly. Xiao Yao couldn't help sighing that this was too much. What a coincidence. Just after thinking about it, the shadow under Luo Tianyi disappeared in the next second, and then Luo Tianyi turned black. The shadow is to a certain extent Luo Tianyi's second personality. When this personality appears, it is easy to be confused. Someone is dying. He Tianyi took out a hatchet from the basket, and then he raised the knife and dropped it, and the group of thugs shattered, and the surrounding environment was stained with blood. That look is bloodier than Brother Cheng of World Harmony. At least Brother Cheng has a complete body. These gangsters are directly smashed into scum. After cutting down the gangster, He Tianyi did not put down the hatchet in his hand, but looked around with a look of alertness, and finally his eyes met with Xiao Yao who was hidden in the gap. I go. This blackening can go against the sky. Even the approximate location of the gap can be detected. When Xiao Yao saw that he was discovered, he stopped hiding and came out of the gap. "What's the matter with you? An unknown creature?" He Tianyi showed a sickly smile, but the hatchet in his hand tightened. "Damn it! How could such an unknown monster escape? Is it some kind of monster? If you can't beat him, you can only run. Tianyi's body is too fragile to hurt Tianyi's body." He Tianyi looked at Xiao Yao and silently observed the retreat route. Seeing He Tianyi's guarded face, Xiao Yao pouted his lips, and then restrained the aura of the realm demon. Now he can't hide it unconsciously, and at the same time, Xiao Yao released the aura of the world tree. The world tree is a very peculiar race. It can be said to be a world. It is full of vitality and creativity, and this kind of aura is very suitable for one thing, that is, to gain goodwill. Creatures will instinctively get close to this kind of breath, whether it is a light creature or a dark creature. As long as it is a creature, the moment of contact with the world tree breath released by Xiao Yao will instantly rise, so the world tree breath is positive. Both factions can eat it, unless it is the kind of existence that hates the world and wants to destroy the world. They will hate Xiao Yao the moment they feel the aura of the world tree, and if they have less self-control, they may even violently kill on the spot. Why? Why has the aura of this monster changed? Feeling good, kind. He Tianyi thought about it for a while before thinking of a suitable adjective. 1 second before, he felt like a monster, but the next second it became a natural breath. Does he also have a guardian? One is good and the other is evil, just like me and Tianyi. Xiao Yao naturally didn't know what He Tianyi was thinking about. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. Feeling the change in Xiao Yao's breath, He Tianyi also put down his guard. At least he didn't look like he was going to cut people at any time. He asked in a relaxed tone, "What is your business with me?" Xiao Yao said seriously, "I don't have a place to live, can I go to your house to eat?" He Tianyi rolled his eyes, "And you seriously count me as a loser? The 38th mage has a heart for melee combat." Without He Tianyi's objection, Xiao Yao moved into Luo Tianyi's small dilapidated house so smoothly. Although it looked like a dilapidated small house on the outside, it was surprisingly spacious inside. There were actually 3. The addition of a kitchen to the room made Xiao Yao call it unscientific. In this regard, after He Tianyi came forward and drew a magic circle on the ground, there was an extra room in the house. Well, besides being a guardian, He Tianyi also works part-time as a witch. Therefore, anyone who speaks about a teacher has a heart for melee combat, and seeing people kill people depends entirely on crushing them with a hatchet. Xiao Yao lived in Luo Tianyi's house, and he had to take care of all 3 meals. At first, He Tianyi only promised to take Xiao Yao for 1 night, but Xiao Yao showed his hands at dinner and immediately caught Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi's stomach. Xiao Yao said that the cooking skills in Cao were not fake. In addition, after knowing that the protagonist of this world is Luo Tianyi, he reluctantly spent 10 million energy points to buy a cooking god. This god of cooking has a lot of background. It comes from the skill store. Like the golden rule and the thunder fruit, it is a passive skill, so there is no need to spend skill points to upgrade. The king of medicine, wait for the cooking ability of dozens of cooks to cook a golden egg fried rice that will glow. It is not impossible to eat a bursting effect. After eating a bite of the food he made, Xiao Yao felt that the tens of millions of dollars were worth it. "Brother Yao, have another bowl." Luo Tianyi held the bowl in one hand, his mouth kept moving, and the grains of rice stuck to the corners of his mouth. With the help of the food, Luo Tianyi's favorability towards Xiao Yao increased rapidly, and it turned out that the foodie had no resistance to the food. "You." He Tianyi gave Luo Tianyi a helpless look, and reached out to remove the rice grains from her face, looking very elegant. Xiao Yao filled the bowl with food and handed it to Luo Tianyi, and then a certain snacker rushed back into the great cause of eliminating food. The reduced food has also become a foodie, not elegant. Watching the food on the table like locusts crossing the border, the plate is so clean that it only needs to be rinsed with a little water. Two foodies. Xiao Yao smiled and shook his head helplessly, but the picture was quite cute. He Tianyi is actually not the second personality Xiao Yao guessed at the beginning, but an independent existence. The meaning of its existence is to protect Luo Tianyi and serve as the guardian of Luo Tianyi. He Tianyi has three types: one is the shadow form, the second is to exist alone without Luo Tianyi, and the third is similar to possession, directly possessing Luo Tianyi. Before dealing with gangsters, the possessing form was used. Maintain Luo Tianyi's shadow, but He Tianyi has been fixed in the second form since eating Xiao Yao's cooking. Should it be said that foodies are obsessed with food? After the meal was full, and after washing the dishes for lunch, Luo Tianyi ran to the table outside the house to compose and write songs, while Xiao Yao began to play with the power of the realm in the house. His whole body was dark and bright, cold and hot. He Tianyi moved a chair over with great interest and looked at Xiao Yao. Although he didn't understand what he was doing, he felt amazing. Xiao Yao fiddled with the realm for a while and stopped, and He Tianyi kept staring at him, making it seem like some rare animal. Xiao Yao couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep staring at me? I'm thinking about what kind of creature you are. In my impression, there is no monster that matches your characteristics of changing things and filling people with a friendly atmosphere." He Tianyi also reached out and touched Xiao Yao's hands and feet. Being touched by a beautiful girl like this made Xiao Yao feel a little cool, but it felt a little weird after being touched for a long time. Xiao Yao pushed He Tianyi's little hand away and said, "I'm a human being." Then he added, "But there are some bloodlines from other creatures." He Tianyi heard this, his eyes lit up and asked, "What creature?" It seemed that he wanted to use Xiao Yao for anatomy research, and Xiao Yao seemed a little unnatural. "Please. I'm not a laboratory animal." Xiao Yao released the breath of the world tree and said, "This is the world tree." Then he released the breath of the realm demon and said, "This is the realm demon." After feeling the two breaths, He Tianyi pondered for a while, and then said, "I seem to have heard of the world tree, but the realm demon doesn't know." Xiao Yao never thought that He Tianyi actually knew about world tree, and asked excitedly, "Can you tell me the details about world tree?" Even though he has the bloodline of the world tree, Xiao Yao still knows little about this bloodline. At most, he knows the cultivation techniques and some secret techniques. In short, only by the ability of the world tree to suppress the breath of the realm demon, you can know that the world tree is better than the realm demon. It's still Dick, and the power of the realm demon, just look at Zima and know how unreasonably strong it is. He Tianyi glanced at the excited Xiao Yao and said, "Food for 100 people. It seems that foodies are foodies after all, and even this kind of problem wants to be replaced by food." Xiao Yao nodded and agreed to this condition without even thinking about it, but it was just delicious food. Done in minutes. He Tianyi looked very happy, so she started talking about what she knew about world tree. In this world, the description of the world tree is very rough. The world tree is the origin of a world, and the fruit of the world tree will turn into gods and manage the world created by the world tree. The more prosperous a world is, the more the world tree will be. The better it will grow. The world and the world tree are mutually beneficial. Xiao Yao felt that this description was a bit like a myth, but he probably also knew exactly what kind of existence the world tree was. No wonder there was such a secret technique, and he had an answer to why he was suitable for the world tree bloodline. About the core of the world. When He Tianyi finished speaking, he immediately asked Xiao Yao to fulfill his promise. It wasn't long after lunch, but foodies' stomachs are bottomless pits. You can tell by looking at a foodie nun. Soon, there were bursts of chopping vegetables in the kitchen, and the snack food outside the house also put down the half-written sheet music and ran outside the kitchen, and He Tianyi watched Xiao Yao cooking, The two ponytails resembled each other. The puppy's tail wiggles the most. As a foodie, Luo Tianyi has all kinds of ingredients and cooking tools at home. Xiao Yao once asked He Tianyi, what kind of money can they buy daily necessities? The magic circle put the stone in, and then the stone turned into gold, so Xiao Yao shut up. He Tianyi's magic is basically a plug-in level, superimposing space, turning stone into gold can be done with only one magic circle, should it be said that he is the protagonist. All kinds of plug-ins. Closer to home, since the ingredients are sufficient, what kind of bear's paw, venison, live sea bream, etc., so Xiao Yao is going to make a big table, showing his real skills. Full Manchu. Xiao Yao intends to recreate a full-fledged Manhan banquet. He Tianyi will be able to get a large enough dining table for a little trouble. He Tianyi, who is a foodie, will be happy to help. Maybe it will be a pleasure for her. I saw Xiao Yao holding a kitchen knife and cut the ingredients in an instant. After the ingredients began to cook, Xiao Yao took the time to talk to He Tianyi, and He Tianyi agreed without thinking. The space became larger and the dining table became longer. After seeing a large enough dining table and space, Xiao Yao went back to cook. Phoenix Crystal took Xiao Yao more time to process the ingredients. After all, every bean sprout must be cut from the head to the tail to make a wishful dish. When processing Xiao Yao, he was thinking that if he didn't have the skill of God of cooking, anyone else would be driven crazy by this bean sprout, but in reality, it is estimated that no one has the spare time to do it. Fortunately, Xiao Yao has the skills of the God of cooking, which allowed him to complete the Manchuhan banquet with the help of Xiaoao, Ren, and Master Xie. Of course, I also want to thank Xiao Yao for helping Xiao Yao make more kitchen utensils on the way. Tianyi, otherwise the kitchen utensils are really not enough. Hundreds of dishes took Xiao Yao several hours, and it was almost dinner time when he was finished, and the whole banquet of Man and Han was just for dinner. In the Manchu and Han banquet, Xiao Yao also added a lot of classic dishes such as catfish noodles, golden mouth smile, Huang Shenlong dumplings, sea bream mainland map. The whole table has more than 100 dishes. These dishes. He Tianyi and Luo Tianyi's hearts to eat food broke out instantly. After saying a word, they rushed towards the whole banquet of Manhan with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. Brother Yao. It's so thick. It's delicious even if you cover it up. Luo Tianyi praised while eating, her articulation was unclear. Stupid Tianyi. Swallow the food in your mouth before you speak. Sprinkling the food is a waste. He Tianyi looked a little distressed at the few meals that were sprayed with Luo Tianyi's mouth, but after seeing the amazing speed reduction of the whole banquet of Manhan, he didn't care about preaching. The most important thing is to eat. If you don't eat it, it will be eaten up by Tianyi. Looking at the battlefield-like table, Xiao Yao silently put his dinner aside. If he was involved in that battlefield, he would not have to eat dinner. After the Manhan banquet was wiped out by two foodies, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. The stomachs of foodies are really amazing. After eating so many dishes, Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi's stomachs did not bulge at all, and the two also asked if no dessert. What kind of different dimension is your two stomachs? But thinking about the unscientific existence of He Tianyi and himself, the fourth-dimensional stomach doesn't seem so strange. Under Luo Tianyi's glittering eyes, Xiao Yao automatically made dessert after dinner. The fourth dimension stomach is a bottomless pit. If it weren't for He Tianyi, it is estimated that Luo Tianyi would starve to death because he had no money to eat. 39 Goodbye, Tianyi. Outside the door of Xiao Yao's room, a small head melon was surreptitiously looking inside. Brother Yao is still sleeping. Xiao He, let's go to town. Buy a big cake and come back as a surprise to Brother Yao, to thank him for making us delicious every day. This sneaky figure is Luo Tianyi. In the head of a foodie, it is estimated that as long as it is eaten, it is a surprise. It is said that since he came to this world, I don't know if it was influenced by his bloodline, Xiao Yao became more and more like sleeping. He found that the power of cultivating the realm in his sleep was more effective. After slept for 12 hours, he never got up, and from time to time, he also took a nap, gradually approaching Zi Ma's sleepy habit. In order to prevent Luo Tianyi from encountering the tragedy in the lyrics, Xiao Yao deliberately or unintentionally reduced Luo Tianyi to a town with many people. The ghost knows that those people will capture Luo Tianyi in the future. So we can only use this relatively inefficient way to avoid it, but I still didn't expect Luo Tianyi to run to the town by himself, and also drag He Tianyi with him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao doesn't know now, because he is still sleeping. Luo Tianyi took He Tianyi's hand, and the two snacks set off towards the town. Hey, Xiao He, how long have you been with me? Luo Tianyi asked suddenly. He Tianyi thought for a moment and then said, from the moment you were born. Luo Tianyi opened his eyes in surprise and said, it's been so long. How come I don't know? That's because you only pay attention to eating and singing. He Tianyi said helplessly with his hands on his hips. But it's okay, as long as Tianyi keeps this innocence all the time, even if she is a gluttonous snacker, protecting her is the meaning of her existence. He Tianyi looked at the smile on Luo Tianyi's face and smiled softly. After walking for a long time, the two finally arrived in the town. Usually Xiao Yao is responsible for purchasing. Before Xiao Yao did not appear, He Tianyi came out to purchase in the form of possession, so Luo Tianyi actually came to the town. There are only a handful of times on the fingertips. He Tianyi and Luo Tianyi first came to a pawn shop in the town. Boss, how much can this be exchanged for? He Tianyi put a gold brick on the table. The boss seems to have changed. He used to be an old man, but now he has changed into a fat man. The fat man's eyes are so ugly, so annoying. He Tianyi was disgusted in his heart, but unfortunately this was the only pawn shop in the town. It seemed that Xiao Yao would be better off in the future. I really didn't want to see this fat man. After exchanging the gold coins, He Tianyi left immediately and didn't want to stay for a moment. He Tianyi naturally didn't know that when she left the pawn shop, the fat man in the pawn shop showed a greedy look. Aesop? Go and call Boss Hank, there are fat sheep. Sure enough, it is easy to find suitable fat sheep when opening a pawn shop. It is right to force Knock to sell the pawn shop and buy it cheap. The pawn shop fat man's eyes are greedy and wretched, and he can actually come up with such a big gold brick, and his beauty, presumably many slave traders will be very interested. The pawn shop fat man seems to have seen a lot of gold coins beckoning to him. Xiao He, do you think this cake or that cake is better? Luo Tianyi pointed to the cream cake on the right. Then pointed to the chocolate cake on the left, looking very hesitant. Bought both. With He Tianyi's final decision, Luo Tianyi's troubles were directly resolved. I saw He Tianyi and Luo Tianyi carrying a cake and started to visit every small shop selling food in the town, and finally Luo Tianyi went home with a full hand of snacks satisfied. The target is out of town, hurry up and follow. Dozens of hooligans from the small town quietly followed Luo Tianyi and the others out of the town. Because the location of the home was gradually remote, the surrounding scenery began to become desolate. Luo Tianyi licked the lollipop in his hand leisurely, but He Tianyi's face gradually turned cold. There are actually some small bugs behind it, I really don't know whether to live or die. Stop. A big man rudely jumped out from behind the big tree on the side and blocked in front of Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi, and then a lot of people walked out one after another, surrounding them. Wow! Luo Tianyi was obviously frightened, her expression became a little uneasy, she vacated a hand, grabbed the corner of He Tianyi's clothes nervously, and shrank behind her. Rubbish! He Tianyi glanced at the people surrounding them with disdain. These rubbish actually frightened Tianyi, and could only apologize with death. The big man who shouted at the beginning had no idea that the disaster was coming, and said politely, "Pay the money, or I can't guarantee that you will not be hurt." After speaking, he drew a knife from his back. "Boss Hank, needless to say, just grab it, and then it won't be the same to get the money for a direct search." "That's it? These two little girls might make a few of my brothers have a good time. The body is quite flat, but the face is good." Hearing the body words of these hooligans, Haitianyi showed a blackened smile, and then he took out a hatchet from there and said, "You rubbish, how do you want to die?" "Ha ha ha, Jace, look at this bitch asking how we want to die, cough." The hooligan who laughed at him stopped abruptly in the middle of his speech, a thin red line appeared on his neck, and then a lot of blood gushed out of his mouth. The hooligan didn't know how he died until he closed his eyes. Haitianyi pointed at the hooligans around him with the tip of his hatchet and said again, "Ha ha, have you thought about how to die?" The leader named Hank obviously did not expect to encounter such a situation. His expression was very stunned, and then his eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. "Damn it! That damn fat man actually lied to me about having fat sheep. This kind of skill is like a fat sheep. This is simply a beast. A beast in sheep's clothing." Before Hank could think about it, one of his subordinates fell to the ground again. The subordinate's limbs were cut off in an instant, and a lot of blood spurted out. He fell to the ground and kept mourning. Gradually, the blood dried up and the sound disappeared. "Damn it! Hurry up, it doesn't matter whether you live or die." Hank gave the order immediately and decisively. Compared with making a fortune from selling to a slave trader, his own life is more important. Hee, the struggle of garbage. Haitianyi smiled contemptuously, the hatchet flying in his hand. Hatchet and blood, laughter and wailing, form a bloody symphony. Haitianyi is the performer, and the hooligans are the instruments. Even though the gangsters wielded the weapons in their hands, they were still vulnerable in front of Haitianyi. Broken limbs, rotten flesh, and bones. In just a moment, the gangsters who were fierce and vicious a second ago fell down one by one under Haitianyi's hands, turning into these bloody things on the ground, and it was impossible to distinguish their appearance. "Oh! There's a little bug hiding." Haitianyi swung it casually, and the hatchet flew out and shot into the grass beside him. Ah! It's like killing pigs to spread from the grass. Then a huge black shadow rolled out from the grass. "Forgive, life. I was wrong. I shouldn't see the difference in wealth. Forgive my life." The person who got out was the fat man from the pawn shop in the town. He was desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy, even though he still had the hatchet that Haitianyi threw in his arm. Haitianyi smiled and said, "No." Then he pulled out another hatchet. The pawn shop fat man just felt that the smile of this beautiful girl in front of him was no different from that of a devil. Trembling violently, he kept backing away. "No, don't." Under the shrill screams of Fatty Pawn Shop, the hatchet slashed down, directly splitting Fatty Pawn Shop in half, blood mixed with grease on the hatchet. "It's disgusting." Haitianyi frowned and dried the blood on the hatchet. Turning around to see Luotianyi's situation, his expression instantly froze. I saw Luotianyi was stimulated by the bloody scene, put one hand on his throat, covered his mouth with one hand, and vomited violently. "Tianyi." Haitianyi flinched and softly called Luotianyi's name. Then she saw fear in her eyes the moment Luotianyi raised her head. Did my existence hurt Tianyi? Am I scared of Tianyi? Did I hurt Tianyi? After 3 questions in a row, Haitianyi asked himself whether her existence was good or bad for Tianyi. In the past, he used the form of possession to kill people who didn't have long eyes. The simple Tianyi didn't know about the fact that he would kill, but this time he killed in front of Tianyi as an independent existence, and the scene of murder appeared completely in the scene. In front of Tianyi, it seems, perhaps, absolutely hurt Tianyi's pure heart, and may even cause psychological trauma. After all, the scene of He Tianyi's murder was too bloody. He Tianyi walked up to Luo Tianyi in a loss and said, "I'm sorry, I hurt you. It's obviously a guardian. Don't worry, I will leave you, and I won't let you see the scene again." Luo Tianyi recovered from the initial fear and wanted to speak to He Tianyi, but the words could not come out. Although Luo Tianyi wanted to speak, he couldn't say anything. "Hurry up, Tianyi. Hurry up and comfort Xiao He." In the end, He Tianyi forced a smile before parting. "Goodbye, Tianyi." After speaking, He Tianyi's figure gradually faded in the air, and finally disappeared. Little Black. Luo Tianyi's heart tightened after seeing He Tianyi disappear, and he shouted helplessly, but no matter how loud he shouted, He Tianyi couldn't hear it. Seeing that He Tianyi didn't answer no matter how long he shouted, Luo Tianyi stood up from the ground in a daze. She left this bloody place in despair, without even taking cakes and snacks, which shows how badly He Tianyi's departure has dealt her a severe blow. 40 Rescue _ When Luo Tianyi came home, Xiao Yao had already woken up, and he was sitting on the sofa manipulating the power of the realm. "Wow wow!" Luo Tianyi jumped into Xiao Yao's arms and cried. When Luo Tianyi threw himself into his arms, Xiao Yao was slightly taken aback, and then noticed that Luo Tianyi's clothes were stained with a lot of blood. Combined with the fact that he didn't see He Tianyi, the answer was about to come out. Although I don't know the reason, He Tianyi left after all. Originally, Xiao Yao thought that he could avoid He Tianyi's departure, but he was so naive. Xiao Yao hugged Luo Tianyi silently, letting her vent her emotions. Gradually, Luo Tianyi's cry subsided. Xiao Yao asked softly, "Have you calmed down?" Can you tell me what happened?" Luo Tianyi explained things one by one. Although she usually behaves very naturally, Luo Tianyi is not an idiot. She has already guessed everything about the matter, but she can't accept that kind of thing all of a sudden. Only in bloody scenes will he make moves that hurt He Tianyi invisibly. After comforting Luo Tianyi, Xiao Yao had a rough guess on how to make He Tianyi reappear, but before letting He Tianyi come out again, he had to exercise Luo Tianyi well, otherwise he would encounter such a scene. "I can't take it anymore," and as soon as He Tianyi comes out, it is estimated that the self-blame will disappear again due to his own reasons. To be honest, Luo Tianyi is very qualified to be blackened. Just look at He Tianyi and you can know what Luo Tianyi will look like after blackening. Xiao Yao's goal now is to allow Luo Tianyi to switch between blackened and normal states freely, only blackened when he encounters danger, and he is usually a cute snack. Of course, there is a second alternative, which is to try to use the power of the realm to put a lock on Luo Tianyi's heart, and directly unlock it to enter the blackened state when needed, but it will take some time to realize it, because now Xiao Yao is also only a little bit can manipulate the very superficial realm. So Xiao Yao started training Luo Tianyi, and the foodie also knew that this was to make He Tianyi come back earlier, and to complete the training content given by Xiao Yao every day without any complaints, which were mainly to enhance physical fitness. In her spare time, Luo Tianyi would write songs to express her inner emotions. At this time, Xiao Yao would move a chair over and concentrate on being a listener. The peaceful days have passed like this for almost 2 years, Luo Tianyi still looks like that, there is no sign of growing up, and Xiao Yao's power in the realm is getting better and better. I believe that it will not be long before he will be able to help Luo Tianyi make a lock that can freely control the blackening and normal state. In the past 2 years, Luo Tianyi has also grown a lot, his physical ability is almost twice that of before, and his acceptance of bloody things has also improved a lot, at least he can accept the level of He Tianyi. This is also the result of Luo Tianyi's efforts to bring He Tianyi back. One day, a little bird flew into the house and landed in front of Xiao Yao. Upon closer inspection, this little bird was not a real bird, but an organ bird made of wood. "Brother Yao, what is this?" Luo Tianyi asked curiously. Just a little toy. Sure enough, those people couldn't stay. When Xiao Yao saw the organ bird, a killing intent burst out in his heart. Tianyi, I'll go out for a while. Lunch is in the refrigerator. If you want to eat it, warm it up yourself. Good. After opening a gap, Xiao Yao went out. I feel that Brother Yao is in a very bad mood. Luo Tianyi said to himself as he watched the gap that was gradually closing. In the gap, Xiao Yao's face was gloomy and terrifying. 2 years ago, when Luo Tianyi cried and said that He Tianyi had left, Xiao Yao kept his hand. He erected a human-repelling barrier around the original home, and built a small wooden house outside the driving barrier. And in the cabin, he placed an agent who was exactly the same as Luo Tianyi's. From the point of view of the uninformed, the actions of the agents are no different from ordinary people. Ordinary purchases were also bought by Guan Tianyi in the town until the disappearance of Guan Tianyi a month ago. Xiao Yao already had a rough idea of who captured Gan Tianyi. Unsurprisingly, he should be from the same organization as the hooligan who tried to rob He Tianyi and was killed. Originally, he planned to see how those people would treat Gan Tianyi. Yi, I didn't expect that gang of people to be so mad. The organ bird is set in the core of the organ Tianyi. Only the organ Tianyi is destroyed. The organ bird can come out, and the organ Tianyi is a humanoid figure made by Xiao Yao with a little care. The degree of sturdiness is extraordinary. Those hooligans were able to break it. One can imagine how seriously the organ Tianyi suffered. If it weren't for him, it is estimated that this kind of thing would have happened to Luo Tianyi, which is why Xiao Yao was so angry. Sure enough, the girls are still dead. If they don't die, I will doubt whether she is human. Maybe it's a monster. Indeed, after playing for so long, my hand hurts, and she doesn't even scream. A group of hooligans with dyed hair gathered around a burning fire, chatting and laughing unscrupulously, and the outline of a person could be vaguely seen in the fire, but it had been burned beyond recognition by the fire. I thought I could find gold. After all, the fat man disappeared because he was staring at gold. I didn't expect to see even a copper coin. That's why the boss was angry and took people back and abused him. You must know that Hank is the brother of the boss. He has been missing for so long, and he is probably dead. Speaking of which, this woman is really unfortunate. Who told her that she was the last prey that Hank stared at? She deserved to be caught, ha ha ha. This group of hooligans had no idea that there was another person behind them. Xiao Yao listened to the whole process behind them. This group of people has no sympathy at all. The whole person is rotten to the core. Living is a waste of the earth's resources. Gap. Xiao Yao opened a gap under the feet of these hooligans, and before they could react, the whole person fell into the gap. Xiao Yao looked at the burning fire, sighed, and then took out the organ Tianyi that had been burned into coke. It was completely destroyed, and even the core was burnt. No wonder the organ bird could fly out. Put Guan Tianyi into Wang's Haibao and see if it can be repaired through Wang's Haibao's ability. After seeing Guan Tianyi entering Wang Jibao, he was acquiesced as a weapon by Wang Jibao, and Xiao Yakai started to repair it automatically. Shut up the king's treasure. Now it's time to take good care of the boss of this bunch of rogues. The rogue headquarters is in the town. Xiao Yao used teleportation to go directly above the rogue headquarters, and opened a gap to start observing. Some hooligans outside the hooligan headquarters patrolled with sticks, while the rest of the people were eating, drinking and gambling in the headquarters. In the basement of the headquarters, there were iron cages, and the cages were filled with people, old people, strong men, young children, girls. This group rogues also work part-time as slave traders. Seeing the eyes of the people in the iron cage were blank, and there were spoiled food in the cage, the anger that rose in Xiao Yao's heart grew a little bit. Who? Xiao Yao closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down the anger in his heart. When he opened his eyes, there was only endless coldness in his eyes. Gap. In an instant, hundreds of gaps appeared in the rogue headquarters, swallowing up all the rogues, including the rogue boss. Xiao Yao didn't want to see more of these scumbags, and believed that the environment of the gap could well force these scumbags to the point of mental breakdown. Looking at the deserted rogue headquarters, Xiao Yao stepped in to find the key to the iron cage and went directly to the basement. The person locked in the iron cage just raised his head, glanced at Xiao Yao absently, then lowered his head, obviously giving up hope of leaving. Xiao Yao glanced at the group of people and said, "The group of scum has been eliminated by me, you can leave." After that, he took the keys and opened the iron cages one by one. The eyes of this group of locked people revealed disbelief. "Have those demons, really, been wiped out by you?" The elder, who seemed to be the oldest in the room who was locked up, asked tremblingly. From the moment they were locked in the iron cage, they had given up hope of leaving. From time to time, a few people would be dragged out of the iron cage by the group of demons and brutally killed in front of them, while young girls or the strong man will be taken away from time to time, and the end is naturally sold by slave traders. Now that someone actually told them that the demons that deserved death had been eliminated, they were a little afraid to believe it, afraid that it was just a lie to make fun of them. Xiao Yao let out the breath of the world tree and said with a gentle smile, "Old man, it's true. Those scumbags have been dealt with by me." "Great, great." The old man cried out excitedly, and the other people in the iron cage also cried out happily. Finally got out of this hell." The people in the iron cage came out one after another and thanked Xiao Yao one by one. After being locked up for so long, this group of people had the feeling of sharing will and woe. The adults left with the young children and set foot on the back road to home. Good people do it to the end, send Buddha to the west. Xiao Yao gave this group of newly freed slaves some silver coins as travel expenses. Of course, he did some tricks on the silver coins. If there is a guy in this group of people who have bad intentions, he will end up. Naturally, he. After dealing with the gangster group in town, Xiao Yao took a break to go home. The 41st still be fun to play? _ A lavender light shrouded Luo Tianyi's house, and in an instant the house seemed to be illusory, as if it was shrouded in thick fog, and it was blurry. As if the house were a projection of a mirage. Success. The realm of fantasy and reality. Just now Xiao Yao finally successfully activated the power of the realm for the first time, but he felt a burst of collapse in an instant. This is because the power of the realm in the body is not much, so the activation of the realm consumes most of the realm power. After resting for a long time, Xiao Yao barely recovered. This was all due to the super resilience of the World Tree bloodline. Otherwise, it would take at least half a month to recover the consumed realm power at a normal speed. With the realm power in Xiao Yao's body now, it takes half a day to recover if he can only use it once in a short period of time. Even though it is impossible to use the realm power at will, with the specificity of the realm power, Xiao Yao can deal with the 9th order masters with less than 5th order strength, and accomplish this kind of thing that is almost impossible. Now that Xiao Yao has returned to the apocalypse, in the form of the 8th order peak of human masters and the 9th order mutant beast masters, it can almost be said that he is an invincible player in the world. 48, which is a proper 4th order high level, relying on the cultivation techniques of the world tree. Xiao Yao found Luo Tianyi, who was writing a song. "Brother Yao, what's the matter? I'll put a lock on it for you." After finishing speaking, Xiao Yao urged the realm power. The realm of negative and positive. A lavender light penetrated into Luo Tianyi's eyebrows. "Okay." Xiao Yao clapped his hands. "Well." Luo Tianyi touched his eyebrows, as if there was something he could open. As a curious baby, Luo Tianyi opened the lock set by Xiao Yao in his mind without much thought. He. Suddenly Luo Tianyi let out a broken laugh, which made Xiao Yao startled, and then Xiao Yao looked at Luo Tianyi. I saw a strong black aura emitting from Luo Tianyi's back, and the darkness was close to the situation when He Tianyi started to kill. Brother Yao, do you think Tianyi is beautiful? Gollum. Xiao Yao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This situation seems to be a little. Xiao Yao, whose strength was still recovering, broke out in a cold sweat. After He Tianyi left, he comforted Luo Tianyi and saw a look of nostalgia in her eyes. He didn't think much about it at the time, maybe He Tianyi would be because of this. And erupted violently. The image of Brother Chen being cut off flashed in his mind, and Xiao Yao instantly got goosebumps. Looking at the hatchet that Luo Tianyi took out from there, Xiao Yao unconsciously took a step back. Brother Yao, what's the matter with you? Don't you like Tianyi? Luo Tianyi asked, tilting her head. It would be perfect if the black air behind her was removed. Girl, put down the hatchet. Xiao Yao has already started to consider whether to hide in the gap or not. Tianyi, can you lock the lock? Xiao Yao tried to persuade. Don't. Persuasion was useless. Luo Tianyi held a hatchet in his hand and approached step by step. Seeing the obvious black smile, Xiao Yao became wise in a hurry. Hurry, think about how to solve the blackened Tianyi. Think about what Tianyi's weakness is. Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Tianyi, lock the lock. Double the snacks and supper every day. As soon as Luo Tianyi heard the doubled snacks and supper, she paused for a while. 3 times. Okay. Under the conditions of triple snacks and late night snacks, Luo Tianyi locked the lock without hesitation. Sweat. Sure enough, even if it is darkened, the personality of the foodie still prevails. I am so witty. Brother Yao. Luo Tianyi tilted his head to look at Xiao Yao, as if he didn't know anything. It seems that the memory after blackening will not be preserved. After that, Xiao Yao asked Luo Tianyi to try it 2 or 3 times, and confirmed that there is no major problem with the blackening mode. Brother Yao, can I satisfy Xiao He with my performance? Luo Tianyi asked timidly, and felt very guilty for hurting He Tianyi. It's definitely possible. Xiao Yao patted Luo Tianyi's head, hoping that she would be more confident. Brother Yao, after 2 sentences, will Xiao He really come back? Luo Tianyi asked, looking at the note given by Xiao Yao in his hand. 2 sentences and 6 words were written on the note, which looked very unreliable. Trust me. Xiao Yao patted his chest and assured. Xiao Yao still has a certain grasp of this matter. Although the girl and the shadow world have changed a lot because of their arrival, the general direction has not changed. Even if Luo Tianyi was used to the existence of He Tianyi from the beginning, He Tianyi left in the end, and although Luo Tianyi was not taken away, what replaced him was the ruined and unformed organ Tianyi, and even in the end it was thrown into the fire and burned, so it can be seen that the matter of recalling He Tianyi should also be referenced according to the lyrics, and the probability of success is very high. In addition to the lyrics, Xiao Yao has another more sure success plan, which is to directly use the power of the realm to pull He Tianyi out. Tianyi, try it out. Yeah. Luo Tianyi nodded, and then read the words on the note. At this moment, my heart is broken. Puff puff. The moment it finished reading, the originally peaceful shadow on the ground began to wriggle, and the dark shadow spurted out a black viscous liquid. As the black viscous liquid increased, it gradually condensed into a human shape. When Luo Tianyi's shadow stopped spraying the black viscous liquid, the human figure was completely condensed and formed. Black hair and red eyes. He Tianyi is back. Little Black. As soon as He Tianyi appeared, Luo Tianyi had a flying pounce and knocked her to the ground. He Tianyi looked up at Xiao Yao and asked, "Can you tell me what's going on?" Although it is an interrogative sentence, no matter how you listen to it, it is an imperative sentence. Xiao Yao honestly told the whole story, including his life in the past 2 years. It's even more simple than I thought. He Tianyureo looked at Xiao Yao meaningfully. It's not easy to know the spell, is it the ability of the world tree? Like the Laplace demon? After thinking about it for a while, He Tianyi stopped thinking about it. Forget it, he would be happier in Tianyi anyway, as long as Tianyi had a good life. Seeing the happy chat between Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi, Xiao Yao felt that it was almost time to return to reality. Well, I have something I want to tell you too. Xiao Yao interjected, and then explained his identity in detail. He originally thought that Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi would take a little time to digest, but they soon accepted. I'll go back with Brother Yao. Luo Tianyi said directly. Anyway, apart from Xiao He, the person I like most in this world is Brother Yao. If Brother Yao goes, I will go there. Luo Tianyi's thoughts are very simple. Of course I'm following Tianyi. He Tianyi said with a smile. Xiao Yao never thought that he would agree so quickly, he thought it would take a day or two to say. When it was determined to return, the core of the world belonging to this world was distributed to Xiao Yao's backpack. The appearance of the world core of Girls and Shadow World is a small marble that is half black and half white. Like the world core of Sword World, it sank into Xiao Yao's eyebrows, and then Xiao Yao felt the power belonging to the world tree suddenly. The surge of power is actually much more than the power that he has cultivated in the past 2 years. Sure enough, the previous guess was correct, the world tree is related to the core of the world to a certain extent. After adapting to the surge of power, Xiao Yao released Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi who had been summoned in the Girl and Shadow World after returning to reality. Luo Tianyi was originally only Tier 1, but because Xiao Yao helped him control the blackening state, and because the power of blackening was turned on, the power soared to Tier 4, the required energy points also increased several times, consuming Xiao Yao more than 40,000 energy points. And He Tianyi is even more, spending a full 500 million energy points. It is directly comparable to the same 8th order Lu Zi. This also made Xiao Yao couldn't help but complain. You said, it is obviously a low-level world, why is there such a high-powered explosion, and can people have fun playing in other low-level worlds in the future? Is this a middle-level world clad in a low-level world? What should be said about blackening is really the ultimate trick that can slaughter gods and destroy Buddhas. Anyway, Xiao Yao can't think of any existence in the low-level world that is capable of overcoming He Tianyi. However, Xiao Yao himself has no qualifications to criticize others. He is also a beast in sheep's clothing. Under his 4th order appearance, he hides a perverted strength that can overcome the 9th order. Brother Yao, can you leave this place quickly? Just when Xiao Yao finished complaining about the girl and the shadow world, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but speak. He Tianyi also frowned and said, it's really uncomfortable here. Only then did Xiao Yao notice that he summoned Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi in the gap. He touched his head a little embarrassedly and said, leave right away. After speaking, he opened the gap. The moment the outside world appeared, Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi immediately ran out. It seems that the gap is not suitable for non-realm monster creatures to stay in it. Xiao Yao apologized to Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi and took out homemade snacks to make up for it, so that the two girls were relieved of their dissatisfaction. 42 is the condition of being a demon master a low mental age? Xiao Yao brought Luo Tianyi and He Tianyi home, but nothing happened, but he was savagely venomous by Lu Zi, which also gave Xiao Yao a deep understanding of Lu Zi's venomous tongue. When repairing Lu Zi, Xiao Yao really found a poisonous tongue circuit, and would automatically help Lu Zi to process what she wanted to say. Originally planned to dismantle it, but after thinking that the poisonous tongue is a cute point of Lu Zi, Xiao Yao didn't move. If he didn't know that Lu Zi had a poisonous tongue circuit, he would have been directly hit to a gray state. Hey, Yu-san, can we have lunch? Xiao Yao looked at the time, but he didn't expect that it was already noon, and Lu Zi's poisonous tongue did not know that the time passed so quickly. Okay, I'm going to cook lunch. Then Xiao Yao went to the kitchen. There were a lot of vegetables, fruits, and meat in the refrigerator. These were bought by Lu Ziyi. Anyone there? While Xiao Yao was cooking, Lin Yuexing's voice came from outside the house. Lu Ziyi, please open the door. Xiao Yao walked out of the kitchen after shouting to serve the cooked dishes. Leaving the kitchen, I saw Lin Yuexing still standing at the door, eyes wide open, in a state of absent-mindedness. Xiao Yao frowned and asked, Lao Lin, what's wrong with you? I saw Lin Yuexing looking at Xiao Yao strangely. Xiao Yao, are these all summoned by you? Xiao Yao nodded. Xiao I, Lu Ziyi, and Jiayu were all summoned. Lin Yuexing looked at Xiao Yao and then asked, aren't all the characters summoned by your summoner profession all two-dimensional characters? Xiao Yao thought that the animation summoning system seems to be really this function, so he nodded again. Lin Yuexing looked at Xiao Yao with resentful eyes and said, I should have thought of it when I saw Wing Divine Dragon. Your kid's ability is so enviable. All right. Although Xiao Yao's tone was indifferent, his smug look made Lin Yuexing look like he went up and beat him into a pig's head. Lin Yuexing rolled his eyes and said, if you let the guys in Saxing City know about your ability, it is estimated that they will cut it off and practice again. This ability is too attractive to people like us. After speaking, he looked at Luo Tian. Yi and He Tianyi asked at a glance, who is that next to Luo Tianyi? Why do they look the same? I remember that Luo Tianyi doesn't have a sister, right? Xiao Yao thought about how to explain He Tianyi's existence, and finally felt that it was too much trouble to explain, and said directly, you can be the blackened Luo Tianyi. Anyway, He Tianyi is indeed like Luo Tianyi who has been blackened 24 hours a day, so it is not wrong to say that. Blackened. Lin Yuexing swallowed heavily. Why haven't you been hit with a hatchet? After speaking, he reached out to check if there were any missing parts on Xiao Yao's body. Xiao Yao pushed Lin Yuexing's hand away and said, brother has special skills. Brother Yao, come to eat. Luo Tianyi's voice came from the dining table. Just now, Lu Ziyi cooked the rest of the dishes while Xiao Yao and Lin Yuexing were chatting. She was a model of a good wife and mother. After hearing Luo Tianyi's call for food, Lin Yuexing showed a sudden realization and said, it turned out to be food. Sure enough, food can be tamed very well with food, especially the biggest foodie like Luo Tianyi. Ah, by the way, my daughter is taken care of by Lu Ziyi, so don't bother you. Lin Yuexing quit immediately after seeing the knot. But after Xiao Yao sacrificed Han Yuer, he surrendered obediently. Are you planning to go there? The demon realm is the gate outside the stone town. It is the road leading to the demon realm. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Lin Yuexing frowned slightly and said, so that gate leads to the devil world. Yesterday, the masters of Jushi town basically went to see the gate that appeared out of thin air. Combined with the announcement of the world, they guessed that the gate should lead to another world, but they didn't know whether it was the demon world or the beast world. Now that Xiao Yao said this, it was already certain that it was the door to the devil world. I plan to go there. Wait until I finish exploring the road. You can go, and guard the town of Boulder first. After all, no one knows whether there will be any demonic creatures running out of it. I will let Xiao I stay in the town. Xiao Yao patted Lin Yuexing on the shoulder. Then what do you do? A place like the demon world may be very dangerous. Isn't it safer to take the winged dragon? Lin Yuexing asked, although it is a good thing to have a god-level town, but if this is based on making Xiao Yao in terms of the possibility of falling into a crisis, he would directly reject it. The two have basically become good friends these days. Xiao Yao smiled and said, don't worry, I will take Fanny. Fanny is referring to the silver-haired girl. It seems that Wen is weak, and Lin Yuexing is very doubtful about her strength. Xiao Yao saw what Lin Yuexing was thinking, pointed at Fanny who was eating and said, don't look down on others, I guess you can be beaten to the ground with just one hand. When Lin Yuexing heard what Xiao Yao said, he was in danger of not going anywhere. Otherwise, as Xiao Yao said, his old face would be lost. This silver-haired girl is actually so strong. Sure enough, no one around Xiao Yao is simple, even the weakest Yu also gave him a strange feeling, as if some aura was affecting him, making him unable to raise any hostility towards Yu. Lin Yuexing stayed and went back after eating. The mayor has a lot of work, so he should hurry back to deal with it, otherwise he will be flooded by the huge sea of official documents, and then be forced to deal with the official documents by unscrupulous subordinates to the point of death. Xiao Yao patted Jiu's head and said, "Dad will go out for a while, so listen to Lu Zi's words at home." "Okay," Yuji replied with a well-behaved nod. "Lu Zi, I'll leave Yui to you." "Don't worry, Your Excellency." Xiao Yao. Stone Town, outside the gate of the demon realm. It's a familiar scent. Fanny sighed while standing beside Xiao Yao. "How long have you been locked in the demon sealing stone by those two bastards? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? 5,000? You can't feel the passage of time outside the seal. If it wasn't for the demon sealing stone being destroyed after being baptized by time, I don't know how long it would have been sealed." "Okay, don't sigh, you still need to lead the way to the demon world." Someone directly interrupted Fanny, who was immersed in her personal world. Humph. Hashtag appeared on Fanny's head, then gave her unscrupulous master a vicious look, and then walked directly into the gate of the demon world. It's a childish temper. I really don't know how she became the demon lord of death. Is the condition of being the demon lord a low mental age? Xiao Yao shook his head, sighed, and followed into the gate of the demon world. Xiao Yao originally thought that the devil world was a dark and desolate place, but he didn't expect that the devil world was similar to the reality before the end of the world, with blue sky, white clouds, and green land, and Fanny was standing not far away, staring at the scene in a daze. Xiao Department suddenly said, "Master Yao, do you need an introduction to the demon world?" Xiao Yao asked in surprise, "You still have this thing?" "Of course. When Master Yao enters the demon realm, the system will be able to explore information by consuming energy." Xiao Shi said proudly. "How many energy points does it take to exchange one?" "It depends on how detailed information the master needs. With 100 energy points you can explore the customs and area of the demon world. The more you get, the more detailed information you can get." Thinking that there was Fanny, a native of the devil world, around him, so he only spent 100 energy points to exchange for a superficial information. According to the data, the demon world is about the same size as the end of the world. It is divided into 3 major regions, hundreds of demons, and even a human race. However, the human race mixes badly here. Basically, there are few people, which also leads to the abnormal unity of the human race. The demons are the opposite of the humans. As long as different races meet for the first time, they kill each other. The powerful demons enslave the weak and the weak eat the strong. Only a few demons love peace. However, these few peace-loving demons are very powerful, otherwise they would have been wiped out by other demons. After reading the information, Xiao Yao found that Fanny was still absent, so he reached out and shook Fanny in front of her eyes to wake her up from the absent state, and then got 2 white eyes again. "This is where, do you know?" Xiao Yao, who was half familiar with the demon realm, directly asked the native demon realm next to him. Fanny said directly, "In the entire demon world, only my territory will have blue sky and white clouds. The Slaughter Demon Lord's territory is basically ruins, and the Undead Demon Lord directly transformed his territory into a cemetery, but he didn't. Thinking that the 2 bastards who have been sealed for so long have not finished dividing up my territory." After listening to Fanny's explanation, Xiao Yao immediately became curious. "Aren't you the Demon Lord of Death?" Then why do you have blue sky and white clouds in your territory? Shouldn't your territory be a dead place in the way you just introduced the other two demon lords? Fanny said angrily, what do you know? The reason why I called the demon lord of death is because I absorbed all the death energy in my territory to practice, so my territory has almost no death energy, and it is the most prosperous in the entire demon world. The place. After speaking, Fanny looked proud. Xiao Yao said suspiciously, then how should you explain that you killed the surrounding creatures as soon as you appeared? I think you are more like absorbing vitality. When Fanny heard Xiao Yao's words, she immediately quit, and said angrily, what do you know? When I was released, there was almost no death energy in my body, so I had to make it myself. Otherwise, why would I kill those people? The demon world doesn't have to worry me about death. As long as I go to kill that bastard's territory, there will be a bunch of them, so I won't destroy my territory. It turns out that, it seems that Fanny is not a bad person. And there is also a little natural attribute, and if you are a little provoked, you will say everything. Xiao Yao once again doubted how Fanny became the master of death. Are all other demons in the demon world stupid? Actually let a natural girl become the master of death. But after thinking about it, the demons of the demon world eat the weak and the strong are respected, and the power of Fanny's demigod is indeed enough to overwhelm all dissatisfied forces, even if their character is somewhat natural and naive. Chapter 43 I like you very much, come and be my person. In order to find out why her territory has not been divided up by the other two bastards, Fanny released her perception. The strength of the demigod is enough to make her perceive the entire territory. When the perception extended to tens of thousands of miles away, Fanny felt that an extremely strong force was blocking, its power was no less than her own, and that place seemed to be the place where the human race lived. I see. Fanny muttered to herself. Have you figured out the situation? Xiao Yao asked Fanny about the results of the investigation curiously. It's a human race. Xiao Yao tilted his head and looked puzzled. Seeing that the master couldn't understand, Fanny said, there is a demigod from the human race, and the demigod of the human race stepped forward and took my territory after knowing that I was sealed, while the other two bastards were sealed. I also suffered a lot of injuries when I was there. Naturally, I didn't want to face the human race demigods, so the territory that originally belonged to me was accepted by the human race demigods. Now under the management of the human race demigods, I can only know that apart from the human race, there are only those few peace-loving demons in this territory, and the rest are considered the domain of the other two bastards. Oh, I didn't expect the human race here to be so capable. To be able to be a demigod, this is not in the superficial information exchanged by the small department, but think about it, it only costs 100 energy points and the information can go there in detail. Then let's go to the human settlement first. Xiao Yao turned back to Fanny and asked after walking a few steps, by the way, how do we get to the human settlement? Fanny was desperate for the occasionally disconnected master in front of her. Xiao Yao originally planned to ask Fanny to pull him to fly over, but Fanny stuck out her tongue and made a face, indicating that she was walking slowly. Although it is possible to open a gap and go directly, the ghost knows whether the celebrity demigod will notice, although he is also a human, but Fanny is not. Fanny can hide her breath because of her relationship, but the chances of being noticed by the gap will be very high, and the identity of the demon will be discovered further. Maybe the two sides will start working directly as soon as they meet. After walking for a long time, Xiao Yao finally couldn't help but ask, how far is it? Fanny said calmly, at this speed, it will take about 3 days to walk. I go. Say no sooner. Originally thought it was very close, but it turned out to be so far away, Xiao Yao decided to use teleport directly instead of walking slowly. Only ghosts have the kind of leisure to walk for 3 days. Because of the use of teleport to hurry, the journey that originally took 3 days was compressed into half an hour. When Xiao Yao saw the place where the human race lived, he saw a huge and solid city wall. Just like the gathering places of human beings in the last days, in order to defend against enemy attacks, they are guarded by strong city walls. Although there are human race demigods sitting here, a solid city wall is still built, and there are some soldiers-like people standing next to the city gate, checking people who come in and out. When Xiao Yao was about to enter the city, Fanny pursed her lips and finally said, "Can I go somewhere else by myself?" "What are you going to do?" "I want to see how many of my former subordinates are left and how they are doing now." "Okay, let's go." "Ugh." Fanny's eyes widened. She had imagined many possibilities, but none of them was simply agreed by Xiao Yao. "Hey, you think I'm the kind of unreasonable person? If you want to go, just go, and if you have something to do, you can contact me through the familiar contract." Fanny gave Xiao Yao a deep look. "Thanks." After saying that, he flew into the distance. Ever since Fanny was forcibly signed with the familiar contract, Xiao Yao didn't seem to care much about her, but he was actually observing, and this observation even saw Fanny's hesitant and determined expression just now. Natural, willful, straightforward, simple, naive. For Fanny's personality, Xiao Yao felt that it was very rare in the dark environment of the demon world, and it was estimated that it could only appear in those demons who advocate peace. So when Fanny proposed to look for the old part, Xiao Yao had already anticipated it. It should be said that Fanny's character would definitely do it. Just as Xiao Yao watched Fanny leave, Xiao Department suddenly said, "Master Yao, it might be a good thing to let Fanny go by herself." "How to say?" "The part of the demon exploration is also included in your exploration scope. As long as Fanny runs the demon world, it is difficult to think that the evaluation of the real task is not high." Hearing what Xiao Department said, Xiao Yao suddenly felt that it would be great to have Fanny go to her old department. After Fanny was sealed, in the demon world, her subordinates estimated that she would die, be injured, and fall down. If they had to see them all once, they would have to travel around most of the demon world. That would definitely be a huge reward. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao was in a good mood. Walking on a happy footstep, Xiao Yao came to the gate of the big city of the demon world and waited in line to enter. After queuing for a while, it was finally Xiao Yao's turn. The elder brother of the soldier guarding the city looked at Xiao Yao and said, "Little brother, look at me and Shen, do you have a race card?" Through the small department, Xiao Yao sounded like there was no obstacle to what the demons said, and the communication was the same, but he couldn't understand the words. Xiao Yao asked, "What kind of human card?" "As long as it is my human race, a human race card will be issued." After all, even now, the human population is still sparse with Lord Celia guarding the human race. There are less than 10,000 pure human races, and most of them are mixed blood. However, even if it is a mixed race human race, it is still our human compatriots. As long as it is confirmed that it belongs to the human race, a human race card will be given to show its identity. Of course, the few peaceful demons in the demon world will also get a card, but it is a demon card, which is used for differentiated from the human card. The human card and the demon card are both made by the magic weapon that Celia-sama refined with great power. The card that was created will be bound to the recipient, and others can't steal it and use it. To get the card, you need to pass the magic weapon, which is the stone tablet over there. The card has many functions. The transaction can be paid through the amount of memory in the card, so if the little brother does not have a card, go for one first. The soldier's elder brother explained patiently, and then pointed to a huge stone tablet inside the city gate. Obviously, this is not the first time to deal with it. After thanking the kind soldier brother, Xiao Yao followed his instructions and came to the stone tablet. A middle-aged soldier stood beside the stone tablet and said, "If you want to apply for a card, Please stretch out your hand and place it on the stone tablet. Xiao Yao obediently stretched out his hand and placed it on the stone tablet. I saw a row of words that Xiao Yao could not understand appeared on the stone tablet. It was estimated to be the words of the demon world. Mixed human race, what kind of demon and human hybrid is the little brother? The middle-aged soldier asked with a glance at the stone tablet. Do you have to say it? Obviously, having heard this answer many times, the middle-aged soldier shrugged and said, It's not forced, after all, it's everyone's secret. But the name must be mentioned. If you don't say that, the card won't come out, the human card won't work either. My name is Xiao Yao. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone tablet spit out a thin card from a hole similar to a beverage machine below, with 2 characters from the demon world written on it, which should mean Xiao Yao, and a 0 below the name, which should be him now. Property held. Okay, little brother, you are welcome to join the human race. The middle-aged soldier showed a friendly smile. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. After putting away his Terran card, Xiao Yao started to wander around the city. When Xiao Yao was applying for the human race card, deep in the mansion of the city lord of Human Race City, a woman suddenly opened her eyes in the place where she retreated and practiced. This power, a human race with such potential, came to apply for a human race card. My human race has such unfathomable newcomers, I hope it is not a killing or undead transformation. The woman lowered her head and thought for a moment. No. I have to go and see. After speaking, the woman's figure disappeared. Xiao Yao, who had been quietly paid attention to by a demigod, was wandering the streets unknowingly. Xiao Yao spent a lot of time visiting the entire human race city. The people here still retain the simplicity of the rural people in the past. Even when trading, they would never just sit on the ground and start the price. Half buy and half give away. I think it is also because the human race is too rare in the demon world. Xiao Yao likes the atmosphere of watching and helping each other in the human city. In the end of the world, although Xiao Yao did not have too many intrigues because of his strength, he saw a lot. Even if Jiaxi town was under the management of Lin Yuexing, this kind of thing still happened. Unavoidable. Perhaps 20 years of the end of the world, under the oppression of mutant beasts and the collapse of the law, has made this kind of thing into the instinct of some people. On the way, Xiao Yao also saw some interesting gadgets, but he did not have the common currency of the half-haired demon world. Just when Xiao Yao was thinking about how to make money. Sniff. When a sound of inhalation came from very close to Xiao Yao turned his head and saw a girl with long white hair with her eyes closed almost close to each other, her small nose constantly twitching and smelling herself. This suddenly startled Xiao Yao. Could it be that the girls in the demon world are so enthusiastic and unrestrained that they dare to do this kind of action on the street where people come and go? When Xiao Yao sighed like this, the white-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes and then threw Xiao Yao directly. The white-haired girl stared at Xiao Yao closely, and then said, I like you very much, come and be mine. Xiao Yao felt that the scene suddenly became cold, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the sharp eyes of passers-by around him seemed to pierce him fiercely. 44 The Artifact of Favorites. The best business hotel in the human race city, but today there are only 2 guests in the store. One of them was Xiao Yao, and the one sitting opposite him was the white-haired girl who knocked him to the ground in the crowd. Xiao Yao just came to the hotel by the hand of the white-haired girl. When she first came in, it was full of people, but the white-haired girl called the bag shop very aggressively, and then threw her card directly. It didn't take long for the hotel clerk to come. Start asking people out, and then this is the picture. Also, because of what just happened, Xiao Yao had a very intuitive understanding of the white-haired girl in front of him. Local tyrant. Naked tyrants. Is it because of the golden rule, that he gave a local tyrant's golden thigh when he was short of money? The two just sat looking at each other. Finally, Xiao Yao took the lead and couldn't stand it and said, What are you trying to say when you brought me here? Let's talk. Huh? What did you just say? Feelings just now, everyone is in a daze. Sorry, you smell so good, I was a little distracted. Well, this time Xiao Yao was silent. Cough, let's get down to business. Seemingly noticing that what he said just now seemed a little perverted, the white-haired girl coughed awkwardly. So what do you think? Come and be my man. The white-haired girl stretched out her arms domineeringly. I go. Shouldn't this head structure be a rib? Xiao Yao put a hand on his forehead and said with a headache, I don't even know your name, how could I agree? The white-haired girl seemed to remember that she hadn't introduced herself yet, so she cleared her throat and said. Cough, my name is Selir. Then he showed his long fangs. As you can see, you are a vampire, a noble and elegant blood race. I invite you again to be my person and supply me with blood. It turns out that people are looking at their own blood. This is not surprising to Xiao Yao, after all, the blood of the world tree on his body will make living creatures close, and it is very attractive to the blood-sucking race like vampires. It should be said that Selir did not ask him to drink blood in the street. Incredible. If it was a low-level vampire, it would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of blood-sucking. From this point of view, this Selir, who looked a bit stubborn, should be a high-level vampire, at least not lower than the 7th order strength. Xiao Yao thought for a moment that he had just come to the demon world, and he was alone, and Fanny went to find the old one by himself, so he watched Selir and said a very unpleasant sentence, do you have room and board? This sentence almost made Selir spit out the water she just drank. Seeing the man who smelled good in front of me just now, she thought about it for so long, thinking that she would be opened up by a lion, and Selir, who was ready to be tortured, couldn't react, and her expression was a little stunned. What? If you don't include room and board, that's fine. Bayo bayo bayo. Food and accommodation, and I will give you a lot of salary, as long as you are willing to give some blood every day and be a deacon by my side. Sleer smiled like a flower on her face. By the way, since you became my deacon, I still don't know what your name is. Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao is not afraid that Selir will harm him. When Xiao Ai comes out at the critical moment, see who can beat him. So feel free to say your real name. Xiao Yao, it's a good name, call me liar in the future. Sleer said boldly. Under the leadership of Sleer, Xiao Yao came to a large mansion close to the center of the human city. Just looking at the appearance, he knew that the price was high. Next, Xiao Yao decided to hold the golden thigh of Sleer tightly in the human city. Anyway, the real task was done by Fanny, who didn't know anything about it, and he was happy too, but it's a pity that there is no computer, no internet, and no new programs. Otherwise it's perfect. As soon as he entered the mansion, Xiao Yao saw a row of maids standing on the side of the road. Miss, welcome back. Hey, I was found by Sasha to sneak out again, obviously I said it very carefully. Selir said unwillingly. Okay, you'll do your work. Yes, ma'am. After the maids responded, they went back to their jobs. Who is Sasha? Xiao Yao asked aloud. My head maid, Selir replied, adding, she's very capable. She takes care of most things in my house. You'll see her later. Xiao Yao was led into the mansion by Selir. As soon as Xiao Yao entered the mansion, he was stunned by the magnificent decorations in the station, crystal chandeliers, golden statues, basically nothing that could be seen was cheap, and even many things that ordinary people could not afford for a lifetime. Tisk tisk tisk, Xiao Yao suddenly thought of the two vampire girls in the Hongmeng pavilion. Are vampires all local tyrants? Selir took Xiao Yao all the way to a place that should be a study. She said that it should be because the study had very few books on the shelves except for a large desk. A red-haired royal sister was already standing beside the desk. Miss, who is this next to you? The red-haired royal sister asked while looking at Celia. Sasha, his name is Xiao Yao, he is a deacon I hired, and his job is to follow me in the future. You go and get him a deacon uniform, and take him to see where he lives. If he has any problems, you can answer. Celia instructed directly. Sasha glanced at Xiao Yao and said to Celia, "Okay, miss." From the look in Sasha's eyes just now, Xiao Yao saw distrust, but that's right, no one will let down their guard against people of unknown origin. If it wasn't for the natural affinity of the World Tree bloodline, perhaps Sasha's eyes would be hostile, but it's not just mistrust. "Okay, this is where you live from now on." Sasha took Xiao Yao to a room. There is a bed in the room, a bookcase, and a desk, which looks very simple. I've already had people do your deacon service. I'll show you the working environment first. Along the way, Sasha and Xiao Yao roughly explained the structure of the house. Xiao Yao also has a general understanding of this ocean house. The Red Blood House is the name of this ocean house. There are only maids working here, and I am the only deacon, and all the people who work here except myself are vampires. There are 100 maids in total, and one head maid, and now I have to add my own deacon. As for the Red Blood House in this human city, it can be regarded as a big force. The lowest level of maids here is the Blood Viscount. In addition, Sasha told him the division of the Blood Tribe's strength: Blood Slave, Blood Servant, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince, Emperor, True Ancestor, if converted into the apocalyptic rank list. There are more than 100 fourth-rank people in the Red Blood House, plus the big boss Celia. It can be said that there are really few forces in the human city comparable. Perhaps because of Celia's instructions, Sasha also answered Xiao Yao's questions in detail as much as possible, so that Xiao Yao also had an intuitive understanding of the human race. At present, there are only 3 demons living in this land that used to be the Lord of Death, and now there are only 3 demons living in the territory of the human race, and the rest of the demons have been driven away. The blood of the vampires and the human race is the blood of the few demons that suits the appetite of the vampires. The elegant vampires disdain to use violence to obtain blood, so they used to protect the human race in exchange for blood, and they have a good relationship with the human race, so they can still stay here today. Succubus: the succubus only needs the extra energy of the creatures in the dream, so the succubus is one of the few races in the demon world that is not bloodthirsty, and most of the succubus are not strong, only a few masters maintain it, so when the human race, when the demigods appear, they come here to seek refuge. The goblin family famous for making weapons, has been obsessed with forging all their lives, so this family is often harassed by those demons who coveted the weapons of the gods. Some demons are harassed by their brains, so similar to the succubus, they all come to the human territory to seek a stable living environment. Therefore, these 3 types of demons can be seen in the human city. In the process of Sasha taking Xiao Yao to get familiar with the environment of the Red Blood House, with Xiao Yao's efforts, Sasha finally let go of his guard against him, except that he behaved innocently, like he didn't understand anything, and just entered the human race city. The outer world tree lineage of the mixed-race human race also contributed. You can even play some simple jokes with Sasha later, which makes Xiao Yao sigh. The world tree bloodline is really an artifact that makes you feel good, and the effect of making life naturally close is really too fierce. This good feeling brush is a little crazy. After taking Xiao Yao to walk around the Red Blood Mansion, Sasha took Xiao Yao back to his room. "Sister Sasha, what is your identity?" Xiao Yao couldn't help but ask when Sasha was about to leave. Sasha blinked and said playfully, "Hee, Xiao Xiao, guess what?" "Sister Sasha, just tell me." Xiao Yao directly used the coquettish big move. "Okay, you Sasha, I am the Duke of Blood. Count. Level 7. Unexpectedly, Sister Sasha is actually a 7th order. But after thinking about it, it's right. The maids who work in the Red Blood Mansion are at least viscounts. As the head maid, it seems that it is not surprising that they are dukes. Since Sister Sasha, who is the head maid, has the strength of a blood duke, Celia doesn't need to think about it, she is definitely above the prince level. I didn't expect this golden thigh to be so thick. Xiao Yao once again felt very right about his decision to sell blood. Little brother Xiao, since I told you my sister, can you give me some of your blood? Please, please. Sasha looked at Xiao Yao's cuteness with blinking eyes. I go. This style has changed. Sasha, who was originally full of Yuja's breath, is actually cute. Xiao Yao nodded, turned around silently and went back to the room. His nose almost bleeds from his nose. This contrast is so powerful that he will really have a nosebleed when he looks at it. After taking out a knife and cutting a small wound, Xiao Yao handed Sasha the blood dripping from a small wine glass. It smells so good. Sasha smelled the blood in the cup with an intoxicated face. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yao coughed. Ha ha ha, thank you, little brother Xiao, I'll go first. After saying that, Sasha flew away, making Xiao Yao speechless for a while. Part 45. Old. Sasha ran away from Xiao Yao's room in a panic, no longer as smart and capable as usual. Touching her somewhat rosy cheeks, it felt very strange. She had only known each other for less than a day, but she had let go of her guard. This was something she had never encountered in her long life. What's wrong with me? Could it be that the mixed race of younger brother Xiao is very special and can make people naturally friendly? Sasha is worthy of being a blood clan earl, but after a little thought, she guessed things closely, but a vampire who has reached the level of a blood clan earl has already reached the level of perfection in knowing people, whether Xiao Yao has ulterior motives or not. Easy to see. After getting along for more than half a day, half of the reason why Sasha has let go of her guard is because she saw that Xiao Yao really agreed to be a deacon on a whim as he said, otherwise she would not let her guard down. Otherwise, no matter how much the World Tree bloodline increases the favorability, it is impossible for Sasha to let go of her guard and let a stranger with ulterior motives approach Sleer wantonly. Sasha collected the small cup of blood she just got from Xiao Yao and went to find Sleer. Miss, I can understand why you brought little brother Xiao to be a deacon. The breath is natural, and the mind is pure. Sleer continued, this kind of person is very rare in the entire demon world, and the blood is so tempting, I will let it go if I'm stupid, you know I've been following for a while. It's also because I was lucky to meet. Sleer said proudly. Miss, are you sure you're not sneaking? Have all the official documents in the clan been processed? Sasha told the truth mercilessly. Wow, Sasha, don't be so unreasonable. Si Liar sat at the desk and whined while looking at the piles of official documents in front of her. Sasha narrowed her eyes, took out the small cup of blood that she had hidden, and said, if the eldest lady finishes processing the official document, then this cup of blood I just got from Xiao Xiao will give you half of it. Deal. As soon as she saw the blood, Sleer's eyes lit up, and she immediately immersed herself in handling the official document. Suddenly, Sleer raised her head and looked left and right. Miss, what's wrong? I seem to feel a sight. Sleer looked around, it's probably an illusion. Then she continued to work on the official document. What Sleer didn't notice was that a small gap in the room was closed. The other end of the gap. Xiao Yao can now be sure that Sleer is definitely a blood prince, and even Sasha can't detect the gap when peeping, but Sleer can feel the line of sight. And because of this move, he has a general understanding of his current ability to control the realm. Peeping through the gap, it is invisible under the 8th order. The 8th order can sense the line of sight, the 9th order can sense the direction, and the God order can sense the position of the gap. But all of the above can only be discovered after being watched by the gap. If it is not the peeping target of the gap, even the gods will not notice. This is the strange realm demon ability. Maybe Xiao Yao can't even notice the peeping of the gap after a few steps up. And the realm demon bloodline is so powerful. What kind of ability does another stronger world tree bloodline have? Although Xiao Yao can't use it at this stage, it does not hinder his imagination. After tidying up the room a little, Xiao Yao went to the servants' restaurant for dinner. Surrounded by maids, he was the only man who made him feel a little uncomfortable, especially in a group of maids who regarded him as food and had green eyes in the middle. After dinner, go back to the room to rest, and tomorrow will start the life of a deacon. In the demon realm, on a battlefield, rolling yellow sand and broken armor on the ground tell the story of the tragic war that happened here. This kind of battlefield can be seen everywhere in this place, almost every few hundred meters. This is the domain of the demon world to slaughter demon masters. It thoroughly implements what it means to eat the weak. The two demons fight, and only the victor can continue to survive. The entire clan of the defeated party perished, not even a trace of life was left. This is the rule set by the slaughter demon lord. A silver-haired woman stood in the middle of the battlefield with her eyes closed. She was Fanny, who was separated from Xiao Yao. I don't know how many are left. After speaking, she took a long sigh. After being sealed for thousands of years, it has long been a different person. The slaughter territory is still the same. The 3-point demon world is now unknown, and almost no one even remembers it. In the past 10 days, Fanny has traveled all over the battlefields in the slaughter territory, and has also spied on hundreds of demon tribes, but unfortunately, she has not found any clues of the old tribe. To say that it is most likely that only the 3 undead emperors will survive after the Seal War, and the rest will run out of life in the long river of time. It took 10 days, the battlefield of the slaughter territory has basically been explored, and that's all that's left. The surrounding area of the slaughter city can be ruled out, so the rest of the human race and the undead territory will remain. I hope that there will be no clues to the human race territory. The worst plan. Fanny searched the battlefield again to confirm that there was no smell of her old clan, and then flew to the Terran territory. Fanny came to the land of death that once belonged to her, and now is the territory of the human race, and began to search. 7 days passed, and she also visited Xiao Yao during the period. I saw that he was a deacon in a vampire's house, and his life was very moist, which made her she was a little unhappy, and even had a trace of jealousy towards those 2 vampires that she didn't even notice. After investigating the place avoiding the human race demigods, Fanny looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Now only the land of the dead remains. The worst place ever. If the killing territory is composed of a bloody battlefield, then the undead territory is composed of a dark cemetery, where almost no demons can survive. Only the undead creatures that have long died can live on this dead land. Coming to the edge of the undead territory, Fanny took out 3 small silver signs. I didn't expect that the chasing mark that Roves had prepared would be used at this time. Fanny smiled bitterly as she looked at the 3 shiny silver marks on her palm. The chasing demon is a magic weapon that tracks specific demons. As long as the breath of the target is injected, the chasing demon will point out the direction of the target, but it has a limited range, and the maximum limit is a territory. Fanny's pupils shrank as she looked at the demon chasing beacon pointing in 3 different directions on her palm. It's really in the undead territory, it's really bad. Go find Roves first. Fanny chose the direction of one of the chasing monsters and flew away. As the target gets closer and closer, the chasing magic mark shines brighter. After flying for another distance, the chasing magic beacon has already lit up to the maximum limit, which means that the distance to the target is very close, and Fanny started to use it after falling from the sky. After walking some distance, Fanny came to a graveyard. If the most common killing field is the battlefield, then the undead territory is the cemetery. Right here. Fanny released her perception and carefully explored the cemetery, and soon found a small shabby house in a very hidden place with a person inside. "It's Roves." Fanny smiled for the first time since returning to the demon realm. "Knock knock knock." Fanny stood in front of the small shabby house and knocked on the door. After standing for a long time, the people inside did not move at all under Fanny's perception. Fanny frowned. "Not right? Very wrong." She should have released her unique breath just now, and Roves should have sensed it, but he didn't move. Fanny pushed open the door of the shabby house. Inside the house stood a tall knight wearing a set of pitch-black armor, holding a long spear in his hand, and his helmet covered his head, only revealing a pair of eyes, with two faint blue ghosts floating in his eyes. Seeing the knight in front of her, Fanny's heart suddenly flashed with warning signs, and she reflexively retreated. At the same time, the Black Knight stabbed the spear out of his hand, and attacked with a one-shot killing momentum. Dark barrier. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of dark ripples appeared in front of Fanny, blocking the fatal shot. "Demon Lord. What the hell is going on, Roves?" Fanny said in shock after blocking the attack. The Dark Knight would say that Roves didn't respond, just stabbed again. Seeing that Roves didn't speak, Fanny had to release a dark barrier for defense. The long spear stabbed on the dark barrier, but it was not blocked like the last time. I saw that cracks began to appear on the surface of the dark barrier, and then the barrier shattered. The long spear carried a deadly murderous intent and had blocked all escape routes. However, Fanny was also a former death demon lord after all. She reached out her hand and instantly condensed a pitch-black magic bullet and confronted the spear head-on. The attacks of the two sides erupted with amazing energy, spreading out a layer of airflow, smashing the tombstones in the surrounding cemetery, and after a stalemate for less than a second, Fanny was bounced off. A layer of barriers fell behind. Although Fanny fell behind, Roves was not unscathed. The spear in his hand was cracked, and then the whole spear was broken into pieces and could no longer be used. After looking at the empty hand, Roves drew the long sword from his waist. The aura of Roves who changed into the long sword changed, and an invisible momentum suddenly increased. Damn it! Roves' best weapon is the sword. Fanny secretly thought that something was wrong. In the next second, Roves rushed towards Fanny like a cannonball and chopped off with the sword. Corruption bullet. Shadow binding. Dark bulwark. Fanny's three magics are instantly released. A dark shadow first stumbled on Roves' feet, and Roves just paused for a moment and then broke free. The oncoming corrosive magic bullet hit the sword, which only slowed down the long sword slightly, but it was still violent. Fall. I came to the dark barrier of the last layer of defense. This dark barrier is the advanced magic of the dark barrier. Its defense is more than 10 times higher than that of the dark barrier. Delay for a short time. Although the three magics only made Roves pause for a while, this short pause was enough for Fanny to condense enough defenses. Curtain of death. A light grey curtain of light erupted from Fanny's body, facing Roves' falling sword head-on. As soon as Roves' sword hit the grey light curtain, it was as if he had been hit hard, and his body flew out at an astonishing speed, and fell heavily into the cemetery. Up, blocking his vision. 46 soul-refining demon flame. Looking at the dust in the sky, Fanny's face was solemn. Although he had the upper hand just now, it was because Roves did not use his full strength. Roves is the head of the 3 guards under her command, and her strength steadily crushes the other 2 guards. Even she is not Roves' opponent at the same level, and the existing Roves is a real demon master. Although she has not yet reached the level of a demigod, Roves was known as a natural god of war in the past, and the power that erupted might be able to directly overwhelm the demigod. Escape. Fanny made a decision after judging the strength of both sides. Before Fanny could leave, the dust receded under the influence of an aura. Roves' figure appeared. A sword blocked Fanny's escape. Fanny gritted her silver teeth and frowned, She was not sure she would win over Roves. Originally, when Fanny was the master of death, it was a legal profession that favored distant combat, while Roves was a real melee combatant. With that sharp sword strike, Fanny soon fell behind. Strangeness. Fanny frowned, and it stands to reason that she was approached by Roves, and it was absolutely impossible for her to persist for so long, and Roves' slashes were not as sharp as before. Curtain of death. Fanny used the death curtain to bounce Roves away again. Corruption bullets. The next response to Roves was the sky bullets. Roves didn't have Xiao Yao's evasion skills, so he could only cut off the corrosive magic bullets that came from the flying with the long sword in his hand. Sizzle. One of the corrosive magic bullets escaped Roves' slash and rubbed his helmet. The amazing corrosive power of the corrosive magic bullet eroded a hole in the helmet in the blink of an eye. Roves took off the helmet immediately and threw it away. After the helmet fell to the ground, it was quickly corroded and not even a slag was left. Only then did Fanny really see what was under Roves' helmet. Under the helmet is the face of an ordinary man. The position of the eye sockets is two faint blue ghost fires. Undead. What the hell happened to you, Roves? Seeing Roves, Fanny was shocked. The three emperors were all corpses. Now that Roves has become an undead, there is only one possibility. Undead bastard. Fanny said through gritted teeth. The battle armor seems to be some kind of restrictive equipment, and Roves seems to have a little dominance as soon as the helmet is taken off. My lord, run away. Before he finished speaking, Roves' body was out of his control, and he launched an attack here. Seeing that Fanny could not escape under his own sword, Roves began to struggle in his heart, trying to get rid of the control of the undead master. Rune. Writing. Roves spit out two words with difficulty. Fanny, who was defending under Roves' attack, heard Roves' words and noticed the rune on Roves' forehead. Soul rune. Roves, you're crazy. You actually branded this rune on yourself. Fanny said in shock. Roves pulled out an ugly smile and seemed a little proud, but his body was still out of control. While Fanny resisted, she asked solemnly, have you really decided? Roves nodded reluctantly. All right. Fanny sighed, her hands kept releasing corrosive magic bullets, and she uttered a tongue-in-cheek incantation. I saw the soulless rune on Roves' forehead becoming more and more translucent. When Fanny finished reciting the spell, the soulless rune shattered into dots of light covering Roves, and the original illusory face gradually solidified, and finally became a pale face. My lord, although I'm temporarily out of control, I don't have much time left. Roves continued with a wry smile, just listen to me now, the undead demon master has been promoted to the demon god level, and we, the three emperors, have all been killed. It was refined into a puppet of the undead, the second and third were completely dead, and only I still have a little resistance. The rune of ending soul cut off my vitality, and at the same time gave me the opportunity to resist the control of the undead demon. I hid your artifact in the space opened up by myself, concealed from the undead demon, and will now return it to its original owner. After he finished speaking, a black staff and a pair of silver boots fell from his side. Unfortunately, I only kept the death wand and magic wind boots, and the rest of the artifacts were lost. My lord, I suggest you hide. It's best not to encounter the undead demon god, and one day you will be promoted to the demon god level and avenge me. After Roves finished speaking, the body began to turn into powder, disappearing little by little, and these Fanny were watching. Fanny bit her lower lip so hard that she bit out blood. I will definitely destroy that bastard of the undead. I swear in the name of my death lord. Fanny said through gritted teeth. Hearing that, Roves showed a relieved smile, and finally the figure disappeared into powder. Fanny stood where Roves disappeared, seemingly mourning for him. After a long time, Fanny put on the magic wind boots, then the death wand was ready, and flew towards the direction of the human city. There, his master is there. And the master has a god-level summoned beast. As long as there is the help of the master, the undead demon gods who are promoted to the demon level can definitely be killed. Thinking of this, Fanny pushed the magic wind boots under her feet, and the speed was a little faster. In the undead territory, in a huge ancient tomb, an old man in a grey robe opened his eyes. This old man's eye sockets are not eyeballs, but like robes, there are two faint blue ghosts floating, but the color of these two ghosts is deeper than Rove's, and it seems that even the soul will be sucked away after staring for a long time. Rove's actually broke free from my control, as expected of the strongest under the death girl, but what is the reason for him to break free from my control even at the cost of his own death? Could it be that the little girl of death was born, hey, take me to turn the killing into a puppet before leaving the customs? You said yes, killing. This old man is the undead demon god who has been promoted to the demon god level, and beside him there is a big man nearly 3 meters tall with red skin. He is the slaughtering demon master who was caught by the undead demon god. The slaughter demon lord was wrapped in chains, and his figure was half real. Old bastard! Don't let me find a chance. If you make me a puppet, I will definitely attack you. The slaughter demon lord struggled to get rid of the chains while speaking harshly. Killing, this chain is condensed by my own energy. It is impossible for you to break free, so just obediently be made into a puppet by me. When you are made into a puppet, I can forcibly elevate you one level. The puppet of the devil will be my strongest trump card, GGG. After the undead demon finished speaking, he let out a creepy laugh, and looked at the slaughter demon master proudly. The secret art of the dead. Soul refining demon flame. A grey flame was released from the undead demon god, covering the tall figure of the slaughter demon lord. Ah, 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 ah. The slaughter demon lord let out a shrill scream in the grey flames. The effect of soul refining devil flame is not only the transformation of the body, but also the refinement of the soul. In a state of sanity, the double destruction of the soul and the body, Rao is the slaughter devil lord, who climbed out of the sea of blood. The devil couldn't help screaming. After the soul refining demon flame burned for a while, the undead demon god took it back into his body. The slaughter demon lord also appeared, but the slaughter demon lord's body was even more illusory, and he looked at the undead demon god with a tired face. 5 refinements left and you're done. The undead demon god reached out and touched the illusory part of the slaughter demon lord's body and said with a smile, "The demon god puppet is really exciting. You old bastard, you will definitely not die." The slaughter demon lord cursed weakly. Then you should be retribution for doing this now. People in your territory curse you like this every day. Now is the time to fulfill it. To say which of the 3 major demon masters in the previous demon world deserved the most, the slaughtering demon master ranked first, followed by him, and finally the death demon master. The reason why the slaughter demon lord is resentful is because he does not allow peace in his territory. Once there is a peaceful situation in his territory, he will attack and destroy it completely. War. Kill. Only these are allowed in his territory, which is why he is called the Slayer Master. Cruel and tyrannical. Bloodthirsty to kill. These 8 characters are a good interpretation of the person of the Slaughter Demon Lord. It is also for this reason that the undead demon scorned the weak curse of slaughtering the Demon Master. According to what he said, being refined by the soul-refining demon flames is the fulfillment of the curse on him by the people in his territory. Okay, when you are stable, I will refine it again. You can enjoy this last time, GGG. After the undead devil finished laughing sinisterly, he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. The slaughter demon lord on the side stared weakly at the undead demon god with a hideous face. Undead demon god, I curse you to die. After he cursed the undead demon god for thousands of 800 times in his heart, the slaughter demon master looked decadent and his eyes were lost. Who else in this demon world can stop the undead demon god? If he hadn't teamed up with him to attack the Death Demon Lord, and had not shared the secret treasures of the Death Demon Lord with him, perhaps the undead demon god would not have found the one who helped him advance to the demon god level. Treasure. Who knew that inconspicuous scrap iron could actually be a treasure that could strengthen the undead? If I knew this earlier, I regret it. 47 This is the blessing of Chi people. Xiao Yao woke up early today, wearing the deacon uniform he got yesterday. As a deacon, you should get up earlier than your employer. Xiao Yao came to Salir's room with familiarity, but saw that Sasha was already standing there. Sister Sasha, morning. Xiao Yao spoke first. Morning. Sasha nodded in response. After the two arrived at each other, they stood outside the door together and waited for Salir to wake up. It didn't take long for Sasha to say, "It's almost time for the eldest lady to get up, Xiao Xiao, just wait outside now." It's very impolite to peek at the lady getting up. Sasha smiled playfully, then pushed open the door and walked in. I didn't plan to go in either, Xiao Yao thought to himself, but only a fool would say it. "Miss, wake up!" Sasha shouted from the room. "Again, let me sleep." This weaker one should be Salir. Xiao Yao's expression outside the door was very strange. The vampire was actually going to sleep, and he would stay in bed, feeling that everything in the three views seemed to be refreshed again. It turns out that vampires also sleep late plus stay in bed. Anyway, Xiao Yao outside the room knew that in addition to being nervous, Lear was also a little slacker who liked to sleep in late. I just don't know if Sister Sasha can scream successfully. After all, yesterday, when Xiao Yao thought about something, Sasha called someone to get up and failed and walked out. Obviously, the eldest lady would also sleep late before, but it won't be so exaggerated. Xiao Xiao, do you know why? Sasha looked at Xiao Yao sharply. Xiao Yao's eyes drifted. If he told Lyre how to play poker yesterday, but she was dragged to play all night, it would definitely be courting death. Sasha didn't care about Xiao Yao's guilty conscience, and said to herself, "I seem to see someone sneaking out of the eldest lady's room in the middle of the night yesterday. Does Brother Xiao know who it is?" "Haha, I don't know, is there such a thing?" Xiao Yao laughed dryly. "Yeah, I've said it so clearly, is Xiao brother still unwilling to admit it?" After finishing speaking, Sasha looked straight at Xiao Yao, forming an invisible oppression. Under this pressure, Xiao Yao persisted for less than 3 seconds. "Sasa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played all night with Lil." Very simply surrendered. "Hee, little brother Xiao, you finally admitted it. Since the eldest miss is staying in bed because of you, do you think you should help me?" Xiao Yao seemed to have guessed something and asked, "How can I help?" Sasha licked her lips and said, "Give me a cup of your blood, and I'll lure Miss to get up." "Really? Yesterday, I told Lyre that the condition for food and shelter is to donate a little blood every day, but I didn't say how much. Xiao Yao has the final say on how much to give every day, even a drop is fine." Xiao Yao said that unless all the blood on his body was drained in an instant, it would not affect his life safety. The blood was given to him, but Xiao Yao still didn't want to hurt himself. Although he had done it once yesterday, it was because he wanted to resist the urge to spray nosebleed. To suck the blood yourself. Xiao Yao will not admit that he wants to interact with the girl at zero distance. Well, it seems that this is the real idea. "Little brother Xiao, can you? Just 1 cup." Then Sasha took out a small cup from there, looking at Xiao Yao expectantly. It's shameful to be cute. Under Sasha's cuteness, Xiao Yao quickly compromised. Yesterday, she was obviously still a majestic royal sister, but after getting familiar with it, she immediately revealed her cuteness. The once majestic sister Sasha is gone forever like a certain red and white morality. Lyre, who was lying on the bed in pajamas, twitched her nose, and then murmured, "It smells so good." Miss, if you don't get up, little brother Xiao's blood will be gone today. Sasha deliberately pretended to drink the blood from the cup. The next second, Selir got up instantly and took the small cup containing Xiao Yao's blood from Sasha's hands at an astonishing speed. Ugh! Don't touch my food! Selir, like a tiger protecting her food, put on a self-defeating expression. If Xiao Yao was here, he would definitely say that Selir doesn't look like a tiger, but like a cat with fried fur. Since the eldest lady is up, let's change. Seeing Selir getting up, Sasha immediately switched to the serious head-made mode. Ha, I see. Selir gave a long yawn and continued, Xiao Yao's blood is my breakfast. After saying that, she looked at the small cup in her hand with bright eyes, revealing a pair of intoxicated expression. Since Sasha entered the room with his own blood, Xiao Yao stood outside the room for more than an hour, which made him sigh again that girls spend time dressing up regardless of race. Xiao Yao, good morning. Selir came out in a white dress to greet Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao smiled and replied, morning. Sasha came out behind Selir, and then followed behind Selir with Xiao Yao. Sasha. What's going on? Selir asked while pointing at the documents that were almost piled up on her desk. Sasha explained calmly, Miss, this is the official documents that you secretly hid before, and I found them all yesterday. Please deal with them all. Looking at Lear, who was about to roll her eyes and faint in front of the piles of official documents, Xiao Yao observed a second of silence for her. It seems that this eldest lady was very restless before. But after thinking about the contact with Lear in the past 2 days, Xiao Yao was not too surprised that such a thing would happen to her. Think of someone who follows others for a long time, and doesn't shy away from saying such domineering words in public as me. It doesn't seem surprising that they just hide the files and don't deal with them. Anyway, Xiao Yao and Sasha stood by, watching Selir handle the pile of official documents that could almost drown people with a bitter look on her face. If you let anyone who doesn't know look at it, they will wonder if Selir is there. What inhumane abuse was received? Ugh! It's finally resolved. Selir shouted and slumped on the chair with a look of exhaustion. Her whole body had lost its tone and was completely burned out. Miss, as long as you have the will, you can still do it. I'm doing this for your own good, I hope you forgive me. Sasha smiled, but in Selir's eyes, it was undoubtedly the devil's smile. For my own good, I also found out the files I hid and didn't want to deal with. You devil! Demon! Demon! You! Xiao Yao! Selir suddenly jumped up from the chair and threw herself on Xiao Yao, hanging her whole body on it. I'm hungry. What do vampires say when they are hungry? Of course it's blood. Xiao Yao understood in seconds what Selir was thinking. But he had already shed blood once this morning. It stands to reason that Xiao Yao could justly and sternly refuse, but Selir had tears in his eyes, like an abandoned puppy. Couldn't bear to refuse. Xiao Yao closed his eyes and looked like he was willing to sacrifice himself. He exposed the part of his neck and said, suck it. Just don't suck me up. Oh yeah. With Selir's cheers, Xiao Yao felt a wet feeling on his neck. 2 slender sharp objects pierced into the neck, and a cold touch was attached to it, and then I felt the blood in my body being sucked away. It felt very subtle. Above, the only benefit is probably a beautiful girl kissing her neck. In all respects, Xiao Yao felt that he had earned it. Anyway, there was so much blood, and the hematopoietic speed was basically in seconds. Losing some blood in exchange for benefits seemed pretty good. Speaking of which, vampires don't seem to be able to tell their age. Are they beautiful girls? Or the old woman? It's really hard to say. But now Xiao Yao is ignoring this question selectively. Anyway, it's good to be young at heart, like a certain purple mother who is always 17 years old. If she asks her age now, she will probably be slapped and slapped, Xiao Yao thought in his heart. Cellier took a big mouthful before letting go of the small mouth with a contented face. It's really delicious. Sure enough, Xiao Yao's blood is of the highest quality. Cellier said while licking her lips, her face still full of meaning. This move made Sasha, who was watching from the side, envious, and stared at the faint wound on Xiao Yao's neck after being bitten by Cellier. Ah! I also want to suck Xiao's blood. It tastes so good. Seeing Sasha's expression, if Xiao Yao can't guess it, he is really an idiot. One can't favor one over another. Anyway, Sister Sasha took good care of him yesterday, so Xiao Yao said, Sister Sasha, if you want to smoke, just come, don't smoke too much. Really? Sasha's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Xiao Yao to answer, she bit the other side of the neck and started sucking blood. She was a beautiful girl just now, but now she has changed to a royal sister. Is this a blessing to the people of Qi? Xiao Yao's mind suddenly flashed a picture of Luo Tianyi holding a hatchet with a smile on his face after turning black, and then saw Brother Cheng, who had severed his head, beckoning to him. No, no, I won't be like Brother Cheng. Brother is not that kind of scumbag. Cellier and Sasha didn't know that the intimacy caused by their blood-sucking just reminded someone of a hatchet, and they were determined not to enter the ending of hatchet. People can be fraternity, but not scum. To become a scum, to become a humanoid self-propelled gun, Brother Cheng is a good example, and even left behind the legend of a hatchet and a good boat. 48 spicy strips. Because the human race city is sheltered by the human race demigods, and the few peaceful races in the demon world can appear here, the human race city is one of the few happy places in the demon world, and even developed a shopping street similar to the pre-apocalyptic world. On this street, there was a line of more eye-catching people today, a white-haired girl, a black-haired youth, and a red-haired woman. The white-haired girl excitedly looked at the clothes on display in a store similar to a clothing store. The black-haired boy in the deacon's uniform looked helpless, while the red-haired woman in the maid's uniform looked at the two with a smile. Needless to say, these three are Xiao Yao, Cellier, and Sasha. Xiao Yao, does this dress look good? Cellier asked while gesturing with a set of clothes in her hand. Good looking. Xiao Yao said weakly. Then buy it. Sasha, pay. Cellier said energetically, and then hung the store's clothes on Xiao Yao's hand. Taking a closer look, Xiao Yao is now carrying several bags in both hands and hanging around his neck. These are the trophies that Cellier just bought while shopping. Xiao Yao looked up at the sky with a tired face. Why does this happen? That's back to this morning. Ah. Cumin. 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 It's so annoying. I don't want to deal with these things anymore. Liar sat in front of the document stack and wailed. This is not the first time, since Xiao Yao became a deacon, he has basically staged it once every day. As the prince of the blood clan, Cellier is the supreme ruler of the blood clan in this demon world without a blood clan emperor, and there are many industries under the name of the blood clan, almost all over the entire demon world, so these piles of official documents are sent in batches every day. Criticize it for Sally. Cellier, who loves to play and escape, naturally doesn't like to deal with these official documents like a tortured prisoner every day, so a small quarrel every day, and a big quarrel every 3 days has almost become the basic pattern. Xiao Yao looked at Cellier who was lying on the ground and started a strike and said, Lear, just accept your fate, handle these documents obediently, don't make trouble. Wow! Xiao Yao, you traitor! You've been brainwashed by Sasha. Cellier said with an indignant expression. Miss, I haven't brainwashed anyone, you better deal with it quickly, or today's snacks will be gone. While speaking, Sasha mentioned Cellier and put her in front of the document stack. For this kind of thing, Sasha has long been familiar with it. Usually, as long as she does this, Salier will obediently handle official documents under the threat of dim sum, but today is different. No. I want. Ah. Salier broke free from Sasha's hand and continued to roll on the ground. All of a sudden, Xiao Yao turned his eyes away silently. Hello. How about turning your eyes away? Why is this guy peeking out of the corner of his eye? Xiao Yao feasted his eyes. Humph. I'm going on strike today. Salier lay on the ground and declared a strike. Sigh. Sasha sighed and offered her last trump card. Miss, if you finish these official documents before noon, then I will ask Xiao Xiao to accompany you to go shopping in the afternoon. It's not my business. Xiao Yao looked at Sasha in astonishment. Does this count as being shot while lying down? I'm just good at being a quiet deacon by the side. Well. Obviously Sasha completely ignored Xiao Yao's opinion and used it directly as a condition. Really? Salier's eyes lit up and she got up from the ground. Of course it's true, so miss, please deal with it quickly. Sasha said with a smile. Hello. What about my opinion? Xiao Yao protested. Sasha narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Yao and said, Brother Xiao is not willing? You should agree. It is obviously a question sentence, but the tone is an imperative sentence. Of course I agree. Isn't it just shopping? No problem. Being stared at Xiao Yao by Sasha like this, he agreed with a spineless consent. Okay. Then I'll finish all these things quickly. Salier said energetically. Then he began to review official documents at an astonishing speed, and abruptly compressed the amount that would have taken a day to process into 3 hours. So the afternoon shopping itinerary was set. How can I be soft in the face of Sister Sasha? Why didn't you have the guts to refuse in the first place? Xiao Yao thought regretfully. It is torture to forget to accompany a woman shopping. Although the strength of the fourth order, it should not be tired to mention some small things, but Xiao Yao still looks exhausted. It is not the body that is tired, it is the mind that is tired. Xiao Yao dragged his tired body and mind and continued to accompany Salier to continue shopping. This is endless. How the spirit is getting better and better. Seeing the master-servant pair of Salier and Sasha, who had been shopping for hours, but still in high spirits, Xiao Yao called it unscientific. 2. The science gentlemen of the kingdom of heaven, as expected, women's physical strength will increase to max when they go shopping or something. Xiao Yao has been deeply fulfilled by himself, and his whole person is about to become an Ort state. Hey! Xiao Yao, eat moss cake. Xiao Yao raised his head and saw that Salier was holding a long bar in each hand, something similar to French bread, with a layer of golden seasoning brushed on it. Thank you. Xiao Yao reached out and took it. Eat it. This was made by Sasha in advance. These moss cakes are limited daily in Terran City, and you can't eat them without prior reservation. Salier said while eating. This bread is actually a limited edition? What is special should be that the seasoning on the bread tastes very special and refreshing, but if it is said that the daily limited supply is really not enough, it seems that the demons are still inferior to the Chinese in terms of eating. The great country, the essence of 5,000 years of culture, the ancestors have developed eating to a peak, flying in the sky and walking on the ground. There is nothing that cannot be eaten, frying, and frying. Suddenly, a thought popped into Xiao Yao's mind: if he cooked by himself, would Salier be so delicious that she swallowed her tongue? Xiao Yao said while eating the moss cake, if I cook it myself, I can definitely make a snack that is even better than the moss cake. Really? Do you really know how to make a better snack than moss? Salier's eyes lit up. Delicious things like moss cakes need to be reserved. What about something better than moss cakes? As an amateur foodie, Salier stared at Xiao Yao with bright eyes. It seems that little brother Xiao still has a lot of things we don't know. Sasha was also very curious. This moss cake is a special delicacy of human race city. It can almost be said that it is hard to find. It is really curious what food can taste better than this. Well, let's buy some ingredients when we go back. Let me make today's dim sum. Xiao Yao said confidently. Joke. The god of cooking skill is not fake. On the way back, Xiao Yao bought some crimson round fruits, and the rest of the ingredients were available in the Red Blood House. In the past few days, sometimes I went out with the maid to purchase, sometimes I went to the kitchen to help. Xiao Yao had almost figured out the characteristics of the ingredients in the demon world, which could just be used to replace some seasonings that were not available in the demon world. Back at the Red Blood Mansion, Xiao Yao was caught by Selir in the kitchen, which made Xiao Yao speechless for a while. I have seen gluttonous people, but I have never seen such gluttonous and impatient people. When it comes to gluttony, Selir may have a fight with Luo Tianyi, but Luo Tianyi is not so impatient, but will keep staring at you until you give her something to eat. Xiao Yao had already thought about what snacks he wanted to make. Xiao Yao stood in front of the cooking table and started cooking. By the way, he also let the maids in the Red Blood House learn it. After leaving, he can also let Selir and Sasha eat. Sasha, what kind of delicious snacks do you think Xiao Yao will make? Liar stood outside the kitchen, looking into the kitchen from time to time. Miss, you have to be patient. But I want to eat it quickly. Think about it, it's better than moss cake. I can only eat moss cake once a week. How can I hold back when I say it is delicious? Ah, said Selir, looking towards the kitchen again. Seeing this, Sasha shook her head helplessly. The eldest lady is good at everything, except for the two shortcomings of being greedy and greedy. Standing outside the kitchen, Selir and Sasha were chatting, nothing more than eating and playing. In the kitchen, Xiao Yao felt that the blood clan could survive until now. You said that such a person in power at the stall cares about eating and playing all day, what else can you do? If it weren't for a peaceful area like the Terran territory, if it was replaced by the killing or the undead territory, not even the bones would be left. Under Selir's expectation, Xiao Yao walked out with a western plate covered with an iron cover. Okay, you can eat it. Xiao Yao said and lifted the lid on the plate. On the plate are strips of golden yellow strips, topped with red sauce. The spicy aroma is pungent, it is the famous spicy strips. Smell good. As Selir said, the other hand picked up one restlessly and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow! The moment she ate it, Selir's eyes widened, a flash of light flashed in her blood-red eyes, and the next second, another spicy stick was wiped out. Whoa! Come out! Sasha, come out and see too. Selir said with a mouthful of spicy sticks, her voice a little vague. Good lady. Then Salsa also picked up a spicy stick and put it in her mouth. Well, this spicy taste is addictive, no wonder Miss is so eager to eat it. After Sasha commented on the spicy strips, she also ate one by one like Selir. Soon, the full plate of spicy sticks was wiped out by the two of them, and Xiao Yao, the cook, didn't even eat a single bite. Sorry, it's so delicious, if you don't pay attention. Selir stuck her tongue out and touched her head embarrassedly. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, I can still make it anyway, and I have also taught those maids how to make it, so they can make it if they want to eat it in the future. Those maids will do it too. Sasha, who was on the side, suddenly spoke, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. The 49th humiliation. Since she taught the maid in the Red Blood House how to make spicy sticks a few days ago, Sasha immediately came up with a way to make money. She opened a shop in the Terran city with the property of the Blood Clan, specializing in selling spicy sticks. Today was the first day that the shop opened, just in time for Xiao Yao's world experience every 10 days. Originally, Xiao Yao wanted to find an excuse to hide it from happening here for a day, but Xiao Shi suddenly said, Master Yao, because of the real task, the world experience has been suspended once, and it will start again immediately after you leave the demon world. Hearing such a news, Xiao Yao no longer has to worry about what kind of excuse he should use. The Spicy Tiao shop is located near the Red Blood House. With the promotion of Sasha in the past few days, most people in the human city know that there is a new store opened by a vampire, and the snacks they sell are said to be more delicious than the moss cakes, a specialty of the human race. This kind of propaganda has stirred the stomachs of many greedy worms. As the promoter of the Spicy Tiao shop, Sasha stood at the door of the shop and said, "Now I announce that the shop will open today." As soon as the voice fell, there were many customers who had been waiting outside the store and couldn't wait to enter. "I want 1. 3 servings. Help me pack 10. 20. For a time, the store was crowded with people, making the blood tribesmen who were transferred to sell them in a hurry. Xiao Yao stood outside the store, whistling and said, "There are so many people. Don't even look at who advertised it." Celia raised her chest proudly. The Blood Clan has a lot of contacts in the human race city, and the use of these contacts has made the Spicy Tiao shop almost unknown in the human race city in just a few days. It seems that I can make a fortune for the clan again, and of course I will also give Xiao Xiao brother some rake. Sasha looked at the crowd full of people and said, "Me too." Xiao Yao was stunned. "It's just spicy sticks." He is not very interested in the money he makes from buying spicy sticks. It's alright, but he didn't expect that Sasha would calculate a cut for him. He, does Xiao Xiao think that our blood race will be the kind of black-hearted race that only asks for contributions from his subordinates and does not give anything? Sasha said with a smile. "How come?" "That's good. After a whole day of sales, spicy sticks have made a name for themselves in the human city. The reason why moss cakes are limited editions is because the main ingredients needed to make sauces are too scarce, so the daily production volume is not high. The spicy strips do not have this restriction. The most important ingredients are common ingredients belonging to the devil world, and they are available in ordinary people's homes, so the daily supply is naturally much more than moss cakes. In addition, the spicy strips are mildly spicy and easy to eat, and the price is affordable. They soon surpassed the moss cakes in terms of fame. They made a lot of money for the Blood Clan's treasury, and also made Xiao Yao's wallet a lot fatter. Also because of the popularity of La Xiao, Xiao Yao is sometimes called to help by Sasha as a strong man, so that he appears in the Red Blood House for a shorter time than in the La Xiao shop, and he doesn't even understand that he is a deacon. Still a clerk. In his leisure time, Xiao Yao started to buy things in Terran City with the commission he earned from La Xiao. Just like when he was in Jushi Town, with the guidance of a small department, Xiao Yao also picked up a lot of good things and replaced them with the energy points. The total of 0 and 0 adds up to almost 100 million, which is not without a small supplement. Moreover, the exercises operated by the World Tree Bloodline have also raised Xiao Yao from level 48 to level 49, and he will soon be able to enter level 5. It's quite a leisurely life in the devil world. Anyway, with Fanny in the exploration, she must have explored most of the devil world. Boundary between top and bottom. Xiao Yao was practicing the power of the realm in his room, and the items in the room were turned upside down for a while, and the scene was quite strange. Xiao Yao has hardly stopped training the power of the realm. He will practice whenever he has free time, and his grasp of the realm is getting better and better. Has been able to carry out shallow space manipulation. Xiao Yao divided the control of the realm into 4 levels: Fur, Basic, Proficient, and Perfect. The realm of illusion and reality that was used in the Girl and the Shadow world was the roughest and shallowest fur, and the same effect can be achieved with a clever trick, and now the use of this upper and lower realm has reached the foundation. The application of the realm has broken through a stage. Why does it feel like someone is staring at me? Perhaps because of the increased use of realm, Xiao Yao's sensory sensitivity has improved a lot, and he vaguely feels that someone is spying on him. When it comes to peeping, the ancestor is a realm demon. Now it's being spied on. What can be endured and what can't be endured? Dare to spy on me? Watch me peep back. The power of the realm demon itself can not only be used to eliminate the realm of two things, but also can be used to strengthen itself. The realm of perception and perception. In an instant, Xiao Yao's perception soared, and the peeping he felt faintly became more obvious. Following this feeling, Xiao Yao opened a gap to peep. The location is not far from the Red Blood Mansion. In a very simple room, there is only a bed, a chair, and a dining table. A woman with light blue long hair is sitting in the room. The woman's appearance is very delicate and not inferior to Celia at all. Her eyes are lightly closed, and she seems to be integrated with the surrounding environment. If she hadn't felt that the source of the peeping came from her, Xiao Yao would not have noticed it. This place. The light blue long-haired woman moved her eyelids lightly, then opened her blue eyes, frowning and observing the surroundings. Is anyone looking at me? Seeing this, Xiao Yao immediately closed the gap. Delusion. The light blue long-haired woman looked around, then closed her eyes and continued to observe Xiao Yao, who was still in the Red Blood House. This mixed race has a peculiar power. After these days of observation, it has been possible to rule out the possibility of killing or being sent by the undead, but let's observe it for a few more days. Xiao Yao can now be sure that the person who peeped at him is the woman with pale blue long hair, and her strength is definitely stronger than Celia. Although Celia can detect it, it is easy to ignore it. But the light blue long-haired woman clearly detected the sight of the peeping, and began to investigate, although she did not find a gap, but if you let her look for a while longer will be discovered. With this kind of strength, you can basically determine who it is in human race city. Human demigod. Unfortunately, why did I provoke the peeping of the human race demigods? Who am I to provoke? Xiao Yao said with a bitter face. Xiao Yao is not stupid either. Just looking at the environment just now, it is not a day or two for this human race demigod to peep at him, and it is very likely that he has started to pay attention since he came to the human race city. It seems that he came to human city and did nothing other than come to the Red Blood House to be a deacon and make spicy sticks. What was the reason for him to be targeted by this human race demigod? To say that it is possible to leak something special about yourself. Enter the test stone tablet in the human city. I think that the stone tablet should have been made by a demigod of the human race, and I have ignorant people to test it fearlessly. It is estimated that it is either the World Tree bloodline or the Realm Demon bloodline that has attracted people's attention. After all, the power of these two major bloodlines is not ordinary, and it is not surprising to attract the attention of the human race demigods. Xiao Yao scratched his head. It seemed he was careless. It's not a good thing to be noticed by a demigod. Presumably, what he has done these days has been seen by others. Except for the power of the World Tree bloodline and the minor system that he has never used, everything else has been known. To talk about the strength of the Ninth Order, Xiao Yao can still succeed by sneak attack, but the words of a demigod have no power to fight back. This was tested by Fanny before entering the demon world. So I can only silently endure the voyeurism of others. What a shame. As the ancestor of the voyeur world, the realm demon actually has to endure the voyeurism of others one day. Fortunately, she is a beautiful woman, so Xiao Yao can only use this excuse to comfort himself. Snort. When Fanny comes back, she'll turn her face with this peeping hooligan. Through the demon contract, Xiao Yao can feel that Fanny once came to the vicinity of the human city, and then left. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, he can find the entire demon world and come back. Xiao Yao has already thought about the next thing. After Fanny came back, he would say goodbye to Celia, Sasha and the maids of the Red Blood House, and then return to the end of the world. He had already made an appointment with Lin Yuexing to go to Saxing City, if it weren't for the real task. Let's go. However, in the past few days, Xiao Yao has always had an indescribable hunch. He always felt that he would encounter something big when he came to the demon world on a realistic mission this time. This premonition troubled Xiao Yao for several days, but because of Xiao Ai's big hole card, he fed this trouble to Yuyuko in a few days. Who is going to mess with him anyway? Close the door. Let go of the wings. I can't believe who is Xiao Ai's opponent in the demon world without the demon level. A few more days have passed since I was being spied on while being a deacon. Fanny is back. This time, Fanny directly rushed into the Red Blood House and broke into Xiao Yao's room directly according to the induction of the demon contract, regardless of the human race demigods. Fanny. Xiao Yao looked at Fanny in astonishment as he looked at the almost destroyed room. At this time, Fanny's silver hair was messy, and her originally white face was stained with a lot of sand. She was dirty and looked very embarrassed. Master, the current situation in the demon world is very bad. This was the first sentence Fanny said to Xiao Yao. Then the human race demigods came. 50. Why am I blaming my master for nothing? A woman with light blue long hair landed lightly from the sky like a fairy. Unknown demon demigod, why did you come to the human city? The pale blue long-haired woman looked at Fanny with sharp eyes. Go away, I'm not in the mood for you right now. Fanny said impatiently. You came to my side for no reason, and you still have this attitude, then let's fight. The light blue long-haired woman raised her eyebrows, and a blue magic bullet condensed in her hand. Fanny just wanted to tell Xiao Yao about the undead demon god as soon as possible, because the human demigod in front of her had been interfering, which made her very uncomfortable. Just hit. Fanny hit with a corrosive magic bullet, and the light blue long-haired woman blocked the magic bullet in her hand. Fanny was worried that it would hurt Xiao Yao, so she flew up without saying a word, and the light blue long-haired woman followed. My name is Celia, an unknown demon demigod, what's your name? Haha, I occupied someone else's territory, yet I came to ask the master's name. Celia's eyes flickered. Could it be that the person in front of her was the former death demon lord, who was not eliminated by the killing and the undead together? No matter what Celia was thinking now, Fanny took out her death wand and waved, and the corrosive magic bullets flew past. Fanny's fighting style is simple and rude. Most of them are directly crushed with magic bullets. Except for Xiao Yao, a pervert who actually relies on the gap between the magic bullets to dodge, this move is almost unfavorable in long-distance battles. Humph. Being able to become a human demigod, Celia is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and a blue light curtain appeared all over her body, directly blocking the corrosive magic bullet. Both sides belonged to the far-flung mages, and for a while, magic bullets were fired from the top of the human race city. Xiao Yao, who was in the Red Blood House, was confused. I go. It's a mess now? What the hell is going on in a bad situation? Just finish talking. Why would you go out and fight with someone else halfway through the conversation? The coercion released by the two demigods during the battle made the entire human city unable to move. Celia had to dodge Fanny's attack while defending against the corrosive magic bullet that hit the human city. For a moment Fanny had the upper hand. To say that Xiao Yao is the only one who can move freely in the human city now. It's not an option to let them down. Xiao Yao muttered to himself. Boundary of obstruction and interval. Xiao Yao released the power of the realm. An invisible force instantly separated the two who were fighting in the air, and the attack was suppressed in their hands and could not be sent out. For the demigods, Xiao Yao's power is naturally not worth mentioning, but Xiao Yao insisted on making the two sides stop temporarily by relying on the strange existence of the realm. Both Fanny and Celia felt that an invisible force appeared between them, the attack could not be sent out, and there was like an invisible wall between the two, and they couldn't even get close. Cough, Cough, did I say that the two of you can't talk calmly? Xiao Yao came forward as a peacemaker. The reason for the fight was mostly Fanny's fault. If she hadn't blatantly barged in, Celia wouldn't have been alarmed. And Xiao Yao is also partly responsible because he is the master of Fanny. Celia gave Xiao Yao a meaningful look and said, "Okay, I hope you can make it clear later, I'll be waiting in the city lord's mansion." Such a good talk. Xiao Yao was going to spend more time talking, but he didn't expect Celia to be so straightforward. After Celia left, Xiao Yao looked at Fanny and said, "Okay, now we can make things clear, do you want to find your former subordinates?" Woo 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 woo. Perhaps because Xiao Yao mentioned the old department, Fanny's eyes were red from crying, and she buried her head in Xiao Yao's arms. The subordinates in front of him are all dead, and the remaining 3 emperors have been turned into puppets by the undead demon gods. The best roves who used to be best for him can never be resurrected. After returning to the demon world, what he encountered was instantly used in his mind and turned into tears. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Yao said in a panic, hurriedly reaching out to wipe the tears from Fanny's face. In the face of the girl crying, Xiao Yao can be said to be helpless, he can only let Fanny cry enough and stop. After crying for a while, Fanny calmed down and said, "I met my former subordinates." "That's a good thing." Xiao Yao was a little puzzled, why did he cry when he found his former subordinates? But he was controlled by the undead. "After seeing me, the burning soul escaped the control and died," Fanny said with red eyes. "Sorry. Well, now that I know the truth, I actually said that it was a good thing, but as a result, the scars were opened, and Xiao Yao apologized a little guilty. The undead has been promoted to the level of demon gods, and it is possible to unify the entire demon world at any time," Fanny said. "What, the demon level? That's the god level. Didn't you say that the strongest in the demon world is a demigod?" Xiao Yao was surprised. Fanny said helplessly, "The undead can break through the demigods because my former treasure had something that was very helpful to him, and it was with this that he could break through the demigods, and now he is likely to come over because of my subordinate. Everything has been written down." After speaking, Fanny took out a piece of paper. This piece of paper was hidden on the death wand by roves. Fanny had read it on the way to the human race city, and knew what the undead demon was going to do next. Xiao Yao took the piece of paper, which was written in demonic script. Fortunately, there was a small department to assist, otherwise Xiao Yao would really not be able to read the demonic script. "My lord, this is what I wrote when I was not under the control of the undead demon. Please be sure to read it. After the undead is promoted to the demon level, the slaughter demon will be taken away and prepared to be refined into a demon-level puppet. The secret method of refining demon-level puppets, so after refining the slaughtering demon masters, you will definitely go to the human race to capture the human race demigods. Please stop this matter, otherwise the whole demon world will be ruled by the undead demon gods and turned into death. If you cannot stop the cemetery, please take your own safety as the top priority, and forgive us for not being able to continue to be loyal to you." Some of the last words are a bit crooked, and I think they are under the influence of being controlled. After reading this letter, Xiao Yao sighed, "This Fanny's subordinate is really very loyal, even if he was controlled." He tried his best to break free and left behind a message about the undead demons, and even finally gave up completely for the sake of Fanny. The last chance of recovery. "Your subordinate is really good." "Well, I know." Fanny choked. Just when the atmosphere became more and more solemn, Celia suddenly appeared. "Xiao Yao. What just happened? Why did Celia appear here?" Celia asked eagerly. Then Celia saw that Fanny was stunned for a moment, and said somewhat uncertainly, "Death Demon Lord. Little vampire, have you seen me?" Fanny asked with raised eyebrows. Celia shook her head and said, "I haven't seen you, but my great-grandfather was once one of your demon emperors, but after you were killed and sealed by the undead demon master, they were all slaughtered, and the rest of the Blood clan fled until it was only after the appearance of the human race demigods that it recovered. So you are a descendant of my subordinates. Fanny's eyes softened after hearing Celier's explanation. After confirming that Fanny was the demon lord of death, Celier's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Lord Death, Demon Lord, our vampires finally waited for you to come back. Celier was moved. Well, I'm back. Xiao Yao, who was on the side, looked confused and asked Fanny, what the hell is going on here? Fanny explained, the blood race used to be a race in my territory, and I was the master from generation to generation. In the past, the overall strength of the blood race was not high, and the strongest was the demon emperor level, that is, their blood race duke, so I accepted my sanctuary. Like the human race, most of them live in my territory. I didn't expect a blood prince to appear so long ago. Oh, so it is. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. It seemed that Fanny was really good to her subordinates when she was the demon lord of death in the past. It was the complete opposite of the way she murdered without blinking when they first met. Otherwise, how could there be so many loyal subordinates that even their descendants would automatically offer their loyalty as soon as they heard their names? Xiao Yao. How can you be so rude to Lord Death, Demon Lord? Celier turned her head and scolded Xiao Yao, but it was obvious that she was pretending to be angry. Celier knelt down on one knee and said to Fanny, Lord Death Demon, I'm sorry for my poor discipline. I made my deacon so rude to you. If you have any dissatisfaction, just vent to me, please don't punish me. My deacon. Although Celier was angry at Xiao Yao, her next words were completely to protect Xiao Yao. She took all the responsibilities and moved Xiao Yao for a while. In the face of the owner of the Blood clan, she still protects me like this. Bloodletting. Xiao Yao unconsciously reached out and rubbed Celier's head. Thank you so much for caring about me so much. Celier hurriedly shook off Xiao Yao's hand and panicked, Xiao Yao, please apologize to the Lord of Death. Then she said to Fanny with a more respectful attitude, Master of Death, I am very sorry. If you want to blame me. It's nothing to do with him. I didn't teach it well. After speaking, Fanny was afraid that Xiao Yao's dissatisfaction would kill Xiao Yao, so she protected him. Hearing what Celier said, Fanny looked at Xiao Yao with a strange expression. Blame Xiao Yao? It's not that she has a problem with her brain, she has nothing to blame her master for. And why the master doesn't explain it clearly? Is this fun? Fanny was a little confused about how to speak, and hesitated for a while before saying, why should I blame my master for nothing? What? This time, the expression of Celier became weird.